Men generally don't love sweets and snacks as much. Hearing Qin Yanyu say it was good, Bai Su felt very confident. She scooped the popcorn into a large dish. Then happily assigned tasks. I'll serve the dishes, and Secretary Qin, you take this popcorn to Director Zheng to try. What does it look like for a grown man to carry such a big dish of popcorn? Helping Bai Su tend the fire didn't seem like a big deal to Qin Yanyu, but for a man like him to carry a tray of popcorn out would look quite strange. Hua, who had returned after taking her seat, also helped Bai Su serve the dishes. Qin Yanyu could only hold the bowl of popcorn and walk out of the kitchen, standing at the entrance of the main hall. Long before Qin Yanyu took over the fire-making, Hyan's mother had already gone out to set the dishes. When Zheng Tongha heard that Qin Yanyu went to help Bai Su with the fire, he almost dropped his jaw in surprise. Secretary Zhao exchanged a glance with Zheng Tongha. Only then did Zheng Tongha realize what was happening. When he was talking endlessly with Comrade Bai Su, why did Secretary Qin suddenly cough lightly to interrupt him? He exchanged a look with Zhao Ming, confirming his suspicion. Zheng Tongha was in a daze. It's not his fault he didn't think of this before. Comrade Bai Su is a mother of 5 daughters. Especially Li Hua, who is visibly pregnant, helping Hyan's mother set the dishes. Zheng Tongha found it even harder to accept. No matter how excellent Comrade Bai Su is, she is still a mother of 5 daughters. After Li Hua has her baby, she will become a grandmother. Why did Secretary Qin happen to fix his eyes on Comrade Bai Su? How will he report this to his old leader in the future? And what he found even harder to accept was that Bai Su and Li Hua brought the dishes to the table, and at the door of the house, standing with a large tray in their hands, was none other than Secretary Qin. They looked like divine beings descending from heaven, with Secretary Qin holding a large ceramic basin, decorated with red flowers, standing at the entrance of the main hall, so out of place. Zheng Tongha felt a guilty sense of sacrilege, as if a fairy had been desecrated. Yet, Secretary Qin remained expressionless and even strode in confidently. Helping with the fire? Also helping to carry the large ceramic basin? Zheng Tongha felt that Secretary Qin was doomed. He had completely fallen into Bai Su's hands. He felt sympathetic, his voice even trembling slightly. Secretary Qin Yanyu couldn't share Zheng Tongha's mixed feelings of pity and confusion. He placed the tray on the table and urged Zheng Tongha, eat. Zheng Tongha didn't even see clearly what was inside the tray. He grabbed the popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as he did, his eyes lit up instantly. Others eating snacks only think about whether it tastes good, but Zheng Tongha, being the one eating this meal, was more concerned about whether the food had market potential. He took a quick taste to get a general idea. Is this popcorn? He asked Bai Su, knowing she would definitely have made it. Bai Su nodded. Secretary Qin said your food factory wants to make sesame cakes. I think sesame cakes don't have much profit margin, so I came up with this popcorn snack. Freshly popped popcorn smelled wonderful. Hihua was not in a hurry to eat, grabbing a few pieces to put in her mouth. Wow, so delicious. It's different from what we eat during New Year. The popcorn was coated with syrup, and Hihua ate it happily. Orchid, who came back from school, also became greedy. Zhou Chongqing picked a few for her, and she started eating eagerly, nodding happily. Really tasty, sweet and fragrant, and crunchy when you bite. Pregnant women tend to crave more food. Mother Hien quickly grabbed a handful of pear blossoms and put them in her hand. Pear blossoms ate non-stop, too lazy to speak. Hien and Secretary Zhao also didn't want to fall behind. They each grabbed a few to try. The popcorn that Bai Su suddenly decided to make was immediately loved by everyone. No one was in a rush to eat dinner anymore. Popcorn is a must-have snack when watching movies. The main ingredients for popcorn are corn and syrup. It's cheap. One small bag of corn can make a big pot. The popcorn coated with syrup is different from the one eaten during New Year, and it's easy to sell. Bai Su suggested, why don't we wait until after dinner, make a big pot, and sell it during the movie to see how it goes? Director Zheng also thought popcorn was a good snack for movies. He was worried, is that okay? Selling popcorn during the movie is a private business and might get in trouble. Sell it under the brigade's name. It's not for profit, just to test the market for the snack. The money after covering costs goes to the collective. Tonight, there will be a movie. Secretary Chi and the team leader will definitely be there. I'll talk to them later. Bai Su intentionally kept him in suspense, giving Zheng Tonghe a surprise. Director Zheng, you're He Yan's supervisor. He's working at the food factory, so please take care of him. I don't want you to make a special trip for nothing. The brigade will have another movie tomorrow night. I'm also thinking of a new snack that's cheap and tasty. After tasting Bai Su's popcorn, Zheng Tonghe saw a new business opportunity. He even remembered the sesame cakes he was interested in. If Bai Su could come up with a new snack, his trip would be totally worth it. Zheng Tonghe was full of energy. Come on, eat quickly. The movie will start soon. After dinner, go to brigade's threshing yard to sell popcorn. As it got dark, the projectionist brought the movie equipment and started setting it up. When they heard the noise, the brigade members and educated youths who finished dinner gathered at the threshing yard. Finally, it was time for the brigade to show a movie. As leaders, Secretary Chi and Team Leader Lee were very excited. They had finished eating early and stayed to help the projectionist set up the machine. When Bai Su arrived, the projectionist was holding a microphone calling out hello, hello, and Secretary Chi and Li Zhiliang stood nearby, excitedly watching. Seeing Bai Su, Secretary Chi and Li Zhiliang greeted her. Bai Su called them aside. Team leader, Secretary Chi, I have something to discuss with you. The director Zheng from the county food factory wanted to sell snacks at the grain threshing site while our team was showing movies. Bai Su knew how to persuade Secretary Chi and Li Jicheng. She discussed with the two team officials. Director Zheng said that because He Yan works at the food factory, he wants to do something for the members and Friends of Peace team. Today, the snacks sold at the threshing site are at cost price, cheaper than the supply and marketing cooperative, and the earnings will be split 80-20 between the team and the factory. Nothing else needs to be done by the team, just share the money. What do you think? Li Jiqiang thought this was a great opportunity. The team only needed to provide a place, and they would earn money. Secretary Chi hesitated, seeming to have some worries. Bai Su, who was straightforward and lively, asked eagerly, Secretary Chi, is this really okay? It's just a simple yes or no. If we miss this chance, there won't be another one. Girl, it's not that I don't agree. The team has no precedent for this, and I don't know if the public commune will support it. Basically, she was just worried about causing trouble. Bai Su understood now. Secretary Chi was cautious and careful in everything. She left a remark. When Director Zheng discussed this with me, Secretary Qin also heard about it. He didn't oppose it. Since even the county leaders didn't object, and the public commune would have someone to support it, Secretary Chi had no more worries and had to agree. Girl, I need your help with something. Tell me, what is it? Bai Su still had to help Zheng Tong sell snacks. The projectionist had already set up the equipment, and the big screen was showing images. The crowd at the threshing site was large, and the movie was about to start. Seeing Bai Su eager to leave, Secretary Chi hurriedly said, I asked the projectionist if we could show the movie at our team and then go to Tianjin team afterward. The projectionist said it depends on the schedule set by the public commune, and we can't jump the line. Secretary Chi knew Bai Su was well-connected and resourceful, often finding ways to solve problems. He was hoping Bai Su could help. What was it about? Just this? Bai Su readily agreed. Okay, I'll tell Secretary Qin later, and Secretary Zhao can go to the public commune tomorrow. Tianjin team is close, so it shouldn't be a problem. Of course, I can't guarantee it will work, but we should try. Although Bai Su didn't fully promise, she thought that if she asked Secretary Qin, it would definitely work. Secretary Chi was very happy and gave Bai Su a thumbs up. Girl, you are really something. The people from the forward team have been bothering us today. We can only ask for your help. Today, not only members from the peace team came to watch the movie, but also people from the forward team. The projectionist didn't agree to stay. After finishing the movie at their team, he would go to the forward team. The people from the forward team still wanted to bother us. Bai Su suggested to Secretary Chi, Director Zhang and Secretary Qin are friends. Later, I'll ask Director Zhang to help speak for us. Also, you should talk to the secretary of the neighboring team. When they show movies, Director Zhang can send people to sell snacks at lower prices than the supply and marketing cooperative, and they can share the profits. If you can make this happen, I will ask Director Zhang to give us 30% of the snack sales today. Of course, this is because Hien works at the food factory. Other teams can only get 20%, since the food factory workers do a lot of work. What's the point otherwise? Is there really such a good deal? Don't have much meat, but they're still considered a meat dish. Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang looked at each other and quickly agreed. Bai Su opened a new world for Zheng Tonghe. When each team shows movies, it's usually packed with people. The county usually arranges for people to go to the countryside to show movies after busy farming and harvest seasons. At this time, the teams are distributing grain, and members have some extra money. Even during busy farming seasons, because they want to earn work points and need to eat well, wealthier families are willing to spend money on snacks. Zheng Tonghe was eager to try this new sales method. He had already cut a stack of old newspapers to package popcorn, brought a big bag of sunflower seeds, a whole bag of peach crisps, and a large basket of egg cakes. There was no more than that, but these were all meant for Bai Su, who was planning to give them to her. Zheng Tonghe was eager to try Bai Su's sales idea, so he moved these items to prepare for emergencies. Since the food factory didn't lack these things, he planned to ask Hien to bring some food to the peace team later, to make up for what was supposed to be sent to Bai Su. After Bai Su discussed everything with Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang, she hurried back. Zheng Tonghe was even more anxious than her. He hurried over and asked Comrade Bai Su, "How did your discussion go?" "It's settled. Not only that, I also asked Secretary Qi to talk to the neighboring team. When they show movies, you guys should also send people to sell snacks." Bai Su added, "Of course, you should also tell Secretary Qin. After our team finishes showing movies, the projectionist should go first to the forward team." Zheng Tonghe didn't expect that Bai Su could become the leader of the big team and also lead the neighboring team. Given his friendship with Qin Yenyue, this was not surprising. He immediately set up the items he had brought from the truck at the edge of the grain field, on a small table with popcorn, peach cakes, egg cakes, and sunflower seeds. Zheng Tonghe also attached a flashlight to a bamboo pole. While the movie was still playing its opening song and hadn't officially started, Bai Su helped Zheng Tonghe shout out, "Delicious popcorn, sunflower seeds, peach cakes, and egg cakes. Cheaper than the supply store in the county town." Director Zhang from the food factory personally came to give us members some treats. "If you want snacks, come quickly. Miss today's chance, and you won't find such good deals again." Once Zheng Tonghe set up his stall, it attracted many hungry children who clamored to buy snacks. Hearing that the prices were lower than the supply store, many members from the big team who hadn't bought anything quickly gathered around, asking questions. Paper-wrapped bags of popcorn, 5 cents each, sold very well. The egg cakes, peach cakes, and sunflower seeds, also cheaper than the supply store, quickly drew a crowd around Zheng Tonghe. Yin Fan, who had come to the Peace Big Team and had been living quietly in the mountain valley, was now stepping out for the first time into the sight of the team members. Besides a few who worked at the Mountain Valley Pharmacy, the members of the Peace Big Team and other educated youths had never seen Yin Fan before. As soon as they saw him, they were amazed. Not only the female educated youths who came to watch the movie, but even Zhou Yan, who was arguing with Sun Mingyuan about their divorce, couldn't keep her eyes off Yin Fan. Previously, Zhou Yan thought Sun Mingyuan was the most handsome. But compared to the person leading the lotus flower procession to watch the movie, Sun Mingyuan looked plain. The female educated youths all thought Yin Fan was good-looking, especially the young girls from the big team. From the moment he appeared with the lotus flower procession until he sat down, everyone kept staring at him. They lost interest in the movie's opening song altogether. Zhou Yan pulled a female educated youth aside and asked, "Who is he?" The girl was also staring at Yin Fan, but didn't know who he was because she hadn't been chosen to work at the pharmacy. Shen Jiqing, however, knew who Yin Fan was. He had always thought Zhou Hongba was his biggest rival because Zhou Hongba kept hanging around Lotus. Now, Seeing Yin Fan appear with Lotus, Shun Jiqing's expression showed some emotion. He responded to Zhou Yan, he's from the mountain valley over there. Hearing this, Zhou Yan realized who Yin Fan was. No wonder she hadn't seen him before. He was sent down from the city. Zhou Yan's eyes showed a hint of disdain. So you live in the mountain hollow. No wonder I haven't seen you before. Hua was very annoyed with Zhou Yan. Even though Zhou Dajiang was no longer the party secretary, Zhou Yan still dared to come and bother her. Thanks to Bai Su constantly being around to teach her, Hua became braver. She was no longer soft and indecisive. If it was just about herself, that was fine, but Zhou Yan's sharp words about Yin Fan made Hua's small fire of anger burn brighter. What's wrong with living in the mountain hollow? Even if I live in a thatched hut, I don't use tricks or force people to marry. I don't keep an eye on my own man and let him sneak off into the woods with other young women. Sun Mingyuan was a thorn in Zhou Yan's heart. She snapped, Lu Hua, I'm going to fight you. Fight if you want, Hua replied calmly. She reminded Zhou Yan, hey, Party Secretary Qi and the team leader are watching at the grain field. Today, Uncle Qin is here too. Zhou Yan, what? Do you still want to hit someone? Hua directly mentioned Party Secretary Qi and the team leader, even bringing up Qin Yanyue, her strong backing. Zhou Yan immediately backed down because, with a new official in charge, Party Secretary Qi was supporting her father. Now, he was looking to make an example of someone. Lu Hua's family was not to be messed with now. Zhou Yan quickly became scared. And her brother, Zhou Hongba, didn't help her either. When he saw her confront Hua, he came to pull her away. Come back with me. Who told you to come out and embarrass yourself? How am I embarrassing myself? Don't pull me. I want to watch the movie. The brother and sister tugged and pulled, walking away. Hua rolled her eyes at Shin Jiqing and then said to Zhou Chongqing, second brother-in-law, you're the best. You're honest and never gossip behind people's backs. Men are the worst with their gossip. I really have good luck with my second sister finding me such a good brother-in-law. Hua was always kind and sweet when she smiled. No one had ever seen her act tough. For Yin Fan, Shin Jiqing lit the fuse of a small explosive. When she started criticizing indirectly, Lan Hua and Zhou Chongqing couldn't help but laugh. Shin Jiqing felt ashamed and left in a flurry. After driving away the annoying people around her, Hua took a handful of popcorn from her pocket and handed it to Yin Fan. Try it. Is it good? She smiled at Yin Fan. Brother Yin Fan, I specially saved this for you. The grain field snack stall is selling it now. My mom came up with this popcorn coated with syrup, very sweet and tasty. The popcorn in Yin Fan's hand still held the warmth of Hua's palm. The gentle girl, like a bundle of warmth, protected him. Under the light, Yin Fan saw her face, half lit and half shadowed, and felt it was very warm. Hua looked at her, and Yin Fan cooperated by popping some popcorn into his mouth. Just as Hua had said, the caramel-coated popcorn was very sweet. Very sweet and crispy too. Smells good. Do you like it? I have more. Hua reached into her bag and handed him more popcorn. She smiled. That's all I have. If you like it, I'll ask my mom to make more for you later. People who don't matter aren't worth making Yin Fan upset. As the opening music played, the lights flickered, and the girl in front of him smiled brightly. Yin Fan felt healed by her sweet smile. He held out the popcorn to her. You should eat too. Let's eat together. Okay. Hua took a piece of popcorn from Yin Fan's hand and put it in her mouth. She kept staring at the big screen, then took another piece and ate it. Like a little chick pecking grains, they ate popcorn one after another. Yin Fan looked at Hua's face and focused on the popcorn in his hand. He didn't notice the subtitles on the big screen or the names of the main actors. Seeing Hua eat like a little hamster, Yin Fan smiled gently. He still had 2 popcorns left in his hand. Hua hesitated to eat them. Brother Yin Fan, why aren't you eating? Go ahead, I'll save these for you. My mom just made them. I ate a lot when they came out of the pot. I'm not hungry. I want to watch the movie. Hua put her hand away from the popcorn and looked at the screen. Wow, look. There's really an ocean. The girl walking on the beach looks so pretty. Yin Fan followed her gaze and looked at the big screen. When he saw the girl Hua was talking about, he froze. On the screen, a fisher girl was standing on the beach during high tide. The sky and sea blended together. Even in black and white, such a scene was very beautiful. But Yin Fan felt this beauty was too dazzling, because her beauty was gained at the cost of some people's futures. She wanted to leave her mark on the screen, regardless of her son or her family situation. Behind her beauty was cruelty. Watching a movie casually shouldn't be so coincidental. He was really unlucky to see someone so eye-catching. He thought that after being sent down to the collective farm and experiencing so much with his grandfather, his heart wouldn't be stirred again. But as Yin Fan stared at the screen, he couldn't stay calm. His hands, holding 2 pieces of popcorn, trembled. The last 2 pieces of popcorn that Hua didn't want to eat slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. The scene changed. More people appeared on the screen. Yin Fan's vision blurred, and his mind was filled with the woman engraved in his bones. She was someone he knew well, yet he hated her deeply. If he stayed any longer, his breathing would stop, and he would feel suffocated. Unable to bear the pain, Yin Fan suddenly stood up, pushed through the crowd, and staggered outside. "Hey, Yin Fan, what's wrong? Are you not watching anymore?" Hua called out behind him, but Yin Fan didn't hear. In a hurry, Hua moved aside from the crowd and chased after him. Bai Su helped Zheng Tonghe sell some snacks for a while. Don't underestimate the purchasing power of the Peace Brigade members, because the items were cheaper than at the supply and marketing cooperative. Some people even went home to get money to buy. Once the movie officially started and the plot unfolded, most of the items were sold. Occasionally, someone came to buy something, and Zheng Tonghe could handle it alone. Bai Su stood by the stall, watching the movie with Qin Yanyu. On the screen, a beach-walking fisher girl appeared. Bai Su thought she looked somewhat familiar. "Look, does she look like Yin Fan?" Bai Su asked in surprise. Yin Fan is so handsome, he kinda looks like the main character in this movie. Good-looking people tend to have similar aura. The heroine also has a kind of fairy-like air, Bai Su said, experiencing what it was like to watch a 1970s movie. She stared at the natural beauty on the screen when suddenly there was a commotion nearby. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you pushing people? Don't push, don't push." Hearing the noise, Bai Su shifted her gaze from the screen and just caught Yin Fan squeezing out of the crowd. Even though the lighting was dim and she couldn't see Yin Fan's face clearly from where she stood, Bai Su could feel his terrible aura, as if he had encountered something bad. "What's wrong with Yin Fan?" Bai Su wanted to go over and ask, but Qin Yanyu saw Hua chasing after him and quickly held Bai Su back. "Don't go. Let Hua talk to him," Qin Yanyu said softly to Bai Su while watching the big screen. Qin Yanyu looked at the screen and lowered his voice to speak to Bai Su. "Yin Fan is upset because of the woman in the movie." Bai Su had just been saying that the heroine looked like Yin Fan. Hearing Qin Yanyu's words clearly, Bai Su turned her head in surprise and looked at him. Qin Yanyu nodded quietly and whispered, "That's right, it's just as you think." The couple, one to keep his job as a film director, the other to keep appearing on the big screen, reported my uncle. "My little aunt couldn't bear their betrayal of family loyalty and passed away." The last 2 didn't last long either. The Yin family was defeated, and the woman was afraid of being involved, so she ran away. She didn't care about what might happen to Uncle and Yin Fan because of her report. The information Qin Yanyu revealed shocked Bai Su deeply. To protect oneself by sacrificing family members is so twisted. Even a fierce beast wouldn't eat its own cubs. At first, Bai Su thought the woman on the screen looked especially beautiful, but now she feels upset for Yin Fan. She only finds it unlucky. She feels sorry for Yin Fan. No wonder this kid was so cautious and distrustful when he first came to the Peace Brigade. Being betrayed by family is a no one can handle. Hua is pure-hearted and can get close to fan air. Qin Yanyu didn't expect that the movie shown today by the Peace Brigade was actually played by that woman. It's too late to ask the projectionist to change it. He told Secretary Zhao, "Tell the projectionist to show a different movie tomorrow night." Secretary Zhao also wanted to stay out of the way. Not to be the spotlight between Secretary Qin and Bai Su, but the space at the Peace Brigade's grain field was so small, crowded with people everywhere. He tried to stay farther away, just finding a spot behind them to sit. Being so close, he could clearly hear what Qin Yenyue was saying. Xiaoming felt sorry for Yan Fan and quickly said, "All right, I'll find the projectionist and tell him not to show that terrible movie tomorrow." The moon hid behind distant clouds, and everything around was pitch dark. Yan Fan lay on the newly built haystack at the brigade, blending into the night. That lonely feeling was endless, surrounding him like the darkness. It seemed that in this vast world, he was the only one left. Until he heard someone climbing onto the haystack, footsteps approaching and rustling nearby. He knew the person sitting beside him was Hua, but Yan Fan didn't move. He ignored her, and Hua asked worriedly, "Brother Yan Fan, what's wrong with you?" Yan Fan remained silent. Hua tugged at his sleeve and asked, "Do you not like watching movies? Don't compare me to someone like Zhou Yan. She must have lost her mind to say such rude things. I stood up for you and taught her a lesson. Don't worry, I will make her pay back soon. She has no sense. Why does she talk about Brother Yin Fan like that? And that Shin Jiqing, he's so annoying. Always talking too much. I won't bother with him anymore." Yin Fan still didn't speak, but he felt less lonely. Usually at this time, Hua would chatter nonstop like a little sparrow beside him, and he would find it annoying. But her little fussing strangely eased his loneliness and pain, making him feel a bit warm inside. Because even if someone abandoned him, there was still someone who cared, someone who would keep chattering around him, whether he liked to hear it or not. As long as he looked back, she was always there. Yin Fan remained silent, and Hua felt guilty. She insisted on dragging him to the grain field to watch a movie. If it weren't for her, Brother Yin Fan wouldn't have been humiliated. The people he always protected, why did they say such things about him? Yin Fan's silence made Hua think he was hurt, and she felt terrible inside. Her brother Yin Fan never spoke, so Hua had to come up with a plan. Nervously, she said, "Brother Yin Fan, the haystack you're lying on looks new." Yin Fan finally moved slightly, leaning on the haystack and looking at Hua as if asking if there was a problem with the new haystack. Suddenly, Hua's voice became sharp. "The new haystack still has leeches on the straw. My mom says leeches are hard to kill. If they get inside your body and blood, they can grow more tiny leeches." "Oh no, Brother Yin Fan, do you have leeches on you? They won't crawl inside your skin, right?" Yin Fan was startled by her sharp voice and instinctively sat up quickly. Realizing what he had done, Yin Fan secretly mocked himself for being childish and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Brother Yin Fan, are you feeling better now?" Hua was very happy, tilting her head to look at him. "You're smiling. You're smiling." "Yes, I am smiling," Yin Fan explained. "It's not because Zhou Yan said something nasty or because Shen Jiqing looked down on me. I was thinking about something else." After saying this, Yin Fan looked at Hua and sighed. "Aunt Bai is a good mother." "Hua, sometimes I envy you." "Envy me? Why?" Hua quickly blurted out. "My mom can be your mom too." Realizing what she had just said, Hua quickly spat and said, "That's not what I meant." Lotus's face turned red. Luckily, she was hidden in the darkness, and Yin Fan couldn't see her expression anyway. She thought for a moment and felt more relaxed. "I mean, you should see Sister Ro clearly. She called me godmother." Lotus said to Yin Fan, "Brother Yin Fan, you can also call me mommy or godmother. Others may not care for you, but my mom definitely will. She likes you the most. She said you look good." Again, she said he looked good? Yin Fan smiled and asked, "Isn't that what you said?" Hee, I did say that." Lotus felt a little shy. "Who made you look so good? Handsome, and I can't help but say it." Yin Fan thought the little girl beside him was talking nonsense, and her words successfully distracted him from his thoughts. All the emotions he felt from watching the movie disappeared. He didn't know what to say for a moment. "You're here to see me, not watch the movie?" Hee, Brother Yin Fan, you're more handsome than the movie." Yin Fan smiled slightly, and Lotus quickly added, "I mean, you're more handsome than the actress in the movie." Yin Fan was momentarily stunned. Was he the woman's son? Was he more handsome than her? Being praised constantly by a little girl made Ian Fan feel helpless. He couldn't help but reach out and ruffle Lotus's hair. You silly girl. After the charm of popcorn, Bai Su also came up with fried potato chips, which were crispy and crunchy. When they showed movies at the Peace Brigade threshing yard, the comrades enthusiastically loved these snacks. Zheng Tonghe thought it was worth it. He could already imagine how popular these two snacks would be once they hit the market. Girl, how much do you want for the recipes for popcorn, fried potato chips, and sesame cakes? Zheng Tonghe no longer called Bai Su Comrade Bai Su. He saw her as a treasure. Ordinary corn and potatoes could be turned into new, tasty, and popular snacks in her hands. Bai Su replied, 300 yuan? If you can give me a spot at a county food factory, that would be even better. If it's inconvenient for you, that's okay too. I currently have no plans to recommend anyone to work at a county food factory. Bai Su's conditions surprised Zheng Tonghe. He thought she would ask for a high price. But Bai Su explained, actually, compared to the recipes for duck products and marinated flavors, the recipes for popcorn, fried potato chips, and sesame cakes don't require much technical skill. Once these snacks are on the market, they are easy to imitate and follow trends. So I only charge the same price as the marinated flavor recipes. And these items cannot be introduced to the market all at once. If you want to compete with the food factory next door, you need to do it step by step. When they follow your lead, then you can introduce something new. Bai Su kept talking. Also, for fried potato chips, you can develop different flavors based on market demand. For example, spicy flavor, tomato flavor, or other tastes. You should try them all and aim to perfect the flavors. Making popcorn and fried chips is easy. If someone else tried, they might think buying the recipes from Bai Su is a loss, but Zheng Tonghe disagrees. Because Bai Su not only provided snack recipes, but also shared sales methods. Following her ideas for operation and sales, the food factory will ultimately profit the most. Compared to what she gets, the factory gains much more. Zheng Tonghe has this foresight. He's not just thinking about giving Bai Su a position for factory workers. He actually wants to recruit her to help develop snacks at the factory. Girl, if you weren't running a medicine shop in Heping Brigade, I definitely want to bring you into our food factory. With you, we wouldn't fear competing with the neighboring county's food factory. You can come up with many new tasty snacks. After Qin Yanue gave him a glance, Zheng Tonghe hurriedly said, I was just saying. Your background in traditional Chinese medicine and your goal to develop Chinese patent medicines to help people are much nobler than what my factory does. He continued, if we work with the county's projectionist to coordinate and he shows movies wherever he goes, our factory can act like a salesperson, selling snacks to different brigades. That's a good idea. Even if Qin Yanue looked at him with dissatisfaction, Zheng Tonghe kept discussing with Bai Su, what about setting up a mobile snack stall? How do we do that? Come on, keep giving me ideas. Whether it's business strategies or new product development, Zheng Tonghe and Bai Su always have plenty to talk about. Fortunately, Zheng Tonghe only stayed in Heping Brigade for 2 days before trying out the sales approach with movie screenings, and then he left. Qin Yanue, meanwhile, needed a few more days at Heping Brigade to set up greenhouses for vegetable planting. Of course, to avoid suspicion, Qin Yanue temporarily stayed at Bai Su's mother's house, which was Zhou Changqing's place. Halfway through the autumn harvest, he had already taken Professor Lin and Jiang Yuchuan to inspect the land at the foot of the mountain, where they planned to build greenhouses. He instructed Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang to call people to plow the fields where rice had been harvested. Qin Yanue had nothing else to do for now. Seeing Bai Su carrying a medicine basket and leading Zhou Changqing and Li Xiangyang into the mountains, he watched quietly. Qin Yanue called out to her, Are you going up the mountain? Yes, I need to find some medicinal herbs. Long Qing and I are working on a remedy for injuries from falls. Many of the herbs can only be found deep in the mountains. I have to gather those herbs first, and then continue refining the formula. After hearing Bai Su's explanation, Qin Yanue instructed Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang to handle the next steps, then said to Bai Su, The mountains are dangerous. I will go with you. Why does he want to go along just to pick herbs? She's not a little girl and has no self-defense skills. Moreover, she's bringing Zhou Changqing and Li Xiangyang with her. Li Xiangyang often hunts in the deep mountains with He Yan, so he knows the terrain and dangers well. But since Qin Yenyue brought this up, Bai Su couldn't refuse. With Qin Yenyue's presence, Bai Su quickly asked Li Xiangyang to bring along He Yan's hunting tools so they could defend themselves if they encountered dangerous animals. So, the group set out into the mountains with proper gear. The tree is as tall as a tea plant, over 10 meters high, with 3 leaves per branch. The leaves are dark green and white. The roots resemble mountain peony and camphor, black-brown in color, with wheel-like patterns growing horizontally. The straight roots are not suitable for use. Bai Su muttered to herself as she dug for herbs with a. Qin Yenyue squatted down to help. Hearing her mumbling, he couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Secretary Zhao, though trying to stay out of sight, was used to being near Qin Yenyue. From a distance, he couldn't help but notice these two. Seeing Qin Yenyue acting like a love-struck fool, Secretary Zhao finally couldn't hold back. While Bai Su finished digging up the wild herbs and was looking for the Star of Bethlehem, Secretary Zhao casually started a conversation with Bai Su. Sister Bai, Aunt Ju really likes the dresses made from pear blossoms. When Qin's secretary and I came to Hepping Brigade, she kept talking about how lucky Pear Blossom Dad is. You're such a good woman, raising your children so well. She also said she wants to help you find a match in the city. With a woman like you, you should find someone to be with you. Bai Su was busy digging herbs with her. When she heard Zhao Ming's words, she quickly waved her hands. No. Tell Aunt Ju I'm not interested. Think about it. My life is good now. Why bother with all that trouble, and why suffer that kind of pain? Unaware of her words, Bai Su stood behind Qin Yenyue, who stiffened. Zhao Ming didn't understand. Finding someone to be with you, having someone by your side, how is that suffering or trouble? I feel so happy now. My daughters have grown up, each looking for a husband. Pear Blossom married He Yan, who is very filial. I don't take a salary, but he always finds ways to show his respect and care for me. For example, when he sees I like old things, he takes the opportunity to visit nearby junkyards to find items for me. He even studies how to find old objects just for my hobby. Such a caring son-in-law is as good as having a son himself. Qin Yenyue's eyes flickered with a mysterious look, feeling that there was more than just He Yan's story involved, perhaps something about him too. He helped He Yan find books about collecting old items, and this woman only praises her son-in-law? Qin Yenyue looked at her with a serious gaze, standing just behind her. But Bai Su has no idea at all. She glanced at Zhou Chongqing in the distance and continued, My eldest son-in-law is already very good. My second son-in-law is just as capable. I want to open a medicine shop, and he's always there supporting me, even willing to share the family's secret recipes. Later, I want to help Hua Hua find a good husband too. My daughters and sons-in-law are so good. Why do I need to find a partner myself? I already have people who respect and care for me. Why bother with someone to serve me? As the mother of 5 daughters, what do people want from me? If someone is willing to be with me, it's probably just to find a companion, to take care of and look after me. Bai Su kept talking endlessly. That's not all. The suitable person for me must be someone who has been married and has children. If I marry into their family, I'll have to take care of their kids and respect their parents. People say stepmothers have a hard time and they might even dislike me. With so many daughters, isn't it better to be a laid-back mother-in-law? No need to serve or respect anyone, and someone will respect me and treat me well. I won't have to worry about in-laws or how to educate others' children. Why do I have to find a partner at all? Bai Su firmly declared, I won't bother anymore. Now I can take charge at home. My daughters and sons-in-law respect me, and I earn enough to live comfortably. Zhao Ming had to admit, her words sounded reasonable. But Aunt Ju's idea of Bai Jie's potential partner was different. Seeing their secretary's face turn pale, Zhao Ming quickly asked, What if the person isn't married and has no children? That's not acceptable either. What would they want from me? Bai Su spoke to Zhao Ming. Isn't it better to focus on a career? Why marry? I can live well without marriage, and my daughters and sons-in-law are filial. The valley was very quiet. While Zhao Ming and she were happily talking, Zhou Chongqing and Li Xiangyang were also gathering herbs nearby and heard everything. Seeing Qin Yenyu's face change unpredictably, Zhou Chongqing found it both amusing and a little sympathetic toward Uncle Qin. After Bai Su and Zhao Ming finished talking and went into the woods ahead to gather herbs, Zhou Chongqing deliberately fell behind a few steps, walking beside Qin Yenyu. Uncle Qin, my aunt just didn't turn the corner at the right time. Yeah, she just can't turn the corner. Qin Yenyu was almost furious with the woman collecting herbs. She kept flattering him, saying nice words, even asking Lily to make him a new outfit, but it all felt like she was just eager to get her way. She kept bothering him, thinking she could just sit back and enjoy the benefits of her daughter and son-in-law, as if she was waiting to win without effort. Besides, who asked her to take care of him? Feeling annoyed, Qin Yenyu patted Zhou Chongqing on the shoulder. Chongqing, sometimes when dating, you need to wait for the right moment and meet the right person. If you miss it, it might never happen. Qin Yenyu spoke seriously. Look at your aunt. She seems to lack common sense. Since you and Lanhua get along well, you should hurry and settle things. Don't wait too long, or Lanhua might develop other ideas. Zhou Chongqing looked at Qin Yenyu in surprise. Has Uncle Qin been affected by something? Any mother will have a daughter like her. Qin Yenyu was angry at Bai Su. Your aunt's ideas are different from others. Don't let Lanhua's thoughts become the same as hers later. Uncle Qin probably isn't the type to speak openly and honestly. Why did he feel like Uncle Qin was hurt today? That's why he said he should cherish the opportunity and seize the moment. Zhou Chongqing fell into deep thought. He felt that with his current situation, if Lanhua didn't dislike him and remained loyal, this was very rare. If he kept delaying, even if he was thinking of Lanhua, what if she thought he didn't value her or care about her reputation? Night brings many worries. Zhou Chongqing thought that always making excuses for Lanhua, like going to school every day to pick her up, would eventually cause gossip. Lanhua already had a bad reputation because of Sun Mingyuan's trouble. Uncle Qin, what you said makes sense. Qin Yenyu told him to cherish what he had, and Zhou Chongqing solemnly agreed. I'll talk to Lanhua later. If she's willing, we'll settle everything during the new year. Uncle Qin, don't be too upset. Not only Zhou Chongqing but also Zhao Ming felt sorry for Qin Yenyu. Zhao Ming thought that Bai Su kept going to the county town to find their secretary Qin, and he was so kind to her. She should understand what that meant. In the end, Sister Bai never thought about finding a partner or getting married. Their secretary Qin, who was like an old, steady tree about to bloom, finally had a flower bud, but Sister Bai, this woman, stubbornly ruined it. A woman's heart is like the depths of the sea. Previously, Zhao Ming thought Bai Su was pretty good, but now he feels that people who seem loving are actually the most unfeeling. Qin Yenyue was setting up a warm shelter in the Peace Brigade. When the work was almost done, Zhao Ming took him away. The car headed toward the county town. Zhao Ming, who had been holding back for days, finally couldn't stay silent and spoke up for their secretary. Sister Bai is too cold-hearted. What are her conditions? Secretary, what are your conditions? And she still has this idea? Where there's a will, there's a way. Secretary, let's not cling to a crooked tree. Don't waste time like this. Later, we can find someone suitable in the capital, an elegant lady from a good family. Zhao Ming kept talking excitedly, but Qin Yenyue interrupted him. Zhao Ming, I love to cling to crooked trees. What? What is the secretary talking about? Sister Bai has no such intentions anymore. Is this person still not giving up? Zhao Ming ignored the danger and turned to look at Qin Yenyue. Qin Yenyue reminded him, drive carefully. Didn't I tell you that no matter what, we shouldn't back down because of a little difficulty? Qin Yenyue snorted coldly. She doesn't have that intention, then let her parents agree. Parents? Which parents? Zhao Ming finally understood. Secretary, do you mean Captain Bai? How can you expect Captain Bai to agree? That's right, Sister Bai probably listens to Captain Bai. In the army, Captain Bai also said that their sibling relationship is very close. Originally, because their father and he both liked Sister Bai's man, she married him. If Captain Bai finds out about your thoughts, he will be shocked. He should be happy to see you and Sister Bai happy. No, how should I say it? Wouldn't it be better to talk about this face to face? Qin Yanhua didn't speak, only hummed and smiled mysteriously. Zhao Ming suddenly understood. Thinking about what the secretary said to Zhou Chongqing when they were picking herbs in the mountains, about him quickly deciding on his relationship with Manhwa. Zhou Chongqing was persuaded by Secretary Qin, who asked about Lanhua's feelings, and agreed to get married during the new year. So, when Lanhua gets married, should he tell his uncle, Captain Bai? When Lily and Hien got married, they didn't send a letter to the army. Captain Bai was upset about this, feeling that his sister suddenly didn't take him seriously anymore. When Lanhua was about to get married, shouldn't Captain Bai also take the chance of the new year to visit his family? Realizing that their secretary was carefully planning, aiming to marry Zhou Chongqing to Lanhua and get approval from Bai Jie's brother, Zhao Ming couldn't help but admire. Our secretary is really clever. This old man would do anything to pursue Bai Jie. Nothing could stop him. He probably already knew Bai Jie had no intention of remarrying, yet he kept laying plans, surrounding Bai Jie closely, building good relationships with everyone around her, and infiltrating deeply. Bai Jie said she didn't want to serve others or take care of their children. So, doesn't Secretary Qin have children? That means, compared to Qi Jiao, their secretary has an even bigger advantage. Zhao Ming chuckled. Secretary, Bai Jie said she doesn't want to take care of others' children. When you two get married, you should have your own children. Zhao Ming really dares to say anything. Although Qin Yan was clear about his goal, he lacked practical experience. Hearing Zhao Ming's blunt words, he was a bit at a loss. He cleared his throat. Focus on driving, you talk too much. The island is hot all year round. Even in winter, it remains warm. The young boy walking briskly along the military district road was full of energy, running home, and already sweating. Finally reaching a two-story house with 2 coconut trees in the yard, he saw a tall middle-aged man tending the vegetable garden with a. The boy waved the letter in his hand and shouted loudly, "Dad, Dad, Uncle Qin's letter. Uncle Qin wrote to us." The boy stood under the papaya tree by the fence, passing the letter through the railing to the man in military uniform. He urged, "Dad, open it and see what it says. Is there any news about my aunt?" Hearing the boy mentioned by Bai Mao, dressed in military uniform and rolling up his pants, put down his, brushed off the dirt, and took the letter. "How do you know Uncle Qin's letter will mention your aunt?" "Of course I do. Uncle Qin's recent letters always mention my aunt. My aunt is amazing. She runs a pharmacy in the brigade. I want to know how her pharmacy is doing and whether my cousins are living well." Bai Mao opened the letter. After reading only a few lines, Bai Zhanping couldn't wait any longer. He jumped over the low fence beside the vegetable garden and approached Bai Mao. His gaze fell on the letter as he kept muttering to himself. "My aunt's pharmacy is doing very well, and she has developed 2 new traditional medicines. Uncle Qin is praising my aunt in his letter. Oh, my sister Lanhua is getting married to a young person from Beijing?" Bai Zhanping got anxious. "Dad, Li Hua married blindly before. Luckily, her husband had some issues with his background, so she was able to clear her name. This time, Lanhua is getting married too. I don't know who this Zhou Jining is. You need to check carefully." They looked at the letter together, and Bai Zhanping kept talking, which annoyed his father. "What do you know about checking? He's still young, like an old man. Can your aunt's judgment be wrong? People make mistakes sometimes. Besides, all my concern is for whom?" Bai Zhanping was not willing to back down. "My mother said it herself. Your main worry is about your aunt. If she doesn't do well, how can you relax in the army? You keep bringing up your aunt, worried about her and some cousins at home. Your son is still young but mature, always worried about them with you. Children from poor families have to grow up early. Old Bai, your son is very filial." His son kept talking endlessly, with a lot of opinions. Bai Mao smiled. "I haven't seen your aunt and cousins for 2 years. You're so worried. During the new year, let's go home and visit. Earlier, Li Hua had married, but Bai Mao, as her uncle, couldn't attend, which he felt regretful about. Now, Lan Hua plans to get married during the new year, and since he hasn't gone back in 2 years, Bai Mao plans to take a few days off during the holiday to visit his family. His sister used to be very naive, relying on him and their father for everything. What exactly happened that made her change so much? Bai Su's life was getting better and better. As her older brother, he felt relieved but also worried. There might be some hidden reasons he didn't know about. He had to go back and see for himself to feel at ease. His wife used to dislike his sister. Recently, his sister sent some mountain produce and ointments, and his wife started praising her. A woman daring to run a pharmacy in the brigade? Even his wife, working at the island hospital, admired that very much. He decided to go back during the new year. After reading the letter, Bai Mao handed it to Bai Zhanping. Take this to your mother and see what she says. Just a few days ago, my mother said the soap from your aunt's medicine shop works well. She definitely wants to go back and visit. Bai Zhanping took the letter and ran inside to put down his bag. When rushing out of the house, I jumped high and said, Dad, I'm going to the hospital to pick up Mom after work. Bai Zhanping's mother, Han Xiumei, finished work early today. Bai Mao had just started to half a field, thinking about his sister Bai Su, who was far away across 1,000 miles. Outside the fence, they could hear the voices of the mother and son. Bai Mao put down his and peeked out. Han Xiumei waved the letter she was holding. Old Bai, I've read the letter. I'll go back with you to visit family. Han Xiumei picked a papaya and smiled as she discussed, our family's own papayas, once picked, can be dried into dried papaya. I'll bring some back for my sister. The last time we sent seafood, she seemed to really like it. I'll start preparing some now. She asked Bai Mao, besides food, is there anything else you want me to bring? You and your son think carefully. It's rare to go back, so bring back more things. Especially things from the island, since they don't have them there. Bai Zhanping immediately suggested, Mom, dried mangoes and coconut strips. I know Manhwa loves them. Also dried longan for health and coconut powder. Mother and son kept talking about food. In the past, Han Xiumei often complained that her husband paid too much attention to her sister and her nieces, neglecting their small family. Her sister seemed to take her for granted, acting as if she and Bai Zhanping were unnecessary and that she and her brother were just a family. At some point, it seemed her sister started sending cured meats, mountain products, and homemade ointments with herbal packs from the island. Her daughter-in-law's attitude changed. She was worried she wouldn't want to go back to visit, but Han Xiumei had already started planning ahead, preparing things to bring back. Bai Mao was very touched. Comrade Han Xiumei, you are truly wise and noble. Following Captain Bai, you must have a strong sense of awareness. Besides, our sister is also thinking about me and Zhanping. The herbal soap from the pharmacy was sent in a box. My colleagues at the hospital used it and said it was very effective at killing germs and insects. Li Chuanfang's face was full of pimples, but after using our sister's herbal soap, it cleared up completely. Now her face is as white as a peeled egg. She told me that our sister is like her second mother. Han Xiumei used to find her husband's sister troublesome, but now she feels much more at ease. She was quite touched. Old Bai, why do you think our sister seems like a different person? The last letter she brought mentioned that I should stay with you on the island during the military stay, and she spoke very kindly of me. Hearing that made me feel very happy. Han Xiumei feels that ever since she resolved her emotional issues with Bai Su, her relationship with her husband Bai Mao has improved. For example, right now, Bai Mao is tidying up the vegetable garden, and she is kneeling on the ground helping him pull out some weeds. Bai Mao chats casually with Han Xiumei. When my sister was born, my dad predicted her fate. He said she would face a tough hurdle after 30, but she's destined for great happiness. You know those old ladies in stories, right? The fortune teller said she has the destiny of an old lady, meaning she would have a hard first half of life, but enjoy happiness later. She would have everything she wanted, lots of children and respectful offspring. Han Xiumei listens curiously. Is that fortune-telling accurate? Probably. The person who predicted my sister's future was a Taoist priest from a mountain temple. My dad often went into the mountains to gather herbs, and he knew the priest. It's not that they don't believe in superstitions, but he secretly predicted my sister's future. Most people wouldn't even tell him their birth details, because revealing such secrets could shorten their life. Bai Mao tells his wife, "I used to not believe these stories, but look at my sister. She was bullied badly, then suddenly stood up for herself. That's different. She's my parents' daughter, and she's really strong." Bai Mao loves his sister the most, and Han Xiaomei knows this. In the past, she felt a bit jealous. Now that she has a good relationship with Bai Su, she accepts the deep sibling bond between her husband and her sister-in-law. Han Xiaomei responds, "Yes, your sister is amazing. During the New Year visit, you'll see how impressive she is." In the cold winter, long icicles hang from the eaves of the He family's house. Suddenly, the weather turned very cold. Bai Su was worried that the medicinal herbs in the greenhouse might freeze, so she went to the pharmacy early in the morning. Zhou Chongqing also rode his bike to send Manhwa to school. Because it was so cold, the grass by the roadside was covered with a layer of frost. Hanhua put on her sister's new cotton coat, wrapped herself in gloves and a scarf like a little rice dumpling, and carried breakfast for Bai Su as she headed toward the pharmacy. When passing the stone bridge, she slipped, and the lunchbox she was holding fell to the ground, spilling the buns inside. The round buns were about to roll into the stream below the bridge. Hanhua, worried about falling and hurting herself, hurried to grab the buns. Just then, Zhou Hongba and Zhao Qingru, who were on their way to work, rushed over to pull Hanhua back. In an instant, from the greenhouse beside the stone bridge, a tall figure suddenly appeared, grabbing Hanhua by the collar. "Be careful. The bridge is slippery." Yin Fan picked up the round, plump lotus flower as if lifting a small chick. The lotus was still dazed, and Yin Fan warned above her head, "The bridge is frosted over and slippery." Probably worried that the lotus might fall into the creek below, Yin Fan spoke quickly because the water in the creek was frozen solid in this weather. The lotus had never seen Yin Fan so anxious before, as he usually remained calm. She watched helplessly as her bun rolled into the creek, feeling a bit scared. "My mom's breakfast is gone. Later, Aunt Kong will cook her something," Yin Fan said. Hearing this, the lotus no longer felt upset about the bun in the creek. But falling and losing the bun that Bai Su brought would be a problem. The lotus looked down, discouraged. "I'm really useless." Yin Fan usually kept to himself and didn't talk much with the people from the medicine shop. In a moment of panic, he rushed out of the greenhouse and grabbed the lotus that was being planted from the bridge into the creek. Now, a few young workers from the medicine shop and Zhou Hongba were gathered around, and Yin Fan felt like he was suddenly in someone else's view. He didn't like this feeling and wanted to escape the crowd. Seeing the lotus look so dejected after spilling the bun, Yin Fan spoke softly. "The bridge is too slippery." He comforted her and asked, "Did you hurt yourself? Go quickly and apply some medicine." Actually, Yin Fan had the latest injury ointment from the medicine shop with him. He was worried because the lotus was hurt. He wanted to help her back to his and Professor Yin's small house to apply the ointment, but with so many people watching, he was afraid of causing trouble for her. He restrained himself and urged her to go quickly and put on the ointment. The lotus wanted to say she was wearing thick clothes, so falling didn't hurt much. She looked into Yin Fan's eyes. Yin Fan's eyes, full of concern, seemed to speak. Because she was hurt, he was very anxious and worried. Suddenly, a sweet feeling filled her heart, like the taste of honey. Zhao Qingru had already helped pick up the food box. She obediently nodded twice and went with her to apply the ointment. After the lotus and the workers from the medicine shop left, Yin Fan picked up a pot of warm water that had been prepared and poured it onto the bridge. The warm water seeped into the bridge surface, melting the thin frost on top. Winter sun rises late, and the sky was hazy with fog. Yin Fan stood on the bridge for a while, holding an empty water jar, then looked toward the distant haystack. These haystacks had been brought in by the team to fill the gaps at the edge of the greenhouse. Yin Fan set down the empty jar, grabbed a bundle of straw, and spread it evenly over the bridge surface. If frost forms again tomorrow morning, he plans to get up early and, before the workers from the medicine workshop arrive, lay a layer of dry straw on the bridge to prevent slipping. Thinking that Lotus will no longer step on the thin frost on the bridge and slip, causing her to fall, Yin Fan feels satisfied with his efforts and leaves with an empty water jar. Unaware, Zhou Hongba watches this scene from the shadows. Lotus is not as cold and distant as her second sister, Manhwa. When she speaks, she always wears a sweet smile, making her easy to approach. Since helping with drying and sorting medicine at the workshop, Zhou Hongba has become close to Lotus. Compared to Xin Jiqing, who is like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, Zhou Hongba believes he has a better chance. He knows he can't get everything at once, so he plans patiently, slowly infiltrating Lotus's life. As they become more familiar and work together happily, Zhou Hongba thinks everything will happen naturally. He originally planned to find a good moment to confess to Lotus while watching a movie. But his sister, Zhou Yan, unexpectedly causes trouble with Lotus, leading to an argument that disrupts Zhou Hongba's plan. The root of the problem turns out to be Yin Fan. Yin Fan is very handsome and Zhou Hongba knows this. But Yin Fan is quiet and doesn't socialize much with the people at the workshop. Plus, because of his background issues, Zhou Hongba doesn't see him as a threat. Zhou Chongqing's relationship with Lu Lanhua is because he was friends with Bai Su before going to the agricultural and military university. Yin Fan was exiled to a thatched hut in the mountain valley and only came to the Peace Brigade after making a serious mistake. If it weren't for the medicine workshop in the mountain valley, he wouldn't have any contact with Aunt Bai's family. Until Zhou Yan argued with Lotus, who is gentle and always smiling. Lotus argued with Zhou Yan to defend Yin Fan's honor. Zhou Hongba then realized that Yin Fan was more of a threat than Xin Jiqing. He thought he was in control, but suddenly Yin Fan appeared out of nowhere, and everything started to spiral out of control. Especially after hearing from the young people at the workshop that, on the day they watched the movie and took Zhou Yan away, Lotus and Yin Fan disappeared. Feeling threatened, Zhou Hongba began secretly watching Yin Fan. Now, when Lotus fell and Yin Fan brought warm water to melt the frost on the bridge and laid straw on the surface, it confirmed Zhou Hongba's suspicions. Yin Fan and Lotus are involved. Yin Fan's background initially made Zhou Hongba breathe a sigh of relief. But with Zhou Chongqing as a precedent and Bai Su's unpredictable nature, Zhou Hongba started to feel nervous. Back then, when he approached Lu Lanhua, he failed to guard against Zhou Chongqing, and everything fell apart. He finally got close to the lotus flower, but remembering past mistakes, Zhou Hongba didn't want to be careless. Seeing Yin Fan leave with an empty water bottle, Zhou Hongba stopped in a sheltered spot until Yin Fan entered the small house where his grandfather lived. Only then did Zhou Hongba carry the medicine basket into the warm greenhouse. In winter, it's hard to find medicinal herbs, but inside the greenhouse, Professor Kong, Professor Lin, and Zhou Zhilan carefully planted herbs, which now proved useful. Jiang Yuchuan is a skilled person. He's a foreign-educated engineer, helping the peace team and Qin Yanyu solve problems with greenhouse planting. His expertise is quite valuable. He has experience growing plants at Baiyun Farm deep in the mountains. He knows how to keep the greenhouse warm easily and does a good job without much effort. Bai Su is worried that the cold weather might freeze the herbs in the field. Walking into the greenhouse feels like entering another world, blocking out the cold outside. The herbal workshop needs medicinal herbs. Early in the morning, Zhou Zhilan directed workers to pick herbs. Bai Su stepped inside and felt warm like spring. "This place is so warm," Bai Su said to Zhou Zhilan. "How do you keep it that way?" "Using geothermal principles. There's a stove over there. When it's very cold, we burn some firewood, and the hot air flows through dug channels into the greenhouse. Of course, the smoke goes outside, so it doesn't harm the herbs," Zhou Zhilan explained. Jiang Yuchuan is the expert in this area. Although Zhou Zhilan is married to him, she doesn't understand all the technical details. She gave a rough explanation to Bai Su. Then Zhou Zhilan asked, "Why are you here so early?" "It's cold, but I can handle picking herbs." I'm worried our herbs might freeze, Bai Su said, squatting down to chat. Last night, I dreamed all the herbs froze to death. I woke up feeling cold and couldn't sleep, always worried about the herbs. Hearing this, Zhou Zhilan smiled. You're just too worried. With me and old Jiang here, the herbs won't die from the cold. Besides, Professor Kong and Professor Lin come to check on the plants at night. They care for the herbs in our greenhouse and the vegetables grown by the team, like caring for children, afraid of losing them. After all, the herbal workshop is your hard work, and those off-season vegetables are Secretary Qin's hope. Since Qin Yanyu last built the greenhouse and left, only Zhao Ming has come twice to deliver winter supplies. Secretary Qin hasn't been to the peace team for a while. Zhou Zilan started talking with Bai Su. Warm greenhouse planting is a trial site in Hepping Brigade, which Secretary Qin pays close attention to. Under the careful care of Professor Kong and Professor Lin, the greenhouse planting has achieved some results. Why hasn't Secretary Qin come to inspect recently? Qin Yanue also sent supplies to Professor Yin's grandfather and grandson, and he didn't forget to send some to Jiang Yuchuan, Zhou Zhilan, and Professors Kong and Lin. Bai Su also received quite a bit of cotton from Qin Yanue. Qin Yanue hopes that the members he manages will have enough to eat and wear warm clothes. So, he took a big risk and set up a vegetable greenhouse trial in Hepping Brigade. Like Zhou Zhilan said, he seems to value greenhouse vegetables very much. Why hasn't he come to inspect the brigade for so long? Qin Yanue often visits Hepping Brigade, and the rumors around the team mostly involve gossip about him and Zhou Zhilan. Bai Su feels a little uncomfortable about this. But when this important figure suddenly disappeared for a while, Bai Su also worried about her brother's comrade. Usually, after finishing work at the county committee, things should settle down after the autumn harvest. Bai Su was still thinking about this when Professor Kong carried in 2 boiled eggs. Come, eat while it's hot. I heard you didn't have breakfast. Fana was worried you'd be hungry, so I boiled these eggs for you. Professor Kong told Bai Su about how Lotus accidentally spilled buns, and Bai Su quickly asked if Lotus was hurt. She said Yin Fan had already taken Zhao Qingru to apply ointment. Yin Fan's boiled eggs, after being fried in oil and poured with boiling water and seasonings, were sprinkled with chopped green onions before serving. The aroma made Bai Su's mouth water. When she learned her breakfast was spoiled by Lotus, she picked up her chopsticks, took a bite of the egg, and praised, "Smells so good." Yin Fan's cooking is getting better. Of course. Just look at who taught him. With you as his teacher, how could his cooking be bad? Professor Kong leaned into gossip with Bai Su. I think Yin Fan has a bit of a thing for Lotus. From the first time Bai Su saw Yin Professor and his grandson, she felt they didn't quite fit in with Hepping Brigade. Lotus often said Yin Fan was good-looking, but Bai Su thought that was just an appreciation of beauty. After all, everyone likes good-looking and well-behaved boys, and she also enjoyed appreciating beautiful things. Hearing this, Bai Su chewed her egg and asked, "What do you mean?" Yin Fan used to see Lotus as a little sister. But I think after that movie at the granary yard that day, something changed between the 2 kids. Today, Lotus fell down. Fan Air boiled some warm water and poured it over the stone bridge, melting the slippery frost on top, and then laid straw on the bridge surface. Professor Kong quietly told Bai Su everything she observed. Also, last time, a few boards on the stairs at the pharmacy were loose. Fearing Lotus might slip, Fan Air hammered the wooden boards tightly in place. Fan Air doesn't like crowded, noisy places. When Lotus called him to go see a movie, he still went. Bai Su enjoyed hearing gossip about her 3rd daughter. After finishing a bowl of egg-filled dumplings, Bai Su drank all the soup. Just as she was about to return to the pharmacy and give the bowl back to Yin Fan, Zhao Qingru hurried over to the warm shed. Godmother, something's wrong. Sun Mingyuan and his people are causing trouble at our pharmacy. What did Sun Mingyuan come for? Bai Su thought she heard wrong. Who? Sun Mingyuan? Yes, it's him. Zhao Qingru was out of breath, but tried to stay calm. After catching her breath, she quickly said, "He brought people, and the leader looks like someone you shouldn't mess with." The pharmacy was filled with many baskets of herbs, including fresh ones just delivered and some processed medicines. Ignoring Lotus and Su Xiaoxiao glaring angrily nearby, Sun Mingyuan moved freely among the baskets, smelling and inspecting the herbs. Lotus was anxious. Don't touch those. They're carefully picked herbs. Don't mess them up. But Sun Mingyuan didn't listen. When Lotus told him not to touch the herbs, he casually dropped a plant from his hand and grabbed a handful of herbs to sniff close to his nose. While smelling, he glanced at Lotus and said, "You're Lu Lanhua's sister. You've got quite a bold spirit. He's quite famous at the youth camp. People say he's a little sweetie." Seeing Lotus looking annoyed, Sun Mingyuan chuckled teasingly. "I think their eyes aren't very sharp. You're clearly a little spicy girl." Sun Mingyuan's gaze was very sticky, as if he was glued to Lotus. Lotus felt a wave of nausea. What's wrong with being a little spicy girl? I don't sneak into small woods. Su Xiaoxiao was quite observant and good at reading people. Before going to the countryside, something happened next door. She saw how they caught the neighbor's grandmother. Secretary Qi, who was accompanying a man with a neat middle part and a calm expression, gave her a familiar feeling. She sensed she couldn't resist and asked Zhao Qingru to call by Su. Secretary Qi was still trying to smile politely at the serious Director Hong, but Su Xiaoxiao already saw a threat in this person. She instinctively pulled the lotus flower behind her, protecting herself. Sun Jiqing, the medicine workshop, is a sensitive place. All the herbs here are carefully selected, and to ensure their effectiveness, they must not be touched or handled randomly. Better not to move these herbs. If you accidentally mix up a medicine, it could cause serious medical errors. While Sun Mingyuan argued with the lotus flower, Secretary Qi sat quietly with Director Hong from the county town, showing no reaction. When Su Xiaoxiao spoke, the man glanced at her sideways. When the tiger is away, the monkeys take over. Director Hong wiped his smooth, shiny hair, looked at Su Xiaoxiao, then withdrew his gaze. He looked at Secretary Qi. "Your peace brigade is quite interesting. A few little monkeys like that, I don't care much for them. I prefer to cut off the tiger's claws. Who wants to come to the medicine workshop to cut off tiger claws?" Bai Su, with Zhao Qingru, stepped over the threshold and entered, recognizing the person accompanying Secretary Qi. She asked, "Secretary Qi, who is this?" Actually, during her last trip to the county to find Qin Yenyue, Bai Su remembered a middle-aged man with a middle-part hairstyle and greasy hair she saw at the county committee. Because when he looked at people, he did so with a sideways, sneering glance, his eyes like a venomous snake, making her uncomfortable. She had heard from Zhao Ming more than once that Director Hong from the county was Qin Yenyue's rival. Thinking about how Qin Yenyue hadn't been to the Peace Brigade for a long time, and hearing Zhao Qingru say that Director Hong had arrived, Bai Su felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, at the medicine workshop, the person Secretary Qi was with was someone she had seen before in the county. Dealing with such people, if not dead, then at least skinless. When it comes to messing with people, they are number one. No one dares to be second. Getting involved with this county town's Hong Chung was not a good thing. Moreover, she and Zhou Chongqing had people to protect in the mountain valley of the herb field. As soon as Bai Su saw Hong Chung at the door, her heart sank. But she was experienced enough to stay calm, and when facing Secretary Qi and Hong Chung, she showed no sign of fear. Bai Su pretended not to recognize him. Even when she heard his name, she didn't show any fear. Hong Chung was very displeased. Before Secretary Qi could introduce him, he spoke first. "Comrade Bai Su, you are truly forgetful. Last time you went to the county committee to find Secretary Qin, we met there. So, your place is so grand that it can't accommodate someone like me?" These words carried a hidden threat. He clearly came with ill intentions. Bai Su realized she couldn't fool him anymore and quickly pretended to remember something. "Oh, right. You're Director Hong. Last time I went to the county committee, I heard that young girl calling you when she was being received. Director Hong, please don't mind. Our small pharmacy at the Peace Brigade didn't expect someone as important as you to visit." Bai Su spoke smoothly, looking very pleased. "Director Hong, what brings you to our Peace Brigade today?" He was cunning. Qin Yan's favorite woman was indeed difficult to deal with. Hong Cheng wanted to make a strong impression but was quickly countered by Su, so he couldn't continue to beat around the bush. The Peace Brigade is a place where Secretary Qin often comes. What kind of person am I? Hong Cheng looked at Bai Su with a slight squint and said, no matter where we are, our work needs to be integrated. The county values the pharmacy at the Peace Brigade, and we need to do our part well. Therefore, we won't send other comrades to the Peace Brigade. Instead, we'll choose a suitable person from there. Hong Cheng then looked at Sun Mingyuan and said to Bai Su, from now on, Comrade Sun Mingyuan will represent the county to supervise the work at the Peace Brigade Pharmacy. With so many communes and brigades in the county, why was Hong Cheng so focused on their pharmacy? It seemed that when she last went to the county committee to see Qin Yan, she had already caught Hong Cheng's attention. When she entered earlier, Sun Mingyuan was already arguing with Su Xiaoxiao and He Hua, looking very proud. Given Sun Mingyuan's character, having become Hong Cheng's lackey, who knew what trouble he might cause at the pharmacy. Professor Yin's grandson, Professor Lin, Professor Kong, Zhou Zhilan, they would all be troublesome in the future. So, this obstacle couldn't be removed. Is Comrade Sun Mingyuan suitable? Bai Su responded to Hong Cheng, Director Hong, if I remember correctly, he previously bullied female members of the brigade and has a record with both the commune and the brigade. He then married Comrade Zhou Yan and even sneaked into small woods with young women from the youth corps. Everyone in the brigade knows about this. Your department at the county is a place for review, a place of transparency and justice. Under your leadership, Director Hong, the work of various communes is well organized. Bai Su gave Hong Cheng a compliment and smiled as she said, Director Hong, supervising the pharmacy work, perhaps Comrade Sun Mingyuan isn't suitable? Bai Su implied that Sun Mingyuan's behavior was inappropriate. Qi Shu, the secretary, nodded in agreement, but Hong Cheng was very stubborn and refused to back down. He gave a displeased glance at Secretary Qi. Comrade Bai Su, as far as I know, the previous secretary, Zhou Dajiang, had many issues. The Peace Brigade just replaced the new secretary. I have investigated Comrade Sun Mingyuan's problem. The incident where he bullied a female member was a misunderstanding. If he truly had any faults, the police wouldn't have let him go, right? Bai Su knew very well whether it was a misunderstanding. The person he bullied was Lan Hua. However, Hong Cheng didn't give her a chance to speak and kept talking non-stop. Also, his marriage to Zhou Yan was a mistake, forced by Zhou Dajiang abusing his power. Comrade Sun Mingyuan is also a victim. A young, educated person, sent from Beijing to contribute to the Peace Brigade, should be more tolerant and understanding as a member of the brigade, not criticized for being a victim. County and commune leaders speak highly of you. Hong Cheng looked at Bai Su. Comrade Bai Su, I believe you can withstand the test of our department. He falsely accused Bai Su of being innocent to prevent her from continuing to argue, then suddenly directed the conflict at Secretary Qi. Secretary Qi, we are responsible for reviewing all the communes and brigades in the county, including all young educated people and members. I think we should assign someone to supervise the pharmacy in the Peace Brigade. We don't need your approval, do we? Otherwise, your new secretary position won't be useful at all. Hong Cheng spoke calmly, but with a threatening tone. If the pharmacy and your brigade, relying on their connections with Secretary Qin from the county, ignore us, the next time someone visits the Peace Brigade, it won't be me. He tapped the table with a half-smile. For Secretary Qin's sake, I am being very polite to you all in the Peace Brigade. Secretary Qi thought about the consequences of provoking Hong Cheng and couldn't withstand the pressure. He dared not look at Bai Su and stammered, the Peace Brigade supports your review work. Hong Cheng's arrogance was obvious, and he didn't intend to show respect to Qin Yan's authority. But from Bai Su's understanding of Qin Yan, Hong Cheng coming alone to the Peace Brigade was actually out of some fear of Qin Yan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come alone but with his entire force to cause chaos in the pharmacy. This visit was just a test. Secretary Qi couldn't handle Hong Cheng, so Bai Su had to endure the pressure for the sake of the pharmacy and Professor Yin. Look at Director Hong's words. Our brigade wouldn't rely on the county leader's influence, right? Whether it is the health bureau or other local leaders, they all come to our team to inspect the work. Bai Su remained calm and looked at Hong Chung with a smile. Director Hong, is your supervision and review of the Peace Brigade pharmacy decided by you alone? Or is it a joint decision by the county leadership and the health bureau to oversee the pharmacy? Bai Su challenged him directly, and Hong Cheng's eyes darkened as he stared at her. Recently, Qin Yanyu had been secretly making trouble behind his back, making his work difficult. Hit where it hurts. Knowing that Qin Yanyu was close to this woman from the Peace Brigade, Hong Chen wanted to find a way to break through at the pharmacy. Attacking the pharmacy directly would definitely cause a big problem. That's why he came first to show politeness before taking action. He thought that with his methods and status, he could control the secretary of the Peace Brigade and this woman from the pharmacy. But in the end, Secretary Chi was caught by him, yet this woman was untouchable. She even turned the tables on him. Hong Cheng's face darkened. It seems that Comrade Bai Su doesn't like to accept respectful drinks, but prefers to accept punishment drinks. He paused his words, his face grim, and stood up. Was he leaving now? Wasn't it said that he could work at the pharmacy and watch over its operations for Director Hong? He was afraid of losing the chance to show off. Sun Mingyuan hurriedly asked, Director Hong, I am responsible for supervising the pharmacy in the future, right? Can I work there? Having been pushed back and challenged by Bai Su, Hong Chung was quite angry. But Qin Yanyu's woman had him firmly in her grasp. She guessed that he had come alone to the Peace Brigade without approval from the county committee, acting on personal interest. As the pharmacy gained recognition and received orders, the county attached great importance to it. With Qin Yanyu as the secretary, the county leadership wouldn't allow his influence to interfere with the pharmacy. Qin Yanyu's woman didn't hold back and exposed him, making him lose face. Yet Sun Mingyuan still dared to ask in front of her if he could work at the pharmacy. Having such a foolish teammate made Hong Cheng's face turn pale with anger. You're an idiot. He flicked his sleeve and stormed out of the pharmacy. No, it's not. Sun Mingyuan was confused. Why did Director Hong suddenly scold him? But this was a chance he had to hold onto tightly. Since he and that ugly woman Lin Lijuan sneaked into the woods, his reputation at the Peace Brigade had been ruined. He was looked down upon by educated youths and villagers, and he needed Director Hong's support to turn things around. Sun Mingyuan was clueless, but still eagerly chased after him. Director Hong, take your time walking. Wait for me. After Hong Chung left angrily, Secretary Chi looked at Bai Su with a worried face. Girl, you shouldn't have spoken back to him. He's not someone easy to deal with. If he targets you, you might get hurt or worse. Bai Su was initially disappointed in Secretary Chi's ability to handle things, but thinking about Hong Cheng's methods, he was the person Qin Yan was most worried about. What could they do? Bai Su could only comfort Secretary Chi. If he gets support from the county committee, he wouldn't come alone to our team. He personally came to appoint Sun Mingyuan to interfere with our medicine workshop, to supervise and review it. That shows he has concerns and probably knows about Secretary Qin's methods. He knows he's not someone to mess with. Bai Su held his ground confidently. Also, you know Sun Mingyuan's character. If he talks nonsense in front of Hong Chung, our medicine workshop could be ruined. How can we continue our work? How can the workshop contribute to the team or generate income? Secretary Chi, the development of the workshop is part of your work. When the workshop is successful, everyone benefits. We face the leadership of the commune and county, as well as the members and the people. Our goal is to make good medicine to help everyone, to cure illnesses and save lives, not just to deal with Hong Cheng's department. So, we must withstand the pressure and later talk to Secretary Qin to understand the situation.
Vai su persuadi secretari.
If it really is a decision from the county committee, we can still ask Director Hong to send someone to supervise our team later. It's not too late. Anyway, today you showed respect to Director Hong. It's me who spoke back. I take responsibility for this. It won't affect your work or the team. Secretary Chi thought about it and agreed. He sighed. Our small temple can't afford to offend a great god. In the future, our work might be difficult. While Bai Su and Secretary Chi were talking, Sun Mingyuan chased after Hong Cheng to the side of the medicinal field. Behind the warm shed, Zhou Hongba, hiding with a basket of medicine, was watching how Sun Mingyuan was flattering Director Hong. Zhou Hongba glanced at the low red brick house next to the medicine workshop. Thinking about the ambiguous relationship between Lotus and Yin Fan, he felt that giving up his teacher job might mean getting nothing in return. It was as if he made a decision in his mind. He took a deep breath. Making sure his position wouldn't be noticed by the people from the workshop, he moved with his basket of medicine. Director Hong, I have something to report about the Peace Medicine Workshop. Hong Cheng stopped and looked at the young man blocking his way. With his sharp gaze, he can see through the desire and greed hidden in others' eyes. Once such a person is used well, they can become the most loyal follower around him, even secretly biting from the shadows. They are much more useful than Sun Mingyuan, who follows behind him. Hong Cheng is still observing Zhou Hongba. Recently, Sun Mingyuan has been insisting on divorcing Zhou Yan. When he saw Zhou Hongba suddenly stop Hong Cheng, he sensed a threat. Zhou Hongba, what are you doing? Zhou Hongba completely ignored Sun Mingyuan and told Hong Cheng, Director Hong, since the day the pharmacy was established, I have been working here. I know a lot about the pharmacy. I also know that the professors and doctors managing the medicinal fields have issues, and Aunt Bai is quite close to them. Qin Yanyue has been keeping the Peace Brigade's pharmacy well protected, so even Hong Cheng doesn't know the full details of the pharmacy. The information Zhou Hongba shared was quite useful to Hong Cheng. He left Sun Mingyuan and called out to Zhou Hongba, come talk to me over here. Whenever Bai Su returns to the county town, Qin Yanyue always calls her to the county committee compound for a meal. Aunt Ju has realized that even the most stubborn trees can bloom someday. Bai Su is the mother of 5 daughters, and initially, Aunt Ju thought she and Qin Yanyue were not a good match. But after Aunt Ju put on a dress made of pear blossom fabric, wrapped herself in the scarf and gloves Bai Su gave her, and kept herself warm and beautiful during winter, gaining the envy of the county committee members' families, she changed her mind. What does it matter if she's a mother who has given birth to daughters? Bai Su is quite good-looking, looks younger than Yanyue, and is very considerate. She cooks well, manages the pharmacy, and her daughters are well-educated. She handles everything skillfully inside and out. Aunt Ju watched Qin Yanyue grow up. Despite being over 30, he stubbornly refuses to date. The old man in Beijing is worried sick and has already called to ask Aunt Ju to help find a suitable match. He said as long as the younger son Qin Yanyue likes a woman, he would accept her. Thinking of this, Aunt Ju felt that Bai Su was the perfect match for Qin Yanyue. Qin Yanyue often goes to the Peace Brigade and has stayed there for a few days. Aunt Ju, who feels things are about to get better, secretly feels happy. She looks forward to completing the task given by the old leader and smiles all day long. But recently, he hasn't been going to the Peace Brigade anymore. The winter sun shines warmly into the small courtyard. Early in the morning, Qin Yanyue is watering flowers with a kettle, helping Aunt Ju. The sunlight bathes Qin Yanyue, creating a good atmosphere, but Aunt Ju just feels annoyed when she looks at him. Yenyu, why aren't you busy at the county committee? Why are you making a fuss in front of me? Aunt Ju rarely spoke to him in this tone. Qin Yenyu responded with a quiet and looked at her in surprise. Actually, he usually didn't get involved in helping Aunt Ju with chores. She managed his life very well, and there was no need for him to interfere. But that woman said that her situation required her to take care of her partner and didn't want to be in a relationship. After a frustrating moment, Qin Yenyu thought this made sense. Since returning from the Peace Brigade, he had been helping Aunt Ju with household chores as much as he could. After all, Aunt Ju said that men who could do housework and help women with chores would find a partner more easily. So why was Aunt Ju now annoyed with him? The county committee hasn't been busy these days. After explaining this, Qin Yenyu saw that Aunt Ju still looked a bit angry, so he quickly added, Aunt Ju, the county committee isn't working today. Not working? Oh, I see. Today is a day off. Aunt Ju was unwilling. Then if you're not working, you can go out and about. Why is a grown man staying at home with me, just staring at me? Not understanding what was going on between him and Bai Su, and not wanting to ask directly, Aunt Ju ordered him around. "You're not working on the greenhouse planting at the Peace Brigade, right? Yesterday, I called the old leader, and he told you to do good grassroots work so that the people can eat well and stay warm." Qin Yanyu didn't expect to be disliked by Aunt Ju one day. Recently, he hadn't been going to the Peace Brigade for a reason. Just as he was about to explain the situation about not going to the Peace Brigade, Zhao Ming, who was round and bundled up, ran over holding a letter. "Secretary, a letter from the island." Qin Yanyu handed the water bottle to Aunt Ju, then stepped forward to take the letter from Zhao Ming. He looked very eager, as if he had been waiting for this letter. Without waiting to go inside, he tore open the letter right in the yard. Zhao Ming said beside him, "By the way, Secretary, you asked me to find out about the greenhouse vegetable planting. I just went to the food factory." He said Jiang Yuchuan is an expert in this area. The vegetables grown in the experimental fields of the Peace Brigade are doing well. The cucumber seedlings are climbing, some are already flowering and setting small cucumbers. We should be able to harvest a large batch of off-season vegetables before the new year. Qin Yanyu opened the letter from the island and read quickly, a smile forming on his face. Hearing Zhao Ming's words, he looked up. "Jiang Yuchuan and Zhou Zhilan really haven't let us down. Once these vegetables are ripe, Zheng Tong and the others will help transport them to the provincial city to sell, opening up the market. The members of the Peace Brigade will have a good year. And over at the medicinal herb field, Zhou Zhilan is managing it well too, right?" Zhao Ming knows that the party secretary's question about the medicinal fields is probably not just about the herbs. He likely wants to get news about Sister Bai. Although Sister Bai made the secretary very angry last time, Zhao Ming still told Qin Yanyu what he heard from Hien. Sister Bai is so capable that there's not much going on with the medicinal workshop or fields. The only thing is Hong Chung went to the Peace Brigade a few days ago. Hearing that Hong Chung visited the Peace Brigade, Qin Yanyu frowned with displeasure. He is reckless in his actions. Somehow, he ended up falling for his comrade's sister. At that time, Qin Yanyu had stayed a few days at the Peace Brigade. When Hong Chung found out, he secretly asked around about Zhu Yi to gather information on Bai Su. Recently, Qin Yanyu has been trying to control himself and not go to the Peace Brigade again because that irritating woman seems to be his weakness. Getting too close makes him worry that someone as sneaky as Hong Chung might take advantage of her. But no matter how careful he is, his comrade's sister still caught Hong Cheng's attention. Qin Yanyu's face was serious. Zhao Ming quickly said, "It probably isn't aimed at Fanner or Professor Yin. Hong Chung is just watching that you and Sister Bai are close, trying to play tricks behind our backs to mess up our plans at the county committee. Sister Bai isn't the kind to be bullied easily." According to Hien, Hong Chung wants to start with Secretary Qi and plant someone to supervise the medicinal workshop. But Sister Bai doesn't give in, so his trip was pointless. That woman can make him go in circles and willingly do things for her, busying herself all over. Qin Yanyu naturally knows she won't suffer any losses. But how could Hong Cheng's scheming target his comrade's sister? Qin Yanyu's eyes glinted sharply. Hong Chung really thinks he can dominate the county, knowing who to provoke and who not to. He clearly doesn't understand the situation. Hong Chung is from Beijing, not completely brainless. If he were more reckless, fighting and killing without strategy, their secretary's work in the county would be impossible. That's why, even though he dislikes Hong Chung, Qin's secretary has kept him around. Zhao Ming, knowing Qin Yanyu's plans, reminded him, "Secretary, we need to find a way to stop him from bothering Sister Bai again. Someone needs to cause him trouble again. If he keeps meddling at the Peace Brigade, let him get hurt a little. Last time, I hurt my leg and his should get broken too. And also, take down his 2 lackeys who are running wild. No need to keep them around anymore." Qin Yanyu finished giving instructions to Zhao Ming and then looked at the letter in his hand. Clearly, Hong Chung was not the type to give up easily. To make sure he couldn't cause trouble for a while, Qin Yanyu knew he had to do something. He told Zhao Ming, "Spread the word that Old Han is being transferred from the northwest to work in the provincial capital." Weren't the letter from the island troops in the hands of their party secretary? It was probably about the Bai Mao couple coming back to visit family. Why suddenly spread the news that old Han is being transferred from the northwest? Does the Bai Mao couple's visit have anything to do with old Han's transfer? Zhao Ming couldn't figure it out at all. But he thought, since their secretary was a protective old man, there must be a deeper reason behind his actions. Recently, Zhao Ming liked hanging out with He Yan and Yuan Peng. He Yan was clever and favored by their secretary, so spending time with him brought many benefits. And his brother Yuan Zhangwo, who seemed just a cheerful, chubby guy, was well-connected in the black market, with influence in both legal and illegal circles. Let him handle spreading the news. It would reach Hong Qing quickly. Don't worry, secretary. I will handle this properly. Zhao Ming was about to go do his task when Qin Yanhua suddenly asked Aunt Ju which brand of snow cream is good. While Zhao Ming was talking, Aunt Ju was watering the plants and listening carefully. She knew Hong Qing, the king of, and understood that crossing him could be deadly. He often used the guise of inspections to arrest people and cause chaos, and he was always at odds with their Yanhua. When she heard he wanted the Peace Brigade to look for Bai Su, she understood. Yanhua was probably worried about being involved with Comrade Xiao Su, so he hadn't been going to the Peace Brigade lately. But Hong Qing, with his nose for trouble, couldn't get any news from her, so he went to the Peace Brigade to probe further, trying to cause chaos in Yanhua's town. Look at how protective Yanhua is. When he heard Hong Qing was bothering Xiao Su and threatening to break his leg, he got really upset. It seemed there was some tension between those two. Aunt Ju felt relieved. When Qin Yanhua asked her, Aunt Ju was no longer angry and happily told him, the best snow cream is from Shanghai, but you can only buy it in the city. The county supply store sells a brand called Yi. There's also Xie Fuchen's duck egg powder and osmanthus oil, which smell nice and make you feel good. Talking about face and body creams, Aunt Ju explained confidently. Director Fong's new wife always uses jasmine-scented duck egg powder and applies fragrant osmanthus oil on her hair. You can smell it from far away. Then I'll buy Shanghai Women's face cream, Xie Fuchen's duck egg powder, and osmanthus hair oil. Zhao Ming still didn't understand why Secretary Qin suddenly mentioned these face and body products for women. Qin Yan said to Zhao Ming, Zhengtong and their food factory recently launched sesame cakes and tomato-flavored chips, which are selling very well in the provincial capital. They caught the neighboring food factory off guard. Before the new year, He Yan was planning to visit a neighboring province, and when passing through the provincial capital, you can ask him to bring back a few boxes of Shanghai Women's face cream, Xie Fuchen's duck egg powder, and osmanthus oil. Also, bring some of the popular products used by women in the provincial capital. It clicked. It clicked. Buying these must be a gift for little Sue. This time, it's definitely settled, no way to avoid it. Aunt Ju was so happy she was beaming. She happily grabbed Zhao Ming's arm. Don't go yet. If someone is bringing things, they need to pay first. Otherwise, it won't be clear whether it's your son-in-law giving the gift or our Yanyu. Come inside and get the money. As Qin Yanyu said, Zhengtong managed Hengyuan Food Factory, which was very popular across the province. After the duck products, their new chips and popcorn sold very well in the provincial capital and neighboring counties. The neighboring county's food factory, after cutting off some raw materials from Hengyuan, still managed to sell their new products successfully. Feeling threatened, the neighboring factory quickly started copying the easiest to make popcorn. But Hengyuan's main market for popcorn was through partnerships with movie projectionists. So, copying was no big deal. Hengyuan Food Factory was unaffected. Soon after, Lin County's factory began experimenting with fried potato chips. Zhengtong, being a smart businessman, had already taken the advice of Bai Su and imported a baking machine from Haisher, which could produce chips in large quantities. The neighboring county's factory was still copying the original and scallion-flavored chips, but Hengyuan's chicken-flavored tomato and barbecue chips were already selling like crazy. As orders increased, He Yan became even busier. Last time, Hong Qing went to the Peace Brigade to cause trouble for Bai Su, so He Yan had to go back for a visit. With only about 20 days until the new year and planning to deliver goods to the neighboring province, He Yan was eager to return to see his wife and mother-in-law. His heart was racing. The truck headed toward the county seat. Hien was excited, and when talking to Du Changgung, who was riding along, he couldn't help but smile. Look at you, acting like a lovesick fool. Are you eager to see your sister-in-law? Du Changgung was flipping through the canvas bag Hien carried. Shanghai Women's Face Cream, Xie Duck Egg Powder, and Osmanthus Hair Oil. What are these?
Camera.
Is it still a Seagull brand camera? Seagull cameras are hard to come by. Du Changgung clearly was with Hien all along, but no one knows when he bought the camera. Moreover, this time he came back from the city and also brought a new sewing machine. I've seen someone who loves his wife, but I've never seen you love your wife like this. The face cream and this egg powder with osmanthus oil aren't cheap. You even bought a camera and a sewing machine as gifts for your sister-in-law? As a man, I almost envy my sister-in-law. These things must have emptied all your savings. Are you really that willing to spend? Du Changgung looked at Hien's always smiling face and said sourly, having a wife is really great. It makes me want to find someone too. With my own wife to love, I wouldn't have to watch you and your sister-in-law get along so well, feeling jealous from the side. He looked seriously at Hien and cleared his throat. Brother, I want to talk to you about something. Hien nodded, waiting for Du Changgung to continue. But this kid was hesitating, and with their close relationship, he wondered what he was so shy about. Something was definitely bothering him. Hien gripped the steering wheel and scolded him, "Stop acting like a girl. Say what you want, and don't hold back. It's not a big deal. Last time you went to the city, your mother-in-law brought osmanthus to school." When Du Changgung saw Ho Hot for the first time, he praised his younger sister-in-law for being pretty and secretly looked her over. Suddenly hearing him mention Ho Hot again, Hien's temper flared. Are you a beast? My sister-in-law Ho Hot is only in high school, and you're already eyeing her? Look at yourself, you're over 20. Trying to go after a young girl? Hien threatened him fiercely. I advise you to give up this idea early. Don't blame me for not showing brotherly kindness. I'll give you a good beating. What kind of nonsense is this?
Du Changgung was anxious, PFT.
What are you talking about? I see Ho Hot as a little sister. She's still in school. How could I have such thoughts? Feeling pressed by the honest Du Changgung, he suddenly spoke more clearly. I heard from your mother-in-law that besides your wife and your little sister-in-law Ho Hot, who wrote articles in the newspaper and is dating a young intellectual, there's also an older sister named Hua. Brother, what does she look like? Hien realized he misunderstood Du Changgung, but he was very protective of his family. He glanced at Du Changgung. There are so many women in the world. Why are you always eyeing my little sister-in-law? Du Changgung was very excited. Osmanthus flowers look so beautiful. I haven't met my sister-in-law yet, but from how you care for her, she must be quite lovely. I think you're always eager to spend all your money on buying her things. What kind of delicate, beautiful woman is my sister-in-law? Both Guohua and my sister-in-law are so pretty. Your other younger sisters must be also quite nice. Isn't it true that good water doesn't flow into outsiders' fields? I happen to need a wife. If things work out, we could become close relatives, brothers-in-law, and then we can work together to conquer the world. This guy is really clingy, still wanting to become relatives? Hien chuckled. You're dreaming big. His younger sister-in-law, Hua, is indeed very striking. She's not less beautiful than his wife or Manhwa. That girl still hasn't fully grown up. She looks a bit innocent. She spends all her time with her mother-in-law, gaining experience, and has become even more lively and charming. You can imagine how beautiful she will be once she fully matures. But that girl is always around Yin Fan, and her intentions are obvious. Hien quickly dismissed Du Changgung's idea. Forget it, it's too late. My sister-in-law already has someone she likes. She only likes handsome guys. Although you're not bad-looking, there's a guy from Beijing who was transferred here. He's incredibly handsome. My sister-in-law secretly has her eye on him, and she only has eyes for him. From Hien's tone, it's clear that Hua is a great beauty. He felt secretly pleased. But then his brother, Hien, poured cold water on him, making him feel chilled all over. He finally had the idea of getting married, but how unlucky could he be? Du Changgung was unwilling. That auntie still likes me. I think I still have a chance. No, you don't. You don't know my mother-in-law. She never forces her daughter to do things she doesn't want. When I was with my wife, I was considered a landlord and rich farmer. My wife was happy to be with me, and my mother-in-law agreed. My sister-in-law Manhwa likes that boy. I took him hunting once. His background isn't perfect, but he's very kind, handsome, and talented. Manhwa likes him, and I think my mother-in-law probably already considers him a son-in-law in her mind. Do you still think you have a chance? Du Chongging just felt how wonderful it would be to have a reasonable mother-in-law. His older brother's wife always kept going to her parents' house, making their family struggle to get by. Bai's wife was just the same. She was very caring and sincere with her son-in-law. Otherwise, Brother Hien wouldn't be so sincere in treating their mother and daughter well, nor would he be willing to live under the same roof. Whatever his own mother has, he never keeps a share for his mother-in-law. Having such a mother-in-law, a daughter raised by her would surely be a good girl, which is why he has this idea. Indeed, a good girl has no trouble getting married, but he is a step too late. There is only one osmanthus flower, and it is very beautiful, but too small. If he dares to have such thoughts, not only would he feel awkward, but Hien would also give him a stern scolding. Having a fleeting thought, but Hien quickly shut it down. Du Chongging feels very upset and doesn't want to talk anymore. Seeing his expression, Hien chuckles quietly. It seems that after being provoked, Du Chongging genuinely wants to find a wife. This time, going to the provincial city to get fabric was also thanks to Du Chongging's sister. She helped him get fabric to make clothes for his wife and mother, and Yuan Pengzi helped sell it on the black market, making money very fast. Thanks to this life, he is grateful to his mother-in-law for giving him a new start, and also thanks to Du Chongging and Yuan Pengzi, his two brothers. So, he should help his brother find a wife. You shouldn't be discouraged. Your family is well off, and you're good-looking. Why worry about not finding a wife? Hien told him, my mother-in-law runs a medicine shop. There are a few pretty girls inside, good-looking and literate, educated youth. If you like any, I can introduce you later. Du Chongging hasn't looked for a wife yet. One reason is because he has high standards, and the other is because he saw how hard his big brother's life was and felt uneasy. After seeing his sister-in-law's appearance, he felt a connection and also wanted someone as beautiful and polite. Unfortunately, Osmanthus is still too young, just in high school. This made him consider becoming a brother-in-law with Hien, but the small spark of hope in his heart was extinguished. Du Chongging initially lost interest and was so exhausted from working late into the night that he kept dozing off. When he heard Hien say this, he woke up suddenly. I think it's suitable. Brother, how can you help me make an introduction? Hien discussed with him, why not take a vacation and go to Hepping Brigade with me? I'll take you to my mom's medicine shop. You can see which girl catches your eye. She doesn't have a boyfriend, so my mom can help matchmake. Good, good. With hope renewed, Du Chongging happily chuckled foolishly, swinging Hien's canvas bag. Hien was unhappy and said, be gentle with your actions. Inside, there are not only things bought for my wife, but also snow cream, duck egg powder, and osmanthus oil that Secretary Chin asked me to bring. Don't spill the contents while handling them. Also, that seagull camera was specially brought by Secretary Chin. The other items are for my wife. And Secretary Chin asked him to bring those things? Du Chongging thought it was great to be with Hien, the boss, as he was well-liked wherever he went. He couldn't believe he was so familiar with Secretary Chin from the county town. Helping carry things during the trip? Secretary Chin was from Beijing, and many people wanted to connect with him but couldn't. He asked Hien to help carry the items, which showed he considered him a friend. Du Chongging quickly stopped himself from causing trouble. He said, I told you, your salary is about the same as mine, but you spend so extravagantly. A seagull camera is enough to marry a wife. When Xiaoming gave him money and a ticket, asking him to help carry the seagull camera, Hien guessed that Uncle Chin bought the camera to give to his mother-in-law. Honestly, with Uncle Chin's status, there's no woman he couldn't attract. But his mother-in-law wasn't interested. She focused on the pharmacy and her children. With him and Zhou Chongqing being filial, his mother lacked nothing. Plus, she still had 600 yuan saved up from selling medicinal herbs. Thinking about how Secretary Zhao helped test the situation last time, and Uncle Qin got turned down, He Yan chuckled to himself. It seemed Uncle Qin still had a chance to win his mother-in-law's heart. He Yan secretly smirked. That's right, a seagull camera could even help him marry a wife. Transport work also allows for some personal items to be carried along. It's a profitable job, and everyone envies the food factory's transport team. But only He Yan knew how hard it was to be apart from his wife for 10 or 15 days, especially since his wife, Li Hua, was pregnant with his child. He was eager to return to the Peace Brigade as soon as possible. However, after a trip transporting goods to another province, he still had to report back to the factory and hand over the money received to the factory's finance department. This time, Du Chonggen was riding along because they were transporting a large batch of goods to a neighboring province. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Du Dihai, Du Chonggen's uncle and the director of transportation at the food factory, was waiting for He Yan and Du Chonggen to return. When the truck entered the factory, Du Dihai hurried out to greet them after hearing the news. He Yan's truck had just stopped, and he and Du Chonggen got out. Du Dihai was waiting by the door. Little He, how did it go this time? Du Dihai gently patted He Yan's shoulder affectionately, leaving his nephew aside. He Yan hadn't spoken yet. Anxiously, Du Chonggen said nearby, Uncle, don't ask anymore. When brother He takes charge, things will go smoothly. We've got the payment back, and we've ordered another batch of goods to be delivered before the new year. Our factory's duck products and tomato chicken-flavored chips are selling very well. The new year is coming soon, and we can make another profit. Those people almost treat me and brother He as lucky gods. After hearing that Du Chonggen's trip was successful and that they secured a big order, Du Dihai, the transportation manager, smiled happily. He patted He Yan firmly on the shoulder and said, Young man, you have a bright future. It's good that the payment is back. Come with me to the finance department. Director Zheng has something to tell us. Leaving Du Chonggen behind, Du Dihai took He Yan to the finance department. Near the transportation team's workshop, Lu Dajuan was struggling to carry a box of goods. His companion impatiently urged him, What are you looking at? Hurry up and move the goods. You're from the countryside, acting like a girl. It takes you a long time to breathe after carrying just a couple of boxes. Are you deliberately slacking off? No, I wouldn't cheat or slack off, Lu Dajuan replied. Thanks to his uncle Yan Waitai's help, Lu Dajuan finally got a temporary job at the food factory. But working in the factory wasn't as good as he imagined. He spent all day moving things, and especially since he was new, the experienced workers bullied him, making him carry heavy loads. After 2 days, his shoulders were raw. When he worked slowly, he was teased by his co-workers. His uncle Yan Weikai, the workshop director and a leader at the factory, didn't support him as a temporary worker. Lu Dajuan worked for a few days and was exhausted. He envied the transportation team's job. As a temporary worker, he only earned 10 yuan a month. The transportation team members didn't do heavy lifting, they just drove trucks to deliver goods, earning several times more than him. Seeing that He Yan not only got along well with his co-workers but also gained the trust of the transportation director, Lu Dajuan felt even worse. His co-workers kept urging him, so Lu Dajuan explained, The person who just got off that truck is my sister's husband.
Which one?
The one director Du patted on the shoulder and took to the finance department. His co-worker suddenly became more polite and said, You say he's your sister's husband? I didn't realize, little Lu. You even have relatives close to Director Zheng. That He Yan is quite something. He just joined our factory and already Director Zheng looks at him differently. I have some news for you. The director of the transportation team, Du Dihai, is about to retire. Seeing how clever your cousin-in-law is, he even helps the factory collect payments and take orders when he's on duty. Director Zheng values him a lot. Du Dihai also takes him seriously. Most likely, the position of transportation team director will go to him. If he really becomes the workshop director of the transportation team, that would be a big deal. You have connections at the factory, and the transportation team is very important to us. If he speaks well of you to the factory director, you could become a permanent worker or even get a job in the transportation team. Xiao Lu, we were blind before, but now that you're in the transportation team, don't forget the workers who helped carry flour with you. Lu Dajuan was overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm of his co-workers. But inside, he also felt jealous of Hien. If Hien hadn't married Li Hua, he would be the one in the transportation team. The director's position would be his. He's his aunt's nephew, and he should have these benefits. But now, he's just a temporary worker carrying boxes. Meanwhile, Hien is doing very well at the food factory. How can he not be jealous? Still, he recognized the reality and started to accept it. Especially when the co-workers said that if Hien helped him, he might get a permanent position and even work in the transportation team. That's something even his uncle Yen Wei couldn't do. Lu Dajuan's reputation at the Peace Brigade was so bad that no girl wanted to marry him. If he could become part of the food factory's transportation team like Hien, he'd be famous. Many girls would want to marry him, and he might even marry a wife from the city who eats government grain. Then Zhao Qingru would regret it. Lu Dajuan kept loading goods for a while. When he saw Hien coming out alone from the factory office, he quickly stepped over and greeted him. "Brother-in-law, you're back from your trip?" Hien looked at him in surprise, thinking he was seeing things. When he recognized him as Lu Dajuan, he understood that maybe his aunt Lu Qiushuang and Yen Wei had helped him get this temporary job. Hien looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. In the past, Lu Dajuan looked down on him. Now he was acting so servile, calling him brother-in-law. Something strange was going on. Hien didn't react, and Lu Dajuan felt a bit awkward. He still had the nerve to say, "You're back from your trip, right? I was thinking I could ride with you back to the brigade." Hien was very sharp. Seeing Lu Dajuan's co-workers, everyone stopped working and looked over. He guessed what Lu Dajuan meant. Hien coldly refused. "It's not convenient." "Why isn't it convenient? We can go back together with a companion." With so many co-workers watching, Lu Dajuan became anxious. But who is Hien? Besides Bai Su's family and his wife's parents, he doesn't want to give face and refuses to go. "I need to go to the county committee later to see Secretary Qin. I can't go with you, and I also have to pick up Guohua from school. Plus, Du Changgung wants to go to the brigade with me, and there's not enough space in the car, so I can't give you a ride." Hien's lack of courtesy made Lu Dajuan's face turn pale. He wanted to argue more, but Hien suddenly stopped and looked at him. "Also, don't call me brother-in-law anymore. Do you and your family not know what you've done? Since your father and son forced my mother-in-law's family to move out, she has cut all ties with your family. Since you've cut ties, I am no longer your brother-in-law. Don't call me that in front of others, to avoid misunderstandings." After saying this, Hien didn't even bother to look at him and walked away with long strides. Lu Dajuan wanted to chase after him, but he suddenly looked up and saw the teasing looks from his co-workers. He felt ashamed and embarrassed. He had already spoken boastfully, and the co-workers had been flattering him for a while. Now he had lost both face and dignity. Watching Hien walk away, he wished he could bury his head in a pile of flour. Xiaoming gave money to help bring a Seagull brand camera from the provincial city. Hien guessed that the camera was a gift from Qin uncle to his mother-in-law. Sure enough, he took Du Changgung to the county committee and handed the items to Qin Yanyu. Qin Yanyu pushed the items toward him. "All of these are for your mom." Qin Yanyu had never given gifts to women before and didn't know what Bai Su liked, so he bought everything Aunt Ju suggested. He felt the pharmacy was missing a camera, which Bai Su might need. Also, giving only face cream and other face and body products seemed too little. So, on a whim, he gave money to Xiaoming to help buy a Seagull camera at the supply and marketing cooperative in the provincial city. Now Hien had brought the items back. Besides leaving a box of face cream and duck egg powder for Aunt Ju, he packed everything else and handed it to Hien, asking him to help deliver it to Bai Su at the Peace Brigade. The situation was just as he guessed. Hien secretly chuckled to himself. Then he suddenly had a narrow-minded thought. He didn't go to take the things on the table but asked Qin Yanyu which mother. This was Qin Yanyu's first time giving a woman gifts, and he felt uncomfortable. He was also teased on purpose by Hien. Qin Shuji was annoyed and glared at him sharply. Are you feeling mischievous? Hien and Qin Yan, you were very close friends. If it weren't for the fact that he was by Su's son-in-law, they could be like brothers. He chuckled softly. Uncle Qin, giving these gifts to my mom is quite generous, but do you think it might scare her? Look, such expensive things. It's not appropriate for me to bring them to her. Hien suggested. Uncle Qin, you might as well be straightforward with my mom. Then you can give her whatever you want. Qin Yanyu rolled his eyes at Hien. Do you think I don't want to? Your mother-in-law isn't like other women. She's always thinking about something else. Xiaoming tried to test her last time, but she didn't have that intention at all. Qin Yanyu sighed. Your uncle and aunt are coming back soon for a family visit. It's traditional, marriage talks and matchmaking. With your uncle there, he'll help change your mom's stubborn mind. Does this trick really work on his mother-in-law? She's not an ordinary person. Hien was very familiar with Qin Yanyu and didn't hold back. He leaned closer, smiling. Uncle Qin, are you too shy to confess to my mom? Are you afraid she'll reject you? That would be so embarrassing for you. Uncle Qin, you're already so old. Why do you act like a nervous kid when it comes to dating? Just tell her how you feel. Uncle Qin, you're really quite timid. Before he finished, Qin Yanyu grabbed a book from the table and threw it at him, angrily scolding, You little brat, get lost. Cough, Uncle Qin, you're just embarrassed and angry. Hien easily dodged the book, turning his head aside, then took a canvas bag from the table and stepped back toward the door. Tell me, how should I explain to my mom about the gifts I gave her? Qin Yanyu stayed silent for a while. After a moment, he told Hien, just say the camera was awarded to the pharmacy by the county committee. The snow cream and other things were from Aunt Ju. She asked Lihua to make a few dresses for her and wouldn't take money. Aunt Ju had always hoped Qin Shuji would find a wife. Knowing this, she might be so upset she'd faint. Hien couldn't hold back. Uncle Qin, you're really so timid. When it comes to dating, you should learn more from someone like me. If you're this scared, maybe you're still a beginner? He was met with more books flying from Qin Yanyu's table. However, Hien quickly dodged and ran away. Qin Yan was even able to hear the teasing laughter outside the door. Then, Secretary Zhao, who was with him and trying not to laugh, saw their usually calm Qin's secretary. When faced with difficulties, Qin's secretary remained composed, and he covered his face with his hand. Just as Zhao was about to burst with laughter, Qin Yan seemed to remember someone nearby and took his hand away. He looked serious and said, Hien is a little unruly and disrespectful. Eager to survive, Secretary Zhao held back his laughter until he almost hurt himself. Yes, he needs to be taught a lesson. Once you and Sister Bai are together, as his elders, you should discipline him well. We'll teach him a lesson. Qin Yan was very pleased to hear this and suppressed his joy, giving a slight nod. Luckily, Du Changping arrived at the county committee and waited in the car. He didn't follow Hien inside to find Qin Yan. Otherwise, seeing how Hien interacted with Qin Yan, he would definitely be shocked. Hien came out again carrying some things.
Du Changping was confuset.
Brother, isn't this what you brought for Secretary Qin? Why are you taking it back? He said these are for my mother-in-law. Hien and Du Changping were good friends. He had been watching, so Hien didn't bother to lie. But Du Changping was stunned. His mouth was wide enough to fit an egg, and his eyes were bulging. Secretary Qin, with Auntie. He couldn't continue because he was afraid he might be wrong. Hien nodded and said, It's as you guessed. But my mom doesn't know. With me and Zhou Chongqing as her sons-in-law, she's content. Qin uncle is just enthusiastic. Du Changping was almost shocked to death. He was looking at Qin's secretary, the one from Beijing. He liked Auntie, but she didn't want to find a partner.
Du Changping was stunned.
Brother, I think you're a bit out of it. Qin's secretary might become your father-in-law. You must be very proud, right?
Why not?
Qin uncle likes my mom, which proves my mom is excellent. Hien proudly showed his pride. With such a mother-in-law, you don't have one.
Du Changping.
The conversation was dead that day. They couldn't continue. If it weren't for the fact that they were going to the Peace Brigade to find a partner, he really wanted to slam the car door and leave. Fortunately, the county committee was not far from the school. Soon, they arrived at the school gate. Seeing Ho-Hot waiting there with a bunch of luggage, Du Changgung felt better. Ho-Hot, over here. The car was still far away. Du Changgung stuck his head out to greet them. When the car stopped steadily, he jumped out quickly, helping Ho-Hot carry the luggage with nimble hands and feet. Qian Hongyi pushed his bicycle and stood at the school gate with Ho-Hot. He said that if Hien didn't come to pick her up, he would take Ho-Hot to the bus station to go back to Chongfeng Commune. At this moment, someone got off the car. It wasn't Hien, but a stranger with an unfamiliar face. Qian Hongyi leaned his bicycle to the side and stopped him. "Who are you?" Ho-Hot hurriedly explained, "Brother Hongyi, he's my sister's husband's co-worker." Only then did Qian Hongyi loosen his grip on the luggage, but he remembered that Du Changgung's car hadn't stopped steadily, so he waved at Ho-Hot and greeted him. He also tightened his hold on Ho-Hot's luggage, grinning at Du Changgung. "Uncle, you go over there. I'll help Sister Ho-Hot carry her luggage onto the car." Without waiting for Du Changgung to react, he carried the luggage and moved toward the back of the car that Hien had opened. Calling him uncle? Du Changgung was confused in the wind, pointing at Qian Hongyi and then at himself. Hien watched his sister-in-law thank Qian Hongyi from behind him, while Du Changgung looked upset. He almost laughed out loud. After loading the luggage, before getting on the car, he waved to Qian Hongyi. "Hongyi, we're leaving. Come play at the Peace Brigade when you have time." When Hien called him to come to the Peace Brigade, Qian Hongyi's eyes lit up. He waved his hand. "Brother, drive safely." The Peace Brigade was a trial base for warm-shed vegetables, personally overseen by Secretary Qin Yanyu, who bypassed Chongfeng Commune to send people directly. So Li Jiqiang and Secretary Qi, who were particularly attentive to the warm-shed vegetables, took this seriously. The farmers growing vegetables were all experienced old hands, chosen from those who farmed crops and vegetables in the brigade. Besides the technical experts Professor Lin and Professor Kong, the person in charge of the warm shed was Li Xiangyang's grandfather. Since the brigade's autumn harvest, as the weather turned colder, there were fewer opportunities to earn work points. Those who didn't get assigned to work inside the warm shed would gather near the water well by the shed, chatting while washing clothes and fetching water. Most topics of conversation were about the medicine workshop and the warm shed. "Uncle Dongxiang, I heard your daughter Fong Fong works at the medicine workshop. She earns 10 yuan a month, and during the new year, she gets 5 jin of pork as a gift. Is that true?" Besides Lotus, the entire brigade, including the brigade leader's son Li Jiqiang and Zhou Hongba, Zhou Dajiang's son, all worked at the medicine workshop. Next was Dongxiang's daughter, Lu Fongfong. The others were educated youth with cultural backgrounds. Fongfong Lu is able to work at the pharmacy and receive a salary. Aunt Dongxiang is still very proud of her daughter. However, Aunt Dongxiang also knows that once she gets the chance to work at the pharmacy, she shouldn't show off everywhere or cause trouble for her family. Aunt Dongxiang never mentions the salary directly. She says, "They said they would give 5 jin of pork, but since it's still a long way from the new year, we'll see what happens when the time comes." Everyone in the team is talking about it. Those 5 jin of pork are definitely coming, and I heard the pharmacy is making good money. The young wife chatting with Aunt Dongxiang is from another place. She admires Fongfong and says, "Fongfong is really capable, able to work at the pharmacy. Unlike us, who have to scratch a living from the land and barely earn enough."
How should one respond to that?
Aunt Dongxiang finishes washing a pile of clothes, pours out the dirty water, and then fetches a bucket of water from the well to pour into a wooden basin. Fongfong is just lucky. She happened to pass the exam and get into the pharmacy. Aunt Dongxiang flattered the young wife. "Your father-in-law is experienced in farming. He was chosen to work in the warm shed, where he can remember 10 centimeters of growth each day. I heard the vegetables grown in the warm shed before the new year will be a big harvest, so we'll have fresh vegetables for the new year. In the cold winter, eating dried vegetables all the time is tasteless. It's so good to have fresh, juicy vegetables." Who wouldn't agree? The young wife initially envied Aunt Dongxiang's daughter Fongfong, but now she feels that her own family is also good. Her father-in-law is capable, her husband loves her, and she smiles happily at Aunt Dongxiang. Unaware, their casual chat has upset Miao Cuifing, who is washing clothes nearby and paying no attention. Everyone in the team has benefited in some way from working at the pharmacy or in the warm shed. But since they are related to Bai Su, they haven't received any of those benefits. Miao Cuifing feels sour and says, "Working at the pharmacy and earning points in the warm shed. What's that? My husband even went to the city to eat government grain." The older woman by the well turns around. Aunt Dongxiang looks down on Miao Cuifing and says, "It's been a while since I saw your husband. How come he's eating government grain?" "That's because he works at the county food factory." Miao Cuifing feels proud in front of Aunt Dongxiang. "We're earning wages. The pharmacy's small salary isn't worth mentioning. It's nothing compared to eating government grain in the city. The pharmacy will only give a few gin of pork and a few boxes of medicine for the new year. The food factory gives eggs, cakes, peach pastries, and white flour. They still give some meat and grain." Miao Cuifeng, while scrubbing clothes on the washboard, proudly asks Aunt Dongxiang, "Have you ever tried duck snacks?" The duck products sold at the county supply and marketing cooperative come from the local food factory. They have a wonderful taste, spicy and refreshing. Eating a bite makes you feel like a fairy. At my family's Dajuan factory, they give out those duck products during the new year. They sell for a high price at the supply and marketing cooperative, and you need money and tickets to buy them. It's not easy to get. Miao Cuifeng was too proud. She couldn't stand the young wife, who was washing clothes with Aunt Dongxiang. Lu Dajuan went to the county food factory, so what? His wife, Bai, is the daughter-in-law of the transport team at the factory. Even Director Zheng values him. Last time they showed a movie, Director Zheng went to Hian's house. Seeing Miao Cuifing look down on them, the young wife sneered, "Is your Dajuan better than Hian?" Bai's wife knows Secretary Qin and is also familiar with Director Zheng. Even if Li Hua married Hian, she would still be considered an outsider. Bai Su was willing to help a troublemaker from the black category, but she wouldn't help her own nephew. This had always been a sore spot in Miao Cuifing's heart. The young wife mocked her, and Aunt Dongxiang and others joined in. Miao Cuifing was furious. How can he compare? My Dajuan just joined the food factory. Miao Cuifing angrily said, "When he marries a strong wife in the county and becomes successful, some people will regret it. She doesn't help her own nephew, but helps outsiders. She doesn't understand relationships or closeness." Miao Cuifing was rambling by the well, spitting and talking nonsense. Bai Su also moved closer to the main road near the warm shed. Today was the winter holiday for Osmanthus. She had previously discussed with Hian to have him come back by car, and on the way, pick up Guohua from school so she wouldn't have to go to the county herself. Near the well by the warm shed, there was a tall jujube tree. Maybe after the winter break, the children had just picked the jujubes, leaving only a few clusters hanging in the cold wind. The ground was full of broken branches. Bai Su looked under the leaves and found a broken jujube. Jujubes are sour and astringent, but after frost they turn sweet. They can't fill your stomach. Children pick them to satisfy their cravings. Today was the winter holiday for Osmanthus. She had arranged with Hian to come back by car and bring Guohua home, so she wouldn't have to go to the county. She came near the main road to wait for Guohua. The piece of jujube Bai Su picked was dried by the wind. She put it in her mouth to taste. It's quite sweet. Jujubes can quench thirst, relieve irritation, and have effects like clearing heat, promoting urination, dispelling wind, and relieving pain. Unfortunately, the whole tree was picked clean by mischievous kids. She was picking dates behind the tree next to the well when she heard Miao Cuifing, who was washing clothes, talking about her in a roundabout way. Bai Su came out from behind the tree, glaring at Miao Cuifing, who kept talking nonstop. Miao Cuifing was happily chatting when Aunt Dongxiang suddenly splashed foam all over her face. "Foam, look who's that." After being splashed, Miao Cuifing wanted to hit her, but she tilted her head and saw the person standing under the tree by the well staring at her. She instantly became speechless. "Then I'll wait to see Lu Dajuan marry a city girl and get rich. I also want to know if I will regret it." Bai Su didn't mind if she didn't hear her, but she didn't tolerate people gossiping behind her back. She looked at her with a half-smile. Last time at the movie screening, Director Zheng said my son-in-law, Hien, is clever and capable. He wanted to promote him. When your Lu Dajuan marries a city girl, my son-in-law Hien will be successful. Besides, city girls aren't blind. They might not even like someone like your Lu Dajuan. And I am both Lu Dajuan's father and mother. Why should I help him? You, as a mother, can't even help your own son. Why should I help? Bai Su's words left Miao Cuifeng speechless. Then she ruthlessly exposed her. Are you proud that Lu Dajuan is working at the county food factory? Has he really started eating the government grain? When Director Zheng returned from the Peace Brigade, he didn't say the factory was hiring full-time workers. When Hien came back, he said their factory wasn't hiring either. Lu Dajuan is working as a formal employee or just a temporary worker.
Are you clear about that?
While Aunt Dongxiang and the young wife washing clothes were chatting happily, Miao Cuifeng kept insulting their family, saying working at the medicine shop and earning work points in the warm shed weren't anything special. They were already fed up with her. She kept bragging that her son was eating government grain and was better than them. In the end, it turned out he was just a temporary worker, not even a formal employee. Aunt Dongxiang and the young wife, who was halfway through washing clothes, immediately rolled their eyes at Miao Cuifeng. Feeling she had lost again, and always being inferior to her sister-in-law, she held her head high. Dajuan is working as a formal worker. His uncle is the workshop director at the food factory. What's so great about getting him a formal job? Just wait until my family Dajuan comes back and asks him himself. And that Zhao Jiqing is so ungrateful. She dares to look down on my Dajuan. Now that my Dajuan is eating government grain, he doesn't look at her anymore. My family's Dejun plans to find a city girl who looks better than her, to make her jealous. Miao Cuifeng kept showing off, trying to lie and save face in front of Bai Su. He Yian was driving a small food truck, carrying Ho Hot and Du Changgung, on the road to the Peace Brigade. From afar, he saw Bai Su standing by the well. He stepped on the gas and stopped the truck beside her. Mom, you came to pick us up. Ho Hot also stuck her head out from the passenger seat, waving and calling Bai Su. Mom, I'm here. Brother-in-law came to pick me up from school. Changgung is here too. He's going to stay at our house for a few days. Hearing this, Du Changgung, sitting in the back of the truck, quickly jumped out when the vehicle stopped. Auntie, I'm boldly coming to visit you. Bai Su was surprised to see Du Changgung. Little Du, what a surprise. Why are you coming to visit Annie? Isn't brother Hien saving money in the city to buy a sewing machine for his wife? Du Changgung smiled sweetly. I came to help my brother move the sewing machine. Buying a sewing machine was quite a new thing. Long ago, Mrs. Lu had taken the money sent by Su's brother and bought a sewing machine, showing it off so much that everyone in the brigade knew, even setting off firecrackers. The women in the brigade heard about it. When Bai Su's family split up, they took the sewing machine away. It was originally bought with her brother's military allowance. Bai Su, taking advantage of Lu Laozi and Miao Cuifeng being away, stubbornly moved the sewing machine out. Lu Dajuan's family didn't stop her. They already had a sewing machine at home, so why buy another? When they heard Hien bought a new sewing machine, a butterfly brand, the women washing clothes by the well left their half-washed clothes and gathered around the truck to look. This brand new sewing machine is really different. It looks shiny. Li Hua is so lucky. She has a sewing machine at home, and Hien saved money to buy a new one. Du Changgung was used to long-distance transport work. He wasn't shy and actually enjoyed being surrounded by the women of the brigade. My brother said the sewing machine my sister-in-law uses is old, so he tightened his belt, saved money, and bought this new one. He said he can't let his wife suffer. Du Changgung joked, my brother cares so much for his wife. He would never let her use an old sewing machine. Although Hien looks outstanding due to his background, people used to avoid him. Only Pear Blossom didn't mind his background and was willing to marry him. Now that he has removed his background label and works in the county food factory's transport team, earning a high salary, he often buys many things for his family. He even bought a new sewing machine for Pear Blossom. In the past, I looked down on Hien and married someone else's daughter. Now, as his young wife, I look at him with eager eyes. I wish I could replace Pear Blossom and be the one married to Hien. Hien feels uncomfortable under the watchful, eager eyes by the well. He pats Du Changgung on the shoulder and says, Annie, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. The sewing machine before was my mother's, and I gave it to my wife Pear Blossom as a dowry. Now I've saved several months' wages and bought a new sewing machine ticket, planning to buy this new sewing machine for my mother. So, this sewing machine was a gift from Hien to Bai Su? Now, those who envied Pear Blossom earlier are beginning to envy Bai Su. By Mei Zi, you're really lucky. Such a filial son-in-law like Hien is hard to find, even with a lantern. Winter Fragrance Auntie says this, glancing at her young daughter-in-law washing clothes, who looks stunned nearby. Seeing the new sewing machine Hien bought, the young daughter-in-law looks defeated. She remembers what she said earlier and holds a grudge. She says sarcastically, it's just Auntie by being kind to her son-in-law, so Hien is so filial. If he had money to feed some ungrateful relatives, it would all be for nothing. Not to mention, he wouldn't even give Auntie Bai a single egg cake. The young daughter-in-law doesn't respond. She calls out to her, Fong Auntie, your Jun will marry a girl from the city someday. When he's successful, he'll buy you a sewing machine too, and be filial to you. Winter Fragrance Auntie quickly chimes in, her Jun's salary isn't enough to buy a sewing machine anytime soon. It's not cheap, and temporary workers' wages aren't enough. It's just that Mao Tuifeng is too proud, always thinking her son's job at the county food factory makes him superior. Now, everyone is criticizing her, making her feel embarrassed and wishing she could hide underground. Some people are just looking for trouble, and Bai Su thinks it's enough. She asks Hien's son-in-law, is Xiao Du really here to help you move the sewing machine?
How could he?
A sewing machine doesn't weigh that much. White Su asked something, and Hien always told the truth. If this kid wants a wife, I'll bring him back and have your mother introduce someone to him. By the way, our team's pharmacy is doing well, and the county even rewarded us with a seagull camera. Li Hua is still pregnant. Hien just wanted to go home quickly to see his wife, not wanting to be surrounded by a crowd urging White Su and Du Changgung to get in the car. He didn't realize how impressive it was that he bought a brand new sewing machine and that the county rewarded the pharmacy with a seagull camera. He urged White Su and Du Changgung to leave, while the women washing clothes by the well were still surprised about the extra seagull camera in the pharmacy. Besides the butterfly sewing machine and the seagull camera, Du Changgung, who came with Hien to the Peace Brigade, also caught their attention. This young man talks a lot, always chattering, clearly experienced and worldly. He doesn't look as handsome as Hien, but he's fair-skinned and looks like someone from the city, not a rural person. Could he be from the county's food factory transport team? They eat state-supplied grain. When they heard he was looking for a wife, the women and older women started to get interested. Young lady, who is this young man? Hien was eager to see Li Hua, so White Su had to briefly introduce Du Changgung. He's Hien's colleague, also working at the county food factory transport team. His uncle manages the team, and he gets along well with my son-in-law. He's visiting our brigade for a couple of days. It's really from the food factory transport team, and his uncle is Hien's boss. The young man is handsome and works well. The women washing clothes by the well looked at him like a wolf. Even Miao Tsuifeng started to have thoughts. She doesn't like her daughter Chunya or her other daughter, and she wants her sister-in-law Lu Qiushuang to introduce her to someone from the city who eats state grain. It's hard to find someone who eats state grain. Here comes a ready-made candidate. The more Miao Tsuifeng looked at Du Changgung, the more she liked him. Plus, his uncle is a cadre in the transport team. If Chunya marries him, she might even help her second son get a job. Miao Tsuifeng's mind was racing. To get Du Changgung's attention, she stopped Hien from getting into the driver's seat. Hien, why didn't Dajuan come back with you? He also works at the county food factory. You're his brother-in-law. Didn't you bring him back? Comrade, I am Lu Dajuan's mother, Hien's aunt. Miao Tsuifeng smiled warmly at Du Changgung, who was a bit confused and didn't react right away. He asked Hien, who is Lu Dajuan. I don't remember anyone like that at our food factory. He's a temporary worker who carries goods, the one who tried to get a ride. He saw through Miao Chuifeng's thoughts and knew she didn't like him. Seeing how talkative the older woman by the well was, he didn't hold back and revealed that Lu Dajuan was just a temporary worker at the county food factory. Du Chongqing, who was close to He Yan, had already heard about his family. Now, he suddenly understood. Oh, I remember now. He was bragging to his coworkers about your brother-in-law. You said you didn't know him well, but he's really clingy like glue. Was he showing off that his son ate government grain? Turns out, he was just a temporary worker who carried goods. The older woman washing clothes by the well looked at Miao Chuifeng with disdain and a meaningful gaze. Leaving Miao Chuifeng furious, Du Chongqing didn't realize he had lost face. He sat with Bai Su in the back of the truck, smiling at her in a friendly way. Ma'am, my brother said your medicine shop has several pretty girls. Was Du Chongqing really here to find a wife? Bai Su, a kind girl, happily played matchmaker. You can't just choose based on looks. The person should have a good temper and get along well. I'll go to the medicine shop later, and you follow behind me. We'll visit the medicinal fields. He Yan brought back a sewing machine of the Butterfly brand by truck. The county also awarded the Seagull camera to the medicine shop. This news spread among the women washing clothes by the well. Word spread quickly, along with the envy of the team members. The story that He Yan's transport team was coming to the Peace Brigade to find a wife also spread as the women from the mountain valley helped gather herbs. When Bai Su and Du Chongqing appeared near the herbal fields in the mountain valley, Professor Kong and Zhou Zhilan, who were recently involved with He Hua and Yin Fan, took notice. Since Professor Kong was currently interested in Zhou Zhilan and Yin Fan, she kept glancing at Yin Fan, secretly observing his expression whenever Du Chongqing appeared. Yin Fan remained calm and greeted Bai Su and Du Chongqing with no expression. However, after seeing Yin Fan's demeanor and appearance, Du Chongqing, as a man, was also momentarily stunned.
Hee.
Bai Su looked at him with confusion. Realizing his behavior was impolite, Du Chongqing felt he had disrespected the person in front of him. He quickly lowered his hand, and his initial confidence faded. Ma'am, I feel like I have no hope. White Su excitedly held up her camera, looking through the lens at the orderly, warm greenhouse filled with medicinal herbs, the red brick building of the pharmacy in the distance, and the row of houses where Yin Fan and Professor Yin lived. She was thrilled to be able to record beautiful scenes from the 1970s with her camera. She was not a skilled matchmaker. Instead of helping Du Chongqing find a wife, she preferred to play with her new camera, eager to capture the world around her and turn it into photos. You're handsome, work well, come from a good family, and your job at the food factory's transport team is very desirable. With your conditions, you can find any girl you want. White Su crouched down, taking photos of the medicinal herbs planted in the greenhouse, casually chatting with Du Chongqing. This mountain valley and the pharmacy are my territory. You can explore around. I believe your soulmate will come soon. On his way here, Du Chongqing heard from He Yan that the mountain valley's medicinal fields were managed by the Peace Brigade sent from Beijing. White Su said he had a good family background and job, which boosted his confidence when facing Yin Fan's stunning looks. Encouraged by White Su, Du Chongqing went off confidently to find his own love. In fact, he didn't know that when White Su said those words, her mind was on the camera, casually fooling him. White Su was very dedicated and focused when doing something. She didn't notice when Du Chongqing left the greenhouse. She fiddled with her camera, worried about wasting the film, carefully adjusting the focus and settings. She pressed the shutter button very cautiously, but felt that her previous photos might have been blurry because of her shaky hands. It's too difficult for a photography novice who only uses a smartphone to handle an old-fashioned camera. On a cold day, White Su's forehead was covered with tiny beads of sweat from anxiety. Still not giving up, she decided to try again with her antique camera. Yin Fan calmly took out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt off his hands. "Auntie, let me try. Can you use this kind of camera?" White Su was pleased. Yin Fan replied, "I used to handle cameras before. Cameras are harder to operate than regular cameras." Yin Fan didn't mention that he had used someone else's camera, but White Su knew it was probably his director father's camera. That was a sad memory for Een Fan, so White Su didn't ask further and quickly handed him the camera. Een Fan then slowly shook out the handkerchief, folded it neatly, and put it into his pocket before taking the camera from White Su. Because he moved so slowly, White Su saw that the handkerchief was embroidered with a lotus flower. White lotus is very special. The white silk thread is similar in color to the handkerchief, and the edges are embroidered with lotus flower patterns. Usually, handkerchiefs for sale are not embroidered like this. Bai Su recognizes that this lotus flower was embroidered by her sister, wrapping around her. Now, this handkerchief is in Een Fan's hands. After wiping off the dust with the handkerchief, Een Fan carefully folds it like a treasure and puts it back into his pocket. And this happened while she was handing him the camera. Bai Su was still analyzing these details, but Een Fan had already taken the camera and was fiddling with it seriously. The sunlight shone through the greenhouse, casting a mottled pattern on his face. His eyes slightly narrowed as he carefully adjusted the camera, making Bai Su momentarily stunned. With such a handsome face and a calm personality, no wonder their lotus flowers are attracted to this boy. This well-behaved child, when she handed him the camera, was slow to fold the handkerchief and even deliberately showed her the pattern on it. Thinking of how she brought Du Changgung to the greenhouse medicinal field, Een Fan's actions made sense. Bai Su suddenly realized that this boy was quite cunning. He was silently signaling that he was quite close to the lotus flower. Realizing that Een Fan misunderstood Du Changgung's intentions, Bai Su couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Fanner, this camera isn't Du Changgung's. It was a reward from Uncle Qin, given to our pharmacy by the county committee." Why is my aunt telling me this? Een Fan seemed calm, holding the camera and taking a panoramic shot of the greenhouse. Bai Su felt that he slightly lowered his shoulders, as if he was relieved. Bai Su quietly watched him, and then Zhou Zilan and Professor Kong also looked at him.
Professor kom kjøkkenet secretly.
It seemed like he was trying to hide something. Een Fan quickly changed the subject and smiled at Bai Su. "Annie, Uncle Qin treats you very well." Bai Su didn't understand the hint from this cunning boy at all. She explained, "It's a reward from the county committee for our pharmacy." "Then Uncle Qin still treats you well. If it weren't for you, Andy, Uncle Qin might not have fought for this camera with the county committee." Now, her aunt was too involved in the situation and could see that Uncle Qin's feelings for her were different, but she didn't notice that. "Auntie, I've finished taking the panoramic photo of the greenhouse. Do I need to take pictures of other places?" Een Fan said that Qin Yan treats her very well. Bai Su also thought Qin Yan was indeed very good to her. A flash of insight crossed her mind, and she was about to grasp something, but Een Fan's interruption made her momentarily confused. "Yes, yes, yes." White Su replied, "Besides taking wide shots of the warm greenhouse, we also need to photograph the medicine workshop, the manufacturing workshop, and the tools. Then, we'll climb up the mountain to take a panoramic picture of the mountain valley with the medicinal fields. When I print these photos, I will use them to promote the medicine workshop. It will be much clearer." White Su was full of confidence. In winter, the herbs we can collect are limited, and the herbs grown inside the greenhouse are not all varieties. This means some of the medicines we developed earlier can't be produced. When spring comes, everything will grow, and our medicine workshop will work hard to get more orders and become a leading industry in the county. The medicine workshop was growing, and it could also add to Qin Yenue's achievements. Qin Yenue was very kind to her. He even used county funds to apply for a reward, a camera for the workshop. White Su thought that only by running the workshop better could she repay Qin Yenue. On a winter day, there was rarely bright sunshine. Taking advantage of the sun, Hua and Su Xiaoxiao moved the stored medicines from the workshop to the rooftop to dry. As the sun was about to set, the two climbed the stairs to the rooftop to collect the medicines when they saw White Su bringing Een Fan down from the mountain. "Mom, brother Een Fan, what are you doing up the mountain?" White Su saw Hua leaning over the edge of the rooftop, her head hanging down, and couldn't help but worry for her. This child, once she sees Een Fan, she forgets all dangers. White Su hurriedly said, "Be careful, don't fall." I won't. I'll be careful. Besides, if I do fall, you and Brother Fan will catch me. This is the Seagull camera awarded to us by the county for the medicine workshop. Auntie wants to take a few promotional photos. The mountain's high vantage point can give a full view of the workshop and the medicinal fields. After explaining to Manhwa, she saw her smiling happily at the edge of the rooftop. Fan raised the camera and clicked, capturing her bright, smiling face. Seeing what Fan was doing, Manhwa got angry. Brother Fan, you big troublemaker, you're secretly taking photos of me. Taking a photo costs 50 cents, the price of a pound of meat. In Manhwa's view, she needed to dress neatly for photos. She was lying like a little dog, and being photographed like that must have been very embarrassing. Manhwa was fed up. Brother Fan, help me take another picture. The first one doesn't count. Fan, called a big troublemaker by Manhwa, hung the camera on his chest and smiled at her. Youth is wonderful. White Sue seemed to smell the breath of youth. Without openly declaring love, they both looked at each other with affection, such pure and innocent love. Like warm winter sunshine, so lovely and bright. What could be more fulfilling than seeing the girls happy? At such a beautiful age, like blooming flowers, Manhwa doesn't need to marry the silly son of a county worker anymore. Instead, a handsome young man admires her secretly. Sue feels that all these wonderful moments should be recorded. Okay, let Brother Fan help you take a good photo. Sue gently agrees to Manhwa's request. Seeing Su Xiao lean her head over, she also leans on the rooftop edge, staring at Fan's camera with envy. Sue thinks their pharmacy was rewarded with a camera by the county committee, so they should remember this moment well. She looks up and calls to Su Xiao and Manhwa, hurry up and put away the medicine. We'll gather at the pharmacy entrance for a group photo later. Okay. Manhwa happily agrees. She considers pulling her head back from the rooftop edge, but then glances at Fan. Fan immediately smiles gently at her. I'll come up and help you move the medicine and baskets. Sue wants everyone from the pharmacy to gather for a big group photo. First, to commemorate the county committee's gift of the camera and give the workers a little benefit. Second, to help Do Chongging find a wife. As the manager of the pharmacy, she can't interfere too much in matchmaking. She believes that matchmaking should happen naturally. Let Do Chongging and his future wife see each other and like each other on their own, without her forcing things. So, when Fan helps take the group photo, it's a good opportunity. I'll call someone to help you gather the medicine. Fan, go find someone for me. Sue instructs Fan. That kid over there in the fields, you've seen him before, Do Chongging. I don't know where he wandered off to. Go help me find him. Fan deliberately shows Sue the handkerchief Manhwa gave him, and he also hands her the county-rewarded camera to play with. The sense of crisis brought by Do Chongging's appearance disappears. Smart people don't need to say everything outright. Sue's trust in him is a kind of silent approval. Fan doesn't mind helping to find him. He quickly takes off the camera hanging around his neck and hands it to Sue, saying, Auntie, I found Comrade Do Chongging. I'll come help with the photos at the pharmacy right away. The auntie helping in the fields says that Hien brought a co-worker, a colleague from the county food factory's transport team, and that he's here to find a wife. Fan specifically looks at Do Chongging a few more times. He remembers which way Do Chongging went after leaving the greenhouse when Sue's aunt was fiddling with the camera. Sue asked him to help find someone, so he hurriedly searched along the direction of the medicinal fields. Unaware that while Sue ran up the mountain to take photos, Do Chongging had already circled around the valley and arrived at the medicine workshop. The workshop is a sensitive place, and Do Chongging knew he shouldn't go inside. He had heard a lot from Hien about the workshop, and he wanted to see how the medicine was made. So he walked along the low red brick buildings and circled to the back of the workshop. He was standing outside the firewood shed. Through the half-open door, he could see the busy scene inside the workshop. Lu Fongfong came to fetch firewood and was startled when she saw a head peeking through the window of the shed. People who come to the workshop are supposed to enter through the front door. Sneaking around the back and peeking could easily make her think of Do Chongging as an undercover agent or a troublemaker from the committee. After all, The last time the county's committee director came to give Bai Auntie a hard time. Bai Auntie had warned them to stay alert, especially to report suspicious people near the mountain valley, the medicinal fields, or the workshop.
Who are you?
Despite her trembling voice from fear, Lu Fongfong looked fierce, like a little tiger cub. If you don't speak, I'll call someone.
Don't call anyone.
Lu Fongfong wasn't very pretty, but if you looked closely, she was quite charming. Now, with wide, frightened eyes, she stared at Du Chongqing. Du Chongqing felt he had been too bold, and hurriedly explained, "Auntie Bai told me to look around. I thought I shouldn't go inside the workshop, so I just looked from outside. I'm not a bad person. I'm a co-worker of He Yan, and we came together to visit the Peace Brigade." Lu Fongfong was a native of the Peace Brigade area. He Yan was a girl who was still unmarried in the village, often talked about behind her back. No one expected that He Yan, a descendant of a landlord and wealthy farmer, would ever turn her life around. When people talked about He Yan, they all said she was sharp-eyed and destined for happiness. The young man outside, with fair skin and gentle speech, was probably He Yan's co-worker. Lu Fongfong thought she could find out for sure by asking Zhou Jiqing later. Lu Fongfong was always quiet and hardworking, not much for talking. She nodded and carried her firewood without turning back, walking away. When Du Chongqing arrived at the Peace Brigade, he was warmly surrounded by an aunt washing clothes by the well and a young wife. He felt quite welcomed. Why did the girl from the workshop treat him like an enemy? The girl carrying firewood looked thin and weak, but she easily lifted a bundle of firewood as if she was used to farm work. She was a hard-working girl. Du Chongqing guessed she was probably not a young worker, but a girl born and raised in the Peace Brigade. He stepped out from under the eaves and saw Bai Su standing at the pharmacy door, fiddling with her camera. He called out, "Auntie. Little Du, what are you doing here? I already asked someone to find you." Su Xiaoxiao and Hua carried their medicine baskets down from the rooftop. Bai Su quickly ordered her daughter, Hua, "Go call Brother Yinfan. Tell him your sister's colleague has found someone. Kingerji, come help Xiaoxiao carry the medicine basket." Hua called into the pharmacy and happily ran off. Watching her run away, Du Chongqing's eyes widened. Is that Hua, He Yan's younger sister-in-law? She's really quite pretty. Du Chongqing had lunch at He Yan's house before coming to the pharmacy with Bai Su. He thought sister-in-law Li Hua was a curvy, beautiful woman. Lan Hua had been busy grading papers at school these days, so he hadn't seen her. But according to He Yan, she published articles in the newspaper and was a primary school teacher, so she must be tall, slender, and elegant in appearance. Compared to her sister, Hua looked like a flower bud just beginning to bloom, slightly opening her petals. She was delicate and striking, still full of youthful innocence, maintaining her cheerful and lively spirit. It's a pity that his brother, He Yan, said his younger sister-in-law had a sweetheart. Du Chongqing glanced at Hua's distant back and withdrew his gaze from her. When he saw Su Xiaoxiao, he was also momentarily stunned. Before Hua left, she called out, and Zhao Qingru came out from inside to help carry the medicine basket. Seeing Zhao Qingru, a beautiful woman, Du Chongqing's eyes widened again. He thought He Yan hadn't lied to him. There were many pretty girls at the Peace Pharmacy. In just a short while, he was already dazzled. "Auntie, I'll carry it." Du Chongqing volunteered to help carry the basket. From Bai Su, he learned that he was a worker from He Yan's transport team. Su Xiaoxiao and Zhao Qingru both politely greeted him. Hua quickly called Yinfan over. When they learned a group photo was to be taken, Zhou Chongqing was notified, and everyone at the pharmacy finished their work and gathered at the door. After Zhou Chongqing finished organizing and came out of the pharmacy, Bai Su directed everyone to squat or stand and asked Zhou Chongqing, "Is everyone here? Are we ready to take the photo?" It seems like Lu Fongfong is still inside. She's diligent and always the last to leave every day. Zhou Chongqing went inside to call people, but Lu Fongfong hurried out. Standing nearby, Du Chongqing admired the beautiful woman and handsome man, then looked at her. He realized that the girl he bumped into outside the shed was named Lu Fongfong. Du Chongqing looked at her, and Lu Fongfong also glanced at him. Seeing him standing next to Bai Su and confirming that Du Changgang was not a troublemaker from the Revolutionary Committee, Lu Fangfang looked away and squatted down at the spot where Zhao Qingru had moved. Yin Fan adjusted his camera and shouted to the crowd, 1, 2, 3, cheese. Then the 10 or so people from the pharmacy smiled happily. Yin Fan hurried to take photos, capturing this joyful moment. He took 3 pictures in a row and nodded at Bai Su. All right, I will print out this group photo. Each person will get a copy as a reward from our pharmacy. Bai Su is good at creating employee incentive programs. Since she received a camera as a reward from the county committee, she didn't miss the chance. She announced, from now on, our pharmacy will select an outstanding employee every month. The winner will not only receive an extra 2 yuan each month, but also get a free photo taken. The cost of developing the photos will be covered by the pharmacy as part of our new benefits. Lu Fangfang is honest and hardworking. Zhou Changqing said that she never shies away from heavy work like carrying firewood, doing more than the men like Shin Jiqing. Bai Su watched Lu Fangfang stand up to leave after work and loudly declared, "This month's Outstanding Employee Award goes to Comrade Lu Fangfang. Others can leave now." Lu Fangfang, stay behind for a solo photo. Actually, when it comes to work, Su Xiaoxiao and Zhao Qingru also work hard, but Lu Fangfang not only works diligently and takes on dirty and tiring jobs, she also treasures her job. She always cleans the workshop thoroughly and is the last to leave. She keeps the stove for boiling medicine spotless. Lu Fangfang knows she lacks education compared to the educated youth, so she studies hard. She never misses a class in the literacy program. Everyone notices her effort, and even Zhou Hongba is impressed, thinking that no matter how well others perform, they can't compare to Lu Fangfang. She is thin and weak, but works like an old ox. Zhou Changqing led the applause, and amid the clapping, Hua and Zhao Qingru pushed Lu Fangfang to the front. "Quick, take a photo." Zhao Qingru even tiptoed, pushing her heavy bangs aside, saying, "This way looks better." Lu Fangfang always felt she lacked education. Getting a job at the pharmacy was just good luck. Bai Su said she was an excellent employee, and Zhou Changqing led the applause. She was so excited that her face turned red, and she stood in front of the camera feeling unsure of herself. "Relax a bit." Yin Fan held the camera and adjusted it while softly reminding her. The more he told Lu Fangfang to relax, the more nervous she became, not knowing how to position her hands and feet. Hua stood behind Yin Fan and called out to Lu Fangfang, "Fangfang, look at me here." Lu Fangfang looked at Hua, who was standing behind Yin Fan. During her moment of relaxation, Yin Fan pressed the shutter and successfully took a solo photo. Everyone thought it was special that after work the pharmacy added a camera, and they found it interesting. While Lu Fangfang was taking pictures, no one wanted to leave, so they watched from the side. Even Zhao Qingru was jealous that Lu Fangfang could take a solo photo. Su Xiaoxiao pushed her from behind, and Zhao Qingru boldly asked Bai Su, "Annie, can we pay 50 cents and also take a photo? Going to the commune photo studio is too much trouble, and their camera isn't as good as the one the county committee rewarded us with." Clear distinction between public and private. Zhao Qingru didn't call Bai Su godmother at the pharmacy, but casually called her Auntie Bai. She suggested, "I want to try taking photos with the Seagull brand camera." Her question was also what the young workers at the pharmacy wanted to ask. The new year was coming soon. If the pharmacy could help them take photos, they would need to make a special trip to the town's commune. Bai Su was already thinking about making the most of the camera rewarded by the county committee. Facing everyone's hopeful looks, she felt pleased. That might not be very appropriate. The town's commune photo studio is state-run, just like a restaurant. If our pharmacy helps with photos, it would be competing with their state-owned studio. Just when everyone was very disappointed, Bai Su changed her tone, "But I can ask the team and Secretary Yin of Changfeng Commune to apply. The income from taking photos can be turned over to the collective, and we can set up a photo spot in our brigade to make it easier for young workers and comrades. Then we won't have to go to the town's commune for photos anymore. Yin Fan is good with cameras and knows how to take photos. Let him handle this." Bai Su thought for a moment. "All right, Today, everyone who wants a photo can have Fan help take a solo picture. This one will be free as a New Year gift from the pharmacy. But if you want an extra photo, you'll have to pay for it. Bai Su would never do anything that could cause trouble or be used against her. Today, the photos of Dan Ren will be paid for by the medicine workshop, but we need approval from the team and the commune before taking any other paid photos. Of course, Comrade Lu Fongfong is an excellent worker, so she can have an extra photo taken. Lu Fongfong felt that her benefits as an outstanding worker were being reduced. Hearing Bai Su's words, Lu Fongfong hesitated but gathered her courage to ask shyly, "Annie, can I bring my mom to take a group photo together?" Bai Su was caught off guard by Lu Fongfong's request. She glanced at Fan. If Comrade Fan agrees, it's okay. Before Fan could speak, Hihua nodded with a smile. He's willing. Fongfong, when you have time, ask your mom to come. I'll ask brother Fan to help take the photo. Whatever Hihua said, Fan responded with a gentle, indulgent smile and nodded in agreement. Fan's feelings for Hihua were well concealed, but for those paying close attention, his subtle actions and changes in expression were noticeable. Earlier, when Fan was helping Lu Fongfong take photos and working smoothly with Hihua, Shen Jiqing, standing under the eaves of the medicine workshop, looked unhappy. Now, with Hihua promising to help Fan with the photos, Shen Jiqing's face darkened even more. Another person feeling gloomy was Zhou Hongba. He had given up his job as a teacher at the Qianjin Primary School for Hihua. During this time, they worked closely together, talking and laughing. He thought things were about to go smoothly. But Li Hehua, like her sister, had her eyes on the wrong person, the black class labeled 5 categories living in the cattle shed. Most importantly, Aunt Bai, the woman, not only didn't stop her, but seemed to be trying to match them up. Did she really think the medicine workshop was in her control, able to do whatever she wanted? Would associating closely with the 5 categories in the cattle shed lead to good outcomes? However, the last time Director Hong from the County Revolutionary Committee seemed to value him, patting his shoulder and saying he would be their eyes and ears in the medicine workshop. In theory, the Revolutionary Committee should have taken action by now. Why was there no news? Everything was different from what he expected. Zhou Hongba had already lost patience. But he couldn't let Aunt Bai and her family find out about his role as a spy for the Revolutionary Committee. Ever since his father's secretary was removed, he knew this woman was not to be trifled with. The medicine workshop was her hard work. If she found out he was working against her, she had many ways to torment him. After all, their family still had to live in the Peace Brigade. Shen Jiqing's eyes stayed wide open, red-rimmed, as he looked at Hihua, who was smiling at Fan. Zhou Hongba stood beside him and suddenly patted his shoulder with a look of sympathy. Shen Jiqing, does your family work at a photography studio? Did you grow up there? Is that true? Yes, my father works at a state-run photography studio. Shen Jiqing couldn't understand. How did a young educated youth like him lose to the so-called Black 5 categories? Zhou Hongba asked, can you use a camera? Yes, I learned from my father at the studio. Bai Su had already handed over the photography work to Fan. What could Shen Jiqing do? Seeming to guess Shen Jiqing's thoughts, Zhou Hongba spoke angrily for him. Fan, who was sent down with his grandfather to the team, made serious mistakes. Aunt Bai is confused. Why would she let Hehua get so close to him? This could harm Hehua. Zhou Hongba sincerely looked at Shen Jiqing. I think if you took over the photography work, you could do better than Fan. Yes, he grew up in the studio. He was responsible for taking photos for the pharmacy and the team girls and young women, so he would definitely do better than Fan. And most girls like taking photos. If he became the person in charge of photography at the pharmacy, Hehua might also want to get closer to him. Shen Jiqing was very annoyed. It's a pity someone else beat me to it. Maybe not. Have you heard of the saying, the latecomer surpasses the early? Fan's grandfather made serious mistakes, which is why he was sent down to our team. The higher-ups probably don't know. They're living quite freely. Bai Su had no idea that the camera was a gift from Qin Yenyue. For her, being awarded a Seagull brand camera by the county committee for the pharmacy was a huge surprise, like a breath of fresh air. After work, Bai Su went back to the team office to see Secretary Chi and Li Jiqiang. She suggested that Yin Fan be responsible for the team's photography studio. Secretary Chi thought she was dreaming, but Li Jiqiang wholeheartedly agreed, believing it was a good way to help the team members. After the last successful movie screening that brought income to the team, Bai Su was willing to use the county-awarded camera again to generate more income for the collective. The benefits would go to all members of the peace team. Because of the income from the pharmacy, even after paying some to the commune and the county, the remaining money could help the team members have a better new year. This year, not only would the pharmacy distribute meat for the new year, but the team office also planned to buy 2 pigs from the neighboring Tianjin team to slaughter and share with the team members and young comrades. This hadn't been done in previous years. Thanks to Bai Su, Li Jiqiang, the team leader, was very happy. He tried hard to persuade Secretary Chi. I think this plan can work. Bai Su is willing to use the county-awarded camera to help the team earn money. We should support her work. As long as Secretary Yin from the commune agrees, this is a good thing that benefits the members, and it can even make it easier for members from neighboring teams to visit. Making a trip to the commune takes time, but in the future, members from nearby teams can come to our team for photos. Our team has set up a medicine shop and built a warm greenhouse for vegetable planting. Leader Li Jiqiang is feeling more confident. Especially as the first batch of vegetables is about to be harvested, the commune called to say that the county's food factory will send people to buy the produce, making the nearby team leaders jealous. Li Jiqiang feels very proud. Li Xiangyang is still working at the medicine shop. He must support Comrade Bai Su's work. Secretary Chi thinks everyone agrees, so he doesn't want to oppose. All right, I'll go to the commune tomorrow to ask Secretary Yin's opinion. If he agrees, we'll choose a room next to the medicine shop to be the team's photo studio.
Great.
Under your wise leadership, Secretary Chi, our team members' lives will definitely get better and better. After praising Secretary Chi, Bai Su and Li Jiqiang exchange a knowing look. Bai Su takes her camera and goes home. With her precious camera, Bai Su is busy figuring out and playing with it. Dinner was made by Guohua, Hihua, and Lanhua. After everyone finishes eating and sits by the fire in the main hall, Bai Su finally has time to look at the canvas bag that Hien brought back. She takes out several boxes of snow cream, as well as Yi Fuchen's duck egg powder and osmanthus hair oil, and is very surprised. She knows Yi Fuchen is a brand from the south of the river, and it's quite expensive, only available in the provincial capital. There are several flavors of duck egg powder. Bai Su opens a box with jasmine scent, smells it, then looks at Hien. This stuff isn't cheap, right? She asks Hien's son-in-law, have you recently made a lot of money? Making money isn't always about making money. He went to get fabric from Du Chongging's sister, then asked Li Hua and his mother to make clothes, and took them to Yuan Pengzi to sell on the black market, earning 10 or 20 times more than the factory wages. Plus, the goods he brought back from neighboring provinces and counties, and the money he made selling them on the black market. And, with Uncle Chin's guidance, he learned how to hunt for old items. According to his mother-in-law, the value of what he finds in the future will be immeasurable. He's been making money all along, just not through sudden windfalls. Mom, do you think I've spent a lot this time? Hien wants to say that Uncle Chin spent a lot, but thinking of his promise to Qin Yan, he has to pretend to be a traitor. He followed Qin Yenue's words. Actually, these face creams and lotions were all sent by Aunt Ju. Last time, my wife helped her make a few outfits, and since Mom wouldn't accept payment, someone in the capital sent her these things. She just brought over a few boxes and asked me to help carry them back. Are these a few boxes? Bai Su looked and saw snow cream, egg powder, hair oil, and other items, more than 10 boxes in total. She was surprised. Aunt Ju is so generous. These things are worth a lot. Making those outfits for him, not just the labor cost, but also the fabric, adds up to the price of these items. Bai Su already sensed something was wrong. Could Aunt Ju be too enthusiastic and kind to her? He quickly signaled to Li Hua. In the afternoon, Bai Su took Du Chonggang to the pharmacy, while Hien stayed with Li Hua. Now, the baby in her belly was moving. Hien often leaned close to her belly, talking to the baby inside, and the baby responded by kicking his father. Although they were about to become parents, they spent the afternoon affectionately teasing each other. Li Hua heard Hien say that Secretary Qin had feelings for his mother. She was stunned. With Li Hua's way of thinking, she couldn't imagine that a secretary from the capital, even if not dating anyone there, would be interested in her mother. There are plenty of good girls in the county. Why would he be interested in her mother? Li Hua was so shocked she couldn't think straight from afternoon until evening. Now, Hien signaled to her and Li Hua quickly responded, "Mom." Hien managed to get some fabric for large coats. Such fabric is rare, not just in the county, but even in the provincial and capital cities. "I think we should use this fabric to make a coat for Aunt." Hien said that Secretary Qin told him not to reveal this to her mother. She has her own plans. Li Hua felt anxious inside. She suggested to Bai Su, "This way, we can return the favor to Aunt for sending those creams. A coat made of this rare fabric would be a good gift." Hien brought back this fabric to show respect to her and her mother. Bai Su thought this plan was good and nodded. "Then it will be trouble for you and your family." Li Hua thought it was no trouble at all. Guohua and Meihua had returned home for the holidays, and Manhwa only needed to finish the graduation ceremony before helping at home. She could help sew clothes to sell in the county for Yuan Pengzi, with her mother-in-law guiding her sisters to help with the sewing machine. Then, she planned to make a set of clothes as a gift for the old aunt beside Uncle Qin. This would be a way to repay Uncle Qin. Whether it works out or not, it's not a bad thing to do. No one can hold it against her or take advantage of her. Only Hien and Du Chongqing knew that Qin Yanyu gave them the camera. Since the Seagull brand camera from the provincial city cost over 300 yuan and required a rare ticket, it was very expensive. Hien took on the task of delivering it for Qin Yanyu. If Li Hua found out, she would surely scold him. Hien felt like he was on Qin Yanyu's ship, caught in a difficult position. He cleared his throat and said, "Cough, wife. I think it's not good for us to make a wool coat for Aunt without Uncle Qin's help. Besides helping with the pharmacy and other matters, Uncle Qin has always been there." He discussed with her, "How about making a coat for Uncle Qin too? I don't want one myself." Her mother received some ointments and creams from Uncle Qin, including a box of snow cream, and her sisters and mother-in-law also chose some. Li Hua thought it made sense. These creams and powders smell old-fashioned, but must be expensive. If her mother's relationship with Uncle Qin didn't work out, it would be like taking advantage of him. She wanted to return this favor. Li Hua agreed, "Then I'll make a cotton coat for you. The leftover cotton from Uncle Qin's delivery is warmer, and we don't need to wear fancy coats to show off like people from the provincial or capital cities." Du Chongqing was someone who couldn't keep secrets. Like Hien, he knew this shocking secret and almost suffocated from the pressure. On a quiet winter night, after warming himself by the fire, he urged, "Brother, which room should I sleep in tonight?" "Sleep in the side room outside." Du Chongqing came back from the pharmacy, looking like he had something to say. But Hien wanted to stay with his wife, so Du Chongqing didn't get a chance to speak. He led him out of the main hall. A cold wind blew in, and Hien hurriedly pulled him into the side room. "Did you see anyone today when you went to the pharmacy with my mom?" "I saw them." "Brother, you weren't lying. There really are a few girls working at the pharmacy, and they look so lively." I was dazzled. Inside the side room, Du Chongqing chatted with Hien. "Brother, I want to ask, does Lu Fongfong have a boyfriend?" Du Chongqing asked Lu Fongfong, and Hien almost thought he heard wrong. He didn't know her well, only saw her twice. She always kept her head down and used bangs to hide her forehead and eyebrows. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell what she looked like. Although Zhao Qingru was the person his brother Li Xiangyang liked, honestly, even Hien had to admit she was a great beauty. Otherwise, Lu Dajuan wouldn't have been obsessed with her all this time. He thought of ways to get into the county food factory just to make Zhao Qingru look at him more favorably. Even Yuan Pengzi said Zhao Qingru was pretty. Luckily, he had warned him first that she was someone Li Xiangyang was interested in, which made Yuan Pengzi lose interest. After making sure he heard correctly, Hien surprisingly said, "Brother, you really have good taste. I thought you would like Zhao Jiqing, or maybe Su Jiqing, who works with my sister-in-law Hua. Why do you like Lu Fongfong?" Hien honestly replied, that girl isn't very eye-catching. I forget what she looks like. She's not as bad as you said, brother. Not too outstanding, but quite easy on the eyes. Actually, Du Chongjin only remembered her wet, talking eyes when she was scared. That kind of look makes men want to protect her. But he really liked Lu Fangfang not just because of that. He didn't hide anything about his brother. He said honestly, that girl is very filial and hardworking. She's someone who can endure hardships. Your aunt said she's an excellent worker at the pharmacy and even offered to take a photo for her. She also cares about her mother. You know our family situation, brother. My mom is bedridden, and my dad takes care of her very hard. I need to find a hardworking girl to marry. I think that girl doesn't talk much. When I marry her, she won't dislike my mom. After saying this, Du Chongjin was worried Hien might think his intentions were not pure. He quickly explained, of course, if I want to date her, I'd tell her the situation clearly. We can't lie, right? Hien understood. Du Chongjin was doing well and looked quite handsome. His sister married a textile factory warehouse manager in the provincial city, and his uncle was the director of the factory's transport team. In fact, with his conditions, he would be very popular at the food factory. He hadn't dated anyone before because he had been seeing someone who was very attentive and kind to his family. She promised to take good care of his mother but ended up making a mess, ignoring her when she was in bed with a diaper. After they broke up, Du Chongjin felt that dating and marriage didn't mean much anymore. Seeing Hien and Lihua happily together made him feel envious, so he decided to find someone at the Peace Brigade. He hadn't really interacted with anyone else besides Lihua and his sister-in-law. He thought that Du Chongjin sometimes seemed unreliable, especially when it came to choosing a partner, but he was quite clear-headed about it. He looked beyond appearance and also considered whether the two people were suitable for each other. He felt that, as an older brother, he should help him think more carefully. He agreed wholeheartedly. All right, I'll find out about her family first. Previously, your sister-in-law's aunt, Lu Qiushuang, married our factory's workshop director, Yan Wei, and she kept bringing things to her family to support her nephew. She was just a temporary worker at our factory, and today she was showing off her family in front of my mom by the well. My mother-in-law said that they almost divorced before, but Yan Wei managed to control his family, and she's been calmer since. He confided sincerely to his brother. My situation is different. My mother-in-law is very kind to me, and I've gotten this far thanks to her. I see her as my own mother. You're worried about marrying someone who only cares about bringing things to her family. Once you become her son-in-law, it's right to help out a little, to support her family. But I worry about women who are confused, who eat plain food at home, but keep sending things to their families. He continued, they think that by marrying an urban man, they can take advantage of him, ask him to find jobs in the county, and even demand to bring things back from her family, then have the nerve to ask to live in the county. How can they live like that? Isn't that just like his neighbor's older brother? Du Chongjin watched the neighbor fight every day and was most afraid of such situations. He gratefully looked at Hien. All right, brother, you help me find out about Lu Fangfang's family. I truly want to find a wife and live a good life. If I do get married, I'll treat her well and never mistreat her. Can't you trust my character? I remember Li Xiangyang's mother is quite familiar with Dong Xiang's aunt, so she should know about her family. Tomorrow, I'll ask my mother-in-law to find out about her family's situation. Hien said this, and Du Chongjin felt a bit nervous. Brother, isn't that too sudden? Is it appropriate? Hien, being quick-witted, thought this was a simple matter. He assured Du Chongjin, it's easy. Lu Fangfang was named an outstanding employee at the pharmacy. Outstanding employees get a 2 yuan bonus. I'll have Xiangyang's mother and my mother-in-law go to deliver the bonus, and they'll surely find out everything about her family. They can also see what her family is like. Du Chongjin found some problems difficult to solve, but it was very easy when he was with Hien. He felt confident that he had chosen the right older brother. Brother, I will depend on you for my happiness in the second half of my life. If things work out, you will be my real brother. Okay, but don't use sweet talk to trick me. Don't delay me from spending time with my wife. Before leaving, Hien closed the door and said, you should go to bed early. Tomorrow, I'll take you into the mountains to hunt some wild game. I promise it will be worth your trip. At Lu Dajuan's place, he didn't necessarily have to return to the Peace Brigade, but his uncle Yan Wei's family was quite crowded. The temporary workers at the food factory didn't get dorms quickly, so he had to sleep on the living room floor at Yan Wei's house. Suddenly, there was an extra person at home, and he was just a regular worker. Lu Qiushuang's two children complained and looked down on Lu Dajuan. Lu Dajuan was exhausted from carrying goods all day, his shoulders hurt from new and old wounds, and he felt terrible. When he returned, he had to face his cousin's complaints and listen to his aunt Lu Qiushuang's endless words of gratitude. He felt life was much harder than in the Peace Brigade. He was a temporary worker, hired by his aunt Lu Qiushuang and uncle Yan Wei, who spent 50 yuan to buy him. Afraid he couldn't hold on, Lu Dajuan decided to go home for a while to relax. At home, his wife would treat him like a treasure. He missed the ride with Hien, but by the time he finished his half-day shift and reached the county station, the bus to Chongfeng Commune had already left. Lu Dajuan stood at the station entrance, stunned for a while. He didn't want to go back and listen to his aunt Lu Qiushuang's nagging, so he went to the fork in the road leading to Chongfeng Commune and tried his best to flag down a vehicle. Finally, he caught a tractor heading to the supply and marketing cooperative in town, which charged 50 cents for fare. Lu Dajuan gritted his teeth and agreed. But the tractor didn't just go to Chongfeng Commune. It also went to other communes. After circling several areas, it finally arrived at the town supply and marketing cooperative. Lu Dajuan then walked more than 10 miles home, exhausted and almost falling apart. Faced with the warmth from his wife and mother Miao Cuifing, he was too tired to care. After applying medicine and eating a bowl of egg pancakes, he went straight to sleep. He only woke up when the sun was high the next day. Since seeing Du Chang'eng by the well yesterday, Miao Cuifing's mind was restless. After work at the pharmacy, she even took Lu Chunya for a walk near his house and secretly pointed out Du Chang'eng to Lu Chunya. Just a quick glance was enough for Lu Chunya to fall for Du Chang'eng. Compared to Hien, she actually prefers the gentle, fair-looking type, someone who wears glasses and looks like a cultured scholar. That's also why she had a little interest in Sun Mingyuan before. Now that Sun Mingyuan's reputation is bad, Lu Chunya no longer looks up to him. Du Chang'eng still works at the county food factory's transport team, doing the same job as her sister-in-law. He earns a good salary every month, and his uncle is a leader. Lu Chunya's interest was sparked. She thought Du Chang'eng was the person she had been waiting for. When Lu Dajuan came home, she urged Miao Cuifing to ask about Du Chang'eng, but unfortunately, Lu Dajuan was gloomy and went straight to sleep after dinner. He slept until late morning, then sat outside the door under the sun, eating fragrant fried eggs. Lu Chunya pushed her mother forward. Miao Cuifing was pushed in front of Lu Dajuan, smiling politely. Dajuan, how are you doing at the county food factory? Lu Dajuan had always disliked Miao Cuifing, feeling ashamed that his mother was a former forced laborer. Now she brought up Hien, and Dajuan grew impatient. Miao Cuifing secretly thought that her son was unreliable and that she still needed her son-in-law's support in the future. She seemed unaware of Lu Dajuan's disdain and said, Hien brought a young man home yesterday. I heard he's a worker from his factory's transport team. Mentioning Hien made Lu Dajuan's anger flare. He was the one who almost got him kicked out of the food factory. It would have been better if he stayed silent, deliberately embarrassing him in front of others. He could imagine that his days at the factory would only get harder. Lu Dajuan glared angrily at Miao Cuifing, then suddenly saw his sister Lu Chunya looking at him with hopeful eyes. Honestly, Lu Dajuan wasn't really stupid, just that his mind wasn't used in the right way. Seeing his sister's eager expression, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. He immediately understood what his mother and sister were planning. Hien was just showing off because Du Chang'eng, his uncle, was the director of the transport team. What if Du Chang'eng became his brother-in-law? Then, as her brother-in-law, he could bypass Hien. Maybe when he joined the transport team and Du Dihai promoted him, he could take the spotlight from Hien. Why let outsiders get the best benefits? If Du Dihai promoted a relative, that would be better than promoting an outsider. Confident in this plan, Lu Dajuan's lingering worries disappeared. He said to Miao Cuifeng and Lu Chunya, Du Chongbing's family is quite well off. His uncle is the director of our factory's transportation team. I heard he has a sister who married into the provincial city and is doing pretty well at a textile factory, working as a manager there. His salary must be at least as high as Yan's. I also heard his father works at the street office, or else his sister wouldn't be able to marry into the provincial city. Lu Dajuan added, the transportation team is very popular in the factory. Many girls probably like Du Chongbing. I wonder why he hasn't found a partner yet. Miao Cuifeng and Lu Chunya only knew that Du Chongbing's uncle was a manager at the food factory. They had no idea he also had a sister working as a manager at a textile factory in the provincial city, or that his father worked at the street office. The young man had such a good job, and Du Chongbing's family background was much better than they thought. Lu Chunya was excited and wished she could start dating Du Chongbing right away. Miao Cuifeng burst into a wide smile and said, I know why he isn't dating anyone in the city. He wants to find a wife in our brigade. Lu Dajuan also had this idea, but he thought of asking his uncle Yan Wei to help set it up. Since they are both managers at the food factory, his uncle should be able to talk to Du Dihai. Hearing this, Miao Cuifeng was surprised and asked, Really? Why not? He said so himself yesterday by the well. That young comrade, Du, came to our brigade looking for a wife. Miao Cuifeng hurriedly said, We need to act quickly. I saw a few educated youths at the pharmacy who look like foxes. Such good opportunities shouldn't be snatched away by others. I think I should take Chuanya to ask your aunt to be a matchmaker. Chuanya is one of us, so she shouldn't let outsiders get ahead. While Miao Cuifeng and her son were discussing, Lu Laoda came back carrying a basket. He bumped into Li Jiqiang's wife, who was leading by Su and Lu Jia early in the morning. He didn't think much of it at first, but when he heard what they were saying, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. I saw the brigade leader's wife taking Dajuan's aunt to Lu's house. They don't usually visit, so why did she go there all of a sudden? Could it be Lu Fangfang? He couldn't even say a word, feeling too stunned. Miao Cuifeng even couldn't remember what that girl looked like. That's not right. She slapped her thigh. Yesterday by the well, Dongxiang was also washing clothes. With such good conditions, young Du is clearly a good catch. Lu Fangfang works at the pharmacy, and this mother and daughter must have used some trick to get Dajuan's aunt to help introduce her. She hates our family so much, she must be trying to turn him against us. Lu Chunya still harbored hopes of showing off to the girls in the team once she got married to the county town. When she heard that the person she liked was taken by Lu Fangfang, she burst into tears and said, No, I want to find comrade Du Chongbing. Lu Fangfang is so ugly, I look better than her. He Yan told Du Chongbing not to miss this trip. Despite the thin frost on the mountain trail that hadn't melted, he took him up the mountain. Along with them were Yin Fan and Li Xiangyang. Actually, Zhou Chongqing also wanted to go up the mountain with them, but he had to stay busy at the pharmacy and couldn't join this hunting trip. As for Yin Fan, he wanted to hunt some wild game to help the mountain dwellers celebrate the new year happily. Because he often cooked medicinal meals for Professor Yin, his cooking skills had improved a lot under by Su's guidance. During the new year, when no one was around in the mountain hollow, he planned to show his skills and prepare a big, delicious New Year's dinner for everyone. Yin Fan and Li Xiangyang were used to hunting with He Yan, so going up the mountain was easy for them. Only Du Chongbing, who grew up in the county town, had never experienced this before. He slipped on the thin frost and almost fell. If He Yan hadn't quickly grabbed him, he might have rolled down the. After catching his breath, Du Chongbing took a deep breath and said, Brother, you said coming to the Peace Brigade wouldn't be a waste of time, and now I see it really wasn't. Falling from such a high, I could have been hurt badly. It really scared me and made me break out in a cold sweat. You could hold onto a tree branch or grab some bushes, He Yan said. On the way up the mountain, Du Chongbing was asking Li Xiangyang about Lu Fangfang. This made Yin Fan more friendly towards Du Chongbing, and he even took responsibility for teaching him how to climb the mountain without falling. The cold winter wind was like a knife, cutting through as they walked. After a while, the trees were leafless. When they reached A, they were surprised to see that the water near the water's edge still looked lush and full of aquatic plants, even in winter. There's hot spring water flowing down from up there, Hien explained, then called to Li Xiangyang, dig a trap here and set a few animal traps. Animals come here to drink water and eat grass. Maybe we can catch something big. Li Xiangyang always followed Hien's orders. Every time they entered the mountain, they never went back empty-handed. Having gained experience, they all knew it was right to listen to Hien. Hien and Yin Fan started digging traps and setting animal traps. Once they finished, Hien waved his hand and led them deeper into the mountain. I remember there's a spring further inside. The water that flows in winter is warm. The water in the pond below is from the upstream flow. After the frost in winter, all the plants and trees wither. The hot spring water nourished the area where grass still grows, so there must be prey coming out to drink water and eat grass. We follow this path, hoping to catch something. We split into 2 teams. One team walks along the stream, with Yang heading with Yin Fan, and I go with Du Chongging. Before leaving, Hien warned us, when hunting, watch all around with your eyes and listen carefully with your ears. Don't overlook the woods with leaves or the wild bamboo on the hillside by the stream. In winter, prey are hungry and have little energy to run far. When you hear movement, hide in the woods or bamboo. Li Xiangyang and Yin Fan followed Hien's advice and returned with some catch. They found a nest of wild chickens and caught 2 rabbits. That was already a good harvest. But winter in the mountains is hard to stay in. If they stayed overnight, they could catch more prey. After eating their dried food, they saw it was getting late and didn't want to meet dangerous animals, so Li Xiangyang quickly led Yin Fan down the mountain. Near a lush pond, they heard sounds ahead. They turned through the bushes and saw Du Chongging waiting there empty-handed. Li Xiangyang proudly waved the rabbit he caught and comforted him. It's okay to go up the mountain empty-handed the first time. I'll share half of this rabbit with you. Du Chongging kicked at the dry leaves under his feet, revealing a wild goat with an arrow stuck in it, clearly dead. Seeing Li Xiangyang and Yin Fan stunned, Du Chongging said, "My brother couldn't catch anything small, so I had to go for a bigger one."
They couldn't talk much more that day.
Li Xiangyang asked Du Chongging, "Where is Hien?" "He's in the trap we set, catching some game." Hearing their voices, Hien, crouched in the trap, called out, "Li Xiangyang, come help me carry this muntjac." The trap had bait and a no-escape snare. It caught a mountain chicken and a fleeing muntjac that came to eat. Hien pulled the prey out of the trap, and Li Xiangyang and Yin Fan helped lift it. Hien, tired of resetting the traps, said, "The traps are set here. This spot is good because in winter, with little food, animals come here for water and grass. Come by our traps when you have time. You might find something." Wild animals are especially fierce in winter. Seeing it was getting late, Hien was worried about danger, so he took the prey and called everyone to go down the mountain. For Hien and Li Xiangyang, this trip was mainly about a good harvest with nothing else special. For Du Chongging, who was hunting in the mountains for the first time, the joy of the catch filled his heart. He was so excited that he eagerly talked with Yin Fan and Li Xiangyang, asking them about hunting.
Help! Help!
As they neared the Peace Brigade, and after crossing another hill, they would be back at the He family. Suddenly, Du Chongging, who was full of enthusiasm, heard someone shouting for help. From the sound, it was a woman. Being a brave young man, Du hurried forward quickly. He reached and saw a girl in a floral dress hiding in the bushes in the ditch. When she saw him peek over, she waved excitedly and said, "Comrade, help. I was chopping firewood and fell into the ditch. I can't get out, and I twisted my ankle." Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at him for help. Du Chongging quickly said, "This place is quite high. I can't get down either. Wait here. I'll cut a vine from a tree and pull you up." He went to ask Hien for a knife to cut a vine to save her. When Hien saw the girl in the ditch, he suddenly sneered mockingly. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence." After saying this, Hien scolded Du Chongging. "Are you some kind of saint? Who dares to save everyone?" "Brother, what do you mean?"
Du Chongging was confused.
Li Xiangyang pulled him aside. It means don't save everyone.
Don't listen to Hien.
Forget about it and leave. Please, comrade, don't ignore her. It's getting dark soon. If I leave her in the ditch, wild wolves might come. Li Xiangyang pulled him away, but Du Changping still heard the muffled crying from the ditch. Du Changping didn't know what trouble Hien had with a girl in the ditch, but this was a matter of life and death. The sky was getting dark, and leaving her there would be dangerous. He felt sorry for her, but strangely, Li Xiangyang and Yin Fan seemed not to hear the crying. They acted as if nothing had happened, carrying their prey down the mountain. Du Changping followed for a long distance and gradually couldn't hear the crying anymore. Still, he hesitated. Brother, I don't know what your problem with that woman is, but this is a life and death matter. We can't just leave her. We should at least use a vine to pull her up. She said her ankle was twisted. Hien snorted coldly and sneered. If you pull her up and she says she can't walk, what will you do? Are you going to carry her? Hien asked sharply. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. If you carry her, you'll be her savior. Will you marry her then? Didn't you like Lu Fangfang? Are you going to marry Lu Fangfang, or the girl from the ditch? Faced with Hien's series of questions, Du Changping was stunned. That can't be true. Are you saying I saved her, and she still wants to accuse me?
Why not?
Hien was eager to go back and show his family the game he hunted. Since the osmanthus and plum blossoms were on winter break, Manhwa, a teacher, didn't need to go to school. In the evening, everyone could enjoy a good meal of game. He also planned to have Yin Fan and Li Xiangyang stay home for dinner. Honestly, Du Changping's intention to save people wasn't wrong. He just didn't understand the dangers of the peaceful team. He needed to teach his brothers to see how tricky people's hearts can be. Hien was no longer in a hurry. He handed the sheep he was carrying to Yin Fan and Li Xiangyang. Wait here first. I wanted to see clearly what he's doing and accept a beating. After saying that, Hien pulled Du Changping without another word and returned to the place near the ditch. He moved quietly and signaled to Du Changping not to make a sound. This time, Hien didn't take the same path back, but went around from the other side, behind the ditch. They were a few meters away from the previous spot. Hien stopped and pulled Du Changping to hide behind a tree. Du Changping found it strange. Why was the girl who was calling for help silent now? Suddenly, from across the way, a familiar-looking man emerged from the woods and threw a rope into the ditch. Brother, why are you so late? The woman in the ditch muttered in annoyance, grabbing the rope and quickly climbing up on the other side. She angrily cursed. Hien's co-worker is such a fool. Why didn't he come to rescue me heroically? It's all Hien's fault. Ruined my good thing. I'm so mad. He and Lu Lihua just can't stand me doing well, and they won't let me marry Du Changping. From their hiding spot, Hien and Du Changping could see the other side, but the people couldn't see them. Hearing the girl mention her brother Hien and sister-in-law Lihua, Du Changping was surprised and turned to look at Hien. When he heard the last part, he was even more stunned. What were they talking about? That they couldn't stand her doing well and wouldn't let her marry him? Du Changping was genuinely confused, not understanding what was happening. After the siblings left, he asked Hien, brother, what's going on? Don't you get it yet? In the future, don't be sold and help count money. Hien then asked him, didn't you find the man who threw the rope familiar? Du Changping was pulled back, now realizing that the girl who fell into the ditch might not have fallen by herself. He thought she looked familiar but couldn't remember why at first. Heisei reminded him, she's a temporary worker at our food factory. Then Du Changping remembered and looked at Heisei in shock. Is that your relative? Yes, she's your sister-in-law's cousin. I told you before, they bully my wife and mother-in-law, forcing them to go back to their family home. They've done all kinds of mean things. Heisei explained, the girl who fell into the ditch just now is your sister-in-law's cousin. She's quite proud and looks down on our team's young people. She kept asking her aunt, Lu Qiushuang, to help find someone in the county town who could buy grain. And you want to find a wife in our commune. I mentioned that yesterday by the well. Du Changping still didn't understand everything, just feeling like a fool. He was completely confused. What's going on? Am I that popular? Did someone set a trap just to make me marry her? If I really saved her and then helped her down the mountain, I'd be blamed for it. But if saving her was just a coincidence, then it's all part of someone's plan against me. Especially after seeing Lu Dajuan, he realized even more. This person clearly knew his situation and was helping his sister scheme against him. It showed that his whole family was full of strange and terrible people. He couldn't quite understand. If he really liked her, why not just ask my aunt to matchmake? Why do all this? Because my mom wouldn't even bother with her. Yesterday, by the well, you saw how my mom behaved. As my brother, I know what kind of family they are. How could she push you into a trap? After watching this scene, Haizi urged him, let's go. Walk and talk. Yin Fan and Li Xiangyang are waiting ahead. Even Auntie, who's such a kind person, wouldn't bother with that family. If I really had been set up, I don't know what they would do to me. The kindness of saving someone was almost used against me. This made Du Changgang break out in cold sweat, feeling that the biggest beast he encountered today was that strange brother and sister pair. He was very glad he didn't go down the mountain alone but stayed with Haizi and the others, avoiding this trap. He admired Haizi even more. Brother, from now on, if you say east, I won't go west.
I'll do whatever you tell me.
As it got dark, Haizi and the others finally carried the hunted meat home. They knew their trip to the mountain wouldn't be empty-handed, and Bai Su had been waiting for their game. Previously, He Yan and Li Xiangyang went hunting for a musk deer. They often caught rabbits and chickens, but it was the first time they hunted sheep. During the cold winter, White Su was craving mutton hot pot, so she decided to cook a pot of lamb to warm everyone up. After He Yan and Li Xiangyang slaughtered the sheep, White Su cut half of it and used an iron pot to stew the meat. The pot was boiling with lamb on high heat, and on the other side, White Su called Manhwa to bring in a prepared rabbit, which she stir-fried with spices. Hunting in the mountains wears people out quickly. At noon, they only ate some dry food, and Du Changgang was already very hungry. Yet, the aroma of stewed lamb and stir-fried rabbit kept drifting from the kitchen. Du Changgang drooled and said, Brother, your family's food is so good. I came here today and I want to come again next time. You're getting addicted to this, huh? He Yan, Yin Fan, and Li Xiangyang were cleaning the game's internal organs together, which could be used to make another dish after preparation. He Yan looked a bit annoyed and said, Next time, go eat at your own mother-in-law's house. After the strange incident in the mountains, He Yan now agreed with whatever was said. Du Changgang chuckled and said, I don't know how good my future mother-in-law's cooking is. If she's half as good as Annie, that's enough. Whether it was He Yan, Li Xiangyang, or Yin Fan, everyone agreed that White Su's cooking was the best. He replied, My mother-in-law went to Lu's house with Xiangyang's mom today. You can ask later if her cooking is good. Since returning from the mountain, they had been busy preparing the game, skinning and cleaning it. Du Changgang also helped by the well, but he hadn't had a chance to talk to White Su yet. When the stir-fried dry pot rabbit and steaming lamb were served, Du Changgang finally started a conversation with White Su. White Su asked Lan Hua to help set the table with 2 racks, placing the lamb and rabbit on them. She then lit a half-candle underneath to keep the dishes warm. As the candle burned, the lamb and rabbit in the pot steamed and bubbled. The side dishes, including cabbage, black fungus, potatoes, cilantro, noodles, and vermicelli, were set aside. Today, we're having lamb hot pot. This lamb isn't spicy. If you prefer a lighter taste, just add vegetables to the lamb pot. For those who like stronger flavors, try the dry pot rabbit. White Su first served each of them a bowl of lamb soup to warm their stomachs. Du Changgang took a sip and felt warmth spread through his internal organs, giving him strength. People in the mountains are freezing cold. Drinking this lamb soup really makes me feel alive again. Satisfied, Du Changgang finished his bowl of soup and, following everyone's example, scooped some lamb into his own bowl. While eating meat, he asked Bai Su, Annie, how is that matter going? I think Fong Fong can handle it, she replied. Lu Fong Fong can handle it. She works at the medicine shop, right under my and Chongqing's watch. She's a quiet girl, focused on her work. She's diligent and sensible. People who cook often feel full before they've even finished eating. Bai Su drank a bowl of lamb soup and felt quite full. Manhwa handed her a rabbit leg, and she slowly nibbled while talking to Du Chongging. Today, I went with Xiangyang's mom to her house. The inside and outside are very tidy. She has several siblings. She's the second. Her older sister is married, and she has a younger brother in middle school. When Xiangyang's mom and I arrived, her younger brother was helping their father in the field. Du Chongging listened carefully as Bai Su continued. I heard I was there to deliver a bonus, and I also brought sugar water and offered a seat. They were very warm and friendly. Fong Fong's mom is quick-tongued, but not clueless. Her dad is honest and quiet. Fong Fong probably takes after her father. She's quite sincere. I gave her 2 yuan as a reward from the medicine shop. She was very grateful and didn't think it was just what she deserved. Bai Su scooped a piece of potato into the small pot with the rabbit meat and boiled it. This potato was sent by Lu Fongfong's father, Lu Chonggui. I didn't want it, but he chased after me and Xiangyang's mom, stuffing 2 bags of potatoes into our hands. He Yan is his older brother, and his aunt is very kind. She wouldn't lie to him. For his sake, his aunt even left her work at the medicine shop and took the time to call Li Xiangyang's mom to go with her. So I was right about people. Du Chongging was very grateful. Auntie, if things work out between Lu Fongfong and me, you'll be the matchmaker. We'll give a thank you gift at the wedding and wrap it in a big red envelope. That sounds good. I'll be waiting for your thank you gift and the big red envelope. If the matchmaking wasn't right, Bai Su wouldn't interfere. After visiting in person, she felt Lu Fongfong's family was truly kind, and their home was tidy both inside and out. Children raised in such an environment wouldn't be sloppy. Bai Su asked him, "What are your plans next?" Regarding the idea of dating, Du Chongging was serious this time. Since he started liking Lu Fongfong, he's been thinking that not every family in the Peace Brigade has the same conditions as his brothers. The girl only worked at the medicine shop for a few days, earning 10 yuan a month. She was dating him, and when she married into the city, her parents wondered if they would be willing to let her go. After hearing Bai Su's words, Du Chongging thought that Lu's family probably wasn't the type to hold back on their daughter's marriage just for money. Du Chongging shared his thoughts with Bai Su. If I marry Fong Fong, I will give more bride money and won't let her parents suffer. Auntie, I still need your help to set things up. I want to talk to Lu Fongfong alone, explain our family situation, and see if she's willing. Du Chongging felt a bit shy. If she agrees and we tell her parents clearly, then we can start dating officially. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving. Talking about dating doesn't change anything just by saying it. He also thought that if they got serious, he could take Lu Fongfong to the city during the new year to show her his home. But that was for later. It was too early to bring it up now. Although he was serious about marrying her, everything had to be done step by step. Since Du Chongging truly wanted to marry her, Bai Su agreed happily. Okay, come to the medicine shop tomorrow. I'll ask Lu Fongfong to spend some time alone with you. Whether it works or not depends on you. After a good meal, Manhwa and the others helped clean the kitchen, and Hien was responsible for dividing the game. That night, they cooked half a lamb, and there was 1 rabbit for chickens and 1 muntjac. Li Xiangyang and Yin Fan each took half of the rabbit. The muntjac was divided into 4 parts, each getting a leg. 1 chicken each, and Li Xiangyang and Yin Fan weren't picky. The lamb was hunted by He Yan alone, so the remaining half of the lamb was kept for He Yan and Du Chongging. After dividing the game and cleaning up, it was already late. They washed up early and went to sleep. The next morning, Bai Su left for work, leaving He Yan at home to keep Li Hua company, and she took Du Chongging with her. As they left the He family's door, they saw Lu Chunya wearing a new floral cotton padded coat, wrapped up like a big rice dumpling, shyly standing at the door, shivering in the cold wind.
Auntia, Liwa.
Bai Su and the others came out. Lu Chunya hurried over, her face red from the cold. She stopped a few steps away, looked at Du Chongging, then, in a rough voice like a wildcat, called out, "Comrade Du Chongging, hello. We saw each other in the mountains yesterday, when we were collecting firewood." Actually, Du Chongging had forgotten what the person who was calculating him looked like. When Lu Chunya brought it up voluntarily, he instinctively tried to hide behind Bai Su. She had promised to help Du Chongging introduce Lu Fongfong, but how did she end up provoking Lu Chunhua? Bai Su turned her head and looked at Du Chongging with a scrutinizing gaze. Du Chongging never expected that someone would scheme against him and then shamelessly come closer. He quickly raised his hands and said, "Auntie, I don't know her. Yesterday, she fell into the ditch and called for help. Brother He Yan pulled me away. This can be proven by Li Xiangyang and Yin Fan." Du Chongging avoided Lu Chunhua and quietly whispered a few words into Bai Su's ear, clearly explaining what happened yesterday when he came down from the mountain. Bai Su was amazed. Du Chongging's dodging actions and whispering into Bai Su's ear made Lu Chunhua feel embarrassed. But early in the morning, she waited at the gate of the He family and saw Du Chongging about to go with her aunt to the medicine shop. She absolutely couldn't let Lu Fongfong, that unattractive woman, get ahead. Lu Chunhua bypassed Bai Su and rushed toward Du Chongging. "Comrade Du Chongging, you may not have saved me yesterday, but you tried to cut the vine to pull me up. I appreciate your intention to save me. You can be considered my lifesaver." Bai Su truly didn't expect that Lu Chunhua had set her sights on Du Chongging. How unlucky was Du Chongging? Seeing how frightened Du Chongging was by the person clinging to him, Bai Su quickly grabbed Lu Chunhua. "I've never seen someone so shameless as to come to claim a lifesaver. Are the Lu family father and son completely finished? In this cold winter, you, a young girl, wrapped up like a zongzi, rice dumpling, to go up the mountain to gather firewood. Didn't expect that when you fell into the ditch, Lu Dajuan used a rope to pull you out, and then he and pulled Du Chongging back and saw everything, even overheard some things he shouldn't have. At such a young age, you already know how to scheme and deceive people. Your face is thicker than a city wall. You're not learning anything good." Bai Su tugged at her wrist. "Let's go. Get out of the team headquarters and clarify everything. What did you and Lu Dajuan do? See if the temporary worker at the county food factory can keep his job. Someone like you, acting like a hooligan, might be judged and sent to reform through labor by the police." Lu Chunhua screamed loudly, but Bai Su paid no attention to her. Ignoring that someone was about to go to the medicine shop to work, she dragged Lu Chunhua along to the team headquarters. Du Chongging felt a bit sorry. He Hua, who saw his patients wear thin, whispered nearby, "Brother Chongging, don't worry. If my mom doesn't cause a fuss, she can shout all over the team later. You went up the mountain to save her. By then, you won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the Yellow River." The lively eyes of the lotus flickered and turned around. She might turn back and threaten to hang herself to force you to comply, saying you ruined her innocence. "If you don't marry her, she'll accuse you of being a rogue. Even if my brother-in-law and others testify, your reputation will be ruined, and your relationship with Fongfong will be exposed." Du Chongging was frightened by this tactic, but Hua clearly couldn't lie to him. "Yesterday, Brother He Yan told me that Aunt Hua's family gave her some medicine that almost poisoned her to death, and they almost married her sister Li Hua to a second marriage scoundrel." Meanwhile, Bai Su dragged Lu Chunya to the village committee. People working at the pharmacy saw this scene and gathered around to ask what was happening. "She and Lu Dajuan are scheming against Du Chongging. They knew my son-in-law took someone up the mountain hunting, pretending he fell into a ditch and needed rescue. But with my son-in-law there, Du Chongging didn't fall for it. Today, she's still standing at my door, trying to cling to Du Chongging.
Du Chongging is my guest.
I can't just watch him be tricked." Lu Chunya knew Bai Su was heartless and never expected her to be so cold. This was practically cutting off her only way out. Everyone pointed and whispered, and she was so angry she cried out loud, begging Bai Su, "Annie, I like Comrade Du Chongging. Please help me find a match. I was overwhelmed by love and made that foolish mistake." Lu Chunya cried and knelt down. "Auntie, please, fulfill my wish. I am your niece." Du Chongging, who was standing beside Hua, was stunned. He thought to himself, someone in the house suddenly falls from the sky. Hua guessed right. This woman really wanted to blackmail him? He saw Lu Fongfong among the workers, and she looked at him too. Du Chongqing felt he couldn't let people misunderstand. He angrily stepped forward. Auntie, I don't like this woman. I have nothing to do with her. Yesterday, after hunting, I came down the mountain with brother He Yan and Yin Fan Li Xiangyang. They can testify for me. To protect my reputation, I am going to the village committee with you now. Lu Chunya knew that crying and begging by Su wouldn't soften her heart, but yesterday, Du Chongqing almost saved her. She thought he was a kind-hearted person. Maybe, seeing her cry so pitifully and liking him so much, he might soften his heart? That's why she knelt and cried even more. Now that Du Chongqing had stepped forward and refused her in front of the workers, she felt completely humiliated. She rolled on the ground, suddenly broke free from Bai Su, and ran away crying loudly. Bai Su brushed off the dust on her clothes. I can't delay going to work. If Lu Chunya tries to threaten me with her usual tricks, everyone passing by today should remember to testify for me and Comrade Du Chongqing at the brigade and the commune later. After all, she couldn't delay her work at the medicine workshop. Lu Chunya felt embarrassed and left. Bai Su then took Hua and Du Chongqing, followed by a group of people, as they headed to the medicine workshop. Lu Fongfong wanted to go into the workshop to work. Bai Su called her, "Ask Zhou Jiqing to help you out for a while. Today, there aren't enough people to pick herbs in the warm shed."
Come with me.
Because Lu Fongfong had a low level of education, she had been working in the workshop, burning firewood, carrying logs, and cleaning the workshop. She had never been to the warm shed to help pick herbs before. She thought it was because she was recognized as an outstanding worker, so she obediently followed Bai Su, walking across the field ridge into the warm shed. Inside the shed, apart from Zhou Jilan, no one else was there at the moment. Bai Su waved to Zhou Jilan, signaling her to come over, then smiled gently at Lu Fongfong. "Fongfong, Comrade Du Chongqing has a few words to say to you. Are you free?"
I guess you've heard about it.
Comrade Du Chongqing is my son-in-law Hian's co-worker. He works in the transportation team at the county food factory. I won't say much about his family situation. Let him tell you. His character is trustworthy. He Yan and I have both checked him out. Bai Su explained so clearly. Yesterday, when she went back home, her mother mentioned that Hian's colleague was looking for a match in the Peace Brigade. If Lu Fongfong still didn't understand, she would be foolish. Her face turned almost red like cooked shrimp. She tugged at her collar, looking shy and hesitant, not daring to lift her head. "Fongfong, are you willing?"
Bai Su spoke gently.
"If you're not willing, I won't force you. I'll ask Comrade Du Chongqing to stop thinking about it." As Bai Su turned to leave, Lu Fongfong stammered, No, it's not that, Auntie. I just didn't expect him to like me. After all, Du Chongqing had such good conditions. Even his parents said that such a good young man, only a girl of the right kind could match him. They all thought he would find a girl from the educated youth. He likes you. Maybe it's because of your looks and Du Chongqing's family background. Bai Su gently brushed her bangs that covered her forehead. "Fongfong, being chosen to work at the medicine workshop shows you're an excellent girl. You're hardworking, diligent, respectful, and capable. You don't even realize your own strengths. You're a good girl. In the future, don't lower your head. Lift it high." Lu Fongfong raised her head, her eyes bright as she looked at Bai Su, seeming very excited by her compliment. Bai Su smiled and placed her hand on Lu Fongfong's shoulder. "That's right. You look very good like that. Later, you'll also cut the bangs that cover your forehead. Now, go and face Comrade Du Chongqing with this confident look." Bai Su led Zhou Jilan out of the warm shed and nodded to Du Chongqing, who was waiting anxiously outside. Du Chongqing was usually good at talking, but after entering the warm shed, he was a bit at a loss when facing Lu Fongfong. Not knowing what to say first, he instinctively explained, "Comrade Lu Fongfong, I am not that kind of person. The matter with Auntie's niece was a misunderstanding. Yesterday, she fell into a ditch while coming down the mountain. I wanted to help her, but Brother Hian noticed something was wrong and pulled me away. Later, Brother Hian made me watch a play, and I realized I had been set up. But she is a girl, and I didn't want to ruin her reputation, so I thought I'd let it go. I didn't expect her to be waiting at Auntie's door early in the morning." Bai Su brushed Lu Fangfang's bangs aside, and she opened her big eyes patiently listening to Du Chongqing finish. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet, instinctively wanted to lower her head but remembered Bai Su's words not to do so, so she held her head high. This made her uncomfortable, and she pinched her clothes to feel better. Auntie wouldn't lie. Comrade Du Chongqing, I believe you. Next, Lu Fangfang didn't know how to continue. She nervously spoke. Maybe you can tell me about your family? Annie said you wanted to talk about that?
Yes. I want to tell you about my family.
Well, my dad works at the street office. My mom is sick and bedridden, needing care. I also have an older sister who married and moved to the provincial city to work at a textile factory. Bai Su and Zhou Zhilan stood outside for a while. Lu Fangfang's face turned red as she came out of the warm shed, followed by Du Chongqing, who was happily chuckling. Seeing this, it was clear the plan was working. Du Chongqing grinned and foolishly smiled at Bai Su. Auntie, I'll go back and tell my brother to come with me to the town. We need to buy some things for Fangfang's family. Lu Fangfang was extremely embarrassed. Her face flushed, she said, Annie, I need to go back to work at the pharmacy. After saying that, she looked like a frightened rabbit, too scared to even look at Du Chongqing, and ran toward the pharmacy. Feeling like she had done a good deed, even if it was a bit forced, Bai Su smiled kindly and nodded at Du Chongqing. Du Chongqing happily left the pharmacy. After exchanging feelings with Du Chongqing, Lu Fangfang felt a bit distracted at work. When she returned home, she kept wanting to tell her mother, Aunt Dongxiang, about her and Du Chongqing. Aunt Dongxiang would sometimes tell her to light the fire or to cut vegetables. When the meal was served, Lu Fangfang called out Mom, but Aunt Dongxiang interrupted her. Fangfang, I heard that the colleague from Hien Food Factory, named Xiao Du, visited your pharmacy again today. Aunt Dongxiang asked curiously, that young man is handsome and has good qualities. Do you think he has his eye on a certain girl from the youth team? That Zhao youth is really good-looking, lively, and bright. When he first arrived at our brigade, he made all the young men there fall for him. There's also Su youth who is also good-looking with a round face, looking very lucky. Girls like that are easy to marry. Since Xiao Du has such good qualities, any girl who marries him would be able to eat the government food ration. Otherwise, Lu's daughter Chen would not have caused such a big joke at the pharmacy early in the morning. She has lost face, and now wants her mother to find someone better than Du Chongqing. Miao Cuifeng couldn't accept this and threatened that Hien brought back that blind young man. Tomorrow, Lu Dajuan would go back to the county to work, and he should take Lu Chuanyao with him. She wanted her sister Lu Qiushuang to find a girl in the county who could eat government food. That young man caused a big fuss when he was looking for a wife in the Peace Brigade. So Aunt Dongxiang was very curious. Who is this lucky girl? She urged Lu Fangfang, Fangfang, tell Mom quickly, is Xiao Du interested in Zhao youth or Su youth? Mom, Lu Fangfang gathered her courage. Is Du Chongqing interested in me? Aunt Dongxiang was stunned. After a moment, she burst out laughing.
Girl, don't tease your mom.
Don't worry, after the new year, I'll help you find a good marriage. Since you work at the pharmacy, your grandma's neighbors have several young men looking for wives.
They're asking about you.
We'll take our time and choose a good one. Her younger brother also winked at her. The young lady can't be kept. My sister wants to get married. Lu Fangfang was so angry she hit him with chopsticks. Watching the siblings play around, her father picked up his rice. Just because you can earn a salary at the pharmacy doesn't mean we'll stop you from getting married. Don't worry, let your mom help you find someone slowly. Lu Fangfang didn't know what to say anymore. She had already told Du Chongqing that the person he was interested in was her, along with her mother, father, and younger brother, but no one believed her. She was thinking about how to honestly tell her family that this was true. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Uncle, Auntie, are you home? It was mealtime, so who could be visiting? Aunt Dongxiang and her husband stood up. Seeing Du Chongqing, who was smiling and carrying big and small bags, standing next to Hien and Li Xiangyang, everyone was stunned. Lu Fangfang's father was still confused. Auntie Dongxiang looked at her daughter's flushed face, and then at Du Chongqing, who was smiling at her daughter. She still couldn't believe it. She asked He Yan, Xiangyang, the kid from the He family, what's going on? Has Fong Fong told Annie and uncle about her return? He Yan introduced Du Chongging. This is our factory transport team member, Du Chongging. He works at the pharmacy and got along well with Fong Fong. He wanted to visit uncle and auntie, but he didn't know the way, so he pulled me and Xiangyang along. So now they recognize each other, and I won't have to worry about Xiangyang and me anymore. That's what it meant, right? She didn't hear wrong. It seemed to be exactly that. Auntie Dongxiang was stunned, then looked back at her daughter. Lu Fongfong shyly nodded. Now she knew for sure. It was real. Auntie Dongxiang quickly took the things from Du Chongging's hands and warmly said, "Have you eaten dinner? Why don't you all sit down and chat? I'll go to the kitchen and make a few boiled eggs and a bowl of noodles for you." No need, Auntie. We've already eaten, they said. But no matter what He Yan and the others said, Auntie Dongxiang insisted on making boiled eggs. This was the highest courtesy their team offered to guests. She hurried to the kitchen, calling Lu Fongfong's father. Her father, stay and chat with the guests. I'll quickly bring over some eggs. Lu Fongfong felt a little shy and didn't dare to look directly at Du Chongging. Her father was also not good at speaking, so he didn't know what to say. He Yan pinched Du Chongging playfully. Seeing her younger brother staring at him with curiosity, Du Chongging quickly smiled at him. Are you Kai Liang? I heard your sister mention you. Du Chongging talked to his future brother-in-law. Kai Liang, I hear you're in middle school in town. Are you in the second year? Yes, second year. Fortunately, Lu Kai Liang had a cheerful personality like Auntie Dongxiang and was quite talkative. Soon, Auntie Dongxiang finished cooking 3 bowls of boiled eggs and brought them into the house. He Yan pulled Li Xiangyang and Du Chongging to sit around the table. They ate while chatting with Auntie Dongxiang's family. Lu Fongfong's father, though not very talkative, also asked about Du Chongging's family. Du Chongging has a mother who is bedridden. Both he and Aunt Dongxiang think it's not a big deal. Their daughter Fongfong is naturally diligent and good at taking care of others. With Du Tongji's conditions, he could have married any girl he wanted, so why did he choose Fongfong from their family? Du Chongging also promised Aunt Dongxiang that after going on a trip outside with He Yan, they would come back for the new year. He planned to take a few days off to go to the city with Fongfong and see how things were at his home. Both sides agreed, and the plan was settled. Now that the marriage was arranged, Du Chongging felt very excited. Unfortunately, he only had 2 days off and couldn't stay longer at the Peace Brigade to spend more time alone with Fongfong. Full of excitement but also a bit of regret, Du Chongging and He Yan got into a car heading back to the county town. They left the Peace Brigade early in the morning, drove to the town's commune. Along the roadside, a man and a woman were waving their hands for a ride. Seeing the woman in a floral cotton-padded jacket, Du Chongging felt he recognized her. Brother, is that Lu Dajuan and his sister-in-law's cousin? He Yan was driving and also saw the 2 hitchhikers, but he didn't plan to stop. Do you remember them? Looks like this trip to the Peace Brigade left an impression on you. They missed the bus to the county town. They look pretty tired. He Yan chuckled. So, you want me to give them a ride out of kindness? Brother, stop teasing me. Du Chongging had never encountered such scheming and extorting people before. If it weren't for He Yan and his aunt, they might have been caught up in trouble or worse. He urged He Yan, go ahead, just drive past and ignore them. He Yan agreed and slowly drove up to Lu Dajuan and Lu Chuanya. Suddenly, he stepped on the gas and sped past them, making sure they couldn't catch the car and got splashed with dust. Then, He Yan drove away with Du Chongging, leaving them behind. Before the new year, the vegetable greenhouse had a big harvest. The brigade leader, Li Jiqiang, and Secretary Qi were so happy they couldn't stop smiling. 10 days before the new year, the brigade bought 2 pigs from the neighboring Tianjin Brigade's pig farm, slaughtered them, and distributed the meat to the comrades and educated youth. The pigs were slaughtered right in front of everyone at the granary yard. The members who had no work gathered around to watch. In a few days, the pharmacy would also close for the new year, probably around the 25th. Because of the busy work at the pharmacy, Bai Su hadn't had a chance to buy New Year supplies yet. She appeared at the grain collection yard, and sharp-eyed Li Jiqiang saw her and quickly waved. Girl, come over here. Which piece of meat do you like? Later, I'll ask the butchers to give you a share. Because of his friendship with Bai Su, Li Jiqiang could make some allowances. Even if Bai Su wanted a piece with a good balance of fat and lean meat on her stomach, he was willing to take a small loss himself to satisfy her. Li Jiqiang pointed to the best part of the pig, a boneless piece, to show Bai Su. Bai Su shook her head quickly. We don't want pork. Can you give me the pig intestines from both pigs? Actually, since Bai Su arrived at the grain collection yard, whenever Li Jiqiang shouted out, everyone looked her way. Everyone wanted a good piece of meat for the new year. Some people, worried she might take the best piece, watched her closely, uncomfortable with Li Jiqiang planning to give her a special portion. Especially, Miao Cuifeng and Mrs. Liu, who didn't get along with her, pointed at the meat and glared at Bai Su and Li Jiqiang, still resentful during the new year. Bai Su refused to help Lu Dajuan or introduce Du Chongming to her daughter-in-law, Lu Chunya, as a match, and they still held a grudge. But now, Bai Su was on a different level from them. They could only watch her with jealousy, coveting her life, but couldn't cause any trouble. Bai Su simply ignored them, thinking of her past life, where these mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts were nothing. She didn't care if Bai Su took a good piece of meat. Instead, she wanted the stinky pig intestines. Old Mrs. Liu was very proud and whispered to Miao Cuifeng, she's not much smarter. She's still a fool. Pig intestines aren't tasty, and you can't chew or bite them. If she wants pig intestines, then we can get good meat. Miao Cuifeng nervously shushed Mrs. Liu. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law thought they were clever, but Bai Su saw through their little tricks. Bai Su didn't bother with them. Li Jiqiang felt Bai Su was at a disadvantage. Bai Su called him aside and said, just get the pig intestines. When Hien came back last time, I asked him to tell Yuan Jiangwo to help me get half a pig for the new year. Xiangyang also knows Yuan Jiangwo. Their family runs a slaughterhouse. If Hien asks, he can definitely get me some meat. Thanks to Bai Su's efforts this year, the villagers and young workers finally tasted meat during the new year. In previous years, it was hard to get any meat at all. At best, they only had some bits of meat scraps. Half a pig was a big deal. Li Jiqiang was surprised and asked Bai Su, Girl, did I hear you right? Why do you want to buy so much pork? Half a pig might not even be enough for us to eat. Bai Su explained, our family is large and Manhwa and Zhou Chongqing's children have been together for a long time. I plan to arrange their marriage when her uncle and aunt come back for the new year. My brother is finally coming back, so I want to prepare some preserved meat for him and his wife to take to the island. Bai Su told Li Jiqiang, pig intestines are used to stuff into cured sausages. The slaughterhouse sells all the pig offal to the food factory in the county. I'm worried I can't get pig intestines, so I won't buy meat. Instead, I'll ask you for 2 pig intestines. What is smoked sausage? The Peace Brigade family makes smoked meat for the new year, but Li Jiqiang has never heard of smoked sausage. Knowing Bai Su needs pig intestines for making cured sausages and won't suffer losses, Li Jiqiang nodded quickly in agreement. Bai Su waited at the threshing yard for the pig intestines she longed for, unaware that while the villagers gathered to watch the pig slaughter, a small Dongfeng truck carried people past the threshing yard directly to the pharmacy. The truck carried over 20 people, all wearing sleeve protectors, looking fierce and determined. When the truck stopped at the pharmacy, they hurriedly jumped down and surrounded the pharmacy tightly. A crowd gathered around the pharmacy, shouting loudly and shouting slogans that shook the sky and earth. The noise disturbed the people working inside the pharmacy. Zhao Qingru heard the commotion and came out with He Hua and others. Seeing the leader, it was the same Director Hong who had visited before. Knowing things looked bad, Zhao Qingru quickly instructed He Hua, Quick, go out the back door and call my godmother. He Hua ran toward the back door. Hong Cheng, limping, appeared at the pharmacy entrance with some people, giving orders to his followers shouting slogans behind him. The front and back doors are blocked. No one is escaping. Hong Cheng waved his hand and ordered, Charge in and smash it. Hey, don't smash, you're not allowed to smash. The scene became chaotic. Once Hong Cheng gave the order, his followers surged into the pharmacy, starting to break things. Hearing the noise, Zhou Chongqing came out of the workshop, holding a fire fork. Director Hong, what do you mean? Since Hong Chung had visited before, Bai Su had been warning Zhou Chongqing to stay alert. So, when Zhou Chongqing heard Su Xiaoxiao shouting outside, he sensed something was wrong. He told the workers in the pharmacy to stop working and grab tools to come to the door. The pharmacy was the foundation of everyone's livelihood, and they relied on it for their wages every month. Led by Zhou Chongqing, everyone in the pharmacy was full of fighting spirit and refused to back down. Hong Chung actually knew that Qin Yan's woman was a tough one. Today, his purpose wasn't just the pharmacy, but also the problems at the medicinal field involving the doctor and professors, especially Professor Yin and his grandson, who had been reported. Hong Chung is experienced in supervision and investigation. His men had already overturned several baskets of medicine in the pharmacy. He quickly changed his plan: divide the team in half, guard this place tightly, and don't give them a chance to send out messages. Others, come with me to the medicinal field to catch people. Hong Chung glared sharply at Zhou Chongqing, exchanging a tense look. He left some people to guard the pharmacy, preventing anyone from entering or leaving, and led a dozen or so loyal followers rushing toward the medicinal field. If Hong Chung was targeting the pharmacy, Zhou Chongqing could breathe a little easier. Because the pharmacy was officially registered with the county committee, if Hong Chung damaged the pharmacy's production, Secretary Qin and the county leaders wouldn't allow it. Hong Chung had already broken many of the pharmacy's facilities, and he would have to compensate for the losses later. But if he was targeting Professor Yin and the others, including his aunt and uncle, that was part of Hong Cheng's work as a leader of the Revolutionary Committee. Seeing Hong Chung leading his men with a fierce expression toward the medicinal field, Zhou Chongqing was anxious to death. Li Xiangyang put down his stick and stepped forward. Zhou Jiqing, maybe I can remove that window at the back of the woodshed and slip out to find Auntie. Right now, that was the only option. Especially since Zhou Chongqing himself had issues with his background. Rushing out recklessly wouldn't save his aunt, uncle, or Professor Yin. It might even worsen the trouble for the pharmacy. Zhou Chongqing nodded to Li Xiangyang and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Li Xiangyang was about to go remove the window at the back of the woodshed when Xin Jiqing said beside him, Zhou Jiqing, isn't that too risky? If you do that, you'll also involve the pharmacy. Yeah, Zhou Jiqing, people from the county town are already surrounding the front. If you sneak out the back and get caught, it will cause trouble for the pharmacy. Zhou Hongba also stepped forward to advise Zhou Chongqing, thinking of everyone's safety. Zhou Chongqing looked at both of them, raising an eyebrow with a meaningful look in his eyes. He knew that Yin Fan and his grandson were protected by Uncle Qin. With Uncle Qin's skills, he would keep the pharmacy safe. He also had information about Professor Yin and his grandson, as well as his aunt and uncle, and had probably made arrangements with the county committee. Last time Hong Chung came to test the situation, Zhou Chongqing realized he didn't really understand the details of the medicinal field. So, why were they coming this time with a clear goal, targeting Professor Yin and his grandson, as well as his aunt and uncle? People can be different even if they come from the same place. Zhou Chongqing couldn't help but suspect that there was a traitor in the medicine shop. In this situation, he, Hua Zhaoqing grew, and others were all being watched. If they opened the window to leave the shop, they might be caught by Hong Cheng's men. Now, all he could do was wait for news from Yin Fan. Yin Fan had suffered enough hardships. He even knew that his own parents could betray his grandfather. This made him very sensitive. Any small movement made him very alert. Especially after Hong Chung visited last time, he had been on edge. When he saw a truck suddenly driving into the mountain valley and noticed the sleeves on the hands on the truck waving in the distance, Yin Fan knew something was wrong. Uncle Kong, Aunt Xylan, quickly hide the smoked meat we have. I'm going to call Auntie now. The weather was getting colder, and Professor Yin had fallen ill again recently. He had been resting in bed these days. He was not in good health, and rushing out now might be too late. Professor Kong and Zhou Xylan, hearing Yin Fan, hurriedly ran to their small hut, using a warm shelter to hide the smoked meat, busy and anxious. At the grain threshing yard, Bai Su had just carried 2 baskets of foul-smelling pig intestines and placed them in her basket. At this moment, Een Fan hurried over in a panic. He was usually calm, but this time he was running so fast he was gasping for breath. He won a pull by Sue, Supervision Inspection, Director Hong. Because he was panting, Een Fan couldn't clearly explain what had happened at first, but Bai Su, who was with him day and night, could tell from his panicked expression and urgent manner that something was very wrong. Een Fan pointed at the medicine shop, trying to pull Bai Su to run that way. Bai Su understood immediately. People from the county had come, and Director Hong was here again. And Een Fan was so anxious, it seemed that this time, they weren't just after the medicine shop but also after Professor Een and Zhou Xilan's family. Bai Su forgot about the basket she was holding and shouted to Li Jiqiang and Secretary Qi, who were dividing the pork. The medicine shop is in trouble. After shouting, she grabbed her basket and ran with Een Fan. The startled Li Jiqiang, Secretary Qi, and other villagers saw Bai Su running and quickly followed behind her. Some villagers, who had already finished dividing the meat, heard about the trouble at the medicine shop and didn't even go home, but carried their pork and chased after Een Fan and Bai Su. The medicine shop was important to her and Qin Yanhua to protect, and whether the Mountain Valley residents were doing well affected the shop's future. It also related to whether the entire Peace Brigade could have enough food and warm clothes, and whether they could share pork during the new year. Bai Su, a person not very athletic, surprisingly ran a 100-meter sprint without even realizing she was still holding a basket or where her strength came from. While running, her mind was racing at full speed, thinking about how to fight against Hong Chung and his followers to protect the pharmacy and the people Qin Yan and she cared about. She rushed towards the pharmacy with a group of people. Crossing the stone bridge, they reached the greenhouse. Nearby, there were leftover bamboo sticks from building the greenhouse. Bai Su shouted loudly, "Grab the tools, everyone grab the tools." Een Fan reacted quickly, rushing to grab a bamboo stick. Secretary Qi was hesitating, but Li Jiqiang, who fully supported Bai Su, ran over, picked up 2 bamboo sticks, and without hesitation, handed one to Secretary Qi. With a few people leading, the villagers followed suit, grabbing bamboo sticks. When Hong Chung and his men surrounded the low red brick building, and when they Zhou Zilan, Jiang Yichuan, and Professor Een, who was ill, Bai Su led a group from the Peace Brigade, some dragging or holding bamboo sticks, appearing powerful on the horizon of the greenhouse. They kicked up a huge cloud of dust that blocked the sky and stood in front of Hong Chung and his followers. Hong Chung, used to bullying in the county and various communes, had never seen such a scene before. Seeing Bai Su unafraid and ready to fight him, he tried to assert himself first, saying, "You crazy woman, are you out of your mind?" He wanted to remind the villagers that he was Director Hong from the county and a figure that made people fear. But Bai Su didn't give him a chance to speak. "Director Hong, the pharmacy is the backbone of our Peace Brigade. It helps our members eat well, stay warm, and celebrate the new year with meat. Isn't it wrong for you to come and destroy our fields and disrupt our work?" Bai Su took a step forward, and the villagers from the Peace Brigade also moved forward, holding bamboo sticks and meat. They outnumbered Hong Cheng's men by half and advanced together, raising dust on the dirt road. "Stop right there.
Stand down."
Hong Chung felt that this crazy woman dared to lead people to crush him into pulp. He couldn't care less anymore and shouted, "We are here under county supervision. Who dares to move?" This was a terrifying presence, and his shout made the villagers hesitate and step back slightly. Bai Su believed that at this moment, they must not lose their momentum. She straightened her chest and took a step forward, asserting herself over Hong Chung. "Director Hong, the colleagues managing the medicinal fields, please leave the review." "What about our team's medicinal fields?" "Nobody is managing the medicinal fields now, so the pharmacy can't operate. Without production, we can't generate income for the Peace Brigade, the commune, or the county. This harms the interests of our fellow members." Bai Su clenched her fists and raised them high, confidently saying, "Comrade Hong Chung, we can't interfere with your work, but you can't harm our team members' interests or make us go hungry and cold." What nonsense is she talking? The key is, this woman is complicated and still makes some sense. Hong Chung couldn't argue anymore. He softened his tone to persuade. Comrades of the Peace Brigade, someone has reported a few colleagues from the medicinal fields. Please have them come to the county to explain themselves. I hope you understand my work. Also, comrades Chi and Li, as leaders of the Peace Brigade, you should advise the members to consider the bigger picture and not obstruct higher authorities' work. Secretary Chi and Li Jiqiang looked troubled, seeming somewhat convinced. Bai Su quickly said, "All right, Director Hong, please also invite me to the county seat. I want to meet Secretary Qin and the county leaders, so they can judge the situation. If you, Director Hong, come with your people to cause trouble at the pharmacy, you're damaging the people's work." Bai Su was fearless, chattering away with nonsense and unreasonable arguments. Hong Cheng and others, experienced and worldly, were used to such tactics, and Bai Su was also skilled at arguing. The woman in front of them was tough and more persuasive than he was. Hong Cheng grew impatient and looked at Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang. "Comrades Qi and Li, are your team really going to block our review and supervision work in the Peace Brigade?" His gaze was like a venomous snake and a fierce beast, seeming to want to devour them. Not everyone had Bai Su's courage. Li Jiqiang and Secretary Qi couldn't withstand this pressure. But at this moment, they had no choice but to stand with Bai Su because the bamboo sticks they held were already raised. If they retreated, the enemy would seize the opportunity and tear them apart. Thus, the two sides fell into a deadlock. Meanwhile, Professor Yin, Mr. Zhou Zhilan, and Professors Lin and Kong, protected by Bai Su, were moved to tears, especially seeing that under Bai Su's leadership, Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang held their ground and did not bow to Hong Cheng. They also felt it. Some members of the brigade, upon hearing the name Hong Cheng, were so scared they trembled, but they did not put down their bamboo poles. At this moment, they believed they had done their best and that their contributions to the Peace Brigade on this land were right. If possible, they were willing to continue sacrificing to protect their brigade members, even risking their lives on this pure land. Time passed second by second. Under Bai Su's persistence and the leadership of Li Jiqiang and Secretary Qi, the members held their bamboo poles and confronted the people from the Revolutionary Committee with pork. Bai Su ran with a basket to the pharmacy, even forgetting she was holding a stinky pig intestine, until one of Hong Cheng's henchmen, smelling the foul odor from the basket, couldn't help but pinch his nose. Bai Su remembered she was still carrying a basket of pig intestines. But she couldn't lose momentum. If she put down the basket, it would be like surrendering to Hong Cheng. To break the deadlock, Bai Su even stubbornly took a step forward and pushed the basket toward Hong Cheng. Had he ever seen such a fearless person? The pungent smell hit him, and Hong Cheng was about to lose his temper. "Comrade Bai Su, if you don't move aside, our comrades won't be polite. Today, we'll smash your pharmacy." In a narrow space, the brave win. The first person whose mental defenses broke down was at a disadvantage. Bai Su was about to accuse Hong Cheng of having wild ambitions and trying to destroy the pharmacy when a car appeared on the road leading to the pharmacy. The car was moving fast, kicking up dust, and stopped right at their confrontation. Bai Su recognized it as Qin Yenyue's official car. Every time Qin Yenyue went somewhere, Secretary Zhao would park the car, come out to open the door for Qin Yenyue, and only then would Qin Yenyue step out. But this time was different. The car stopped steadily, and Qin Yenyue had already pushed open the door and stepped out with long strides. Hong Cheng's loud shout about smashing the pharmacy echoed through the mountain valley. Qin Yenyue, upon getting out of the car, looked at the crowd and Bai Su. After their eyes met, he shifted his gaze to Hong Cheng, who was confronting Bai Su. "Director Hong, I heard you're planning to destroy the Peace Brigade's pharmacy?" Qin Yenyue, with long strides, walked toward Bai Su and protected her behind him. "As a member of the county committee, I, on behalf of my colleagues, do not support you doing this." Qin Yenyue finished speaking with a serious face, exuding authority without anger. Bai Su felt that when Qin Yenyue walked over with his long legs, he seemed like a divine being descending from the heavens. Because, in fact, Bai Su was also holding her ground. She never thought about the consequences. She was just full of passion, hoping to use the power of the crowd to drive away Hong Cheng, then go to the county town to seek Qin Yenyue's help. She actually had no ability to handle the situation perfectly. At this critical moment, Qin Yenyue appeared as if a divine being, blocking Hong Cheng's anger. While Bai Su was still impressed by Qin Yenyue's heroic act, the woman who got out of the car with Xiaoming thought Qin Yenyue was just annoying, arguing with someone like Hong Cheng. Bai Su felt the woman who got out with Xiaoming looked familiar. Suddenly, the woman rushed over like lightning, raised her fist, and punched Hong Cheng. Hong Cheng was still stunned when he was knocked down with one punch. Seeing the pig intestines in Bai Su's basket, she wrinkled her nose in disgust, then suddenly brightened her eyes, snatched the basket, and swung it onto Hong Cheng's head as he tried to get up. Her move was so sudden that neither the people present nor Qin Yenyue and Bai Su beside her could react. Bai Su watched helplessly as the foul-smelling pig intestines hung over Hong Cheng's head and then slid down from his face. In this suffocating scene, Hong Cheng screamed angrily, "Han Shumei, are you looking to die? You're the one looking to die. How dare you come to ruin my sister's pharmacy? It's not easy for her to run a pharmacy, and you still want to cause trouble." Bai Su finally realized why she looked so familiar. She turned her gaze to Bai Zhanfeng, who was running toward them, and Bai Mao, standing by the car, clenched fists. Han Shumei, who had done all this, acted as if nothing had happened and said to Bai Su and Qin Yenyue, "Why are you wasting your words on this kind of person? Han Shumei, I will kill you." Finally pulling the pig intestines off herself, Hong Cheng, covered in mucus and stench, roared angrily at Han Shumei. Han Shumei kicked fiercely, knocking Hong Cheng, who was trying to get up, to the ground. "What kind of attitude is this? You're supposed to be a leader, have some ambition. Instead of serving the people, all you do is shout at others. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't, today I will either die, or I will beat you to death." Under Han Shumei's fierce actions, in front of all the peaceful team members and the surprised eyes of Hong Cheng's followers, Hong Cheng, humiliated and furious, suddenly waved his hand. "Get out. All of you, get lost." Hong Cheng's eyes were red and swollen, looking like he was about to cry. He, covered in the foul-smelling pig intestines and mucus, led his henchmen onto a Dongfeng truck, which then drove away amid dust and smoke. In fact, Bai Su's original body did not have a good relationship with her sister-in-law, Han Shumei. After Han Shumei married her brother, she only visited Peace Brigade a few times. She has little interaction with her sister-in-law. The only thing she remembers is that her sister-in-law is a doctor working at a hospital on the island. Other details are unclear to her now. Her brother Bai Mao always supports her and her daughter generously. The story mentions that her sister-in-law actually has some opinions about her. Comrade Han Shumei's appearance in this way surprised Bai Su, and also helped her see a different side of her. "Sister-in-law, you're amazing." Bai Su looks at Han Shumei with admiration, her eyes shining. "Did you stand up for my brother when something happened on the island?" "Nothing like that. Really." Han Shumei instinctively finished the task and realized she had revealed too much in front of her younger sister-in-law. Was she too strict? Feeling Bai Su's eager gaze, she felt pleased. She glanced at Bai Mao walking toward them and smiled shyly. "I'm just a fragile old tiger. When it really counts, I still rely on your brother, Comrade Bai Mao." "Yes, sis, that's right." Bai Zhanping affectionately called Bai Su and revealed a family secret. "My dad and mom are a perfect match because my dad heroically saved my mom, and that's why she willingly married him." It sounded like no one wanted them. Clearly, Comrade Han Shumei is too fierce, so he dares not disobey. Bai Mao, walking over, looked at his sister and smiled, patting Bai Zhanping's head. "Kid, I told you not to talk nonsense." Before meeting her brother and his family, Bai Su was both excited and nervous, waiting for their return before the new year. Her feelings for her rarely seen brother lingered in her heart. But her personality is very different from the original her, so she fears that if she reveals her true self, Bai Mao, who has military experience, might suspect her. Facing her brother and sister-in-law in such a special way, her nervousness disappeared, and she began to see this family in a new light. Bai Mao tapped his son's head, and Bai Su quickly pulled him behind her, warning, "Don't hit your head, or you'll be silly." This kid is already pretty silly and talkative. Bai Mao looked annoyed, and Bai Su shot him a warning look. Loving his youngest sister most, Bai Mao fell silent and raised his hands in surrender, showing he wouldn't dare say more. Han Xiumei smiled. "Someone can always fix you." After Hong Renren left, Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang finally came to their senses. It's understandable. In their eyes, Director Hong is someone they can't afford to offend. Bai Su's sister-in-law, Han Xiumei, actually dared to kick someone and even put a stinky pig intestine on Director Hong's head. The key point was that Director Hong was shouting that he wanted to kill her, but after she kicked him a few times, he ran away with others as if fleeing. This would shock them for 100 years. Secretary Qi, Li Jiqiang, and the village members really couldn't understand what was happening. They just stood there foolishly, waiting for Hong Qing to leave, watching Bai Su's family tearfully reunite. Bai Su also couldn't understand why Hong Chung was afraid of her sister-in-law, Han Xiumei. Why would she dare to do such a bold thing? She had many questions to ask, but her brother and sister-in-law had just returned, looking exhausted. She needed to prepare good food to entertain her brother, his wife, and her nephew. Secretary Qi, Village Headley, I will thank you properly later.
You can leave now.
I'll take my brother and them back. Bai Su waved her hand. Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang, full of doubts, nodded and then left with the village members. Is there anyone who hasn't received meat? Those who haven't, go to the village granary to get some. Secretary Qi shouted, reminding everyone that, besides watching the excitement, getting meat was more important because it affected whether they could have a good new year. The villagers hurried to leave. Li Jiqiang, who was familiar with Bai Mao Ting, also greeted him and left. Bai Su then remembered to pick up the pig intestines from the ground. Sister-in-law, these 2 bundles of intestines, you use them as weapons. To deal with someone like Hong Chung, you have to use pig intestines to beat him. The smell will drive him crazy. Han Xiumei squatted down to help Bai Su pick the pig intestines. Wash them, and they can still be used. These are for making cured sausages. Anyway, once they're done, I'll bring them to the island. If you don't mind, that's fine. Last time, Bai Su made some smoked sausages to send to the island, but only a few, because Bai Zhanpeng and Han Xiumei loved them very much. Those Cantonese-style sausages with a sweet flavor could be bought on the island. Bai Su had made spicy and fragrant sausages before, but she had never tasted them herself. She and her mother just craved those flavors. Hearing that Bai Su wanted to make sausages and bring them to the island, Han Xiumei, despite the long journey, was very excited. Then I'll make sausages with you.
Teach me how.
Your brother loves these. Comrade Han Xiumei, you're lying. It's you and Zhanpeng who love to eat. When Bai Mao Ting spoke, Han Xiumei held Bai Su's arm and shook it. Bai Su turned around and glared at him. Seeing her sister-in-law's cold stare, Bai Mao Ting knew he was out of favor and said to Qin Yena, "Yena, look, women are like tigers. You can't mess with them." Qin Yenyu, who doesn't smile much, nodded and responded to his comrade with a smile. Looking ahead, the woman walking beside Comrade Han Xiumei was like a fierce mother tiger, quite formidable, almost ready to swallow him whole. Knowing that her brother and sister-in-law would bring their nephew home for the new year, Bai Su had already asked Zhou Chongqing and Manhwa to clean her family's house thoroughly, inside and out, even washing the bedding with medicinal soap. All the toothbrushes, toothpaste, basins, and towels were new. Han Xiumei, pulling her suitcase, entered the house and immediately smelled the scent of medicinal soap mixed with the sunshine. Sister-in-law, I've cleaned the house. You and my brother share a room, and Zhanpeng has his own room. Bai Su explained her plan. Also, for meals, there's no need to cook here. We'll eat at the He family's place. Han Xiumei was very pleased with Bai Su's arrangements. In the past, when she came back for the new year with Bai Mao, her husband's sister would at most help tidy up the house. She herself was busy washing and cooking, calling everyone over to eat. Traveling and celebrating the new year at the Peace Brigade was tiring enough. Now, Her sister had everything well planned, cleaned the house, prepared new toiletries, bedding, and covers. Just by looking at the decorations, Han Xiaomei knew her sister welcomed their family back for the new year. Bai Su had done all this, and Han Xiaomei felt very happy. She hugged Bai Su's shoulder and said, "Sister, thank you for tidying up the house. Family is family. We speak openly, and it's not just me cleaning." Manhwa's partner, Zhou Jiqing, helped too. After Li Hua married Hien bought back their old house with money. The house was too big, and after Hien got a job at the county food factory, her in-laws thought the house was too empty. They invited us to move in and keep her company. At that time, Manhua's partner, Zhou Jiqing, had nowhere to stay. I let him stay in our house to help guard the home, Bai Su explained. When the team's Jiqing got married, they needed to split the house. The house where Hien used to live was returned to the team and left vacant. I helped ask the team leader, Zhang, to rent that house for Zhou Jiqing. When Manhwa and Zhou Jiqing got married, he moved out and before leaving, he helped clean the house thoroughly. Since the house had been empty for a long time, it was prone to damage. Hearing that Zhou Chongqing moved out, Han Xiaomei felt a bit regretful. You too, letting Zhou Jiqing move out. Why not let him stay and marry Lanhua in our house? Later, the young couple could help guard the home. Bai Su has thought about this before, but she believes people should know their limits. After all, the house in her maternal family was left by her father. When she first moved out of the Liu family home and had nowhere to stay, it was reasonable for her to move in with her children. But how can a niece marry and still occupy her uncle's house? Staying in someone else's house for too long often leads to resentment. She can't let her brother and sister-in-law take advantage just because they are easy to talk to. The 2 rooms where Hien used to live are right next to our house. Living so close, they can help watch the house for us in the future. Anyway, when the team's educated youth get married, they usually have to move into separate houses. Not taking this opportunity would be a loss, Bai Su said. She got along well with her original sister-in-law, Han Xiaomei, but her nephew Bai Zhanpeng was still a young boy. After a long journey, he was hungry while helping his mother pack. Bai Su planned to go home and cook a few dishes to entertain her brother and sister-in-law after this conversation. Bai Mao and his wife Han Xiaomei came back this time, bringing a lot of things. They were about to unload everything from the car. Bai Su told them that besides Lan Hua and Zhou Chongqing's wedding banquet, they could come to the He family's house to eat at other times. When Bai Mao and Qin Yan were moving the luggage, they left most of Bai Su's things on the car. "Brother, I'll go back first. You and sister-in-law pack up and come over later for dinner," Bai Su said. Bai Mao felt he was out of favor this time. His sister used to be very clingy to him, but now she was busy with her wife and son, neglecting her older brother. Finally, his sister finished talking with Han Xiaomei, and Bai Mao eagerly called out, "Come look at the trunk. See what we brought you?" Bai Mao's usually calm image was completely gone in front of his sister. Bai Su, trying to keep his dignity, stood by the trunk as he unpacked the large and small bags, showing her everything. There were mango strips, dried papaya, dried lychees and longans, various fruit canned goods, coconut powder, coconut strips, and coconut candies. There were all kinds of seafood, abalone, dried shrimp, large squid, shredded squid, dried fish, shellfish, sea cucumbers, and more. Plus a big bundle of seaweed, nourishing herbs, deer antler velvet, and other medicinal ingredients. "Bai Mao, are you opening a seafood and dried fruit shop?" Bai Su said with a twinge of pain as she saw the pile of goods filling the trunk. "So much stuff. How did you carry it all back?" White Mao also felt wronged. Comrade Han Xiaomei said that she has been married to me for so long, and finally it's my time to shine. Your brother is just a mover from south to north. It seems that her brother and sister-in-law are very close. Bai Su smiled. "Brother, you've worked hard. Later, I'll cook some good dishes to reward you." He's already an adult, still complaining to his sister. Qin Yan couldn't stand it anymore and urged Bai Su to get in the car. "Let's go. I'll take you there and help you carry things." "I want to go too. My sister-in-law is packing over here." White Mao tried to squeeze into the car, but Qin Yanyu directly shut the door and stepped on the accelerator. Standing at the door, Bai Mao was stunned. How does Qin Yanyu know his sister so well? It makes him feel like an outsider. No, something's wrong. Bai Mao, who cares most about his sister and senses something strange, rushed into the house shouting, "Comrade Han Xiumei, I tell you, Qin Yanyu has something going on with our sister." Han Xiumei was packing her luggage, not looking up. What kind of situation? It's complicated. I can't explain clearly, but I have a gut feeling about my sister's matters since we were kids. Bai Mao was excited. Qin Yanyu, this cold-hearted guy, doesn't even talk to women in the army. Do you know how many nurses at your hospital liked him? He ignored them all. Why is he so familiar with my sister? Did you notice? The letter he sent from the island, he mentioned my sister a lot. Bai Mao felt he was getting closer to the truth. Han Xiumei, confident in her own judgment, said thoughtfully, "That can't be. Our sister is married and has a child. In a few months, she'll be a grandmother."
Impossible.
My sister is so beautiful, and she looks even better now. People believe she hasn't had children. She's capable and good-looking. Bai Mao, who was blindly confident about his sister and knew his comrade's temper and personality well, kept chatting with his wife. Meanwhile, Qin Yanyu had already parked the car in front of the He family's house, helping Bai Su carry things inside. Today, Han Xiumei's impressive presence deeply shocked Bai Su. She had many questions, but was afraid to ask too much and reveal herself in front of Han Xiumei. Seizing the opportunity, she subtly inquired about Qin Yanyu. "Hong Chung seems to know my sister-in-law." He called her sister Han Xiumei? Yes, Qin Yanyu nodded. They grew up in the same big courtyard. So that's how it is. Bai Su was still very surprised. My sister-in-law is really impressive. Hong Chung was beaten up by her. So your sister-in-law must be formidable. Bai Su looked eager to learn, as if she couldn't wait to hear more. Qin Yan looked at the woman in front of him, no longer bothering to pack up his things, and waited with wide, shining eyes for him to continue. He patiently explained to Bai Su, Han Xiumei grew up in a big courtyard, trained by old Master Han to be tough. Hong Chung is a troublemaker and was often beaten by Han Xiumei when they were kids. Old Master Han favors his daughter, Han Xiumei, a lot. When Hong Chung complained, he was even scolded by your sister-in-law's father. Qin Yan continued. Later, Han Xiumei studied medicine and joined the military, going to an island unit. Hong Chung thought she had left Beijing and wouldn't have to be beaten by your sister-in-law's family anymore. But fate is strange. She ended up in the Peace Brigade again. Even more surprisingly, Hong Chung also bullied you and wanted to destroy your pharmacy. When Qin Yan told Bai Su these things, he showed no particular emotion, but Bai Su sensed a tone of schadenfreude in his words. Seeing how familiar he was with her sister-in-law and Hong Cheng's affairs, Bai Su focused on the key point. "Do you know my sister-in-law from before?" Qin Yan nodded. "We grew up in the same big courtyard. Comrade Han Xiumei is someone I introduced to your brother. Han Xiumei's wild spirit is hard to handle. When your brother heroically rescued her, I brought them together." Qin Yan told Bai Su, "One thing affects another. Since Han Xiumei married your brother, her personality has changed a lot. Today, when Hong Chung bullied you, she couldn't stand it." After hearing Qin Yan's explanation, Bai Su realized that Qin Yan, Hong Chung, and her sister-in-law Han Xiumei all grew up in the same military district courtyard. Her sister-in-law's background was quite strong. Considering she had fought someone, her father even called Hong Cheng's parents to scold him, showing that Hong Cheng's family was somewhat inferior. No wonder her sister-in-law was confident enough to fight and even grab a foul-smelling pig intestine to hit Hong Chung. Bai Su felt very satisfied. But why was everything so coincidental? Hong Chung just happened to choose the day her brother and sister-in-law returned for the new year, brought some henchmen from the Revolutionary Committee, and caused trouble at the Peace Brigade, and her sister-in-law saw everything. And there was someone who knew so much about Hong Chung and her sister-in-law's affairs, perfectly timing everything. While Bai Mao and comrade Han Xiumei were returning, she was being bullied. This made Bai Su suspicious of someone. She moved her things and turned her head to look at him with a strange expression. Qin Yan cursed himself silently for being heartless. He acts so proud when he kills Hong Cheng, but for whom? Bai Su, while gathering information from Qin Yanyu, saw Hong Cheng jump into the river ditch of the forward brigade. After the car left the Peace Brigade, even the usually obedient followers couldn't bear the foul smell on Director Hong. They dared not hold their noses, only forcing themselves to hold their breath. Getting caught by that crazy woman, Han Xiumei, was already embarrassing enough for Hong Cheng. He simply couldn't stand returning to the county town covered in pig intestines and filth with a terrible smell. What if he met someone he knew? In the future, he would have no influence in the county town. Everyone would see him as a paper tiger. During these days before the new year, with the sun shining at noon, he thought the water wouldn't be cold. Unable to bear the stench of his rotten, foul body, he drove out of the Peace Brigade and threw himself into the river ditch of the forward brigade. Only after entering the water did he realize how bone-chilling cold it was. Now, his little followers from the county town, sitting in small groups on the riverbank, were whispering and discussing something. His prestige was already gone. Did he still want to be looked down upon by his own men? Hong Cheng clenched his teeth, persisted, and desperately rubbed the mucus and dirt from the pig intestines on his head, peeling off a layer of skin, shivering from the cold. Only then did he climb ashore. On the bank, his subordinate number 1, a newly recruited corps member, was waiting with his clothes in hand. Hidden behind the bamboo thicket, Hong Cheng hurriedly put on his clothes, his hands and feet moving chaotically. Hearing distant laughter, he grumbled displeasedly. What are they laughing at? His subordinate, Tong de Gui, immediately nodded and bowed. They're not laughing. I already warned them. If they dare say one more word about the Peace Brigade, I will smash their house. Tong de Gui was Hong Cheng's new right-hand man. The previous subordinates, number 1 and number 2, were quite fierce. But somehow, they were ambushed, beaten unconscious, and bedridden. He happened to fall off his bike and broke a leg, so he could only rely on the less capable but obedient Tong de Gui. This guy was picked from the school. Besides flattering, he was really not good at doing things. Otherwise, today at the Peace Brigade, he wouldn't have suffered such a loss. If it had been the previous 2 subordinates, they would have desperately blocked Han Xiumei when she pounced. Hong Cheng reached out as Tong de Gui held his wool coat, helping him put it on. Hong Cheng still secretly disliked Tong Daegu, thinking he was a poor subordinate. While helping him put on his clothes, Tong Daegu was also giving him ideas. Director Hong, when have we ever lost out before? Today, that crazy woman you hit, we must not let her go. Tong Daegu cursed. Don't expect a good new year. I organized my brothers to speak up for you, so during the holidays their families will be in chaos. Anyone who dares to hit the director, they're blind. Hong Cheng was furious. He kicked Tong Daegu. Who are you insulting? That woman, I can handle her, and I won't be beaten by her. Use your pig brain and think. She hit someone, so why shouldn't I destroy the medicine shop in Peace District? Has Secretary Qin come? Tong Daegu guessed about Qin Yanyu. Hong Cheng showed no particular reaction but continued guessing, or maybe there's a man in military uniform around her. Are you kidding? I'm not afraid of a small battalion commander. Hong Cheng slapped Tong Daegu on the head. I have plenty of connections in Beijing. Han Xiumei's father is a good man. Do you think I don't know? I heard he's being transferred from the Northwest to work in the provincial government. That old guy is fiercely protective of his daughter. Anyone who dares to touch her, he'll break their bones. Hong Cheng gave Tong Daegu another shove. If you're not afraid of tearing a hole in the sky, go cause chaos. When that happens, I'll rise to heaven with you. Hong Cheng was holding back because he heard that old Master Han was being transferred to the provincial capital, and this news matched reports from Beijing. Recently, policies in Beijing had loosened considerably. The group of people who had been slowly promoted and those sent to the cold Northwest to suffer were now returning to hold important positions. Hong Cheng vented his anger on Tong Daegu, kicking and hitting him, and felt somewhat relieved after the humiliation he suffered from Han Xiumei. While he was washing in the river and still sneezing heavily, He kicked Tong Daegu again. Get lost. Go back to the county. From now on, listen to me. If I say east, don't hit west. After Hong Chung was beaten by Han Xiaomei and left with his henchmen, Qin Yanhua stayed behind to accompany his comrade's family and helped Zhou Chongqing handle the aftermath. Thanks to Zhou Chongqing's toughness, the damage at the medicine shop was not severe. They only knocked over a few baskets of medicine, which could still be used after washing and drying the herbs. Next, they needed to comfort Professor Yin and the others. Especially Professor Yin, who hasn't been feeling well these days and was forcibly taken by bandits and bullies, causing his wrist to be scraped and bleeding. Zhou Chongqing applied medicine and oil to him, then checked his pulse. You've been frightened. You need a few days to rest. Your old illness, which my aunt treated, was almost healed. Today, Hong Chung came suddenly with his men and trapped me at the pharmacy. I didn't protect you all well. Professor Yin's eyes turned red with emotion. He thought the nightmare from when he was in the capital was about to repeat, but it ended in this way. Comrade Han Xiaomei's fierce actions really impressed him. When Han Cheng's men barged in and roughened up the restrained Yuqi, Han Comrade grabbed a basket with pig intestines and made the trouble disperse. Child, you can't blame yourself. You usually help Dr. Bai and take good care of us here. Jilan and Yuquan are still here. How could you abandon us? The man named Hong is overbearing, but you had no choice. We also need to protect the pharmacy. It's Dr. Bai's hard work. Professor Yin gently patted Zhou Chongqing's shoulder. Don't worry about this old man. It's just a scare. He'll be fine after resting for a couple of days. After speaking to Zhou Chongqing, Professor Yin looked at Zhao Ming standing nearby. He instructed, Tell Yanyu that I'm fine. I just need a couple of days to rest. It's been a tough time. Ask him not to come see me. You worry too much, sir, Zhao Ming reassured him. Such things won't happen again. This time, Secretary Qin went to the station to pick someone up, and we arrived a bit late. Yuan Fan's eyes were already red and swollen, but luckily Zhou Chongqing checked his pulse, and his grandfather was okay. Zhou Zilan and Professor Kong, the two women, were also quite frightened. Everyone thought they wouldn't escape unscathed. But at a critical moment, Bai Su led a group of villagers with bamboo poles, sweeping up dust and rushing fiercely to help. In this troubled era, everyone took care of their own problems. Some stood up bravely to confront Hong Chung without backing down, which made them feel warm and strengthened their love for this land and its people. It's okay now. Zhou Chongqing felt guilty and sad. Zhou Zilan comforted her. Today's show of force is nothing. Back at Baiyun Farm, I was caught and hung up by my brother-in-law every 10 or 15 days, and once I was paraded through the streets. As Professor Yin said, it was just a false alarm. No serious injuries, just superficial wounds. Zhou Zilan smiled at her nephew. Later, Aunt Kong will cook some meat soup for us to help everyone relax. At this moment, his aunt was still talking about food. Zhou Chongqing believed she was truly fine now. He was smiling and talking with a few people inside when a familiar voice came from outside. Is this the place? Zhou Chongqing is here? It sounded like Lan Hua's voice. Because Hong Chung caused a commotion with his people, Zhou Chongqing became alert. When he heard Zhao Qingru was bringing Lan Hua, he quickly opened the door. After Professor Yin was startled, the room was now burning charcoal to keep warm. Lan Hua carried a bag of things inside. Feeling the cozy warmth in the room, she placed the bag on the table. My uncle and his family just returned. My mom made a big pot of braised dishes, so I brought a bowl for extra food. Also, my mom cooked abalone chicken soup. I brought a cup to help Grandpa Yin regain strength. Lan Hua took out a large bowl of braised dishes from the bag and also brought out a porcelain cup filled with chicken soup. Bai Su thought carefully. Knowing that today's chaos caused by Hong Chung might make Professor Kong and Yin Fan forget about cooking, she brought steamed white bread buns and a big bag of them. When Zhou Zilan smelled the aroma, her stomach growled loudly from hunger. Professor Kong's eyes lit up. My Bai sister. Now we don't need to cook lunch. We have buns and meat dishes. Bai Su was worried that the people in the mountain village might be too frightened to eat, so she let Lan Hua bring some food over, knowing they wouldn't be able to leave their brother, sister-in-law, and Jeanpeng for long. Seeing that everyone wanted to eat, Manhwa felt it was no problem. Annie, Aunt Kong, my uncle, and his family brought back some dried fruits. I brought some for you as snacks and also dried longan and lychee. When you make meat soup, add a little of these along with medicinal herbs to help Grandpa Yin recover. After giving out the items, Manhwa called Xiaoming to come eat at her house. She paused and looked at Zhou Chongqing. You should go back for lunch too. Mom said if there's nothing urgent at the pharmacy, you can go home to eat and visit your uncle and aunt's family. When Hong Chung and his men confronted them, the pharmacy was in chaos. Zhou Chongqing thought they would fight fiercely to protect Grandpa Yin and his grandson, and then seek help from Uncle Qin. But unexpectedly, it was Lan Hua's aunt who ended the chaos in an incredibly strange way. It seemed Hong Chung was quite afraid of her aunt. His future aunt-in-law appeared to be very influential. Thanks to her stepping forward today, his aunt, uncle, and Grandpa Yin's family avoided suffering. Zhou Chongqing also felt that out of respect, he should go back to see his future aunt and uncle. He nodded quickly and followed Lan Hua. Xiaoming was craving the delicious braised dishes made by Su. When he smelled the aroma of the meat, he became very hungry and just wanted to eat quickly. Meanwhile, Pian Lan Hua and Zhou Chongqing, a young couple, were fussing and joking behind him. Xiaoming felt like everywhere he went, there was a smell of love and infatuation. So, he quickened his pace and strode toward the He family's house. He walked very fast, and Lan Hua and Zhou Chongqing wanted to call him back to take a shortcut, but it was no use. The two of them had to walk alone along the mountain path leading to the He family. Just a little hill, and they would arrive. No need to take a big detour. Lan Hua has a cold body, and in winter, the wind blows cold. Zhou Chongqing was worried she would catch a cold, so he held her hand tightly. Lan Hua was afraid of being seen, but when Zhou Chongqing's warm hand held hers, and she felt the warmth from his palm, she didn't have the courage to pull away. Anyway, this path was rarely traveled by others. Lan Hua let him hold her openly and smiled at him. Zhou Chongqing, I'm quite happy. Is it because your uncle, aunt, and Jeanpeng came back for the new year? Partly, but not entirely. Lan Hua's eyes sparkled with a smile as she looked at Zhou Chongqing. I was happy to pick you up after work. You see, I've always been the one to pick you up from school before, but this is the first time I've picked you up after work. The cold wind on the mountain brushed her face, messing up her hair. Zhou Chongqing stopped and gently tucked her hair behind her ear, then covered her red ears from the cold. Silly Lan Hua, does this really make you happy? When we get married, you'll come to pick me up from the pharmacy every day. Zhou Chongqing smiled, not only after marriage, but even before. You're my fiancé. No one will say anything.
Dream on.
You want me to come pick you up every day? He covered her ears and stood face to face with her. Lan Hua reached up and pinched his nose. Zhou Jiqing, look at you, so handsome. Are you thinking about your wife and kids, living happily at home? Her fiancé was always so passionate and bold, always making his heart itch with excitement. Sometimes, when he wanted to get closer, Lu Lan Hua, who often caused trouble, would jump and run away like a rabbit. She even mentioned children? Zhou Chongqing thought she was doing it on purpose. His hand, which was holding her ear, changed into a gentle pinch of her earlobe. Zhou Chongqing gritted his teeth and said, Comrade Lu Lan Hua, in a few days, I will teach you a good lesson. Lan Hua's earlobe was very sensitive. When Zhou Chongqing pinched it, her face turned red. She didn't know why. Despite the cold wind making her hands and feet cold, her heart was hot and restless. Lan Hua opened Zhou Chongqing's hand. You bad guy, what are you talking about? In broad daylight. Can we talk about it tonight? Zhou Chongqing moved closer and asked softly, biting gently on Lu Lan Hua's ear. Lan Hua pushed him on the chest and said, What are you joking about? Be good, don't tease me. If we take a shortcut, we'll still get home later than Uncle Zhao. Zhang Peng will laugh at me. Why would he laugh? Who dares to laugh at my wife? Zhou Chongqing held Lu Lan Hua's cold hand in his own, carefully covering it with his palm, and looked into her eyes seriously. Comrade Lu Lanhua, do you really have no regrets? I asked Principal Chi. You have experience publishing articles in newspapers, and you've published many. Your information has already been submitted. If everything goes well, after the new year, your formal appointment should be approved. That means you'll no longer be a substitute teacher, but a proper teacher at Xianjin Elementary School. Zhou Chongqing expressed his concern. I'm worried that after we get married, my background might affect you. If you get a permanent position because of me, and it gets held up because of my issues, I'll feel uneasy for the rest of my life. He wanted to keep talking, hoping Lanhua would think carefully. He was afraid it might affect her future. Lanhua withdrew her hand from his warm grip and tiptoed, covering his mouth with her own. Comrade Zhou Chongqing, I know what you're going to say. I've heard those words so many times my ears are almost numb. I understand you're worried about affecting my future. Lanhua opened her bright eyes and said, but my future is you. Comrade Lu Lanhua's future is Zhou Chongqing. Because of him, I've become different. Without him, I'd still be a girl, without much experience. With Zhou Chongqing guiding and encouraging me, I was able to publish articles in newspapers. I could become a primary school teacher. So, even if I don't have a teaching job, it doesn't matter. Without Zhou Chongqing, I'd still feel sad, like something was missing in my life. Zhou Chongqing, sometimes I even feel that my purpose in life is just to wait for you. When she said this, her eyes sparkled like stars shining in the night. Zhou Chongqing saw himself in her eyes, feeling as if he was everything to Lu Lanhua. He thought this was the most beautiful words in the world. His heart was overwhelmed by her sweet talk and honeyed words, almost unable to stand. Just as Zhou Chongqing was so moved he forgot about everything and pulled her into his arms, Lanhua leaned into him and softly whispered, Comrade Zhou Chongqing, I can find another job, but if I miss you, I'll miss you for a lifetime. Lu Lanhua didn't know how much she liked Zhou Chongqing. The more she interacted with him, the more she liked this responsible, caring, and loving man. She leaned on Zhou Chongqing's shoulder, tiptoed, and gently pressed her lips to his face. Zhou Chongqing, let's get married. Zhou Chongqing felt that just a quick kiss on the face wasn't enough. He was full of excitement, feeling the cold wind, but he didn't feel cold at all. He eagerly hugged Lanhua. I can't wait any longer. Lu Lanhua, let's register our marriage tomorrow. Zhou Chongqing's enthusiasm couldn't be contained, and finally, he boldly kissed Lanhua deeply again. As Lanhua predicted, after they finished being affectionate and returned to the He family, Xiaoming had already come back first. The young couple entered the house holding hands, still reluctant to let go, with Lanhua's face blushing. Bai Su couldn't watch anymore. Silly girl, standing outside in the cold, if you want to be affectionate, why not come home? You're so rude, giving Lanhua and Chongqing some face. Han Xiaomei quickly chimed in, criticizing Bai Su. She looked at Zhou Chongqing, holding Lanhua's hand. Is this Chongqing? Truly handsome. Bai Mao was different from his wife Han Xiaomei and his silly son, who called him second brother-in-law. He came back to watch over Lanhua. Young people being affectionate, with elders still holding hands and walking inside. What a sight. Bai Mao gave Zhou Chongqing a disdainful look. After feeling the disapproval from his uncle, Zhou Chongqing realized he was still holding Lanhua's hand. He quickly let go and affectionately patted Bai Zhangping's shoulder. Then he ignored Bai Mao's glare and enthusiastically called out to Han Xiaomei. Annie, Auntie, you were so impressive at the pharmacy today. Your bravery, I will never forget it. Zhou Chongqing said sincerely, besides my mother-in-law, you are the woman I admire most. Han Xiaomei thought he was praising her for being fierce, especially since he compared her to Bai Su. She was sure that Lanhua's man was complimenting her.
Han Xiaomei smiled happily.
Kid, you really have good eyes. No wonder Lanhua fell for you. You don't know, some people think I'm too fierce. Han Xiaomei and Zhou Chongqing complained, I'm not fierce. Today I protected my sister. I stood beside her silently, not letting me step in. I just didn't have time. Feeling embarrassed by his wife's teasing, Bai Mao looked a bit ashamed.
Eat.
Don't let the kids go hungry. Comrade Han Xiaomei, after dinner, Quickly give the red envelopes you prepared. Whether early or late, they should be given. My sister has her eyes on someone, and as her uncle, I can't do anything about it. I just feel like my niece has been bitten by a dog. Ignore him. One by one, my nieces are getting married, and he's feeling uncomfortable inside. Han Xiaomei glared at her husband. What kind of person is he? Talking nonsense in front of the kids. Yan Yu, you tell him. Actually, Bai Mao was deliberately acting aloof, trying to show his authority as an uncle. When Zhou Chongqing entered the house, he immediately liked his height, looks, and confident presence. And what about Zhou Chongqing? It's understandable that Bai Mao, as an uncle, wanted to give him a warning. Because Lan Hua and the others lost their father a few years ago, their uncle had been supporting their mother and daughters. He was both a senior and a kind of father figure to them. Their father was worried about his daughter getting married. He was always cautious about choosing a good son-in-law. Zhou Chongqing helped Bai Su serve dishes and also brought some wine. Uncle Qin, I'll join you for a drink later. That's more like it. This young man has some sense. Bai Mao nodded, starting to talk with Zhou Chongqing. Although Zhou Chongqing's background was a bit complicated, his comrade Qin Yanyu had already explained the situation. The young man was decent, capable, and not easy to handle. He was said to cook well, handle tasks efficiently, and had a family heirloom medical skill. Bai Mao believed that if he married his niece to him, he could protect Lan Hua. Zhou Chongqing stayed with Bai Mao and Qin Yanyu, drinking a few glasses of liquor with the marinated dishes. After dinner, he went to work at the pharmacy with Bai Su. Bai Su's marinated dishes were so delicious. Bai Zhanpeng was busy eating his aunt's cooking, too lazy to speak. Bai Mao and his wife Han Xiaomei were amazed that their sister's cooking skills had improved so much. They felt both proud and a bit sad about her experiences in the Liu family over the years. They ate until they were full but refused to put down their chopsticks. Marinated dishes are the best with alcohol. Zhou Chongqing and Bai Su left for the pharmacy, while Bai Mao insisted on staying behind, eager to drink a few more glasses with his long-lost comrade. After the meal, Lan Hua and the others cleaned up and went to the kitchen. They left some marinated dishes for the two men to enjoy with their drinks. Li Hua, worried that just eating marinated dishes might not be enough, asked her sister to fry a plate of fragrant peanuts to bring over. As the alcohol took effect and they started to feel a bit tipsy, with no one in the main hall, Bai Mao felt it was the right time. In a drunken state, he punched Qin Yanyu on the shoulder. Yanyu, you really have wolfish ambitions. I asked you to watch over my sister, and you're thinking about it, huh? Have you no shame? He thought Qin Yanyu wouldn't admit it, but Bai Mao was actually pretending to be drunk. Qin Yanyu looked at him calmly and asked, is a face more important? Or getting married? Old Bai, since you're back today, I want to be honest. I'm not brave enough. I fell into the trap your sister set for me, and I don't want to get out. Qin Yanyu poured a glass of wine for Bai Mao and handed it to him, then clinked glasses with him. Brother, I ask you to support me and let me marry Sister Bai Su. With this drink, I want to tell you honestly, I'll treat her well for the rest of my life and never let her down. How much do you care for her? I care just as much. I will treat her as well as you do, no less. Bai Mao was just teasing his comrade, but Qin Yanyu actually admitted it directly. He even solemnly promised to treat her well. The turn of events was beyond his expectations. Is he serious? Bai Mao's cup dropped with a loud crash. Are you serious? You really like my sister? Coming back to his senses, Bai Mao burst out laughing. Falling for my sister? Ha ha ha, Qin Yanyu, you've got it today. First, Hong Chun came with people to cause trouble at the pharmacy. Then Bai Su's family returned, delaying things quite a bit. The pharmacy would be closed for a few days soon, and Bai Su had many things to handle. Those who ordered ointments and oils through the Yu family's sons, Bai Su needed to produce the last batch of medicine to finish everything before the new year, so everyone at the pharmacy could have a good holiday. After leaving home, Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing took a shortcut to the pharmacy. Zhou Chongqing suddenly reminded Bai Su, Annie, the new year is coming soon. Director Hong from the county brought people to cause trouble at our pharmacy. What do you think? Bai Su could only guess. She was unlucky enough to catch Hong Cheng's attention. But she had worked with her second son-in-law Zhou Chongqing for a long time, and she understood that he wouldn't bring this up without reason. With Zhou Chongqing's warning, Bai Su quickly sensed that something unusual was behind this. She looked at Zhou Chongqing and asked, "Are you saying there's a traitor in our pharmacy?" "Yes, otherwise, how would Director Hung know about Yin Fan and his grandfather, or about my aunt and uncle? Qin Shu is capable. He would have arranged for someone to be planted in the Peace Brigade in advance." Zhou Chongqing and Bai Su share the same opinion, but I'm not sure which one it is. Today, Hong Cheng brought people to surround the pharmacy. Yang wanted to remove the window of the back shed to warn Andy, but Shen Jiqing and Zhou Hongba came out to stop him, saying it might cause trouble for the pharmacy. "Andy, I think if someone really trusted Hong Cheng and was always watching our movements from behind, it would be like a ticking time bomb, hard to defend against." Zhou Chongqing's words are reasonable. After all, the people in this valley are the ones she and Qin Yan both want to protect. It's not about fearing theft, but about worrying that someone is always watching. If someone keeps an eye on her, she can't be fully safe. Bai Su quickly decided, if there is a spy, we should catch him. Being watched from behind feels terrible. You never know when it might happen again. Luckily, this time Qin Shuji brought my brother and sister-in-law back, but next time, it might be different. Zhou Chongqing asked eagerly, "How do we catch him?" Bai Su explained, "Zhou Hongba is very clever. His father, Zhou Dajiang, lost his position as a local official, but Zhou Hongba stayed calm. It's hard to find a weakness in him. Shen Jiqing is also tricky. His mind isn't on the right path, but he's not bad-hearted. I think we can start with him." Bai Su evaluated both suspects and then smiled meaningfully. Deception is part of war. "I think we can use Lotus for this." When Hong Cheng's henchmen stormed into the medicine shop to cause trouble, Zhou Chongqing and his men responded quickly. They only kicked over a few baskets and scattered the herbs. After Han Xiumei chased them away, Zhao Qingru, along with Su Xiaoxiao and Lotus, gathered the herbs and washed them in the creek. Then they spread the herbs on the roof of the shop to dry in the sun. The weather was dry in winter, so by sunset the herbs were almost dry.
There was plenty of herbs to dry.
At that moment, Shen Jiqing came out to relieve himself, and Lotus called to him, "Shen Jiqing, are you busy? Xiao Xiao needs to help in the warm shed later. Can you help me gather the herbs?" At the end of the year, work in the workshop was already less busy. Plus, when the Revolutionary Committee's people spilled herbs, there wasn't enough for the upcoming needs, so the workload decreased even more. Now, the workshop was quiet and everyone was free. Shen Jiqing longed to be alone with Lotus. He secretly envied Zhou Hongba, who could work closely with her. Lotus happily peeked out from the roof, and Shen Jiqing eagerly responded, "Not busy at all. I'll go tell Zhou Jiqing now, and come help right away." Hearing Lotus's sweet voice urging him, Shen Jiqing hurried to the workshop, told Zhou Chongqing, and then ran up the stairs to the roof. Standing on the rooftop, I can see everything in the medicine field. Facing the sweet smile of Lotus, Shen Jiqing feels relaxed. This rooftop is really nice. It's my first time coming up here. What's so good about it? Climbing stairs to get up here is tiring. You don't know, my legs go weak. I'm always afraid I'll fall when I walk up the stairs, especially when carrying the medicine basket down. I get so scared my legs tremble. The girl he likes shows vulnerability, saying she's afraid of stairs. Shen Jiqing helps her collect medicine, feeling a strong desire to protect her. He looks seriously at Lotus. "From now on, I will come every day to help you collect medicine. I can carry the basket for you, so you won't be afraid when you go down empty-handed." "Really?" Lotus's bright eyes sparkle with life, and she looks at him sincerely. "Shen Jiqing, you're such a good person." Unfortunately, Lotus stops speaking suddenly, sighing deeply. The girl he likes calls him a good person with shining eyes. Who could resist that? Shen Jiqing almost feels dizzy from her gaze, caught in her charm, his heart fluttering uncontrollably. He hurriedly asks, "What's unfortunate?" "Unfortunately, someone is using your kindness and leading you astray." Lotus looks at Shen Jiqing with clear, bright eyes, Since the medicine shop opened, I've been paying attention to you. I think you're a hardworking young man. But I'm disappointed in you. Seeing Lotus's pure eyes, Shun Jiqing feels uneasy inside. But he can't admit the truth. He pretends to be confused. Lotus, I don't understand what you're saying. Don't you really understand? Lotus suddenly looks sad. If you don't do anything wrong, no one can find out. Shun Jiqing, if no one had gone to the county to complain to the Revolutionary Committee, Hong Qing wouldn't have brought people to smash the medicine shop today. Do you think it's hard for someone to go to the county and complain about the factory? With eyes that seem to see through everything, Lotus looks at him. I asked Sister Xiao Xiao and Sister Qing Ro, and also the young people working at our medicine shop. 3 people went to town during the recent holiday, 2 went to the supply and marketing cooperative, and only you took a car to the county. Shun Jiqing's face quickly shows signs of panic. He has already lost the psychological battle to Lotus. Lotus presses on. Shun Jiqing, I always believed in you and admired you. You come from a big city, educated and cultured. Unlike me, you've seen the world, and you're knowledgeable and insightful. I even used to look up to you. When you did this, I lied to myself, thinking you were just confused, that you had taken a wrong turn. Lotus sighed, her eyes filled with deep disappointment. Now I realize I was wrong about you. Even now, you refuse to admit your mistakes. Shun Jiqing, I can't forgive you anymore. In her words, she was clearly telling Shun Jiqing that she still had feelings for him and liked him all along. Unfortunately, he made a mistake and wouldn't admit it, and now she was very disappointed in him. This made Shun Jiqing feel that if he truly repented, Lotus might forgive him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him to the rooftop to ask him privately about this. If she didn't give him a chance, she could have told her brother-in-law Zhou Jiqing or gone directly to Aunt Bai. Shun Jiqing's emotional defenses broke down at that moment. He looked down, unable to lift his head in front of Lotus. I was wrong, Lotus. It was a moment of confusion. I did it all for your good. There was no one on the rooftop, and Shun Jiqing boldly confided in Lotus. Since I started working at the pharmacy, seeing you, I realized there are such good girls in this world. You are innocent, lively, cheerful. You always smile sweetly, and watching you makes everyone feel happy, like sunshine everywhere. In the saying from Ode to the Lotus, it talks about being pure and untainted, not corrupted by the mud, and not being seductive when clean. It's about girls like you. You don't know, but in my heart, you're as beautiful and noble as a lotus flower. You're such a wonderful and noble girl. How can I bear to see you get involved with someone with issues? Shun Jiqing continued passionately. That Yin Fan, his grandfather, made a big mistake and was sent away to our peace brigade. You're innocent and unaware, getting close to him. I can't just watch him harm you or ruin you, so I want them to face the punishment they deserve. Shun Jiqing's face turned red with excitement. As he spoke passionately, he moved closer to Lotus step by step. They stood face to face, and he was about to reach out and hold her hand. At this moment, Lotus raised her hand and sharply slapped Shun Jiqing's face. It was really you, Shun Jiqing. You're so disappointing. You're not even human. Seeing the harmless Lotus suddenly hit him, Shun Jiqing was struck by the slap, feeling a burning pain on his face. Only then did he realize he had been hit. Lotus, like a fierce little beast, withdrew her smile and stared at him angrily. You say you're doing this for me, but you're actually harming Grandpa Yin and Yin Fan. What's the logic in that? Lotus angrily said, You know very well that the medicine shop is my mom's hard work. You went to complain, not only causing trouble for Grandpa Yin and Brother Yin Fan, but also risking my mom and ruining the medicine shop she built. This medicine shop helps the Peace Squad earn money and provides jobs for the squad members and young workers. You say you're doing this for me, but you arrogantly went to the county seat to complain, bringing those people here. If it weren't for my mom stepping in or Uncle Qin and my aunt appearing, could the shop have survived? If your way of showing kindness is like this, it's too frightening. Comrade Shen, for your own selfish reasons, you went to complain, trying to ruin Grandpa Yin and the others and destroy the shop. Your thoughts are too scary. Lotus's tone was full of anger. Comrade Shun, my mom is the most important person to me. No matter who tries to destroy the shop, I hate them. If you like me so much that you cause my mom's shop to be destroyed, what does that say about me? Lotus's face was very cold, making Shun Jiqing feel icy to the bone. She no longer looked harmless. Her small body radiated a terrible energy. She looked at Shin Jiqing with hatred and said every word clearly. Shin Jiqing, I will not forgive you. I hate you. I never want to see you again. Lotus. Shun Jiqing wanted to say something, but Lotus packed the medicines into her basket. She threw Shun Jiqing on the rooftop and stomped down the stairs, leaving him behind. She was so angry that she almost slipped and fell while going down the stairs. Despite that, she didn't call for help from Shun Jiqing. Her trembling feet carried the basket as she disappeared. The girl he liked was so hateful to him, hated him. Shun Jiqing felt all his strength drain away. Yes. Why didn't he think that those people really came to the mountain valley? They wouldn't just invite Grandpa Yin and Yin Fan to the county seat. Last time, Hong Chung had already come to trouble the medicine shop. Now it even involved Aunt Bai. Shun Jiqing was full of regret. He felt weak as he walked down the stairs. Lotus, who usually greeted him with a sweet smile, didn't even look at him now, acting like a stranger. He felt terrible, so terrible. The girl he liked once admired him, thought he was cultured and knowledgeable. It was his fault for not seizing the chance, for making stupid mistakes. Even if he was jealous of Yin Fan, he wouldn't have done such things. Why did he do this?
Why?
Shun Jiqing thought carefully. He realized it was Zhou Hongba who had told him that if Yin Fanyuan and his grandson were taken away, the work at the team photo studio would belong to him. Then he could approach Hehua and win the heart of his beloved. Under Zhou Hongba's influence, he was blinded and acted on impulse. Thinking more carefully, Zhou Hongba also liked Hehua. If he could push Yin Fanyuan aside and truly win Hehua, why wouldn't Zhou Hongba do it? Realizing he had been tricked, Shun Jiqing felt deep regret. He was so lost that he came down from the rooftop, and this scene was seen by Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing hiding in the dark. Auntie, is this okay? Look at Shun Jiqing's expression. I think it's fine. This matter really involves him. Even Hehua was tricked. Bai Su carefully planned. If we want to know whether Zhou Hongba is involved, we should wait until Xiao Xiao and Qingru return to the Jiqing station and deliberately spread some words. Bai Su leaned close to Zhou Chongqing's ear and whispered a few words. Zhou Chongqing's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand everyone's thoughts perfectly. Only a mother-in-law's keen observation could be so precise. This matter would soon be clear, and then it would be time to deal with the traders and settle accounts with Zhou Hongba. After resolving a big issue at the pharmacy, Zhou Chongqing felt very relieved. He discussed with Bai Su, Annie, I want to take half a day off tomorrow. Zhou Chongqing was usually quick and straightforward, but when he mentioned this, he looked a bit unnatural. The commune will have a holiday in a few days. Manhwa and I agreed to get the certificates early. Bai Su looked at him and smiled. Zhou Chongqing cleared his throat. Auntie, I'm worried about long nights and restless dreams. This noon, Lanhua came to call me home for dinner. I asked her if she'd regret it after knowing my background. She said she could find another job, but if she missed me, she'd miss her whole life. Zhou Chongqing looked at Bai Su with firm eyes. Lanhua is a good girl. I want to thank you for your support. What a big dose of love. She could find another job, but missing Zhou Chongqing meant missing a lifetime. It was hard to imagine these words coming from her cold and reserved daughter. These passionate words made Bai Su feel her heart warm and fiery. When Zhou Chongqing proposed to take Lanhua to register their marriage, he looked both nervous and a bit uncomfortable in front of her. Bai Su suddenly smiled. Getting the certificate is fine, but are you also going to change how you call her? Zhou Chongqing was stunned. Then his expression became strange, excited in his eyes, yet grateful for being acknowledged. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Zhou Chongqing opened his mouth and said, Mom, from now on, we are a family. Lanhua, and I will take good care of you. His call of Mom was very serious, with a sense of ceremony. With this word, Bai Su felt a strong blood connection between them, even though it was brought by Manhwa. The feeling of being a family was very strong. Completing the ceremony made Bai Su very happy. She gently patted Zhou Chongqing's shoulder and said seriously, Manhwa is in your hands now. Treat her well. Remember to cherish and love her. I will also teach her to cherish you, Zhou Chongqing replied sincerely. I hope that in this marriage, both of you can make each other happy, support each other, and become better people, Bai Su said. This was a deep wish, and Zhou Chongqing was still thinking about his future mother-in-law's words when Bai Su heard her brother Bai Zhanping calling for Hua. She quickly ended the conversation and saw her sister-in-law Han Xiumei bringing Bai Zhanping to the medicine shop, talking to Hua. Sister-in-law, is everything settled over there? Bai Su came out from under the eaves. Han Xiumei, looking annoyed, pushed Bai Zhanping toward Hua and said, Go play with your sister. Later, you'll go home together after work. Han Xiumei dismissed her son and then pulled Bai Su aside. Sister, you're really impressive. You managed to get that piece of trash from Qin Yanyue. I really admire you now. Bai Su didn't understand what Han Xiumei was talking about at first, thinking she was referring to her work at the medicine shop and asking Qin Yanyue for help. Han Xiumei was excited and grabbed Bai Su, saying this. Bai Zhanping and Hua eavesdropped, and even Su Xiao and Zhao Qingru peeked out from inside, curious. People are listening through the walls. Han Xiumei quickly pulled Bai Su aside and said, Let's find a quiet place to talk. They moved to a secluded corridor near Professor Yin's red brick houses, a little away from the medicine shop, so no one was around. Han Xiumei's words sounded suspicious, and Bai Su was confused. Sister-in-law, Qin Shuji, has indeed helped me a lot with the medicine shop. What do you mean you got him? Don't talk nonsense, Han Xiumei said loudly. Having such a careless and loud sister-in-law was really stressful. Bai Su reminded her, Be clear about what you're saying, or the children might misunderstand later. Qin Yanyu is just a useless stone in the pit. He used to be in the capital city and on an island troupe, and many girls liked him. Except for the girl who studied abroad, Han Xiumei, he didn't seem interested in any woman. She once thought Qin Yanyu was a romantic, still thinking about the girl who left him to study abroad. She feels she probably won't marry in this life. After many calculations, she didn't expect Qin Yanyu to be interested in her husband's sister. The key is the girl didn't like him, but Qin Yanyu, who is like a noble flower, liked her sister's daughter. Bai Mao, that fool, took advantage of drinking to ask questions, and she listened secretly from the dark. She understood everything. Qin Yanyu was serious this time and didn't mind that her sister was a mother of 5 daughters, or that he might become a stepfather to Lihua and Lanhua. Lihua was pregnant, and if Qin Yanyu really married her sister, he would become a grandfather. Han Xiumei couldn't bear to watch. She never thought that someone with no partner could become a grandfather or great-grandfather before her own Bai Lao Bai. I misunderstood something, did I? Seeing Bai Su Meng unaware, Han Xiumei was excited. Girl, let me tell you, today when you went back to the He family for dinner, Qin Yanyu didn't rush to send you home, and even left your brother behind. Your brother felt something was wrong. Then he used drinking to trick him, asking if he liked you, and guess what? He admitted it. Han Xiumei was still a bit in disbelief as she spoke. That tough stone. He can even say nice words, let your brother support him, and say he will treat you well for a lifetime. Her sister-in-law was talking excitedly, while Bai Su looked at Han Xiumei's moving lips, her mind blank. Why did Aunt Ju send her so many face washcloths all at once? She couldn't understand, but after Han Xiumei's excited chatter, Bai Su finally understood everything. Qin Yanyu was very attractive to her aesthetic standards and had always interacted with her. She wasn't the original person and couldn't stay calm, and she was also dazzled by Qin Shuji's handsome face. But as soon as she had this thought, she remembered she was a widow with 5 daughters, feeling it was a bad time to fall in love. Such a noble flower, just appreciating from afar was enough. From a distance, no touching. So she forced herself to stop thinking about it, not daydreaming or imagining anything. She didn't expect Qin Yanyu to think this way. Now, hearing Han Xiaomei's words, Bai Su was shocked. But Han Xiaomei was still curious and asked, "Girl, how did you manage to get that tough stone Qin Yanyu to?" This left Bai Su at a loss for how to answer. How would she know? Faced with Han Xiaomei's curiosity, Bai Su instinctively blurted out her thoughts. "Sister-in-law, do you think Secretary Qin has a problem with his eyesight?"
Huh.
Han Xiaomei was trying to ask what Bai Su meant, but she didn't expect her to say that. She couldn't keep up. "Sister, why do you say that? Aren't I obvious? Look at our conditions. What about his?" Bai Su found it all very strange. "Sister-in-law, I'm a widow with 5 daughters. When Lily has her baby, I'll be a grandmother soon. Secretary Qin has never been married, comes from a good family, looks handsome, and is from the capital. He has a bright future. It's like he and I are from 2 different worlds." Bai Su felt inspired. Why would he be so troubled? "You say he's interested in me, so either he has poor eyesight or he's lost his mind." Han Xiaomei was speechless after Bai Su's words. After all, her husband Bai Mao thought his sister was perfect in every way. That's just a brother's way of loving and spoiling his sister. Now Qin Yanyu also seemed to be influenced by Bai Mao, thinking his sister was good everywhere. He even lowered his standards for a partner just for her, not caring that she was a mother of 5 daughters, had been married before, or that she had died once. Han Xiaomei couldn't understand it either. She came to Bai Su not only to share this news but also because her husband had given her a task. She tentatively asked Bai Su, "Sister, from your tone, are you not planning to date Qin Yanyu? What do you really mean?" "Of course not." Bai Su held back her strong temptation. "Sister-in-law, Qin Yanyu must be either drunk or crazy to say such silly things to my brother. When he sobers up, he'll regret it." A beautiful flower standing before her. Bai Su had to resist the temptation. It's just too hard. She suddenly remembered the last time she went to the county town, when Qin Yanyu wore a suit and showed off his tense muscles. His tall figure, the faint outline of his abs, every part of him was irresistible. It was like a delicious, sweet cake falling from the sky right in front of her. So tempting. If she didn't have 5 daughters and was still a young girl herself, she might have thrown herself into the fire. But besides herself, she had daughters and sons-in-law behind her. If she acted on her feelings, it would be a joke and disrespectful. How did she end up replacing the original owner and suddenly become the mother of 5 daughters? Bai Su closed her eyes with a determined look and said through gritted teeth, "Sister-in-law, you should talk to my brother. I am from a different world than Secretary Qin. He has a bright future, and I am just an uneducated rural woman who has been married and has children. With my background, I don't deserve someone like him." Han Xiaomei felt that finally someone could help settle Qin Yanyu and melt his stubborn heart. Now it seemed her sister wasn't willing. Thinking of someone's advice, Han Xiaomei sighed regretfully. "Sister, do you really not want to think it over?" "I can't think about it." Bai Su shook her head painfully. "Sister-in-law, the match isn't suitable. Secretary Qin is from Beijing, and you grew up in the same big courtyard. People from such backgrounds usually have strict rules. With my conditions, Secretary Qin probably wouldn't look at me. His family must have high standards, and they definitely wouldn't accept someone like me. I can't show off my qualifications. I'm not young anymore, and I'm a mother of 5 daughters. I already have 2 sons-in-law. I won't try anymore." Han Xiaomei truly admired her sister. Even with someone like Qin Yanyu in front of her, she could still refuse. And her reasons made sense, considering the long-term picture. Han Xiaomei had nothing more to say. She had truly done her best. Her sister was clear-headed. After a few seconds of feeling sorry for Qin Yanyu, who seemed like a withered tree blooming, Han Xiaomei shrugged regretfully and told the person listening in the dark that it wasn't that she wasn't helping, but she had exhausted her words. Her sister-in-law was clever and knew what she was doing. Qin Yanyu, hiding in the shadows, was furious. He was at his most embarrassing moment. He dared not approach this woman directly to express his feelings, fearing rejection and losing face. Now, with Han Xiaomei and Bai Mao's help, she still refused him. He was serious. He genuinely liked her and wanted to be with her long-term, to cherish her. But this woman thought his eyes were bad, and his mind was broken. Qin Yanyu felt utterly humiliated. What made him angrier was that she said their families were incompatible, and since she didn't even understand his family background, she assumed the old man in Beijing wouldn't agree to the marriage. He heard from the He family's young master that she was trying to match Du Chonggang with a girl from the pharmacy and knew she was giving a face-to-face chance to explain the family situation. But when it came to him, she guessed wildly and rejected him right in front of Han Xiumei. Qin Yanyu, standing by the window supporting Professor Yin, turned pale. After listening to Professor Yin in the corner, he patted Qin Yanyue's hand and encouraged him. Yanyue, the road is long and full of difficulties. Keep searching and striving. Things are often hard at first. For comrades like Sister Bai Su, you need to be patient. Uncle, you heard it all. I am disliked by others. Qin Yanyue said with a sad face. I think I was patient enough this time. To avoid rushing her, I asked Bai Mao and Han Xiumei to come back for the new year, officially communicate with my comrades, and have Sister Han Xiumei pass on my feelings. Those involved often misunderstand, while outsiders see clearly. Professor Yin, who has experienced many storms, saw through it and said, You, kid, carry too much burden. You said someone else is passing on your feelings. Last time, when Xiaohe's coworker came to find his wife, everyone knew they arranged to meet in a warm shed and talked face to face. Professor Yin said meaningfully, You have feelings for Sister Bai Su, but you don't go to her yourself to clarify. Is it right to ask someone else to do it? Many words can't be fully explained when others pass them on. Listening to Professor Yin's advice, Qin Yanyue looked thoughtful. After hearing what that woman said to Han Xiumei, and then listening to Uncle Yin's teaching, Qin Yanyue felt that some things really needed to be carefully reconsidered. Uncle, it's late. I need to go back to the county town. In a few days, Manhwa and Zhou Chongqing will get married. I'll bring New Year gifts for you and Fanner. Qin Yanyue told Professor Yin. With Han Xiumei here, Han Cheng hasn't dared to come to the Peace Brigade recently. I'll help you go back and rest. Shun Jiqing, after finishing work at the pharmacy, returned to the Jiqing station like a walking zombie, feeling weak and lying on the bed in the dormitory. Until all the Jiqing had finished washing and gone to sleep, he slowly went to the kitchen to fetch water, brush his teeth, and wash his face. He thought no one would be in the kitchen at this time. But unexpectedly, he saw a glow through the paper-covered window and smelled the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Who was secretly roasting sweet potatoes in the kitchen? Hearing voices inside, Shun Jiqing paused outside the dark kitchen, then listened to two familiar voices chatting. Today, people from the county came to supervise and inspect. The scene was really frightening. I thought the pharmacy was going to be smashed. But it turned out okay, because Secretary Qin and Sister Bai's brother and sister-in-law appeared, and the matter was settled. Qingru, Sister Bai's sister-in-law, is really impressive. Besides her, she's the strongest woman I've ever met. As Su Xiaoxiao's voice drifted through the cold wind into Shun Jiqing's ears outside the door, Zhao Qingru's voice came again. My Auntie Lotus has this personality, which I didn't expect. My godmother never told me before. Zhao Qingru said to Su Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, I feel something's wrong with those people coming to attack the medicine shop today. They're pretending to attack the shop, but I think they're actually targeting Yin Fan and his grandfather. Nobody in the village talks about Yin Fan's grandfather's affairs. Why would they come to cause trouble? Zhao Qingru boldly guessed Xiaoxiao. Do you think someone tattled? Don't say that, Qingru. I really think it's possible. In the kitchen, Su Xiaoxiao used a fire fork to pull out a roasted sweet potato. Outside, Shun Jiqing stood in the cold wind, smelling the tempting aroma and feeling very hungry. Finally, there was some movement inside the kitchen. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her voice and asked Zhao Qingru, Qingru, who do you think told on us? Hearing this, Shun Jiqing felt guilty and trembled. Fortunately, Zhao Qingru inside guessed, I think it was Zhou Hongba. He's a deep thinker. You don't know, he has always liked Lotus. He used to be a good primary school teacher, but refused to do it. Instead, he wanted to compete with us for the medicine shop job, all because of Lotus. Lotus has gotten close to Yin Fan, and Zhou Hongba has long been unhappy about it. I saw him watching Yin Fan when I was collecting medicine, as if planning something. Shun Jiqing, eavesdropping outside the door, felt a buzzing in his head. He had only guessed during the day that Zhou Hongba was using him. Hearing Zhao Qingru talk about Lotus and her feelings for Shun Jiqing, he became absolutely sure that he had been used by that petty man Zhou Hongba. Thinking of Lotus's disappointed eyes and her saying she would never forgive him, a surge of anger flooded his heart. At this moment, something even more despairing happened, because Zhao Qingru was whispering to Su Xiaoxiao, her voice faintly leaking out from inside. Zhao Qingru told Su Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, I have a secret to tell you. Actually, Lotus kind of likes Shun Jiqing. She told me that Shun Jiqing came from a big city, is cultured and knowledgeable, and is quite outstanding among the young people here." Next, Zhao Qingru and Su Xiaoxiao ate roasted sweet potatoes, and Shun Jiqing couldn't hear what they were saying at all. His mind was buzzing, filled with Zhao Qingru saying Lotus liked him a little and Lotus feeling disappointed and saying she wouldn't forgive him. He stood in the cold wind for what felt like a long time, frozen stiff, until Zhao Qingru and Su Xiaoxiao finished eating the roasted sweet potatoes, washed up, and were about to return to their room. He quickly left silently and returned to his place. Shun Jiqing, lying on the bed, felt uncomfortable and couldn't sleep. Finally, he fumbled under the pillow for paper and a pen, lay under the blanket, turned on a small flashlight, and kept writing a letter. The next day, Bai Su arrived at the pharmacy for work. Shun Jiqing, with dark circles under his eyes and a pale face, appeared in front of Bai Su. "Auntie, I have something to tell you." Bai Su called him aside. Shun Jiqing lowered his head. "Yesterday, I received a letter. My mother said my father is sick and asked me to come back quickly to take care of him. I need to go to the brigade to get an introduction letter. I also need your help to get it stamped, and then ask the brigade to be flexible." Shun Jiqing looked nervously at Bai Su. "Annie, can you help me with this?" "Oh, your father is sick? Is it serious?" Shun Jiqing nodded seriously. Bai Su looked at him encouragingly. "As a child, it's right to be filial to your parents. You are a caring child. All right, I'll help you get the brigade to approve it." Bai Su kindly said, "When do you plan to take leave and return to the city?" Shun Jiqing felt that his future was ruined by someone with bad intentions. Hearing Bai Su praise him for being filial made him feel even more sad and distressed. Auntie seemed to value him very much. If it weren't for Zhou Hongba, he might still have a chance. Thinking of all this, Shun Jiqing was in great pain. He struggled to speak. "I want to leave as soon as possible. I can't delay any longer. Is your father's condition that serious?" Bai Su felt sympathetic toward Shun Jiqing's situation and readily agreed. "Why don't I go with you to the brigade now? You can take leave early from the pharmacy. If your father's condition is serious and you can't come back in time, you don't need to return to Hepping Brigade first. Would that be okay?" Things went so smoothly that Shun Jiqing felt it was fate. He nodded. "Thank you, Auntie." With Bai Su stepping in, Shun Jiqing's situation was special. The brigade's party secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang didn't make things difficult for him. Shun Jiqing smoothly completed the procedures to return to the city. As he was about to leave, Shun Jiqing took out a letter. "Annie, after I joined the pharmacy, I've been cared for by you. There are many things I find hard to say. I wrote you a letter." Shun Jiqing glanced toward the pharmacy, feeling very reluctant. "I don't know if I can come back after returning to the city this time. If my father's condition is serious, I will be the main support of the family. It's okay. Take your time to settle everything. When your father recovers, you can come back to Hepping Brigade. At the pharmacy, you don't need to worry." Shun Jiqing explained this to Bai Su before leaving. Bai Su then looked at the letter again. Bai Su nodded in agreement. As soon as Shun Jiqing left, Bai Su smiled and opened the letter. After reading it carefully, she took the letter back to the team office and laid it out in front of Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang. "What do you two think about this?" The letter Shun Jiqing wrote fully explained the situation he reported, and also said that everything was directed by Zhou Hongba. He deeply regrets being misled and doing such things. He feels ashamed to stay in the Peace Brigade. Since his father was seriously ill, he chose to take leave and go back to the city at this time. But to protect the interests of the team and to be fair to Bai Su and Hua, he fully disclosed everything. After reading the letter, not only Li Jiqiang was angry, but Secretary Qi was also furious. He slapped the table and said angrily, "This Zhou Hongba is really a troublemaker, ruining everything. How can he use personal feelings to manipulate others and order Shen Jiqing to do such things? Zhou Dajiang is clueless, and Zhou Hongba is the same." Taking advantage of Secretary Qi's anger, Bai Su added, "Not just clueless, he's doing this on purpose. Or maybe he had other motives when he came to the pharmacy." Secretary Qi, team leader, "I've been working hard to develop the pharmacy and bring an income for the team. I want our members and educated youths to have a good life, not to set a trap that could explode at any moment." Bai Su asked Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang, "What should the team office decide to do about this? Such troublemakers can't stay anymore." Since taking office, Secretary Qi has felt that the Peace Brigade isn't fully under his control. He's worried Zhou Dajiang might come back to cause trouble. Now, Zhou Hongba has made a mistake himself, which is just what he hoped for. Secretary Qi immediately discussed with Li Jiqiang, "We're not unwilling to give Zhou Hongba a chance. Look at what he's done. He deliberately encouraged Shen Jiqing to complain in the county, making it impossible for us to run the pharmacy smoothly. We gave him a chance, but he still resents me for replacing his father as secretary. I was sent here by the higher-ups to lead the Peace Brigade. What can I do?" Yes, Zhou Hongba is really unreasonable. For his own selfish reasons, he's disregarding the team. Such a person is harmful and unproductive. Li Jiqiang agreed with Secretary Qi, saying, "People like that shouldn't be kept in important positions like the pharmacy." Chairman Qi made a firm decision. "All right, then let Brother Zhou Hongbo return to the team's work, carry forward the spirit of hard work and simplicity, and contribute to the team." As an informant for the Revolutionary Committee at the team's pharmacy, Zhou Hongba successfully incited Shen Jiqing to report, feeling proud of himself. Unfortunately, people from the town arrived, and in the end, Aunt Lu Huahua, a woman, managed to drive away the people brought by Hong Cheng. Who exactly is Aunt Lu Huahua? Zhou Hongba increasingly believed he must win her over. Besides having Secretary Qi's support, she also had an impressive aunt-in-law. If he could become the third son-in-law of Aunt Bai after Zhou Chongqing, he thought he could completely change the situation. Lost in his beautiful dream, Zhou Hongba didn't even notice that, besides Zhou Chongqing taking leave to go register marriage with Lu Lanhua, the pharmacy was also missing one person. When he realized something was wrong, he ran to ask Xiao Qingro for information. Huahua cheerfully came in from outside and warmly called out, "Comrade Zhou Hongba, don't you know? Shen Jiqing's father is sick. He already asked my mother for leave, went to the team's office with a letter of introduction, and has set off to leave the team by bus." Zhou Hongba secretly thought this was bad, but he had no chance anymore. Huahua urged him, "Oh, by the way, I heard Shen Jiqing reported before leaving. The team leader and Chairman Qi are here now, calling you over for a talk." Huahua, a gentle little creature, revealed sharp teeth for Yinfan. "Comrade Zhou Hongba, let's go. I'll take you to see Chairman Qi and the team leader." After the excitement of the Peace Brigade sending pork to help rush people at the pharmacy, another matter became a topic among the team members. That was about the former secretary's son, who had given up his job as a primary school teacher to work at the pharmacy. Because he incited Shen Jiqing to report, the team decided unanimously to dismiss him from the pharmacy. Zhou Dajiang had never been a secretary again, and his family was in chaos. Sometimes rumors spread that Zhou Dajiang hit his wife, other times that Sun Mingyuan was fighting with Zhou Yan over divorce. Now Zhou Hongba, because of inciting someone to report, was criticized by the team. Even Sun Mingyuan, a man with a ruined reputation, wanted to distance himself from his family. Zhou Dajiang's family could no longer hold their heads high. Especially Zhou Hongba, who was expelled from the pharmacy. He was always proud and full of integrity, but ending up like this, expelled before the new year. He left home immediately. Zhou Dajiang's wife, because of this matter, had lost her mind. Seeing someone gather around, I ran over and asked, "Have you seen my family's Hongba?" Zhou Yan and Zhou Dajiang felt embarrassed and tried to pull her back, but she directly started hitting people. Yuan Pengzi was driving a small truck from the county food factory, carrying New Year goods and half a pig's leg. On the road in Peace Brigade, a woman suddenly ran out chasing something. He almost stepped on the gas, but luckily hit the brakes in time. Even so, he was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Yuan Pengzi stuck his head out the window and shouted, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Watch out for people." Zhou Yan and Zhou Dajiang shouted at her to stop. Then Yuan Pengzi drove straight to his brother's house with the goods. When he arrived at the He family's door, he called inside, "Sister-in-law, are you home? I brought pork and New Year goods." Li Hua was inside making clothes. Hearing the noise, she looked toward Mother He. Mother He hurried to come out and was very happy to see Yuan Pengzi. "Zhang, you finally came. My in-laws are waiting for you to bring pork. Once you arrive, we can finally stuff the sausages." Bai Su had been thinking about making sausages. Early during the pig slaughter in the brigade, she ordered 2 sets of pig intestines. Fortunately, winter was cold, and in the mornings, icicles hung from the roof cracks. Bai Su asked her brother and Bai Zhanping to gather some ice and put it in a wooden basin, then placed the basin in the cool shade of the courtyard. The pig intestines stayed fresh while being chilled. In her free time, Bai Su wanted to settle on Hua Zhou Chongqing's marriage, prepare New Year goods, and stuff sausages. She also planned to smoke some bacon. Thinking about it, she felt quite busy. This time, besides Bai Su's order of half a pig, Yuan Pengzi also brought pork ordered from the slaughterhouse by the pharmacy. He Yen hadn't returned from traveling to a neighboring province, and before coming to Peace Brigade, Yuan Pengzi also went to the food factory to pick up the New Year goods Bai Su ordered on behalf of the pharmacy. It was already the 25th day of the lunar year. After finishing the last day of work, the pharmacy would also close for the holiday. In the morning, they finished the last batch of medicinal soap, and in the afternoon, Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing, along with everyone at the pharmacy, were busy cleaning up to prepare for the new year. Bai Su had said the pharmacy would give out New Year goods and pork. The cleaning was almost done, and everyone was looking forward to the celebration. Especially Su Xiaoxiao and Hua, who helped Zhao Qingru organize the medicine storage, kept running to the pharmacy door, looking out eagerly. During the time they went to Bai Su's house to eat dumplings, Su Xiaoxiao also got to know Yuan Zhangwo. Back then, at Bai Su's house, Su Xiaoxiao was annoyed because Yuan Zhangwo kept competing with her for food. Now, she was at the pharmacy door, stretching her neck and looking out. She had never hoped for Yuan Pengzi to arrive so much as she did at this moment. She stretched her neck and asked, "Hua, why isn't Comrade Yuan Zhangwo here yet? Can she come before it gets dark?" "Yes, she probably can." Lotus isn't very sure either. Besides being a bit tastier, he likes to compete with our plum blossom for food, and he seems pretty honest about his words. Although Su Xiaoxiao only met Yuan Zhangwo once, she agrees with this.
I think so too.
Plus, this is still something Annie asked him to do. The two of them wiped the door with cloths while looking toward the mountain path entrance. Finally, they see a small truck coming this way. Yuan Pengzi has been to the Peace Brigade many times. Lotus and Su Xiaoxiao recognize immediately that it's a small truck from the county food factory. Soon, the truck arrives and stops at the pharmacy door. "Comrade Yuan Zhangwo." Su Xiaoxiao waves her cloth happily and greets him warmly. Lotus excitedly shouts inside, "Our pharmacy's pork and New Year goods are here." Everyone working on cleaning hears the noise and wants to go to the door. Bai Su scolds them, "Stop being so impatient. Finish your work first, then come to the door to pick up the New Year pork and goods after work." Everyone is eager to distribute the New Year goods and pork, so the pharmacy is spotless. Yuan Zhangwo parks the truck at the pharmacy door, talks briefly with Su Xiaoxiao and Lotus, then starts unloading items from the truck. Seeing Bai Su with Zhou Chongqing coming out of the pharmacy, he quickly greets, "Annie, I just came from the He family. The half pig you ordered and the things he bought at the food factory, I've unloaded everything. These remaining items are all from the pharmacy," he adds. Yuan Jiangwo takes a box of pork off the truck. The pork for the pharmacy was pre-sorted at the slaughterhouse. Each piece weighs 5 jin. Also, the food factory packed the duck products, peach crisps, and chicken cakes you ordered, following your instructions, into festive New Year gift sets. Bai Su had specifically told Hien to help order food from the food factory and to pack the pharmacy's items into gift boxes with a festive look, making them into big New Year gift packs. This inspired director Zheng to come up with a special New Year gift package from the food factory. Zheng Tonghe even paid to have someone design the packaging, which features festive images, some with a character for good fortune, others with koi fish, creating a series based on the different products inside. Then he went to cooperate with government agencies and other factories. Thanks to Bai Su's idea of the New Year gift pack, not only did the food factory clear its stock, but they also received many orders, catching the neighboring county's food factory off guard. This is why, at the age of 25, the food factory had already closed in previous years. This time, Hien and Du Chongging were still out of town working in the neighboring province. Since meeting Bai Su, Zheng Tonghe's factory has been doing better and better. Zheng Tonghe is especially grateful to Bai Su. Besides the food she originally ordered from the food factory, she also gave him 2 large boxes as a gift. Yuan Pengzi explained, "The 2 big boxes Zheng factory manager sent, I took them home before coming to the pharmacy." He also said that on the 27th, Zhou Jiqing and Manhwa are getting married, and he plans to join the celebration at the Peace Brigade. Bai Su really admires Zheng Tonghe. She suggested that the pharmacy package the New Year goods bought from the food factory into smaller portions with festive packaging, because she noticed it looked proper when she was preparing the New Year supplies. This idea inspired Zheng Tonghe, and he managed to get orders from government agencies and factories to distribute New Year gifts before the holiday. Zheng Tonghe is good at thinking and quickly accepts new ideas. With such a leader, the county food factory's business is bound to be booming. Yuan Pengzi only arrived at the Peace Brigade at 25 because he learned from Hien that Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua were getting married on the 27th. As Hien's brother, Hien was busy with transportation work, so he wanted to join the celebration and help out. This time, Yuan Pengzi brought pork and New Year gifts, planning to stay at Hien's house for a couple of days to help out, and then return to the county after Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua's wedding. While helping Zhou Chongqing carry goods, Yuan Pengzi told him about this. Zhou Chongqing, about to become the groom, was very grateful and patted Yuan Pengzi on the shoulder. "Brother, you're really thoughtful." During the New Year, the pharmacy distributed 5 jin of pork and a big gift package from the food factory, which included peach cookies, biscuits, egg cakes, chips, and duck delicacies. Everyone received a share, even the few who managed the medicinal fields got one, with no one left out. The Peace Brigade was so jealous when they saw the pharmacy giving out pork and gift packages. Not only did the neighboring brigades envy them, but the members of the Peace Brigade also wished they had someone working at the pharmacy. Unfortunately, besides Li Xiangyang and Lu Fangfang, only a few young educated youths had jobs at the pharmacy. Lu Fangfang and Li Xiangyang carried 5 jin of pork and festive gift packages, walking from the pharmacy's mountain hollow toward home, attracting many envious looks. People asked what was inside the big gift packages. When they learned it contained valuable items like peach cookies and duck delicacies, the brigade members were very jealous. Li Xiangyang was stared at by these wolf-like people who also pulled him around, asking questions about everything. Feeling their desire to see through what he was holding, he quickly ran away. Only Lu Fangfang was left feeling helpless and unsure what to do. Luckily, her mother, Aunt Dongxiang, received a letter and came to pick her up, pulling Lu Fangfang out of the crowd. The benefits at the medicine shop are really good. If Zhou Dajiang's son stays safe, he can also get New Year's goods and pork. That's why people shouldn't have bad thoughts. That guy looks gentle and educated, even a former teacher, but he's full of bad intentions. He even tried to report us to take away our team's medicine shop. No wonder he won't get New Year's goods or pork. Do you think Zhou Hongba will leave the medicine shop after the New Year? They'll need to hire someone new then. The 5 jin of pork and the New Year's goods really shocked the members of the Peace Brigade. They envied the benefits from the medicine shop. After the new year, they wondered if the shop would hire new workers. As Hee-Yan's brother, Yuan Pengzi was very helpful. He not only got a half pig for Bai Su but also a bucket of pig's feet and some pig offal. Before the new year, he went to the reservoir to fish, and Bai Su asked Secretary Qi to help buy a basin of fish. With fish and meat, the wedding feast for Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua could be quite grand. On the 27th, Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua got married. On the 26th, Bai Su was busy all day. She first chopped the pork into pieces, seasoned it, and asked Ho-Hot and Manhwa to help stuff sausages. Then she asked Yuan Pengzi to help process the remaining half pig. Besides the pork reserved for Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua's wedding feast, the rest was cut into strips, salted, and hung on bamboo poles. Zhao Qingrou's family lives in Beijing, and Su Xiaoxiao's family is in Haisher. Because the distance is too far, even though the medicine shop closed early for the new year, they didn't plan to go home. Yesterday, they agreed to come help at Bai Su's house. Now they are learning how to stuff intestines with Ho-Hot and her friends. Once they finish stuffing the intestines and hang them with the salted pork on bamboo poles, Bai Mao and Bai Zhanping have already set up a temporary stove for smoking cured meat and sausages. They place the bamboo poles on the stove, add some dried tea tree branches underneath, and slowly smoke the meat. Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua's wedding is at the house that Hee-Yan's mother and son used to live in, right next to Bai Su's mother's home. So, the wedding banquet will use Bai Su's mother's stove. Tomorrow is the wedding day. The fire has already been started there. Bai Su has been busy all morning. After smoking the meat and sausages, Lan Hua came to call everyone to eat. Mom, Zhou Chongqing has prepared the food. Can we come over to eat? Sure, I'll come. Li Hua is pregnant and doesn't want to eat and run around. The house has everything, and Mother Hee-Yan is staying at home with her daughter-in-law. Thinking about the banquet tomorrow, she plans to go over then. After Bai Su tidies up, she leads a group of people happily to her parents' house for a meal. Yuan Pengzi is willing to stay at the Peace Brigade to help because first, Hee-Yan's factory is busy and still delivering goods, and second, he is craving Bai Su's cooking. Tomorrow, Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua are getting married, and they've invited a town chef. If he doesn't get to eat Bai Su's cooking today, he'll regret it. On the way to Bai Su's home, Yuan Pengzi keeps bothering Manhwa, muttering, "Manhwa, can your second brother-in-law cook good food? How can he not?" Manhwa rolls her eyes at him. "My second brother-in-law's cooking is really delicious." Yuan Pengzi looks skeptical. Su Xiaoxiao, who walks with Zhao Qingru, glares at him. She's never seen such good food. As long as there's something to eat, it's fine, but he's still picky about the food cooked by others. In fact, Yuan Pengzi gets a harsh reality check. He's been completely proven wrong. He thought Zhou Chongqing's cooking was good enough, but when he arrives at Bai Su's house, he sees a big plate of fish on the table. He's tried braised fish, stewed fish, cured meat, and even sweet-sour squirrel fish, but he's never seen Zhou Chongqing's method. The fish is sliced into pieces, placed in a large dish with broth, topped with chopped dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. There are also chopped scallions and cilantro sprinkled on top. It looks colorful and smells fragrant, making his mouth water. He picks up a piece of fish, puts it in his mouth. The fish is tender, fresh, with the aroma of Sichuan pepper and chili, and a slight sourness. One bite makes him feel like he's in heaven. Zhou Chongqing also made marinated dishes. The pig offal Yuan Pengzi brought over has already been marinated, his favorite. But after tasting the boiled fish, Yuan Pengzi is too lazy to reach for the marinated dishes with chopsticks. Sometimes he eats fish slices, sometimes scoops tofu and pork blood from the soup bowl, and even eats pickled vegetables. He's sweating and looks very satisfied. "Comrade Zhou Chongqing, your cooking skills are really good. It's a pity you're not a chef," Yuan Pengzi praises while eating. "Slicing the fish like this and cooking it, I've never tried this way before."
What's so special about that?
It's a Sichuan-style method. First, marinate the fish slices, then cook them in boiling water with seasoning packets and pour hot oil over them when serving. When the Zhou family was at its peak, many people came to see old Master Zhou, a famous doctor. His niece often accompanied him to dinners, trying all kinds of dishes. Zhou Zilian has a good sense of cooking and can imitate dishes she has seen. Because old master Zhou loved spicy Sichuan cuisine, before she married Jiang Yuchuan, she often made boiled fish. Zhou Chongqing's parents died early, and he also followed old master Zhou. He was raised mainly by his aunt, Zhou Zilian. Growing up around him, he learned some medical skills and also became good at cooking. Tomorrow is his wedding day with Manhwa. On such an important occasion, the closest family members couldn't attend his wedding, which made Zhou Chongqing feel a little sad. He said sadly, "This is a dish my family taught me. I hope everyone will enjoy it." Everyone was busy eating and didn't notice Zhou Chongqing's mood. Bai Su, who was with them every day, sensed her son-in-law's subtle change. Seeing Manhwa almost finished eating, Bai Su called her, "Manhwa, the fish from the neighboring team. There should be some left after the wedding banquet, right? Later, you can take a fish to the mountain valley." During the meal, Manhwa, sitting next to Zhou Chongqing, also felt he was not himself. Bai Su's reminder made Manhwa realize what was bothering Zhou Chongqing. When Zhou Zilian first met her, she gave her a very valuable jade bracelet. It was said to be a family heirloom. Even though Zhou Zilian and Jiang Yuchuan faced unfair treatment at Baiyun Farm, she kept the bracelet very well hidden. Such a precious item was given to her by Zhou Zilian on their first meeting. Manhwa felt a little touched. Moreover, she loved Zhou Chongqing, so she naturally loved his family too.
Mom.
Manhwa hesitated to speak. Bai Su thought her daughter didn't quite understand her meaning. She pulled Manhwa aside, whispered a few words in her ear, and Manhwa's eyes lit up with hope, feeling she could solve any problem. She let out a happy sigh, looked at Zhou Chongqing still immersed in his emotions, and ran out the back door with the fish. At the dining table, a large bowl of boiled fish was almost finished. Yuan Pengzi, still eager, scooped and scooped with his spoon. There was too much broth and the fish slices and side dishes had mostly sunk to the bottom. Yuan Pengzi finally managed to scoop up a piece of fish, but watched helplessly as it floated away and sank again. Still not satisfied and craving that bite, Su Xiaoxiao reached her chopsticks into the soup bowl and precisely grabbed the fish piece that Yuan Pengzi missed.
Wow.
Fat Yuan blocked the spoon, refusing to give in. Su Xiaoxiao seemed to anticipate his move. She turned her chopsticks and cleverly avoided his attack, confidently putting a fish slice into her mouth. Yuan Fat looked at the fish slice, now gone. He widened his eyes. All right, Sister Xiaoxiao wins this round. Manhwa didn't manage to grab the fish slice. Seeing Yuan Zhengwo also missed out, she was quite happy and laughed loudly. Su Xiaoxiao proudly raised her eyebrows at Yuan Fat. Yuan Fat was furious. Su Xiaoxiao, that was my spoonful. But you fished it out from the bottom, didn't you? Su Xiaoxiao squinted happily. Zhou Jiqing made this fish. It's really delicious, fresh, fragrant, tender. Good job, Su Xiaoxiao, fighting over food with me. Unable to get the fish slice she longed for, Yuan Zhengwo gritted his teeth and said, "Woman, just wait and see." There was someone more greedy than Manhwa. Bai Zhanping watched happily. Foes always gather together. He laughed along with Manhwa and even shouted, "Su Jiqing, brother Zhengwo, come on, fight each other." He was met with a fierce slap from his father, Bai Mao. Bai Zhanping yelped, clutching his head and groaning softly. Then everyone in the room burst into laughter. On the joyful day, when Zhou Chongqing and Manhwa got married, Li Xiangyang borrowed tables and benches from the team, setting them up in Bai Su's family hall and outside, stretching all the way to Zhou Chongqing and Manhwa's home. This wedding had more tables than Heian's. First, because workers from the pharmacy attended, and second, because Lanhua's colleagues from school came to celebrate. Also, Bai Su's connections and team members came to join. And this time, the newlyweds' wedding included Bai Mao's family too. Traditionally, team weddings started early in the morning, with the groom taking the bride to the town commune to get the marriage certificate. Since Lanhua and Zhou Chongqing had already gone to get their marriage license early to avoid the holiday break, Bai Su suggested a new idea. Put the wedding candies in a basket for Lanhua to carry. Then Zhou Chongqing accompanied her, going door to door to distribute candies, so everyone in the big group could share the joy. Just as Zhou Chongqing and Manhwa stepped out with a basket of candies, they saw Yin Fan with a camera hanging around his neck and Zhou Zhilan holding a lighting umbrella for photos, both appearing at the door. Zhou Chongqing recognized Zhou Zhilan's smiling face and froze in surprise.
Grand.
He wanted to speak excitedly, but he couldn't. Seeing Li Xiangyang and the young people helping set up tables and chairs at the pharmacy, Zhou Zhilian hurriedly spoke first. Zhou Jiqing, Manhwa. Yesterday, Comrade Bai Su called someone to say that you are getting married today and need to take a few photos. We arrived early. Yesterday, before Lan Hua went to deliver fish in the mountain valley, her mother-in-law called her aside and whispered something to her. Today, her aunt Zhou Zilian, who was helping Yin Fan hold the umbrella, appeared properly and came to witness the most exciting moment of her marriage with Lan Hua. His deepest wish was to have his closest family members witness his wedding. Someone cared about his inner desire and helped him make it come true. Zhou Chongqing looked at Bai Su working far away and was so touched he almost cried. He always felt warmth from Bai Su and Lan Hua, feeling like they belonged to his family. Choosing Lu Lan Hua to spend his life with was the best decision he had ever made. Holding her hand and growing old together. Lu Lan Hua was his destined partner. What made him feel even luckier was that, after marrying Lan Hua, he also gained family members like Bai Su. At this moment, even as the person helping Yin Fan hold the umbrella, and Zhou Zilian confidently handed him and Lan Hua a wedding red envelope. Thank you, Comrade Zhou Zilian, and thank you, Yin Fan. I am very happy that you came to help with the photos. The only regret in Zhou Chongqing's heart disappeared, and his smile couldn't be hidden. What about the photo studio? Thanks to Bai Su's efforts, the team cleared a room near the pharmacy to set up a photo studio. Yin Fan officially became a staff member of the team's photo studio. As the new year approached, many people wanted photos. Some didn't want to go to town, so they went to the photo studio next to the pharmacy to find Yin Fan. Occasionally, people from neighboring teams also came. Yin Fan had been quite busy these days. The photo studio is fine. Since you're getting married and need photos, it's part of the studio's work. Other team members can come for photos in the afternoon. Yin Fan told Zhou Chongqing, who was carrying a basket of wedding candies, and Lan Hua to stand at the door. Stand here, right in front of this house. I'll take a picture of you. Later, I'll also take a photo of you sending out the wedding candies. Because by Su's pharmacy, every family in the peace team received pork for the new year, fulfilling their wish to have meat during the holiday. But candies were still precious and not affordable for every family during the new year. In the past, families getting married didn't distribute candies door to door. Orchid and Zhou Chongqing happily distributed candies together. An anxious auntie with children at home couldn't wait any longer. When Zhou Chongqing and Orchid reached the well beside the village, everyone gathered around to celebrate, eager to share in the joy and receive candies. Surrounded by many people, Zhou Chongqing and Orchid looked happy. One handed out candies, the other received them. The leafless jujube tree beside the well couldn't hide their joy. Orchid, your outfit today looks really nice. Did your sister Lihua help make it? The last time, Shengyang's sister wore a cheongsam for her wedding. I heard this is a wool coat. It really shows your figure. You look more beautiful than a fairy today. Orchid, I wish you and Zhou Jiqing a happy marriage and many children soon. Look at this young couple. Orchid is pretty, and Zhou Jiqing is handsome. Together, they look like a perfect match. Everyone's happy words kept flowing, and the atmosphere by the well was lively. Seeing Zhou Chongqing and Orchid surrounded by people, Yin Fan asked Zhou Zhilan to help with the lighting, raised the camera, and took a picture of the scene. Everyone cheered even more, shouting to Yin Fan, Yin Jiqing, take one more. Take another one. That photo costs 50 cents, almost a pound of meat. Did I get in the shot just now? I want one too. One more, please. The aunties and uncles eagerly asked Yin Fan to take more photos. Since coming to the Peace Brigade, Yin Fan had never been so popular. It felt wonderful to be appreciated and not rejected. Ian Fan, in a good mood, held up the camera. Aunties, stand over here. I'll include everyone. Smile now. 1, 2, 3. Everyone gathered around Zhou Chongqing and Orchid, smiling and laughing at Ian Fan. He snapped a photo and said they were all captured in the shot. The crowd was filled with happiness. After handing out the candies, the aunties and children surrounded Zhou Chongqing and Orchid, chatting happily and reluctant to leave. Luckily, a small truck from the food factory approached the village. Ian stepped on the accelerator at the well and called out to the crowd, "Brother-in-law, Orchid, what are you doing?" "We're handing out candies. Ian Fan is taking photos for us." Zhou Chongqing and Ian Fan waved to Hien as a greeting. Orchid happily called out, "Brother-in-law, you're finally back. It's just busy at the factory. I've been caught up." A head appeared from the front passenger seat. Zheng Tong. He rolled down the window and smiled at Zhou Jiqing and Orchid. "Zhou Jiqing, Lu Orchid, I wish you both a happy marriage and many children soon." "Uncle Zheng, you're here." Orchid was busy pulling Zhou Chongqing over to say hello. Zhou Chongqing and Orchid were handing out wedding candies. As the younger sister-in-law, Guohua and Manhwa couldn't resist joining in the fun. They also came to the riverbank. Everyone crowded around Zhou Chongqing and Orchid. They joined in the lively scene, laughing and joking among the crowd, surrounding their second sister with smiles. Hien saw his lively little sister-in-law and reminded Guohua, "Look who's sitting behind you." Guohua was distracted by her brother-in-law and Director Zheng, so she didn't look at the back of the carriage. When she heard the noise outside, the people sitting in the back peeked out. Seeing the person waving at her, Guohua happily shouted and ran over. "Qian Hongyi, why are you here?" "Of course, my brother-in-law asked me to come. Last winter break, he said to call me to visit the Peace Brigade, remember?" Qian Hongyi said his brother-in-law's name easily, without any pressure. Dokenggung, sitting in the same carriage, rolled his eyes. He knew very well that this kid, last time at the school gate, was afraid he might have other thoughts about Guohua, so he deliberately called him uncle, which made him very angry. This kid's actions also motivated Dokenggung to want to find a wife quickly. Along with Qian Hongyi, there was Qian Jiao from the Health Bureau and Old Master Qian, who was a director at the county hospital. After Guohua finished greeting everyone, Qian Hongyi reached out and took her hand. "Come on, get in the car. I also brought your report card." "Oh, you brought my report card?" "Qian Hongyi, you're so kind." Guohua thought Hien would help her go to school, but instead, Qian Hongyi came. She quickly pulled Manhwa to get into the car. Manhwa had only seen Old Master Qian once and hadn't met Qian Jiao or Qian Hongyi before. After getting in, she curiously looked at them and sweetly called Qian the director's grandpa and called Qian Jiao Uncle Qian. Manhwa's personality was different from Guohua's. One was sensible and caring, the other innocent and lively. Old Master Qian and Qian Jiao smiled kindly at Manhwa. After handing out the wedding candies, the honored guests arrived. Zhou Chongqing also pulled Orchid and called Ian Fan and Zhou Xilan to climb into Hian's small truck. Hien drove ahead, leading the way. The children in the team found it interesting and lively, and they followed behind for a while. Watching the small food factory truck leave, the women and aunts peeled candies and sat by the riverbank chatting. Was that the director Zheng from the food factory in Hien's truck just now? Hien is really doing well in the county. Orchid and Zhou Chongqing are getting married, and even their factory director came to the wedding. Who said otherwise? Hien has a good relationship with the factory manager and never brags about it when he returns, unlike some people. His son works as a temporary worker at a food factory and shows off everywhere. Who is the young man who called Ho Hot to get in the car? He looks very handsome. I saw him. Inside, there was the health bureau leader who came to the pharmacy last time. Could that young man be his son? A car just arrived, and he looks very much like him. Probably the same person. Does that young man also not know if he's interested in someone? Comrade Xiaodu, a co-worker of Hien, is already seeing Fongfong from Dongxiang's family. I heard they plan to take Fongfong to the county to meet his family during the new year. Do you think the young man who called Ho Hot to get in the car might also be looking for a wife in our team? Anyone whose daughter is interested in someone should ask during the wedding banquet. If Bai Su were by the well, she would definitely think these people are crazy. Qian Hongyi is still a kid, even though he's tall and handsome, and he's only in the second year of high school. He was immediately targeted by these people. This time, they hired a cook to prepare the food, which made Li Xiangyang's mother's work much easier. She only needed to supervise Bai Su in the kitchen, while Bai Su and her sister-in-law Han Xiumei were wrapping wedding candies. Li Xiangyang came in and said there were guests. When Bai Su went outside, she saw Director Zheng leading the group. After greeting Director Zheng and Zheng Tong'a, she saw Qian Jiao helping Qian Director get off the car from the back. Followed by Qian Hongyi, smiling brightly. Uncle Qian, why are you here too? When Bai Su's brother Zhou Chongqing married Manhwa, she didn't tell Qian Jiao's family. Their family of 3 came, which made Bai Su very happy. Come to share a toast of happiness.
Bai Su greeted them inside.
Qian Director smiled and said, I heard your brother is back. It's been many years. Jiao and I also came to visit. Then, Xiaodu's mother was hospitalized at our hospital recently. We heard your second daughter is getting married today, so our family decided to come and share a toast of happiness. This is such a big event. I should have told Uncle Qian, helping Han Xiumei awkwardly wrap wedding candies and directing Bai Zhanping to register the guest list. Bai Mao heard the commotion and came out. Uncle Qian, Jiao, it's been many years. Bai Mao came out to help Bai Su, seeing Qian Jiao with a tall, handsome Qian Hongyi. Hongyi has grown so tall. I used to hold you when you were little. I'll call Zhanping to come play with you. Bai Mao called out to the house, and Bai Zhanping immediately ran out, staring at Qian Hongyi with wide eyes. Hua Guifei introduced him. Zhanping, this is Qian Hongyi. We go to the same school. He's a year above me. I've heard Sister Hua mention you. Come, let's share some wedding candies together. When Bai Zhanping saw him, he immediately called Qian Hongyi to help with the work. Bai Mao and Director Qian both smiled happily. My wild little guy is just full of energy. He's friendly with everyone. Let them play. Bai Mao called out to Qian Jiao and his son. Uncle Qian, Jiao, let's go inside to warm up and chat. Inside the side room, a fire was already burning. When Qian Jiao and his son entered, they felt the warm air. Director Qian looked at the family photo on the table and sighed. So many years have passed. This room still looks almost the same as when your father was here. If it weren't for Xiao Su's niece going to the hospital to become a barefoot doctor, our families might have drifted apart. Yes, I remember passing through the provincial capital after returning from the army that year, and we met once. Seeing old friends, Bai Mao also thought of his father, feeling nostalgic. Uncle Qian, my sister told me about her medicine shop. You and Jiao helped a lot. Since my niece got married, we didn't want to make a big fuss, so we didn't bother you. We plan to visit the county after the new year to pay you New Year's greetings with my sister and family. Director Qian laughed loudly. Our family can't wait. Hong Yi keeps saying he wants to visit Peace Brigade, and Jiao said he hasn't seen Xiao Su's sister in a long time and wants to visit. Since your family is celebrating a wedding, why not come and join the fun? Director Qian was good at chatting. After so many years apart from Bai Mao, they still got along well. He asked Bai Mao, Nephew, tell me about yourself. How are things on the island military base? Everything's good. Zhanping is a bit mischievous. My wife is very strict. She'll call him over to show you. Bai Mao shared his recent news and chatted with Qian Jiao. Jiao, my sister said you have 2 kids. Why didn't you bring them all? How have you been these years? That kid is too mischievous to sit still. I was worried he'd cause trouble if I brought him here. Qian Jiao replied, Before, I worked at a hospital in the provincial capital for a few years. Later, when my father returned to work at the county hospital, I was transferred to the health bureau in the county to handle some affairs. Nothing much else. The kids are a bit mischievous. Your sister-in-law passed away early, so I've been acting as both father and mother these years. Nothing happens without a reason. Qian Jiao and his son came to enjoy Zhou Chongqing and Orchid's wedding feast, not just for the celebration, They also came because the Bai Mao family had returned. After confirming Bai Su's feelings and realizing he still had Qin Yenyue as a strong competitor, Qian Jiao decided he should act first. He explained his situation and then looked at his father, Director Qian. Seeing the signal, Director Qian continued, "Yes, our Jiao has had bad luck. Since his wife passed away, he's been single all these years. It's not easy for him to be both father and mother. Today, he's here to celebrate Zhou Jiqing and Orchid's wedding. Suddenly, I feel he should find a partner. Young nephew, if you know someone suitable, introduce her to him," said Director Qian with a smile. He then joked, "Actually, Jiao gets along well with Xiao Su's niece. I was thinking of telling you about them. Maybe they could be a match." White Mao listened, feeling overwhelmed. If Qin Yenyue hadn't been around, his straightforward nature wouldn't have missed the hints in Uncle Qian's words. But Qin Yenyue, who had never married, could see through his sister's feelings. Is it so strange that Jiao, who was single, also had such thoughts? Uncle Qian probably wouldn't say this without a reason. But it seemed his sister wasn't interested in finding someone new. Earlier, Qin Yenyue had pushed him to pass a message through his wife, but it failed and made him angry enough to return to the county. Now, another situation. How should he refuse? Their father, Orchid's father, had been dead for years. His sister had been single all this time. Why was she suddenly attracting suitors? Bai Mao was still chatting with Qian Jiao and his son when they unexpectedly brought this up. He really didn't know how to handle such a scene. At this moment, he wished he had called Han Xiaomei over to help him out. Faced with Qian Jiao and his son's straightforward probing, Bai Mao couldn't defend himself. He thought about refusing Uncle Qian and his son, but it didn't seem right after so many years. Just as Bai Mao was feeling stuck and sweating nervously, the side room door suddenly opened. A cold breeze blew in. Qin Yenyue, wearing the new wool coat made by Pear Blossom, strode in with long legs. "Old Bai, what are you hiding here for?" Qin Yenyue nodded to Qian Jiao and his son, then stood by the fireplace. Finally, he was a bit of a relief. After crossing the threshold, Qin Yenyue didn't sit down immediately. Instead, he walked over and stood by the fire. He was tall, looking down from above, with a slightly commanding presence. Seeing him standing still, Bai Mao was about to signal him to sit down when Qin Yenyue tugged at his wool coat. "What do you think?" Bai Mao was caught off guard. Only comrade Han Xiaomei, dressed in new clothes, would come up to him and ask if he liked how she looked. He, a male comrade, found such a gesture strange. Bai Mao was slow to react, so Qin Yenyue could only secretly dislike it, while remaining calm on the outside. "Li Hua is a filial girl. She made this new wool coat for me, and it fits well. Whether Li Hua is filial or not, what does it have to do with his comrade?" Bai Mao paused, finally understanding what Qin Yenyue meant. He could smell the taste of war. He felt the silent competition begin between his comrade and Qian Jiao, who was watching him. Bai Mao thought that Qin Yenyue, sitting by the fire with his long legs, looked like a proud rooster. Just as he felt this contest was about to be won by his flamboyant comrade, Director Qian nodded and smiled nearby. "She looks pretty good. Li Hua has good sewing skills." Director Qian looked at his son with a gentle smile. "Aren't you also planning to get a suit made? Why not let Li Hua do it?" "All right, Dad, I'll have one made too." Qian Jiao relaxed his tense face. When the girl came to the county last time, she said Li Hua's sewing was good. Father and son working together. Director Qian's clever move was truly brilliant. This made Bai Mao feel the competition was balanced. Near noon, guests started arriving for the banquet one after another. Li Jiqiang's wife and son were helping here. He was still busy at the brigade office, accompanying Secretary Qi. Then, from Tianjin Primary School, Principal Qi, Lu Fanyang, and Teacher Guan arrived. Bai Su hurried out with Manhwa and Zhou Chongqing to greet them. Principal Qi and others exchanged some auspicious wedding words and handed over red envelopes. Bai Su also responded politely. Because she had helped Principal Qi's daughter-in-law, Feng Jiao Jiao, recover, Bai Su was quite familiar with Annie Hua and Jiao Jiao. But she was meeting Principal Qi for the first time, so she didn't have much to say. Fortunately, Secretary Chi, who was related to the principal, came over after hearing the news. "Uncle, why didn't Nanny Hua and Jiao Jiao come? Guoqiang is back, and Jiao Jiao is pregnant. She'll give birth after the new year. The weather is cold and the roads are slippery, so she's staying at home to take care of Jiao Jiao. Lulan Hua is an excellent teacher at our school. I came personally." Principal Chi led them to the side room to warm up by the fire. The school principal walked with him and chatted along the way. When they heard the noise, Bai Mao quickly got up and let people into the room. Bai Su's reputation was well known in the Peace Brigade and neighboring brigades. People said she was familiar with Secretary Qin from the county and leaders from the County Health Bureau. It's one thing to hear about her, but seeing her in person was another story. Principal Chi had only seen County Party Secretary Qin Yanyu from afar during county meetings. This time, he was excited to see her at Bai Su's house. He was doing well, having seen big scenes before. When he learned Bai Mao was returning from the army, he warmly invited him to his home to have a drink with his son, Qi Guoqiang. Lu Fanyang and Teacher Guan, who came with him, were fidgety and unsure where to put their hands. Fortunately, Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua were getting married, and they had hired town cooks to prepare the food. The cooking was quick, and with Principal Chi mediating, they only talked in the side room for a little while before the feast began. The first dish served was smoked bamboo shoots with shredded pork. The pork was sliced thinly, with a good balance of fat and lean. Next came fried pigskin with wood ear mushrooms, egg whites, and shredded squid inside. Then came fried meatballs and a sweet soup of white fungus and lotus seeds. The meatballs and the sweet soup were desserts. The meatballs were made from glutinous rice, fried in oil, then steamed, with a sweet flavor. The white fungus and lotus seed soup was especially popular with children. Qian Hongyi sat with Ho Hot and couldn't stop eating. "Your feast is so delicious. I've never had these two dishes in the county. This was my mom's idea. She asked the chef to make them." Ho Hot felt shy but didn't say much. Her mom thought these two sweet dishes were less expensive than meat dishes but still liked by everyone, especially because they were sweet and loved by both old and young. After the two sweet dishes, they served braised dishes. One plate of braised dried tofu, one of braised pig's trotters, and one of braised pig ears. The pig ears were sliced thin, mixed with red oil, topped with peanuts and cilantro, making them look irresistible. Nowadays, in the countryside, just having some meat at a feast was considered good. Every dish was quite fancy and generous. Everyone thought the braised pig ears and trotters were the main dishes. After a bowl of pig lung and peanut soup, they served braised pork belly and finally, a squirrel fish. This luxurious feast amazed not only Lu Fongfong and An Dongxiang, who were coming to eat, but even Principal Chi was impressed. He had never eaten some of these dishes before, and compared to the feast when Qi Guoqiang married Jiao Jiao, this one was even more impressive. Lian County's Qianjiu and Qin Yanyue also felt that today's banquet hosted by Bai Su was better than any at a state-run restaurant. The guests were very satisfied, and the cook who prepared the food was happy too. Except for a few braised dishes that couldn't be learned without the seasoning packets, he learned to make squirrel fish and fried meatballs. Just these few dishes, once taken out, would make anyone want to invite him to a wedding banquet. During the feast, everyone raised their glasses and enjoyed the food. Such an important moment wouldn't be complete without Jiao Er. Today, Pear Blossom and Hian's mother also came to eat, so Jiao Er came along. Boys like big dogs, so Bai Zhangpeng and Qian Hongyi played with it for a while. At this moment, during the meal, the two boys couldn't control the dog, so Jiao Er snuck over to Qin Yanyue. Qin Yanyue didn't know what was happening. Bai Mao wanted to arrange for him to sit with Qian Jiu's father and son, Principal Qi and Li Jiqiang, but Qin Yanyue insisted on sitting with Bai Zhangpeng and Qian Hongyi. Secretary Zhao could only sit with him at another table. Qin Yanyue fed Jiao Er the leftover pig's hoof bone, and Bai Zhangpeng followed suit. Only Qian Hongyi, eating and glancing at Du Chongqing beside Ho Hot, sat on Ho Hot's left, while Du Chongqing sat on her right. It's no wonder Du Chongqing sat next to Ho Hot. As Hian's brother in the county, he often helped Hian deliver things to school. Besides Li Xiangyang and Yin Fan and the groom Zhou Chongqing, he was only somewhat familiar with Ho Hot. He wanted to sit with Aunt Dongxiang and Lu Fongfong, but unfortunately, they and their daughter went to sit with other guests at the wedding feast. Only Secretary Qin's table had space because he had a strong presence, so others didn't dare sit there. So he sat next to Ho Hot. But unexpectedly, Qian Hongyi kept glancing at him, secretly watching his every move while eating. "Uncle, I'll give you a piece of braised pork." Qian Hongyi didn't know that Du Chongqing had already found someone in the Peace Brigade. He only knew that Ho Hot's younger sister was tall and short, and that she helped Tian deliver things to the school, so they were quite close. He was almost full and reached for a piece of fatty braised pork. Qin Yanhua disliked eating greasy food the most. When Qian Hongyi, this young fool, picked up the braised pork, he instinctively moved his bowl away. Unaware, Qian Hongyi's hand with the pork curved around, bypassed Ho Hot and landed in Du Chongqing's bowl. Qian Hongyi's sudden attack drew everyone's attention. Everyone was stunned by Du Chongqing. "You." Last time at the school gate, calling him uncle was already enough. But this time, in front of a whole table of people, this kid still called him uncle? Is he that old? Du Chongqing was so angry he couldn't speak clearly. If Qin Yanhua and Zhao Ming hadn't been there, he really wanted to curse loudly. He thought Qian Hongyi was calling Secretary Qin uncle, but it turned out he was calling him. Du Chongqing loves eating braised pork the most. When Qian Hongyi loudly called him uncle, not only did everyone at their table look over, even the people at the next table turned to look. Du Chongqing was so angry, he almost exploded. Qin Yanhua also thought Qian Hongyi was trying to serve him food and was calling him uncle. But he was actually calling Du Chongqing. Secretary Qin had been watching Qian Hongyi when he was serving meat, wary that he might put greasy braised pork into his own bowl. So, he kept an eye on his actions and expressions. No one else saw it, but Qin Yanhua saw clearly. When the kid was putting meat into Du Chongqing's bowl, he was smiling mischievously. That upward curl of his lips showed he was pleased with himself. Lu Fongfong and Aunt Dongxiang were actually sitting right next to Du Chongqing. She had a small appetite and was too full to pay attention, not knowing what was happening. Aunt Dongxiang nudged her, and Lu Fongfong walked around the table toward Du Chongqing. "Chongqing, are you full?" How could he not be full? Du Chongqing looked at the braised pork in his bowl and felt satisfied. Qian Hongyi was a little slow-minded, chasing after him, calling him uncle. And his own partner was watching. Du Chongqing thought Qian Hongyi was acting strangely. His appetite was spoiled, and he didn't want to eat anymore. "I brought you some cloth from the county to make clothes. I'll show it to you." Du Chongqing put down his chopsticks and called Lu Fongfong to leave with him. Brother He Yan's co-workers, with their wolfish hearts, were after Guohua, so why was he still messing around with other girls? Qian Hongyi was a bit confused and got angry at Du Chongqing for leaving. He asked Guohua, "Who was that girl just now?" "Lu Fongfong, the girl Brother Chongqing found for us in the brigade." Guohua had no idea about Qian Hongyi's thoughts. She couldn't understand why he kept calling Du Chongqing uncle. Worried others might hear, she tugged on Qian Hongyi's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Brother Hongyi, why do you keep calling Chongqing uncle? He's even younger than my brother-in-law." She muttered to him, calling him so old in front of Fongfong's sister, he seems to be upset. So, Du Chongqing was looking for a partner in the Peace Brigade? Was that a misunderstanding? Qian Hongyi had made a big mistake. I'm not sure if it's his imagination, but he even felt that Qin Yanhua was looking at him with a smile on his face. He quickly took a piece of braised pork and said, "Osmanthus, your family's braised pork is really delicious. If it's tasty, you should eat more." "I'm full." Guohua called Manhwa to get up and go inside to find her sister Lanhua. Qin Yanhua thought that Qian Hongyi was quite interesting. After the others left, he moved closer to Qian Hongyi, who was eating meat. "Hongyi, you're still young, but you have quite a lot on your mind." Qin Yanhua looked at him with a half-smile, seeming very interested. Qian Hongyi pretended to be naive and said, "Uncle Qin, what are you talking about?"
"I don't understand."
"You understand." Qin Yanhua's face showed a mysterious smile. "Hongyi, Guohua is pretty good, right?" Cough, cough. Qian Hongyi panicked, almost choking on the meat he hadn't finished chewing. His ears turned red visibly, and he quickly denied, "Uncle Qin, what are you talking about?
I really don't understand.
Do you want to eat meat? My aunt's braised pork is really delicious." Dealing with someone like Qian Hongyi, who is naive, Qin Yanyu was very comfortable. He wasn't in a hurry to expose him and said, "Yes, your aunt's braised pork is quite good. Not only is the braised pork delicious, but other dishes are too. Not just Du Chonggang, but also your brother-in-law He-An's friend Yuan Jiangwo likes to come to He-Ping Brigade to eat your aunt's cooking. Your aunt's cooking is well known in He-Ping Brigade, and some young men even want to marry her." Yin Fan and Zhou Zhilan had also finished their meal. At this moment, Hihua was pestering Yin Fan, asking him to help her and her sisters take a photo with her second sister, who was wearing a wedding dress, and also wanted to keep a picture of her pregnant eldest sister Li Hua. Yin Fan was fiddling with his camera when Hihua moved closer to him. Qin Yanyu swept through the crowd and looked at Yin Fan and Hihua. Qian Hongyi didn't understand what he meant, but heard that some young men wanted to marry his aunt because they liked her cooking, which made him a bit anxious. He looked in the direction Qin Yanyu was gazing. "Uncle Qin, isn't that Guohua's third sister? Who's taking the photo?" "That person looks just as good as you, Uncle Qin. They definitely come from a big family." "Yes, he came from Beijing." Qin Yanyu had already arranged for them to sit at a different table, waiting for his target to come closer. He slightly smiled and said, "That young man is dating Guohua's third sister. Your aunt has 3 sons-in-law now. From now on, she only needs to worry about Guohua and Manhwa." Qian Hongyi felt that Qin Yanyu's words to him were a bit strange. But this Secretary Qin seemed to like him, even though they were meeting for the first time. Qian Hongyi followed his words and said, "Uncle Qin, is this worry a little too early? Osmanthus and plum blossoms are still small." "Yes, the plum blossoms are still small, but the osmanthus is not so small anymore." Qin Yanyu suddenly turned to Zhao Ming and said, "The girls from the peace team are looking for boyfriends already." "Huh?" Watching the scene from the side and not quite understanding Qin Yanyu's intentions, Zhao Ming, who felt he was about to see the truth, nodded in agreement, thinking he shared the same view as Secretary Qin. Bai Zhanfeng, despite his simple appearance, was actually very clever. Although he didn't know what Qin Yanyu was planning, he knew that Uncle Qin was very close to his father, and he might become his uncle-in-law in the future. He quickly added, "Yes, my aunt got married early too. Look at Sister Pear Blossom, she's about to have a baby, and my aunt is only in her 30s. Hearing Bai Zhanfeng's words, Qian Hongyi was stunned, lost in thought, and even the piece of meat he was holding didn't go into his mouth. "Stop there." Qin Yanyu patted Qian Hongyi on the shoulder and said, "Hongyi, Uncle Qin thinks that once a man sets a goal, he should move forward bravely, overcome difficulties, and show the spirit of not fearing hardship or fatigue, seizing opportunities." Qin Yanyu seemed to get along well with Qian Hongyi, chatting a few simple words. The meal was almost finished. He picked up a piece of meat from his bowl and gave it to Zhou Er as a reward. Then he stood up and said, "Zhao Ming, I'm full.
Come walk around with me."
The County Health Bureau was on holiday, but many patients still came to the hospital out of curiosity. Director Qian was busy and couldn't leave easily, so after the wedding banquet of Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua, he chatted with Bai Su for a while. Qian Jiao and his son were returning to the county town. The Qian family was very close friends with them, maintaining regular contact. For Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua's wedding, Director Qian gave a red envelope worth 10 yuan. Bai Su thought they had helped a lot, and since they deserved the big red envelope, she shared some abalone and dried squid from the island she brought back, along with dried fruits and coconut powder for Qian Hongyi and his brother. She gave rare and valuable gifts, but Director Qian refused to take them. Bai Su pretended to be angry and said, "Uncle Qian, you're being a bit distant, aren't you? Our families should stay in touch so that our friendship lasts long. Originally, you weren't coming to the wedding banquet this time, but my brother and I also wanted to find a chance to visit your family in the county." White Su said this, and Qian Jiao quickly replied, "Then we will wait at our home in the county town for the girl. My dad saw Secretary Qin wearing that wool coat today, and said that Li Hua is good at making clothes. He wants to ask her to help make 2 sets. Qian Jiao discussed with White Su after the new year, "You guys will come to the county town, right? I'll give you the fabric then, and Li Hua can help us make 2 suits." After Aunt Jai helped her expand the business at the county committee's compound, does that mean Li Hua's name will also be known at the county hospital? Qian Jiao and his son both have great figures. Once they wear the clothes, they look like excellent models. White Su quickly agreed, "Sure, I'll help Uncle and Brother Jiao make them. Our family won't charge for the work." No charge for the work. Do they treat them like family? Men's competitive spirit is so strong. Qian Jiao wanted Secretary Qin to hear what his sister was saying, but unfortunately, Qin Yan left after the banquet. When Qian Jiao got into the car, he still felt a bit regretful. They hurried back to the county town, but Qian Hongyi was reluctant to leave Heping Brigade. Just as they were about to get into Hian's car, Qian Hongyi pulled his foot back and said to White Su, "Auntie, I got along well with Bai Zhanping. Can I stay at Heping Brigade for 2 days and come back after the new year?" White Su was stunned, but thought it was okay. She was about to agree. Qian Jiao thought his son was too embarrassing, so he grabbed him and shoved him into the car, then closed the door. Unhappy with his father's rough treatment, Qian Hongyi was unwilling. As he was leaving, he stuck his head out from the back of the car and waved to Ho Hot and Bai Zhanping. Ho Hot, Bai Zhanping, remember to come to the county town to visit after the new year. Seeing how reluctant Qian Hongyi looked, White Su thought that boys usually like to hang out together and often called for son-in-law Hian to stop the car. So, she decided it was fine for him to stay and play at Heping Brigade for a few days. However, Qian Jiao and his son were particular people. They had already asked Hian to drive them onto the main road. The car headed toward the county town. Sitting in the back, Qian Jiao scolded his son. "Hongyi, you're not a kid anymore. Why are you so unruly? Auntie's house has many guests, and it's busy before the new year. Why are you still causing trouble and staying at Heping Brigade? I'm just chatting with Bai Zhanping, that's all." Director Qian smiled kindly at his grandson. "Tell your father the truth. The truth is, Auntie's cooking is so good. I want to marry her." Qian Hongyi said playfully, "Dad, Grandpa, don't you think Ho Hot is pretty good?" Qian Jiao. A father knows his son best. His son is definitely not the kind of person who would marry just for a meal. He never thought that this young man would grow up and with such a lovely girl like Ho Hot. If they wanted Hongyi to take care of Ho Hot more at school, would his son also develop feelings? Qian Hongyi's words made Qian Jiao and his son look at each other in surprise. If he wasn't secretly hoping to be with Bai Su, then if his son liked Ho Hot and the 2 families were on good terms, that would be perfect. Everyone has been watching Ho Hot, and Bai Su has been teaching her very well. But he does have those feelings for the girl. If he and the girl became a couple, then Hongyi and Ho Hot would be like siblings? Qian Jiao and his son fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Qin's secretary, the instigator, took advantage of the noon hour when no one was around in the mountain valley to visit Professor Yin. Professor Yin's room was burning charcoal, and he was writing with a brush. Qin Yanyue was watching nearby. "Uncle, your calligraphy has improved even more than before." Qin Yanyue spoke with feeling. "Hardship pushed you to the edge of a cliff, but you looked at the scenery from there. Your writing reflects your broad mind. I can see your open heart in your calligraphy. When a person's mind is open, they learn to let go and make peace with themselves. Only then can their future be broader. Of course, having an open mind also means they don't get sick easily." Qin Yanyue believed that with Bai Su and Zhou Chongqing helping to take care of his health, Professor Yin's future health was no longer a big problem. After admiring Professor Yin's calligraphy for a while, Qin Yanyue spoke. "Uncle, I want to ask for a couplet for her. If your calligraphy could be pasted on her family's door, she would be very happy." Professor Yin naturally understood who Qin Yanyue was referring to. He originally didn't want to help anyone write couplets. He felt no one truly understood him. After leaving Beijing, even those who appreciated his calligraphy and paintings probably only admired his work like a cow chewing peonies. But if the person asking for the couplet was Bai Su, his savior, Professor Yin was willing. "All right, I'll write one." Professor Yin asked Qin Yanyue, "How about facing the sun? The door is always spring, a family that accumulates kindness, celebrates abundance. Based on Qin Yenyue's understanding of Baisu, she probably wouldn't like something too fancy. The one Professor Yin suggested might actually suit her taste better. Qin Yenyue reminded him. Uncle, write a Fu character too. Okay, sending blessings, sending blessings. I just hope I can give her more good fortune. She's already a fortunate person. Qin Yenyue cut paper and ground ink. During Professor Yin's writing of couplets, he also chatted with Qin Yenyue. Yenyue, I never planned to pick up the brush again in my life. It was because of Dr. Bai. I understood many things from her, and I think people should learn to make peace with themselves. Indeed, I have made peace with myself. Once I let go, I feel lighter. That's why I say she is a fortunate person. Professor Yin wrote with graceful strokes, like a flowing dragon. After putting down his brush, he asked Qin Yenyue, some people go through their whole lives without meeting the right person. Dr. Bai is your right person. So last time I said you should be more patient. Have you figured it out? Yes, I've figured it out. After waiting so many years without meeting her, once I do, I won't let go. Qin Yenyue said this with a hint of meaning, then smiled at Professor Yin. Uncle, let's have a meal together for the new year. I'll stay at the Peace Brigade to celebrate with my comrades. Professor Yin advised him to be more patient, and Qin Yenyue took it to heart. When he said he would celebrate the new year with his comrades, Professor Yin understood who he was really planning to spend it with. While waiting for the couplets to be finished, Professor Yin chuckled. All right, then it will be lively for the new year. Bai Su had almost finished sending off the guests coming to the wedding banquet. Yuan Pengzi and Du Chongqing also returned to the county town. With the new year approaching and many things to do, Yuan Pengzi came to help for a couple of days. He needed to prepare for the New Year's shopping and then return home. Meanwhile, He Yen and Du Chongqing, who had taken a batch of goods to a neighboring province, also asked him to handle it. Before the new year, that batch of goods and the clothes made by Li Hua and others should sell well and bring a good profit. Du Chongqing planned to take Lu Fangfang to the county town to visit and get familiar with his family. If Lu Fangfang was comfortable with his family and had no objections, their marriage would be settled. After the new year, they would pick a date to get married directly. Originally, he was also going to the county to deliver gifts before the new year. Since Zhou Chongqing and Manhwa also came for the wedding, Bai Su didn't bother to go to the county. She divided the things her brother and sister-in-law brought back from the island into several parts and, when they left, she handed them along with wedding candies. Yuan Pengzi brought New Year's gifts for Bai Su. Du Chongqing, as He-Yan's brother, had just returned from a neighboring county with a car and hadn't had time to prepare. He couldn't accept these gifts.
Du Chongqing declinait politely.
Lu Fangfang tugged at his sleeve, and he quickly realized that refusing would be rude to Bai Su. Since they were going to visit the county after shopping and then take Fangfang back to the Peace Brigade, he decided to deliver a New Year's gift to his brother's family. After thanking Bai Su for her gifts, Du Chongqing and Director Zheng rode Yuan Pengzi's car back to the county town. Bai Su didn't know that Qin Yenyu had slipped away to Professor Yin's mountain hut. She even prepared a New Year's gift for him to take back to Aunt Ju. However, since she didn't see him after the wedding banquet, Bai Su thought he had left early with Zhao Ming. After all, Qin Yenyu had drunkenly said he wanted to date her, and his sister-in-law had told her about it. She had immediately rejected him, so Sister Han Xiaomei must have told Qin Yenyu. Now that he was meeting her again, it felt quite awkward. Bai Su thought that if she were in his place, she would leave quickly after the banquet. But because she had previously used the excuse of being his comrade's sister, they had gotten along quite well and shared a good understanding on many things. Bai Su considered him a friend. Now, in this awkward situation, neither of them wanted to be alone with each other, and Bai Su felt helpless. At the same time, she felt a strange, hard-to-explain sense of disappointment. The guests had left, and Li Xiangyang and others helped carry away the borrowed tables and chairs. Xiangyang's mother also tidied up the remaining dishes. Her own family had little to do now. Bai Su accompanied Li Hua and He-Yan's mother home, still thinking about how she would face Qin Yenyu in the future. Suddenly, She saw a tall-legged person standing at the door of the He family. Qin Yanyu was tall, wearing a wool coat that made his legs look even longer, and he looked very elegant. He was truly a walking model, dressed sharply in a suit, and in the wool coat, he had the aura of a leading man from a classic film. Bai Su knew that she and Qin Yanyu couldn't be together because he was too dazzling. Today, at her family's place, she couldn't resist stealing a few glances at him. He had gone back to the county town. Suddenly, she saw him holding a couplet at the door, as if waiting for her. He was pushed forward by He-An's mother, and Bai Su's heart pounded. "Secretary Qin, you're still here?" She thought to herself, trying to ease the awkwardness. Without thinking, she blurted out words that sounded like she was telling him to leave. Qin Yanyu frowned, displeased, feeling like he had fallen into a trap set by the woman in front of him. The most clever hunters always appeared as prey. He felt he had lost quite badly this time. Fortunately, Professor Ian encouraged him, saying that when he met the right person, he should be patient. Qin Yanyu didn't mind her words. He simply responded with a displeased tone, then unfolded the couplet and showed her. "I asked for a couplet from Uncle. After I stick it up, I'll leave." White Su originally had the intention of driving him away and secretly blamed herself for being rude. She heard that Professor Ian had written the couplet, so she quickly stepped forward to look. Spring always stays at the sun-facing gate. A family that does good deeds is always blessed with abundance. The characters on the couplet are very artistic, probably unique in the entire county. Their family is the only one with such a special couplet. White Su really liked Professor Yin's handwriting and the meaning behind the couplet. After reading it, her eyes shone brightly. The sun-facing gate and a family that does good deeds. This couplet has a very good meaning. It's not about seeking great wealth or fame, just wishing for a year of abundance, safety, and health for family and friends. It was you who asked for the couplet, so Professor Ian was willing to write this. White Su looked at him with bright eyes. "Qin Yanyu, thank you so much." Even the cold winter ice couldn't diminish the sparkle in this woman's eyes. Qin Yanyu felt that when she looked at him, her eyes seemed to hide a fire that could burn him. He didn't know what tricks this woman had, but he was willing to fall into her trap. After she refused him, she still looked at him with such eyes. This gave Qin Yanyu hope. He hummed unhappily. "It's cold outside. Are you making me stand here in the wind?" Oh, then come inside." White Su hurried to open the door, inviting him. "Secretary Qin, come in quickly. I'll get some glue to stick the couplet." The two of them chatting didn't feel strange at all, but when He-An's mother heard what White Su and Qin Yanyu were saying, she got goosebumps all over. Listening to Qin's secretary's hum, it sounded like he was coquettishly teasing her little sister. It seemed like they hadn't done anything, but there was a thread connecting them. He-An's mother was afraid she might get too excited, so she quickly lit the charcoal in the side room and let Qin Yanyu come in to warm himself. On such a cold day, White Su was too lazy to go to the kitchen. She scooped some glutinous rice flour and mixed it with water over the fire to cook the glue. "I'll do the stirring." Seeing White Su's hands turn red and frozen, Qin Yanyu reached for her chopsticks, whether intentionally or not, and accidentally touched her hand. White Su's hands almost went numb from the cold, and when he touched her, she her hand back, feeling hot. The glue almost spilled, but Qin Yanyu quickly held the bowl steady. White Su instinctively glared at him, but Qin Yanyu, who usually kept a serious face, was smiling with a slight curve of his lips. He-An's mother thought that if she stayed any longer, she would be out of place. She quickly made space. "Secretary Qin, little sister, I'll go keep Li Hua company." After saying that, she hurriedly left. Bai Su already felt that the atmosphere was strange. After her in-laws left, leaving her alone with Qin Yanyu, it felt even more odd. Being so close, she could even hear Qin Yanyu's breathing. The charcoal fire burned brighter and brighter. She wasn't sure if it was because the room's temperature was rising or something else, but sitting there helping to stir the glue, she felt that even her breath was hot. Bai Su started to feel a bit breathless. She suddenly stood up and asked, "Is the glue ready yet?" Qin Yanyu didn't know if it was ready. He knew he shouldn't get too confident now, But Bai Su's every move, her nervousness when they were alone, made the corners of Qin Yenyu's mouth lift naturally into a nice smile. He even noticed that when he smiled, the woman's stealing glances at him seemed a little distracted. Was she not completely unaffected? Clearly, she had feelings for him. She didn't give him a chance to explain her family situation and instead rejected him harshly through Han Xiaomei. Now that he sensed her vulnerability, Qin Yanyu wasn't in a hurry to clarify anything. Bai Su's strong reaction made him laugh softly and tilt his head. I was just stirring. I didn't look. You didn't look? Then what were you stirring? Bai Su reached out and took the bowl from his hand, a bit annoyed. Qin Yanyu responded with a playful smile. I was watching you. Bai Su's mind buzzed, and her cheeks flushed. You're talking nonsense. The room was becoming unbearable to stay in. Bai Su didn't look at him. She picked up the bowl of glue and the couplet written by Professor Yin. I'm going to put up the couplets. Seeing her angry and about to leave the room, Qin Yenyu's lips curled into a smile, then lifted even more. The fried meatballs and the sweet lotus seed and lily bulb soup they had for lunch were sweet, but not as sweet as the feelings stirring in his heart now. These invisible feelings, like gentle waves in the lake, rippled through him. Can you put it up that high? Qin Yanyu stood up, took long strides, and stepped in front of her, blocking the door. I'll help you put it up. You hold the ladder. Bai Su went under the eaves to get the ladder, but Qin Yanyu quickly moved it himself, without a word, placing it at the door. He then took the couplet Bai Su was holding and gestured for her to see. Is it crooked? What do you think? It was the first time Bai Su saw Qin Yanyu working seriously, especially helping her put up the couplets. This scene was very warm and real. When Qin Yanyu eagerly carried the ladder and climbed to help put up the couplets, Bai Su felt that he wasn't so distant or unreachable anymore. Even if he was like the bright moon in the sky, she felt she was almost close enough to touch him. The cold wind outside was fierce, making the couplets shake in the breeze. It was quite cold, but seeing Qin Yanyu, who was so helpful and down-to-earth, Bai Su felt her heart warm up. The cold no longer seemed so bad. Just a little crooked, move it this way. Bai Su gestured below, and Qin Yanyu understood her. But somehow, he wanted to tease the woman looking up at him. Which side is this? Comrade Bai Su, can't you tell left from right? That should be the left side, right? Qin Yanyu deliberately moved the couplet to the left, and Bai Su quickly stopped him. No, that's the other side. Move it to the other side. Now Qin Yanyu realized that a woman who was quick and efficient at work could also be a little forgetful. Her confusion about left and right made him find her very cute, more like a simple, naive little wife.
Clumsy.
He spat out the word disdainfully, then carefully pasted the couplet that had been coated with glue onto the correct spot. He heard the person on the ladder laugh softly in joy after putting the couplet in the right place in the cold wind. Only then did Bai Su realize she had been tricked. She was so angry she raised her fist at the person on the ladder. When Qin Yanyu turned his head and saw the scene, he caught it all. A capable, straightforward woman who also knew how to sweet-talk had her other side. She would show her true colors when close to someone she trusted, even becoming a little fierce. Qin Yanyu thought her fierce look was quite attractive. But he pretended not to notice, turned his head away from the ladder, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After stepping down from the ladder, he helped Bai Su glue another couplet, moved the ladder to the other side, and climbed up again to stick the remaining one. Throughout, Qin Yanyu kept a slight smile on his face. Though this man's smile was deadly charming and incredibly attractive, Bai Su wouldn't let those who mocked him get away. Especially since Qin Yanyu didn't ask her anything this time, he simply pasted the couplet in the right place as soon as he climbed the ladder. Bai Su was even more certain. Looking at the serious, stern Qin Shuji, she secretly thought he was mocking her for being unable to tell left from right while helping her stick the couplets. A small, mischievous thought arose in her heart. She wanted to get back at him. While Qin Yanyu was pasting the couplet, she subtly supported the ladder. When he was only 3 or 4 steps from the top, and she was sure the height wouldn't hurt him, Bai Su suddenly wobbled, pretending to steady the ladder. Qin Yanyu was startled and lost his footing, falling from the ladder. Bai Su didn't really want to knock Qin Yanyu down, so she just shook the ladder quickly to steady it. But she didn't expect Qin Yanyu to be so startled that he fell directly. She was still holding the ladder and didn't react in time. When Qin Yanyu stepped on the ground and lost his balance, he fell toward her. Bai Su, holding the ladder, couldn't let go and watched helplessly as he embraced her. A fresh, warm breath mixed with the man's hot body heat hit her face. Bai Su, holding the ladder, was stunned. What made it worse was that Han Xiaomei and her brother Bai Mao, after finishing their work, came over with He Hua and saw everything clearly. Impatient, Xiao Meihua was the first to shout out, "Mom, Uncle Qin, what are you doing?" He Hua hurriedly tried to pull Meihua's clothes, and Guo Hua and Bai Zhanpeng also panicked, quickly covering Xiao Meihua's mouth. But it was too late. They had already startled Bai Su and Qin Yanyu. Then Qin Yanyu turned around while still holding Bai Su, and the group of Bai Mao and others stared at each other awkwardly. There was no time to hide now. Bai Mao coughed awkwardly and reached out to grab Han Xiaomei's arm. Han Xiaomei forced out a small smile. Hee, little sister, are you guys putting up couplets? Bai Su felt that Qin Yanyu was doing it on purpose. With his skills, it wasn't just that he wobbled the ladder when he was 3 or 4 steps high, or that he climbed to the top of the ladder and then pulled it away. He wouldn't fall if he tried. But he fell in a way that looked unsteady, and then he pounced toward her. Now that her brother, sister-in-law, and children had seen everything, he still refused to let go. Bai Su was so angry she pushed him away. "Brother, you better get him off me." Seeing this scene, Bai Mao and Han Xiaomei weren't surprised. They knew what was happening. But when the children saw it too, what was going on? Bai Su gave up on the ladder, pushed Qin Yanyu away, grabbed a bowl of paste, and went into the house. Although she looked calm on the outside, once inside, she placed the bowl on the table and covered her face with a scarf she had embroidered with pear blossoms. Bai Su left the crowd at the door behind and went straight into her room. At the door, Guo Hua and the others, along with Bai Zhanpeng, looked at Qin Yanyu. They stared at each other awkwardly, but Qin Yanyu remained unfazed. Uncle Qin had a thick skin, and the children could only look at Bai Mao and Han Xiaomei with eager, curious eyes. Isn't the girl refusing to agree? What's going on with this hugging? Han Xiaomei couldn't hold back her curiosity anymore and nudged Bai Mao. Bai Mao knew he couldn't pretend to be naive anymore, so he took a step forward, approached his comrade, and looked up along the stairs at the blue brick walls on either side of the house entrance. Sunshine Gate. Always spring, a house full of kindness and good fortune. This couplet is really nice. Good words. Good calligraphy. Bai Mao, with his hands behind his back, admired the couplet, then directed Han Xiaomei, "Move the ladder inside. Yanyu has to go back to the county town. I'll walk around with him to help digestion. It's already late afternoon. What's there to digest?" Han Xiaomei knew her husband was out gathering news, so she quickly moved the ladder inside and took a few children back into the house. For a man with a fiery heart, the cold wind outside was nothing. Qin Yanyu and Bai Mao, pretending to digest, followed the creek near He Yan's house upstream. No one around, Bai Mao finally couldn't hold back. "Yanyu, what's going on? Did your sister agree to you?" "No," Qin Yanyu replied simply. Bai Mao widened his eyes. "Did you cling to her stubbornly?" Bai Mao didn't know what to say anymore. He patted Qin Yanyu's shoulder. "Your sister hasn't agreed yet? Looks like the revolution is a long way to go. Comrade Qin Yanyu, keep trying." Qin Yanyu felt he needed comfort. Facing his comrade's reassurance, Qin Yanyu smiled. "Comrade Bai Mao, your sister has a weakness." Yanyu, who had fallen in love, was no longer the cold person who kept everyone at a distance. Bai Mao was stunned and asked, "What weakness?" "Your sister, she likes handsome guys." "What the heck?" Bai Mao clenched his fists, almost wanting to punch someone. Fortunately, Qin Yanyu changed his words. "Good color. Your sister likes good-looking people." "Comrade Bai Mao, I think I still meet her taste." When Qin Yanyu said this, he even smiled proudly, hiding his smug expression. Bai Mao couldn't bear to watch. Was his sister that superficial? He stepped forward and patted his comrade's shoulder. Haha, then you work hard. After Bai Su returned inside, she held a scarf over her face for a while. The house wasn't burning charcoal, but her heart was burning with anger, so she didn't feel cold. Until Hua brought a fire tray outside and called, Mom, it's cold inside, right? I brought a fire tray for you. Bai Su felt a bit cold now, but she didn't want to see the children. She refused. I'm not cold. How could it not be cold in such cold weather? Hua had a sudden idea. Mom, Uncle Qin has left. Finally, that great figure was gone. After the new year, they would go to the county town. At least before the new year, there was no need to see him. This relieved Bai Su. She opened the door latch and said, Come in. Bai Su never expected that her lotus flower had become mischievous and was also a little trickster. All afternoon, Lotus had been sticking to her, talking about how Yin Fan invited her to take photos, wanting to display a few pictures in the photo studio as samples, and asking if she wanted to make popcorn or fried balls for the new year. Before her original husband's death, Mrs. Liu, who held the household authority, would sometimes be generous during the new year, making popcorn for the celebration. Basically, popcorn is made by steaming glutinous rice, drying it, then frying it in oil to make popcorn, and mixing it with sugar to make sweet popcorn. In times when food was scarce, eating popcorn during the new year was considered a luxury. But this year, thanks to the food factory in the county sending various treats and having prepared peanuts and sunflower seeds early, Bai Su didn't expect Lotus and her friends to still be thinking about popcorn. From her memories, Bai Su knew that after their father passed away, Mrs. Liu would only give her sisters 2 pieces of popcorn during the new year, even when making it. Lotus was clinging to her, acting cute and calling her mom again and again. How could Bai Su refuse such a charming little troublemaker? So, she agreed to Lotus. Lotus happily ran off. Bai Su sat inside by the fire, hearing her joyful voice. Manhwa, Jeanpeng, my mom agreed to make popcorn. Really? That's great. Grandma is so stingy, not giving us popcorn for the new year. This time, I want to eat enough of the popcorn my mom makes. Then I can also taste the popcorn my aunt makes. Next, Manhwa and Bai Jeanpeng responded, and a few children outside were laughing happily. Just making popcorn could make the children so happy? Bai Su sat by the fire, smiling to herself. Sometimes, the meaning of life isn't just for oneself. Making loved ones happy can also bring a kind of spiritual joy. Bai Su was quite enjoying this happiness. Winter days get dark early. After sitting by the fire for a while, the sky darkened. Lan Hua came again, calling her to dinner. Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua got married, and Li Xiangyang and the young people from the pharmacy had been helping. There were some leftover dishes from the wedding banquet, and fish that hadn't been finished. To thank those who helped with the wedding, Zhou Chongqing prepared 2 more tables of food. This time, there was also Yuan Pengzi's favorite boiled fish, but unfortunately, he couldn't wait and had to return to the county first. Bai Su led the children outside and already smelled the aroma of boiled fish. Bai Jeanpeng was drooling with hunger, and Manhwa was even more excited. My brother-in-law is making boiled fish again. That's great. This time, no one will take it from us. Plum Blossoms and Bai Jeanpeng rushed into the house as soon as they smelled fish. Bai Su also turned around the courtyard gate with Hua. When she saw the person standing in the yard talking to Bai Mao, Bai Su was stunned. She glared at the little troublemaker Hua. At that time, Hua had indeed seen Uncle Bai Mao with Qin Yenyue, overhearing them say they were going back. She never thought that going back meant returning to her uncle and aunt's place. Not going back to the county town? Faced with her mother's stern gaze, Hua looked innocent. Uncle Qin, you're not going back to the county town? Who said I'm going back to the county town? Qin Yenyue looked at the stunned Bai Su, a slight smile on his lips. I haven't seen your uncle and aunt in a long time. I'll stay in Hepping Brigade for the new year. Bai Su. Some people are just too shameless. Are they planning to bankrupt their family? Staying in Hepping Brigade for the new year is fine. Why are they staring at her? Bai Su averted her gaze and quickly led Hua inside. As Bai Su stepped over the threshold, she still heard a cheerful, low laugh behind her. She wasn't sure if some people were narrow-minded or just excited from chatting with her brother. Zhou Chongqing was very meticulous, preparing 2 tables of dishes, with warm charcoal burning inside. As soon as she entered, the aroma of food filled the air. After taking her seat, Bai Su happened to sit next to her son-in-law Zhou Chongqing. Qin Yenyue, who had come in with Bai Mao, stood beside the table, looking down at Zhou Chongqing. Qin Yenyue's presence was so strong. Zhou Chongqing had to stand up and give him a seat, moving aside with Manhwa outside. In this way, without Bai Su being able to stop him, Qin Yenyue sat happily beside her. Su Xiaoxiao and the others didn't know what was happening yet, while Ho Hot, Manhwa, and Bai Zhanpeng, along with He Hua, were already exchanging glances and winks. Bai Su suddenly felt the charcoal fire in the room was too hot, making her cheeks flush. She hurriedly picked up her chopsticks to hide her embarrassment, grabbing a piece of fish. Qin Yenyue, with his thick skin, handed her a bowl. Bai Su, feeling nervous, didn't hold the fish slice steady, and it fell into his bowl.
Thank you. Don't just focus on me, he said.
Qin Yenyue's face remained calm, but under the glow of the charcoal and kerosene lamp, his expression softened. He wasn't in a hurry to eat the fish in his bowl, and instead, he used his chopsticks to pick a fish head for Bai Su. Last time in the county, I remember you liked fish head. Go ahead and eat it. He calmly placed the fish head into the white bowl, then picked up a slice of fish and put it in his mouth, unaware of how shocked his actions appeared. Although Zhou Chongqing's boiled fish was very tempting, everyone's eyes on the table were fixed on him and Bai Su. Zhao Qingru was secretly tugging at Hua Hua's sleeve, signaling her to ask what was going on. What could Hua Hua say? It seemed that Uncle Qin had fallen while putting up couplets and accidentally hit her mother. When they found out, it was like breaking a pot. She decided to make their relationship clear. Uncle Qin was really shameless. Hua Hua urged Zhao Qingru and the others, eat quickly. My second brother-in-law's boiled fish is very delicious. First, she was deceived by little Hua Hua, then her son-in-law Zhou Chongqing betrayed her. Bai Su felt that Zhou Chongqing, just after marrying Lan Hua, had turned against her, transforming her into fish on a cutting board, handed over to Qin Ho's shameless mouth. Zhou Chongqing, this son-in-law, was simply unbearable. Could she still regret her decision? Under so many eyes watching her, Bai Su could only pretend to be calm. She helped Zhou Chongqing serve more dishes across Qin Yan, praising his cooking of 2 tables of food, and also served Hua Hua. Eat quickly. Chongqing's boiled fish has a Sichuan flavor. You probably haven't tried it before. Zhao Qingru, Su Xiaoxiao, and the stunned Li Xiangyang finally picked up slices of fish and immersed themselves in the food, temporarily shifting their attention. The meal made Bai Su feel very uneasy. Finally, when she finished eating, Bai Su used the excuse of helping Li Hua carry dishes to leave early. Qin Yanyu stood up and said, I'll see you off. It's cold outside. You talk with my brother. I'll go back with Hua Hua and the others. So, the few who still wanted to stay with her sister and brother-in-law had no choice but to get up and follow Bai Su. Hua Hua, who didn't want to disturb the wedding chamber, felt very regretful. When leaving Bai Su's family, Manhwa made plans with Bai Zhanpeng to make rice candy tomorrow and also greeted Qin Yenyu. Uncle Qin, we're making rice candy tomorrow. Come join us with my uncle and aunt and Zhanpeng. Sure, okay. Under the glow of the lanterns, Qin Yenyu's face softened. During the new year, Uncle Qin will give you a big red envelope. Manhwa still wanted to ask how big the red envelope was, but Bai Su, unable to bear it, pulled her out of the house and gave her a light tap on the head after they left the yard. Selling a handful of candy, and you want to sell your mom too? Ouch, Mom, be gentle. Carefree little Manhwa, holding her forehead, protested. The big red envelope Uncle Qin gave can buy a basket of candy. Uncle Qin looks so good. Mom, you're not missing out either. Hearing Manhwa cry out in pain, Qin Yan's lips curl slightly. He stands outside the corridor for a while. He sent Zhao Ming back to the county town and stayed at Hepping Brigade for the new year. He is getting closer to his goal. Making popcorn candy sounds easy, but the process is actually quite complicated. First, The glutinous rice must be steamed until soft, then spread out to dry. During the new year, the sun isn't very strong. Sue thought she could dry the rice all day and then fry the popcorn in oil. But as the new year approached, the weather was not good. It was only on the noon of the 29th that she started frying the popcorn. Next, she mixes the popcorn with sugar syrup and cooks it in a pot. When the syrup and popcorn stick together into a block, she scoops it up and puts it into wooden molds, then uses a hammer to flatten it. This year, because there is a pharmacy, the greenhouse vegetables cooperated with the county food factory, and they sold well. The Hepping Brigade was willing to make popcorn candy for the new year. Families with more money even smoked cured meat. On the 29th, the whole brigade was filled with the smell of smoked meat and the sweet aroma of popcorn candy. Sue thought that making the same popcorn candy as others was not very creative. She came up with her own idea. She soaked honey infused with osmanthus flowers from August and added it to the popcorn candy, making osmanthus-flavored popcorn candy. She also roasted sesame seeds, sprinkled them on the freshly made popcorn candy, then hammered it to make sesame-flavored popcorn candy. He's from the He family, and their popcorn candy is more fragrant and rich. The kitchen was filled with the smell of sesame and osmanthus. Qin Yenyue, who came to help with Bai Mao and Han Xiaomei, smelled this aroma and thought of director Qian, who loved sesame cakes, and Qian Hongyi. They ate sesame cakes but couldn't get the popcorn candy. Thinking of this, Qin Yenyue couldn't hide his pride. He stood by the table, smiling to himself. Yenyue, do you also like sesame-flavored popcorn candy? Bai Mao remembered that Qin Yenyue didn't like sweet foods. Seeing his comrade smiling at the popcorn candy on the table, he couldn't help asking. Qin Yenyue nodded. Yes, I like it. Comrade Bai Sue's popcorn candy, with sesame and osmanthus flavors, looks very delicious. Not satisfied yet, Qin Yenyue added, she makes everything taste good. These days, Qin Yenyue, celebrating the new year at Hepping Brigade, was becoming more and more open about his feelings in front of the children. He seemed eager to declare to everyone that he was pursuing her. His gaze was as sticky and intense as the hardened popcorn candy. Fortunately, there are a few children. Whether they are used to it or simply curious about the freshly cut caramel popcorn, their attention isn't on that. Sue feels uncomfortable all over and really wants to cover his mouth. She hands the task of cutting the caramel popcorn to Han Xiaomei, then puts down the spatula from the pot and places it into the mold. Worried that Qin Yenyue might say something strange again, Sue thinks he should be given some more active work. She picks up the hammer to break the popcorn and hands it to him, saying, "You do it." He obediently takes the hammer handed to him by Sue and follows her instructions to break the popcorn. The kitchen is already hot, and after a while of working, Qin Yenyue starts sweating. He simply takes off his wool coat to help with the work. Underneath, he wears a knitted sweater vest. He has a light blue shirt paired with a gray sweater, which has a V-neck collar. This makes him look less cold and hard, giving him a softer, more refined appearance. This man is truly easy on the eyes. Different clothes bring out different qualities in him. Sue restrains herself from looking at him and, while cutting the popcorn with Han Xiaomei, casually asks Secretary Qin, "Since you're staying with us in the brigade to celebrate the new year with my brother and sister-in-law, what about Aunt Ju and Secretary Zhao in the county town?" After retiring from the island troops, Secretary Zhao has been following Qin Yenyue. Aunt Ju also came from Beijing to take care of him. Sue thinks that Qin Yenyue left them behind and is celebrating the new year in the Peace Brigade. Aunt Ju and Secretary Zhao must have a lonely new year. However, Qin Yenyue is only thinking about pursuing his wife. Aunt Ju is encouraging him to do so and is eager to see him come to the Peace Brigade. She might even call Beijing in the next few days to report success to the old man. The deep-thinking Secretary Qin, how could he tell Sue that Zhao Ming and Aunt Ju are secretly happy? Just his proximity to the woman around him seems not enough for everyone to think they are together. Hearing Sue's words, the old man suddenly brightens and comes up with a new idea. He tentatively discusses with Sue, how about calling Aunt Ju and Zhao Ming to celebrate the new year together? Zhao Ming has always been close to Qin Yenyue. Isn't he often eating at the Peace Brigade? Bai Su had previously gone to the county town, and Aunt Ju had mentioned several times that she wanted to come to see the Peace Brigade. Aunt Ju is truly very kind to her and hot. Qin Yenhua insists on spending the new year at the Peace Brigade. Whether it's to get closer to her or to accompany Professor Yin and her brother, who is a comrade, he can't bear to leave Aunt Ju and Zhaoming behind in the county town. Bai Su can't accept him just leaving them there. It's just 2 more people to eat with. Anyway, the whole family eats together every day, so 2 more people don't matter. Bai Su nodded and agreed. All right, then you go back to the county town and invite Aunt Ju and Zhaoming to celebrate the new year. Actually, ever since Qin Yenhua suggested inviting Aunt Ju and Zhaoming to spend the new year at the Peace Brigade, he's been tense, worried Bai Su might refuse. When Bai Su agreed, he smiled happily. No need to go back now. I'll ask Chongqing later to see if any young workers want to go to the town commune. I'll ask them to help pass the message to the county town, so Zhaoming can bring Aunt Ju here early tomorrow.
Bai Su.
This person seems to have everything arranged already. Just smelling the sweet, sticky aroma of popcorn candy made in the brigade, you can tell that this year, life at the Peace Brigade is much better. Zhou Zilan and Professor Kong are not idle. Taking advantage of the sunny weather, they sit on the warm shed's embankment, smelling the sweet, sticky scent drifting in the air. Such a sweet and fragrant smell. What is it? Zhou Zilan takes a deep breath and, witnessing her nephew's marriage, now feels that the air in the Peace Brigade is all sweet. Having stayed in the brigade for years and knowing it well, Professor Kong responds, it's the smell of popcorn candy. During the new year, families with a bit more grain make popcorn candy. Last year, the brigade leader's family made some and secretly sent a few pieces to our cattle shed. For those who have often gone hungry, suddenly tasting sweet popcorn candy is an unforgettable delight. Back then, living in a cold, damp cattle shed, Professor Kong received a piece of popcorn candy and was so reluctant to chew it, he licked it slowly like candy until all the syrup on the popcorn was gone. Only then did he chew the now less crispy popcorn. That feeling is etched in his bones. When he smells this aroma, he takes a deep breath. The brigade leader's wife made popcorn candy last year, crisp and fragrant. With Qin Yenhua bringing New Year goods to the celebration, Lotus Flowers delivering fish, and Zhou Zilan recently attending the celebration with Yin Fan, Bai Su bringing back marinated dishes to fill their stomachs. Zhou Zilan isn't actually lacking food now. But hearing Professor Kong swallow loudly and describing the popcorn candy so deliciously makes Zhou Zilan also want to taste what it's like. After resting for a while, she was about to get up and go to the warm shed to check on the medicinal herb she had planted when she saw Hua crossing the stone bridge leading to the medicine workshop, carrying a basket toward the warm shed. Zhou Zilian hurriedly waved her hand. Hua, why are you here?
On Zilan.
Hua, holding her basket and swaying, jogged over. My mom made rice candy, and I brought some for you and Aunt Kong to try. Hua was used to the medicine workshop side, walking smoothly on the field ridges, and soon she reached Zhou Zilian and Professor Kong. She uncovered the basket, which was lined with oil paper, and the black and white rice candies laid on top looked very tempting. Aunt Zilan, Aunt Kong, try some. My mom made 2 flavors. This white one is osmanthus flavored with a slight blackish tint, and the other, with sesame, is darker. At Hua's urging, Professor Kong took a piece of the white rice candy and broke half for Zhou Zilian. The snow-white rice candy was sprinkled with tiny bits of osmanthus, and when eaten, it was fragrant and crispy. The delicate osmanthus aroma filled the taste buds, making it hard to stop eating. Delicious. Even better than the ones Yang mom made last year. Professor Kong praised the white sugar again. Your mom is so clever. Her rice candies are different from others, and she added osmanthus honey. Let me try the sesame flavor now. Just smelling it is so fragrant. The osmanthus-flavored rice cake was more fragrant and crispy, while the sesame flavor was richer and chewier. Both types of rice candies were delicious in their own way. He handed some to Professor Kong and Zhou Zilian, then picked up the basket. Grandpa Yin also likes the sesame flavor. I'll take some to him and Brother Yin Fan. Hua, wait. Professor Kong wanted to call her back, but Hua, eager to see Yin Fan, grabbed her basket and hurried off. Watching her run away, Zhou Zilian was anxious. What now? Why didn't you call her back? It takes calling to stop her. Since being assigned to the Peace Brigade's cattle shed at Nyopen Mountain Valley, Professor Yin and his grandson had had no contact with the outside world. Except for Qin Yenu's secretly helping, they had lost contact with Beijing. Who would have thought that the granddaughter of the Yin family's old friends would travel so far to find them? And even for Yin Fan's sake, ignoring her family's objections, she came to Chongfeng Commune to join the youth work team. It was quite a coincidence that on the day Zhou Chongqing married Manhwa, they took many photos, but all the film was used up. The transportation team at Heyan Food Factory has finished their work, but he is still busy with his business in the black market in the county town. Before the new year, it was very lively. On the day Lan Hua and Zhou Chongqing got married, after sending off Director Zheng and Director Qian's family, he returned to spend the night with Pear Blossom. Then he had to go back to the county town again. Meanwhile, Yin Fan wanted to develop the photos of Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua's wedding early. He also wanted to select a few photos as samples to decorate the photography studio and buy new film. So, he took a ride in Heyan's car to the county town. After buying the film, Yin Fan helped Aunt Kong and Professor Lin send some items at the post office. There, he unexpectedly met Song Shijun, the granddaughter of an old friend of the Yin family. In the county town, Yin Fan was in a hurry to catch Heyan's car and didn't have time to chat with her. Today, Song Shijun came to Peace Brigade. At this moment, Lotus Flower was there bringing rice and sugar candies for her mother. Professor Kong and Zhou Zhilan had originally been sitting on the field ridge talking when Song Shijun, who was looking for Yin Fan, smelled the sweet aroma of rice and sugar candies and was tempted to eat them. The matter was put aside. When they tried to stop Lotus Flower from looking for Yin Fan, it was already too late. Actually, even before Lotus Flower shared the rice and sugar candies with Professor Kong and Zhou Zhilan, Song Shijun, who was looking around the photo studio after taking a glance at everything, had her eyes fixed on Yin Fan. "I thought you would have a hard time following Grandpa Yin to the countryside," she said with tears in her eyes. "Yin Fan, seeing that you're doing well, I feel relieved." Yin Fan didn't reply because he knew that the current situation was the result of many painful struggles he had endured. If Aunt Bai hadn't been there, his grandfather wouldn't have been seriously ill, and his life might have been in danger. If things continued to develop, what Song Shijun saw wouldn't be the scene now. She might have seen him all alone, living in a cow shed, shoveling cow dung, suffering from the pain of losing loved ones, like a walking corpse. Not knowing how to communicate with Song Shijun, Yin Fan could only take out the photos he developed yesterday from the county town and place them on the table, selecting the ones he wanted as samples. Heyan had arranged a piece of glass for him at the county town's scrap collection station yesterday, which he had already brought back by car. Now, he was wiping the glass clean and laying it flat on the table. The photos developed yesterday in the county town had been carefully chosen by Yin Fan. Many of the wedding photos of Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua were well captured, and he could keep one as a sample. To make the photo studio look professional, it needs to display good sample photos for the members to see. If the wedding photography business can be successful, only this place in the nearby villages has a photographer. The village photo studio might not be better than the one run by the commune. On the table, there are also welfare photos from the pharmacy, including individual photos of Hua and pictures taken since the studio opened, showing members from the team and neighboring villages. Most of all, there are 9 photos of Hua smiling sweetly, which are the best shots captured by Yin Fan. He has selected one of these photos and placed it under the glass as a sample for the studio. Song Shijun sees that Yin Fan is ignoring her and only fiddling with the photos. Her eyes fill with tears. "Yesterday, I saw you in the county town. I thought I was dreaming," she whispers sadly. "Yin Fan, are you still angry with me?" Yin Fan feels that placing the photos of Hua, Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua's wedding, and a group photo from the pharmacy makes his studio look more professional. Song Shijun's sobbing voice is hard to ignore. Yin Fan lifts his head and says coldly, "Song Shijun, Everything is in the past. He glances at her with a faint look. This makes Song Shijun feel defeated. She chokes out, is it really in the past? Then why did you look at me in the county town yesterday like a stranger, with no reaction? I finally found out you are in the Hepping team, and I came here but you hardly pay attention to me. Fan, haven't you asked why I appeared here? I know you're still angry with me. When Uncle Ian had an accident, you came to ask for help, but my family refused to help, and I couldn't do anything for you. Song Shijun's shoulders shake as she cries. But I already explained to you yesterday, it wasn't that I didn't want to see you. My parents locked me up and wouldn't let me meet you. Fan, I argued with my family for you. I've cut ties with them and followed you to the countryside to work as a youth sent-down youth. However, I don't even know which team under Chongfeng Commune you were assigned to. I wanted to follow the organization's plan and find you once I settled down. Tears fill her eyes as she looks at Fan. Since I came to the countryside, I've been trying to find out where you are. I even asked around Chongfeng Commune and the county, but I couldn't find your name among the sent-down youth. Fortunately, heaven rewards the diligent. I went to the county post office to make a call and happened to meet you. Song Shijun had been holding back tears from a moment. She started talking to Fan. Now, as she spoke, she couldn't hold them in anymore. She reached out to grab Fan, tears falling like beads. Fan, from now on, I will stay in Chongfeng Commune to do my work as a young, educated person and stay with you. I won't go back to the capital. Hua, who was in the photo studio, knew nothing about what was happening. She walked briskly, carrying a basket filled with popcorn candies, and ran into the studio. Brother Fan. Song Shijun was about to hold Fan's hand when Hua's sudden appearance interrupted everything. Seeing the girl standing opposite Fan clearly, Hua paused with one foot at the door of the studio. Fan, who is she? Before Fan could speak, Song Shijun turned around first. After seeing Hua clearly, Song Shijun realized that the photo Fan was fiddling with was of this girl. She was momentarily stunned, then took a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her tears. I am Song Shijun. Nice to meet you. After wiping away her tears, Song Shijun smiled confidently at Hua. You are a friend of Fan from the Peace Brigade, right? Thank you for helping take care of Fan. Song Shijun was very pretty, fair-skinned, tall. Standing next to Fan, they looked like a perfect pair of handsome and beautiful youths. Hua found this scene quite striking. Hearing Song Shijun's words, she felt even more puzzled. A sour, bittersweet feeling welled up inside her, leaving her unsure of what to say. Song Shijun. Fan called out warningly and came over to take the basket from Hua. He gently asked, Auntie sent this over. What's inside? Popcorn candies. Hua forced a small smile. It has the osmanthus flavor you like and the sesame flavor Grandpa Ian loves. Auntie made some delicious food, always thinking of me and Grandpa. Fan gave Hua a warm smile. Have you tried it? Is the popcorn candy sweet? Yes, very sweet. Unknowingly, because of the unease brought by Song Shijun, all her worries melted away. Hua forgot there was someone else in the photo studio. She was immersed in Fan's smile, skillfully opening the basket and handing him a piece of popcorn candy. It's really sweet, fragrant, and crispy. Try it and see. Fan took the basket from Hua with one hand and held the photo in a paper bag with the other. He chuckled softly. Look, I can't reach out my hand. Hua habitually took some popcorn candy and shoved it into his mouth. Fan actually lowered his head and bit the popcorn candy offered by Hua. He chewed and spoke unclearly. Auntie's cooking is really good, very tasty. I knew you'd like it. Hua was happy now and put a piece of popcorn candy into Fan's mouth, letting him chew it. Then she generously took a few pieces from the basket and handed them to Song Shijun, who was standing there stunned. Song Jiqing, do you want to try some? When Fan was in the capital, he had a slight cleanliness obsession and hated others feeding him things. Song Shijun didn't realize that someone going to the countryside to work could change their habits. This scene made her feel uncomfortable. She shook her head and said, No need. After speaking to Hua, She looked at Een Fan and asked, "Aren't you going to take me to see Grandpa Een? My grandpa isn't feeling well and doesn't want to see anyone." Een Fan decisively refused and dismissed her. "Song Shijun, I have other things. Later, many people will come to pick up photos, so I can't keep you." Song Shijun felt very disappointed. She barely held back her tears, and now her eyes were moist again. "All right, I'll just work in Chongfeng Commune, about 20 miles from here. I'll come back to see you next time." She silently encouraged herself, thinking that since she had a bicycle, traveling over 20 miles back and forth wasn't a big deal. She believed that as long as she kept trying, the misunderstanding between her and Een Fan would eventually be cleared up. After Song Shijun left, Hua in the room couldn't hold back anymore. She curiously asked Brother Een Fan, "Who is this Song Zijking? She looks really pretty." "Someone unimportant." Een Fan poked Hua's head with his finger. "Just care if she looks good or not. Quickly look at the photos we developed." "Wow, is this really me?" "Brother Een Fan, you made me look so good. My older sisters are pretty too. Our whole family is beautiful. You were already this pretty to begin with." Song Shijun pushed her bicycle and, hearing the voices from inside, a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Then she rode away. Een Fan's photo studio was open until the 29th of the lunar year. Those who had their photos taken before either came to pick them up or Een Fan personally delivered the photos to the members before the new year. This way, they could have a family reunion dinner on the 30th of the lunar year. Qin Yanhua had already arranged to come earlier and spend the new year with Professor Een. Een Fan and Chef Zhou Zilan originally planned to prepare a New Year's Eve dinner. Professor Een insisted on bringing the meal forward to noon on New Year's Eve. Een Fan was puzzled. "Grandpa, won't Uncle Qin be seen by others?"
"You don't understand.
"I'm doing this to help him," Professor Een replied, chewing sesame-flavored rice candies sent by Lotus Flower, then left with a meaningful look. The next morning, hearing the lively firecracker sounds, Zhou Zilan began preparing the meal. She caught a fathead fish kept in a water tank, killed it, separated the head from the body, and sliced the fish along its natural lines. She used the fish slices to make a spicy boiled fish dish, and the fish head for a spicy fish head stew. The rabbit that was smoked for the new year was chopped and steamed into a bowl of cured rabbit meat. Qin Yanhua brought pork for Professor Een and Een Fan. Zhou Zilan used the bones to make a seaweed and pork rib soup. From Een Fan, she learned that Qin Yanhua didn't like greasy pork, so she picked a piece with some fat and lean meat and made a twice-cooked pork with garlic sprouts and dried chili peppers. She rendered pork fat from frying the meat, stir-fried a large cabbage, prepared shredded kelp, and stir-fried fresh cucumbers grown in the greenhouse. Thanks to Jiang Yuchuan's efforts in growing greenhouse vegetables for the team, despite the poor soil in the mountain valley, Secretary Qi and Li Jiqiang insisted on sharing a basket of New Year vegetables with them. Een Fan helped Zhou Zilan in the kitchen, and they prepared 8 dishes. Although the variety was small, for those who had long lived in the cowshed and only recently improved their living conditions, this was a very rich New Year's Eve dinner, fish and meat, which was almost unthinkable before. When Professor Kong came in to help serve the dishes, Zhou Chongqing was already with Qin Yanhua and Aunt Ju, talking to Professor Een. Because of Aunt Ju's connection to Qin Yanhua, who had served beside Old Master Qin, she was actually an old acquaintance of Professor Een. Seeing the gray hair at Professor Yin's temples, Aunt Ju choked up. "Brother Chong, you've suffered. I told Yanhua I wanted to come see you, but I never found the chance. Your kindness is enough. I don't want to burden you, or Yanhua." Seeing an old friend, Professor Een sighed. "A Jew, Een Fan and I are grateful that Yanhua has been supporting us behind the scenes. I know he agreed to transfer here because of me and Fanner." After the Een family had trouble, many old friends and relatives either stayed far away or took advantage of us. Only you all are still helping us in our time of need. Thinking about his late wife, Professor Een felt a wave of sadness. It's easy to add beauty to this world, but hard to offer real help in times of trouble. Now that things have come to this, Fong and I can only hope that one day we can return to Beijing and never forget your kindness and Yanhu's help.
What are you talking about?
I was lucky to be adopted by Sister Jean, thanks to her. I've spent all these years enjoying life on her behalf. Following Yenyu to do something for you all is only right. Everyone has their own fate. It was because Jeaner lost contact with the Qin family that I had the chance to marry her and spend my life with her. No one owes anyone anything. Sadly, my unworthy son caused trouble. I didn't protect your sister well. Aunt Ju and Professor Yin started talking eagerly, as if they couldn't stop. Yin Fan was worried that his grandfather might become emotional or have another health issue. He looked to Qin Yenyu for help. Qin Yenyu quickly interrupted Aunt Ju and Professor Yin. Uncle, there's a chance to go back to Beijing. The policies there are easing. Hearing this, Professor Yin's dull eyes suddenly brightened. Yenyu, are you serious? The economic policies are gradually loosening, and adjustments are beginning. From what I judge, the college entrance exams will be restored in the next couple of years. Old Qin, who was involved in key circles, had been paying close attention to the policy changes in Beijing. Because he was always watching, he dared to try growing vegetables in the warm sheds at Peace Brigade. He believed that before the college entrance exams were restored, some people would be called back to the city. Qin Yenyu reassured Professor Yin, before coming to Peace Brigade, I called Beijing. There are signs that this might happen. We're just waiting for the first batch of people to return. The news Qin Yenyu shared made Professor Yin feel happier and also gave hope to Professor Kong and his wife, Zhou Zilan and Jiang Yuchuan. As long as that day comes, no matter how long it takes, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or even longer, there's hope that they will return to the city someday. This news came just in time. Zhou Zilan's eyes lit up. She patted Zhou Chongqing's shoulder, who was stunned. I've always felt I owed Manhwa. Now I know we won't be like this forever. I feel better inside, and I have more confidence in front of your mother-in-law. Zhou Chongqing was so excited he was stunned. He had always felt guilty about marrying Lanhua, worried that his background might affect her, and that she wouldn't be able to become a formal teacher. If one day they can return to the city, it would mean they could remove the hat from their heads, and Lanhua's future would no longer be affected by him. Eat your vegetables. Try my cooking too. Zhou Zilian set the bowls and chopsticks, happily inviting everyone to sit and enjoy a family reunion meal. Qin Yenyu brought this exciting news, and everyone's face lit up with smiles as they reached for the chopsticks to taste Zhou Zilian's cooking. Only Yin Fan took a piece of meat and placed it in his bowl, hesitating to start eating. He was deep in thought. Actually, Song Shijun had gone to the countryside to work as a young intellectual at Chongfeng Commune for him. After seeing him in the county town, she even followed him to the Hepping Brigade. Saying he was unmoved by her was not true. After all, he and Song Shijun had a beautiful past together. They grew up as childhood sweethearts. When Song Shijun's eyes were full of tears and she stood before him, sharing her troubles, he felt he shouldn't be so harsh. He thought she was a delicate girl and that avoiding danger was human nature. But hearing the news brought by Qin Yenyu, Yin Fan found his soft heart amusing. With Song family's ability to adapt to the situation, they would surely know about any movements in the capital city. Since Uncle Qin had received the news, the Song family, with their scholarly background, must also have learned that policies were gradually loosening. So, Song Shijun choosing to go to the countryside as a young intellectual at this time was no longer purely for the sake of hardship. He didn't want to think badly of her, but having experienced suffering and betrayal by close relatives made it hard for him not to suspect. After all, his mother's surname was Song, so there was some connection to Song Shijun's family. He analyzed these thoughts carefully in his mind, and he truly appreciated Hua's innocence. Even if she liked his looks, she never tried to hide it. She openly praised his appearance and clearly showed her desire to get close to him. Yin Fan picked up a fish slice and put it in his mouth, then spat out a thorn. Uncle Qin, Song Shijun came to see me yesterday. Your childhood sweetheart? Qin Yenyu paused in his eating. Fanner, I don't care what entanglements you have with Song Shijun, but Uncle Qin wants to remind you, don't hurt Hua. Before hearing from Qin Yenyu, Yin Fan was worried about his soft heart hurting Hua. But after analyzing everything in his mind, he understood things clearly. Uncle Qin, I won't. After promising, Yin Fan suddenly looked at Qin Yenyue and smiled. Uncle Qin, you've even protected Huahua? Qin Yenyue paused for a moment. Yin Fan, this narrow-minded boy, deliberately brought up the topic, and he realized that Yin Fan was trying to cause trouble for someone else, instinctively including Huahua in his protective circle. You're talking more and more, kid. Yin Fan was still watching his expression, and Qin Yenyue almost hit him with his chopsticks. Holding back his urge to laugh, Qin Yenyue glanced at him and said, if there's food, you can't keep your mouth shut? What are you arguing with a kid for? Everyone should learn from you and be as quiet as a seal jar. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. Don't let good things slip away. Bai Su took the initiative this time to ask Qin Yenyue to bring her and Xiaoming to the Peace Brigade to celebrate the New Year. Aunt Ju finally saw hope. But seeing that they hadn't yet crossed the line, she was so anxious she didn't know what to do. After scolding Qin Yenyue, she smiled and said to Yin Fan, your Uncle Qin only protects little Lotus. Who else can he protect? They are all family. If you dare to bully Lotus, Uncle Qin won't let you go. Zhou Chongqing. Does he think he's a ghost? Uncle Qin's intentions toward his mother-in-law were clear, and Yin Fan no longer hid his feelings for his sister-in-law. Compared to the reunion dinner in the mountain valley, Bai Su's family had a more lavish New Year's Eve dinner. There was braised fish, whole fish cooked in a rich sauce. No one knew how Bai Su made it, but the fish stayed whole while cooking and was served on a long wooden plate shaped like a fish. When she moved into his house, she became friends with a local carpenter. For the construction of the medicine shop, she also asked him to help with the work and pay him. So, whenever she wanted to make small crafts, the carpenter would make them according to her requests and send them over. This finely crafted wooden plate was perfect for holding fish. After cooking, Bai Su sprinkled strips, scallion strips, and chili threads on the fish for decoration. The fish was garnished with colorful red, green, and yellow threads, making it very eye-catching. When served, it looked more like a piece of art than a dish. The second dish was Bai Su's homemade cured sausage. When cooking rice, she steamed it until done, then sliced it very thin and placed the slices on a plate to serve. Qin Yenyue didn't like greasy food, but braised pork was an essential dish for the New Year's dinner. In autumn, Li Xiangyang took Huahua and Yin Fan up the mountain to gather chestnuts. Bai Su dried the chestnuts in a shaded area under the eaves. The dried chestnuts had their shells and flesh separated. She peeled the nuts and soaked them in hot water to remove the wrinkled outer skin. Bai Su then cooked the chestnuts together with the braised pork. Cooking chestnuts with braised pork made a delicious dish. Next, we have braised pig's trotters, garlic sprouts with chili, shredded squid, a simple stir-fried lettuce, and stir-fried cabbage with crispy meat slices inside, allowing the meat juices to soak into the cabbage. The seafood, including the squid, was brought back from the island by Bai Mao and Han Xiumei's family. Besides the garlic sprouts with chili and shredded squid, Bai Su also soaked shrimp and stir-fried shrimp with chives. The chicken soup included dried abalone, making a nourishing abalone chicken soup. For New Year's dinner, the sticky rice balls that Huahua loved so much were definitely on the table. Zhou Chongqing and Orca got married, and they had leftover snow fungus and lotus seeds, which He Yan brought back from a neighboring province where lotus seeds are famous. He Yan was responsible for bringing the goods, and Yuan Fatty used his channels to sell them on the black market. Besides Huahua, Bai Zhanping and Plum Blossom also loved sweet dishes, so Bai Su simply made a lotus seed and snow fungus soup. This time, she cooked it even better than at the wedding banquet. When removing it from the stove, she added a few spoonfuls of osmanthus honey leftover from making rice flour candies. The final dish was roast duck brought by Aunt Ju from Beijing, sent by Qin Yenyue's family. Aunt Ju also brought apples. To make the New Year's dinner memorable and beautiful, Bai Su took a woven basket, filled it with the apples Aunt Ju brought, and placed it on the table as a dessert. This was a dinner full of delicious food and artistic charm. Even the plate for the abalone chicken soup was a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl that He Yan found. Little Plum Blossom looked at the many dishes on the table and suddenly started crying at the table. This confused Bai Zhanping, who poked her arm with his finger. It's New Year's. Why are you crying? Little Plum Blossom, what's wrong? Did someone bully you at school? Tell your brother, and I'll beat them up. It was better when Bai Zhongping didn't say anything, but once he did, Plum Blossom cried even harder. Now, she was not just quietly wiping tears but crying loudly. This confused Bai Mao's family, Qin Yenyue, Aunt Ju, and everyone else. Bai Su didn't know what was wrong with the child, so she went over to pat her head. What's wrong with Plum Blossom? Is it because the food mom made doesn't suit your taste? We even made snow fungus and lotus seed soup for you, and I asked your second brother-in-law to add some osmanthus honey when he cooked. Plum Blossom immediately hugged Bai Su around the waist, burying her head in her stomach and crying loudly. No, it's not that the food isn't tasty. These dishes are so good. How can there be so many delicious dishes? Plum Blossom sobbed. It feels like a dream. Mom, I'm so scared it's just a dream. Sniff, sniff. Why is my life so lucky? I have so much good food. I've heard of people starving and crying from hunger, but I haven't seen so many delicious dishes. Just smelling the aroma makes me so happy I cry out loud. Everyone in the room burst into laughter. Even Qin Yenyu couldn't help but smile, looking at little Plum Blossom with love. Aunt Ju was even more heartbroken. Osmanthus is a sensible and caring person. Every time she asks Zhao Ming to take Osmanthus to the county committee's courtyard for a meal, Osmanthus helps with chores and is sweet-talking. Little Plum Blossom's personality is different from her sister. She's lively and also so innocent that it makes people laugh. Aunt Ju humorously scooped a bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed soup. Child, you're not dreaming. Try this bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed soup. Take a sip, and if it tastes good, you'll know you're not dreaming. Plum Blossom shyly stopped crying, took the bowl from Aunt Ju, then placed it back in front of her. My mom said that delicious food should be served to elders first. You're such a lovely child. Aunt Ju helped her put a piece of roast duck on her plate. Eat this. Qin uncle had it sent from the capital. Thank you, Grandma Ju. Plum Blossom loves everything she eats, and when she eats, her cheeks puff out like a busy little hamster. Aunt Ju didn't have much to say. Watching Plum Blossom eat, her appetite was also stimulated. She tried all kinds of dishes. Qin Yenyu looked at the table full of food, and then turned his gaze to Bai Su, who was serving dishes to Aunt Ju. With such a rich and beautiful meal, even during the New Year in the capital, he might not be able to enjoy such dishes, right? It's not that staying in the capital for the New Year means she can't cook as well. But each dish was perfectly prepared, full of color, aroma, and flavor, showing it was made with care. Such dishes weren't easy to find everywhere. From Plum Blossom's reaction, it seemed they had never eaten such a festive meal before. So, he could think that because he was staying at the Peace Brigade for the New Year, this woman had specially prepared this table of dishes for him. Feeling that this lavish New Year's dinner was prepared just for him, Secretary Qin's heart was almost floating. Before Zhou Chongqing could serve him rice, he handed his bowl to Bai Su. Serve me a bowl of soup. On the day they put up the couplets, I saw Qin Yenyu holding Bai Su. Besides a few words exchanged during the rice flour candy event, there was nothing unusual between Qin Yenyu and Bai Su. The Bai Mao family and a few other women were curious about Bai Su and Qin Yenyu. As for Zhao Ming and Aunt Ju, who were invited to dinner, they saw that nothing was being said between them and felt worried for both of them. Because of Qin Yenyu's actions, everyone in the room kept looking at Bai Su. Their curiosity was hard to contain, and they even stopped eating to see how Bai Su would react. What could Bai Su do? She was truly impressed by someone's boldness. It seemed that ever since Zhou Chongqing married Lan Hua and Uncle Qian's family appeared, Qin Yushu, the handsome and proud official, kept trying to show off that he and Bai Su had some connection. Bai Su didn't want to indulge him, so she rolled her eyes at Qin Yenyu. She picked up Aunt Ju's bowl and asked, Aunt Ju, do you want to eat first or drink some soup? Aunt Ju looked at the chicken and abalone soup, and Bai Su understood her meaning immediately. She scooped a bowl of soup for her. Thank you, Bai Su. Aunt Ju took the soup and shot a fierce glare at Qin Yenyu. That look made Qin Yanhua think of her constant nagging about how men shouldn't help women with chores and how he might never find a wife. In front of everyone, Qin Yanhua put down his bowl, picked up Bai Su's, and scooped a bowl of abalone chicken soup for her without caring about others' eyes. Then he scooped a bowl for himself. Bai Su looked surprised, but Qin Yanhua remained calm despite everyone's curious gazes. He urged Bai Su, "It's hard to cook New Year's Eve dinner. Have a bowl of soup to fill your stomach." If she didn't help him scoop the soup, he would do it for her? What exactly was Secretary Qin trying to do? Bai Su regretted leaving him at the Peace Brigade for the new year. Under everyone's intense gaze, she quickly lowered her head and drank the soup. She drank too fast and choked. Qin Yanhua instinctively reached out to pat her back. He Yan and Zhou Chongqing exchanged glances, both feeling like they had brought trouble upon themselves. Was Uncle Qin still going to let their mother enjoy a good New Year's dinner? He Yan hurriedly cleared his throat and said to Zhou Chongqing, "Brother, go get the wine from my room. Let's have a good drink with Uncle Qin and Uncle Zhou." Okay. He Yan coughed and finally reminded Uncle Qin to be careful with his drinking. Zhou Chongqing quickly stood up. "Mom's cooking is delicious. I'll go get the wine." Spicy pig's trotters, garlic sprout and chili squid, and roast duck. Each dish is perfect for drinking. He Yan finished his work in the county town and came back for the new year, bringing home the New Year gifts from the food factory. The factory had a good year. Besides grain and oil coupons, they also gave out big gift packages. Zhou Chongqing poured wine, and Pear Blossom quickly brought a bag of dried duck snacks for them to enjoy with the drinks. Bai Mao and He Yan, the uncle and nephew, both have a good tolerance for alcohol. Zhou Chongqing could drink a few glasses too. Only Qin Yanhua drank a few cups, his face turning bright red, looking very drunk, and about to lean on the table. Bai Su still remembered how Qin Yanhua had pretended to be drunk when He Yan and Pear Blossom got married, sneaking off to find Professor Yin and his grandson in the mountain valley. She thought his drinking capacity was more than just a few glasses, so she didn't bother much. When they had eaten enough, she left some dishes and dried duck snacks for them to enjoy with the drinks, asking Manhwa and her sisters to help clean up the bowls and chopsticks. This New Year's Eve dinner started at dusk and lasted until midnight. After He Yan's mother helped Bai Su wash the dishes and they returned to the main hall, a few men were still drinking, their spirits high. No one knew how many glasses He Yan, Zhou Chongqing, and Bai Mao had poured for Qin Yanhua. His face was flushed, and when he saw Bai Su bringing in snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, and peach crisps, he looked at her. His face was bright red, and he smiled at her. He looked genuinely drunk this time. Usually a cool, tough man, Bai Su found his drunken smile a bit silly. His gaze was open and honest, his thoughts plainly written on his face. His smile was a little silly, but his eyes were hot, like warm, spilled wine. Bai Su felt her cheeks flush when he looked at her. She quickly looked away from Qin Yanhua, placing the snack tray on a low table next to the fire pit, and called over a few of the children playing with Bai Zhanpeng. "Let your uncle and the others drink. Come and eat some sunflower seeds and peanuts to stay up late." Aunt Ju was used to going to bed early, but right now she was eager to join the lively atmosphere and didn't want to sleep. She was so sleepy her eyelids kept fluttering. Bai Su brought some food over and she cheered up, chatting with Bai Su and He Yan's mother while munching on sunflower seeds. "Xiao Su, thank you for letting Yanhua invite me and Zhao to celebrate the New Year at the Peace Brigade." Aunt Ju liked Xiao Meihua very much. When Meihua came over to get some food, she grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and handed them to Meihua. "Your New Year's celebration here is so lively. If I stayed in the county town and celebrated with Yanhua, it would be so cold and lonely. It's much better to have a lively celebration." Aunt Ju said to her, "I don't want to leave either." White Su really likes Aunt Ju, and Aunt Ju is friendly and easy to get along with, whether with her or her own relatives. She also really loves children. She replied, "Then you can stay longer at the Peace Brigade. Our family is lively here." Mother He quietly observed how warmly White Su and Aunt Ju interacted, and also noticed that when her son He Yan was talking to Aunt Ju, Secretary Qin, who was drinking, kept glancing over. She heard her son, Hien, say that Aunt Ju was the adopted daughter of Old Master Qin. Old Master Qin's biological daughter, Qin Jinxiu, got separated from the family when she was young and was lost on the streets. At that time, Aunt Ju looked very much like Qin Jinxiu. The Qin family searched everywhere for their young daughter, while also taking Aunt Ju in. Later, Aunt Ju married someone, but after her husband died and she had no children, she returned to the Qin family to serve Old Master Qin. Although Aunt Ju was adopted by the Qin family, Qin Yanhua always treated her like a real aunt. She also cared a lot for her nephew Qin Yanhua. When Qin Yanhua chose to go to the countryside with Professor Yin, she also went along. This elder, Aunt Ju, especially liked her relative, Secretary Qin, and his intentions were very obvious. To pursue her, she even stayed in the Peace Brigade for the new year, openly in front of the children. Mother, he felt that it was only a matter of time before the truth was revealed. When would that happen? She kept a close watch all night, paying attention to every move and glance, completely alert. White Su asked Aunt Ju to stay a few more days at the Peace Brigade. Mother, he quietly observed Qin Yanhua, noticing that he kept looking over while drinking and even smiled slightly. Secretary Qin used to be quite intimidating. But this time at the Peace Brigade, whenever he was in front of her relative, he kept smiling. It seemed he might never have smiled so much in his life. White Su didn't rush her away. Mother, he thought that if things kept developing like this, her sister's relationship with Secretary Qin was only a matter of time. To show her enthusiasm, White Su kept Aunt Ju at the Peace Brigade, and Mother, he also expressed her stance. The county town isn't far from the Peace Brigade. Not just during the new year, you can come visit anytime to relax. If my sister is busy, I'm free. I just stay at home helping Lihua make clothes. I can keep you company and chat. Mother, he invited Aunt Ju, you and my sister get along very well. In the future, every new year, we can celebrate together. Hearing this, Aunt Ju smiled happily. When Qin Yanhua, who was drinking with White Mao, poured wine into his mouth, he also smiled. No wonder he liked Hien so much. Hien's cleverness seemed to come from his mother. Qin Yanhua thought that he and his mother looked very good together, always helping him with connections. He didn't know what kind of wine Hien brought back, but today the wine tasted a bit sweet. Drinking too much wine can make you feel dizzy. Originally, he didn't know how long this drinking session would last, but suddenly there were firecrackers outside. This year, the Peace Brigade had a better time. To celebrate, many families bought firecrackers to welcome the new year. As the first firecracker exploded, the sound of firecrackers burst out in unison. Hien also brought back firecrackers. Bai Zhongping already had some and called Ho Hot and Manhwa to go set off firecrackers and chase away the New Year monster. Bai Mao was worried that his son might be naughty and get hurt by the firecrackers, so he hurried to follow. Zhou Chongqing and Hien exchanged knowing looks and ran outside to help. Hien's mother also pulled Jiang Yi, saying it was too stuffy by the fire and wanted to take her out to get some fresh air. Everyone then stood up and left together. Inside, only Bai Su, who was feeling sleepy, and Qin Yanhua, holding a wine glass, remained. When Bai Su realized she wanted to go outside to watch Bai Zhongping and the others set off firecrackers, Qin Yanhua raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. His face turned red from the alcohol, and his hot gaze fixed on Bai Su as she stood up. Comrade Bai Su, Happy New Year. Bai Su felt uncomfortable under his gaze, probably because she was warmed by the fire. She felt like there was a fire burning inside her. She cleared her throat lightly and replied, Comrade Qin Yanhua, Happy New Year. I'm going to see Zhongping set off firecrackers. Do you want to come along? Bai Su quickly got up and hurried outside. But at that moment, the person behind her also stood up and grabbed her clothes. Bai Su was wearing a cotton coat, which made her look like a ball. When he pulled her from behind, she almost rolled onto the ground like a ball. But she didn't fall, because Qin Yanhua had already reached out his arm to steady her. Bai Su glanced at the hand on her waist. She was glad she was wearing a thick cotton coat. Otherwise, if Qin Yanhua's hot breath had fallen on her neck and his burning hand had landed on her waist, She couldn't guarantee she wouldn't become confused and do something reckless. Outside, Bai Zhangping had already lit the firecrackers. With a loud bang, Qin Yanyu seemed to suddenly wake up, as if his mind had been blown clear. He released his hold on Bai Su's waist. Bai Su tried to run, but Qin Yanyu grabbed her sleeve again. "Don't go. I have a few words to tell you." His voice was very low and strangely gentle. Bai Su couldn't help but look up at him. It feels like thunder in the sky and fire on the ground. Bai Su feels like she is about to be burned by his gaze again. Qin Yanyu, a little drunk, has eyes that not only burn with fire but also seem to have hooks, and with such a face, he looks like he's inviting trouble. Bai Su, a true admirer of looks, feels sad. She knows she shouldn't, but when she meets his eyes and sees his face, she has little resistance. She struggles to pull away from his grip on her sleeve and softly asks, "What do you want to say?" This time, Qin Yanyu doesn't loosen his hold like before. Instead, he tightens his grip on her sleeve, as if afraid she will run away. Then he speaks in a deep voice, "I know what." Bai Su deliberately pretends to be confused. "Qin Yanyu, let go of me. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I want to tell you." Bai Su glares at him, and Qin Yanyu chuckles happily. "You're pretending to be confused, but I will say it anyway. Comrade Bai Su, I want to be in a relationship with you." Suddenly, Bai Su's mind explodes. Qin Yanyu is a proud person. She thought he wouldn't say such things openly, preferring to show his feelings through actions. Maybe because of the alcohol, he not only spoke but also looked at her with intense eyes. He's waiting for her answer. Bai Su doesn't respond. The person holding her sleeve is unhappy, and he gives a small hum. "Promise me." Probably used to being in control, his tone sounds commanding, like a boss giving orders to a subordinate. Bai Su gets a little angry. She boldly lifts her chin and looks directly at him. "Who wants to promise you?" "I won't." As soon as she says this, she senses his eyes change. His gaze is filled with danger, like a threat ready to crush her. That dangerous feeling instantly surrounds her, as if trying to break her apart. Just when she feels overwhelmed and wants to break free from him, her eyes soften again. He leans down and blows on her face. "I don't care." Normally tough, his voice softens. "I'll just pretend you agreed." Bai Su. Is this person acting like he's coquettish? If another man acted like that, Bai Su would get goosebumps all over. But the man holding her tightly, with such a handsome face, acting coquettishly and being slightly drunk, makes Bai Su feel a strange helplessness she can't quite explain. She can't keep arguing with a drunk forever, right? "You're drunk, Qin Yanyu." He was just like last time, about to fall into her arms. Bai Su mustered her strength to straighten his crooked body. She muttered, "If you were sober, you wouldn't say such things." Bai Su had already pushed him onto a chair. Qin Yan's hand, which was grabbing her sleeve, suddenly slid down, but he quickly held her hand again. His face was flushed, and he looked dizzy as he tilted his head back. "Who said that? Whether I'm sober or not, I want to be with you. You women are so bad. You're setting traps for me, casting spells." He kept holding her hand tightly, still looking up at her. "Comrade Bai Su, I am willing to jump down. I won't leave anymore. Okay, do you promise me?" Hearing this, Bai Su's face turned red, and her heart beat faster. She felt like Qin Yan was possessed by a ghost. She couldn't imagine that the dignified secretary Qin would say such passionate words to her. He had a face that matched her aesthetic standards and a good family background. Now, drunk and soft-spoken, he was begging her to agree to be with him. Bai Su could handle Qin Yan when he was sober, but when he was drunk and talking nonsense, she found it hard to resist. Anyone would find it hard to refuse such a handsome secretary Qin, saying these warm words that made her heart race. Her carefully built mental defenses crumbled under his spell of flattery and nonsense. With her conditions, even if she looked again, it would be hard to find such an outstanding man like Qin Yan. And this man also had the abs she envied. Since she couldn't back away, why not follow her heart and take a step forward? "Then let's be together." Bai Su tried to look away, not meeting his eyes or making eye contact. She pulled herself back to some rationality. Cough, let's try being together but not getting married, okay? The drunk's strength was strong, and Bai Su couldn't break free from his grip. She hurriedly looked away and agreed to try being with him. Qin Yan's eyes flickered for a moment, and at that moment, his eyes were especially bright, like stars reflected in them. But when Bai Su added the words not getting married, just trying, his gaze instantly dimmed. When Bai Su turned her head and looked at him again, Qin Yan's eyelids drooped, as if he couldn't hold on due to the alcohol, and he fell to the ground. Bai Su was worried he would hit the floor hard, so she quickly stepped forward to support him, ignoring his pull. Then, Qin Yan's head tilted and rested on Bai Su's waist. Trying to be with someone without the purpose of marriage is just playing around. Before he fell asleep, Bai Su heard his dissatisfied muttering. Comrade Bai Su, are you trying to flirt with me? If it was just earlier, with her hand on his waist and her thick coat, it was not a big deal. Now, the person who was extremely drunk was leaning forward completely, and she blocked him. His whole head was buried in her waist. This was almost unbearable. Was Qin Yanyu really like this when drunk? He was acting spoiled and even saying sweet, romantic words. Bai Su was so angry she decided to do something she had thought about before, but never dared to do. She reached out and pinched his hot face lightly. Secretary Qin, with your looks, who wouldn't want to flirt with you? Does he understand that he's caught in his own trap? Bai Su felt overwhelmed these days, being pressured by him and constantly being laughed at by the children. Since he was drunk, she took the chance to sleep while no one was around. Now was the perfect time to do whatever she wanted. In fact, Bai Su only had the courage to do a small thing. She pinched his hand to satisfy her itch and then stopped. She helped him sit on a chair, leaning against it. She also called out to the outside, "Brother, Secretary Zhao, come in quickly." Bai Su didn't know that the person who went outside to watch Bai Zhongping set off firecrackers was listening to the sounds inside. Besides a few fireworks that were hard to do anything inappropriate with, Bai Mao and Han Xiumei pressed their heads against the door, and Aunt Ju and Zhao Ming were even more anxious, hiding under the windowsill to eavesdrop. Because it was cold, the door and windows were closed with only a small gap. Even if they moved closer, they couldn't see anything. They could faintly hear voices from inside, but couldn't tell what was being said. Many families were setting off firecrackers to celebrate the New Year, so it was hard to hear clearly. Just when they were all getting very anxious, they heard Bai Su shouting from inside. Aunt Ju and Zhao Ming froze, while Bai Mao and Han Xiumei quickly straightened up, tidied their clothes, and pretended to have just run back from outside, then pushed open the door. "Little sister, what do you want to tell me?" Bai Mao and Han Xiumei squeezed into the room and looked directly at her. Unfortunately, they only saw her standing there, and Qin Yanyu leaning sideways in the chair, seeming to have fallen asleep. Bai Mao and Han Xiumei were fine, but Aunt Ju, who came in with Zhao Ming, was almost furious. She made room for him, but didn't seize the opportunity to chase after her daughter-in-law. She was busy drinking. He was actually drunk? Let him drink, let him drink. Annoyed, Aunt Ju reached out to help Qin Yanyu, but also pinched his waist hard. Qin Yanyu grunted softly, and his eyelids twitched. Aunt Ju secretly pinched people and kindly smiled at Bai Su, saying, "Little Su, look at Yanyu. He's so drunk he can't go back to his mother's house to sleep." Qin Yanyu was so drunk that it was indeed not good for her brother to carry him back to his mother's house. It was cold outside, and the room was always burning charcoal. When Qin Yanyu first grabbed her hand, Bai Su felt that his palm was sweaty. A person who is sweating can catch a cold if exposed to cold wind. Then let Secretary Zhao stay with him in the side room. "Aunt Ju, tonight you and my in-laws can squeeze together." Bai Mao helped Zhao Ming carry him into the side room and then left. After Bai Mao left, only Qin Yanyu and Zhao Ming were in the room. Lying on the bed, Qin Yanyu opened his eyes. This situation was the same as when He Yen and Li Hua got married last time. But last time, Qin Yanyu hadn't drunk much. This time, he was really red-faced and thick-necked from drinking. Surprisingly, he wasn't actually drunk at all. Even Zhao Ming couldn't tell, and his alcohol tolerance was quite high. Because he really had drunk quite a lot tonight. He clinked glasses many times with Bai Mao and Zhou Chongqing, and Hien took turns to toast him. Despite drinking so much, he wasn't truly drunk. He even pretended to be drunk to stay alone with Sister Bai in the room for a long time, which Xiaoming admired. "Secretary, you're not drunk this time, are you?" As the old year ended and the new one began, the families of the Peace Brigade finished celebrating the new year. Now, only scattered firecrackers could be heard, and the night grew quiet. Qin Yanyu looked pale and stared at the dim kerosene lamp in the room, then said unhappily, "I'm not drunk." "Then your alcohol tolerance is really good."
You drank so much tonight.
Feeling Qin Yanyu's bad mood, Xiaoming asked with concern, "Is Sister Bai still refusing to agree with you?" She agreed. Qin Yanyu replied tersely, and Xiaoming looked at him puzzled. Since she agreed, he should be happy. Why did he look like that? Ever since their secretary set his eyes on Sister Bai, the mood had been unpredictable, sometimes sunny, sometimes rainy. Xiaoming felt that being his secretary was quite difficult. Feeling defeated, Qin Yanyu was eager to find an outlet for his frustration. Now, seeing Xiaoming's confused look, he muttered in a low voice, "That woman is like a stone that can't be warmed." Qin Yanyu felt frustrated. She agreed to date me, but not to marry. "Xiaoming, don't you think she just wants to flirt with me and doesn't want to take responsibility?" What did he hear? What exactly did he hear? On the first day of the new year, Xiaoming thought he was hearing the funniest joke. He didn't really want to laugh, but he couldn't help himself. Xiaoming suddenly burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. "Haha, Sister Bai really is my Sister Bai. You made me laugh so hard." While taking off his coat, Xiaoming kept laughing as he crawled into bed. When people are relaxed, they become less alert. Xiaoming didn't notice the dangerous aura approaching. He was happily laughing, unaware that a foot beneath the blanket was already flying toward him for a kick. Suddenly, Xiaoming was kicked out of bed, tumbling onto the floor with a thud. Originally, this room was meant for Aunt Ju, who was afraid of the cold, so Bai Su prepared an extra blanket for her. Qin Yanyu then threw the extra blanket at Xiaoming and pointed to the bamboo bed in the room. "Go sleep over there." The bamboo bed was used for cooling in summer. How was he supposed to sleep in this cold weather? Xiaoming was kicked off the bed and hurt his waist. Now he was told to sleep on the bamboo bed, feeling like a lonely yellow flower in a field. So pitiful. He thought, "I shouldn't have laughed at Secretary Qin." But it was really funny. The mighty Secretary Qin, because of a single remark from Sister Bai, became so indecisive, doubting whether she didn't want to be responsible for him, but just wanted to flirt. It seems falling in love makes people completely irrational. Even a strong man like Secretary Qin would act strangely once he has someone he cares about, sometimes smiling sweetly at Sister Bai, other times overthinking as a man. He even felt a sense of grievance and sadness when thinking about Secretary Qin. Honestly, Sister Bai is really skilled at controlling them all, especially Secretary Qin. But Xiaoming, who was kicked off the bed and hurt his waist, didn't feel sorry for Secretary Qin at all. Why should he? That man was so ruthless, only softening for Sister Bai, but being really rude to him. Sleeping on the bamboo bed in this cold weather was inhumane. Xiaoming, holding his waist painfully, rolled himself up in the blanket on the bamboo bed, curling into a silkworm cocoon. At this moment, he was very grateful that when it got cold, Secretary Qin had prepared cotton for Professor Yin and his grandson. Xiaoming had suggested that since Bai's family was many, they should send more cotton to make blankets and clothes. The blanket he was sleeping on was quite thick, so curling up in it was enough to get through the night. As he gradually warmed himself, Xiaoming's conscience also softened. He muttered angrily, "Are you asleep or not?" Qin Yanyu was still thinking about Bai Su's words. She said she was dating someone but not planning to marry. A woman in this world, isn't she most afraid of not having a proper status? He thought that if a man doesn't give a promise or a title, it's just him playing with her, not truly caring. Why was he the only one who met such an unusual person? someone who just wanted to date him but didn't want to get married. Qin Yanue was not completely drunk, only slightly tipsy. His alcohol tolerance was good, so he didn't become unconscious or confused. His mind was still clear. He felt women were very hard to understand. He couldn't figure it out. Whether he was drunk or upset, his chest hurt faintly. Knowing Zhao Ming was sulking, Qin Yanue didn't bother to reply and only responded with a soft That simple gave Zhao Ming, who was humble, a little comfort. He kindly tried to explain, "Actually, I think which woman only wants to date and doesn't want to marry the person she likes." Zhao Ming said he liked Bai Su, and Qin Yanue found his words quite pleasant to hear. He didn't want to pay attention to him at first, but now that his mood improved, he nodded happily. Encouraged, Zhao Ming continued. "Last time, Sister Xiaomei helped pass a message. Didn't Sister Bai say that she and the secretary are not a good match? Maybe you were drunk and talking nonsense, and she said that once you wake up, even if you're not blind or deaf, your family might not agree. Look at He Yan and Li Hua, they're a good young couple. I think it's not just because they love each other, but also because He Yan's mother gets along well with Sister Bai. The two women live under the same roof and have never blushed. They are good people." Zhao Ming played the role of his advisor. "See, marriage isn't just about you and Sister Bai, it's also about two families. Sister Bai thinks you're from Beijing, and she's from the Peace Brigade, far apart geographically. She was married before, and her husband passed away. She has 5 daughters. What if her relatives in Beijing don't agree? But actually, Sister Bai also likes you quite a lot. She just feels it's not about eternal love, but about having once in a lifetime." Zhao Ming muttered endlessly. Maybe that's it. Sister Bai thinks if she doesn't marry, she can just date. She wouldn't be losing out. But Qin Yanue felt he was the one losing. He genuinely wanted to spend his life with this woman. Initially, he was asked by Mao to help take care of his comrade's sister. But during their time together, he realized she was very compatible with him. She kept her secrets well, but he still uncovered some of her hidden truths. She was Bai Su, but not entirely Bai Mao's sister, the girl he called his sister. In short, at first, he also thought Bai Su wasn't suitable, but gradually he discovered she shared a soul with him. In this world, it's easy to find someone who looks right, but rare to find someone whose soul matches yours. And then he started to develop feelings. He no longer cared about the conditions and broke down his own barriers to clearly express his feelings to her. However, she only wanted to be friends and didn't want to get married. Isn't that just playing around? What does she think of him? If he continued to argue with her, he would only get more angry and frustrated, so he decided to give up and let himself fall completely. What made him both angry and happy was that the woman still cared about him. She ignored social boundaries and let him bury his head in her waist. She even thought he was drunk and reached out to gently pinch his face. This made him both annoyed and amused, confirming that she didn't want to take responsibility and just wanted to play around with him. But now, after Zhao Ming's words reminded him, Qin Yanue saw a new hope. "You mean she's afraid that the people in Beijing won't agree, so she said she only wants to be friends and not get married?" Zhao Ming wanted to add something but hesitated, thinking that was probably the case. Before he could speak, Qin Yanue confidently said to himself, "Zhao Ming, you're right." Qin Yanue felt like he had been stuck in a dead end, but now everything suddenly made sense. As long as he found the core problem, he would eventually be able to handle the difficult situation. Knowing what to do, Qin Yanue felt relaxed. Now he was a bit tipsy and worried that Zhao Ming would keep nagging him. "Go to sleep, Zhao Ming." He felt like he was being abandoned after helping. He'd rather sleep on the bamboo bed than let him go back to the warm bed. He thought if only he hadn't given him advice. Now he regretted it, but it might be too late. Bai Suyun, who was sharing a bed with Xiao Meihua and Guohua, was also feeling very confused. She was exhausted and trying not to overthink, but scenes kept flashing in her mind. Qin Yanue holding her waist, pulling her sleeve, gripping her hand tightly, then leaning his head on her waist. These images kept playing in her mind. Along with the constant scenes, she remembered his hot breath and gaze, how he looked seriously at her with a handsome face. She couldn't get these images out of her head. Qin Yenyue, who wasn't drunk, appeared cold, tough, and untouchable. But when he was drunk, besides his passionate eyes, his actions and expressions became a bit silly, with a soft, clingy charm. He was irresistibly tempting. Then, almost instinctively, Bai Suyin wanted to see what it was like to be his girlfriend. Anyway, if being a daughter-in-law from a big family was too complicated, she could just not marry him. It wasn't that hard to choose. After all, a top-quality man like him was rare. Sometimes Bai Suyin thought Qin Yenyue was actually sober when drunk, but other times she worried that, like some people, he would forget everything once he sobered up. Anyway, she was feeling a bit tired after a whole day of preparing the New Year's dinner, and she fell asleep while thinking about it. On the first meal of the Lunar New Year, Bai Su and Heian's mother agreed to make rice dumplings. She woke up a little late. After she finished washing up, Heian's mother was already making rice dumplings with Orchid and the others. Bai Mao and Han Xiaomei arrived a bit later. Bai Zhanpeng, this energetic young boy, had already run over early in the morning. Heian's mother and Orchid prepared fillings with sesame and peanut flavors. Inspired by Bai Su's sweet snow fungus and lotus seed soup, she poured the last bit of osmanthus honey candy into the peanut filling. With this, the rice dumplings will have a floral scent. Bai Su entered the room. Heian's mother smiled at her. "Girl, does Secretary Qin like the taste of osmanthus? Yesterday, I saw him eat half a bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed soup." Bai Su hadn't slept well, with dark circles under her eyes. Feeling guilty, she avoided Heian's mother's gaze. "How would I know? Miss Bai, don't you know? Last time you came to the county committee compound, you saw Aunt Ju's osmanthus tree, and she told you that Secretary Qin likes the smell of osmanthus." At this moment, Xiaoming appeared with Qin Yenyu and Aunt Ju in the main hall, seemingly to confirm his words. Xiaoming even looked at Aunt Ju. Aunt Ju smiled broadly and nodded. "Little Sue, have you forgotten?" How could she forget? Qin Yenyu looked at the round, rolling rice dumplings and smiled at Bai Su. "She's just like sesame rice dumplings." Bai Su had been thinking earlier that Qin Yenyu probably couldn't remember anything. People who are drunk can't remember anything. She comforted herself this way. But when she heard him compare her to sesame rice dumplings, Bai Su realized sadly that Secretary Qin was teasing her playfully about their previous conversation, about only dating and not getting married. Bai Su rolled the rice dumplings and turned away, ignoring him. Qin Yenyu walked over with long strides. "Black-hearted sesame rice dumplings are delicious. I like that flavor." His words. Could Qin Yenyu be more serious? Why say such things in front of the children? They already thought she was mischievous, and now he was teasing her with words like black-hearted dumplings. Lotus and Osmanthus were still trying to hold back their laughter, while Plum Blossom and Bai Zhanpeng had already lowered their heads, giggling quietly as they kneaded the rice dumplings, their shoulders shaking with laughter. Bai Su was so angry she shoved the spoon scooping glutinous rice flour into his hand and glared. "Stop talking and get to work." It was like being scolded by his wife to do chores. Qin Yenyu's lips curved into a handsome smile. He obediently responded, "Okay." On New Year's Eve, traditionally, elders give red envelopes to stay awake, but because Qin Yenyue was drunk, this was postponed until the morning of the first day of the new year, when the family ate rice balls. Qin Yenyue had already prepared the red envelope for Manhwa. Manhwa served a bowl of rice balls and placed it in front of Qin Yenyue, cheerfully saying, "Uncle Qin, eat some rice balls, and Happy New Year. May your days be as sweet as these rice balls." Very good. Qin Yenue thought that Manhwa's sweet words were influenced by a certain woman. Although she now seemed to dislike him, in the past, she had spoken a lot about the pharmacy business and her son-in-law, Hien, working at the food factory. Her words were very persuasive. He was won over by her sweet talk and unknowingly fell into her trap. Manhwa stood beside him, smiling. Qin Yenue reached into his pocket and took out a red envelope he had prepared earlier. "This is from Uncle Qin for you, Manhwa. Study hard." "Thank you, Uncle Qin." The red envelope Qin Yenue handed was full, and through the red paper, Manhwa could feel a large bill. She hugged Uncle Chin's leg tightly, knowing she wouldn't go hungry for sweets all year. Manhwa didn't feel guilty about her mother selling her. She smiled happily, her small nose wrinkling from the smile. After giving Manhwa her red envelope, Qin Yanhua took out another and handed it to Bai Zhanping. Bai Zhanping wished him a happy new year, and Qin Yanhua continued giving red envelopes to Ho Hot, Hua, Manhwa, and Zhou Chongqing. Even He Yan received one, and Li Hua, who was pregnant, was not left out. He Yan accepted it, but Li Hua quickly waved her hands, saying, "Uncle Qin, I can't take this. For your child and He Yan." Just then, Bai Su brought in a pot of cooked rice balls. Qin Yanhua said to He Yan, "Kid, your wife still treats Uncle Qin like a stranger." "Huh?"
Bai Su.
As if she didn't consider herself a stranger. Maybe it was Bai Su's imagination, but she felt like Qin Yanhua was complaining about her. She felt sad that he didn't consider her part of the family. At that moment, her sister-in-law Han Xiaomei and Aunt Ju took out red envelopes they had prepared for the children. Bai Su also took out her own. Bai Su's red envelopes were for her daughter and son-in-law. She wasn't short of money because she had sold prescriptions to Zheng Tong and others, saving up about 600 yuan. The family's expenses were mainly covered by He Yan bringing money home. The pharmacy was supported by the county and the commune. With a son-in-law like He Yan who could earn money, Bai Su didn't need to spend much. The wages from the pharmacy and the money from selling prescriptions were saved up. The second son-in-law's daughter got married using their own wages and fees, and Bai Su didn't contribute much. She saved some money and gave everyone a red envelope. When He Yan Lihua, Zhou Chongqing, and Lan Hua got married, her brother and sister-in-law also gave big red envelopes, so Bai Su prepared double the amount for her nephew Zhan Peng. Han Xiaomei also prepared red envelopes for each child, including the two couples who had just married. Earlier, when Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua married, Bai Mao and Han Xiaomei only prepared 50 yuan as a gift, which was enough for most families in the Peace Brigade to cover the bride's dowry. Back then, Mrs. Liu wanted to sell Li Hua to Liu Lizhi just for 50 yuan. Since Zhou Chongqing and Lan Hua received so much money, why would they accept Han Xiaomei's red envelopes? They didn't take them, and neither did He Yan Lihua, nor Aunt Ju. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, everyone was eating sweet osmanthus-flavored rice balls, and red envelopes were flying everywhere. This was the happiest day for Xiao Meihua. Not only did she receive several red envelopes, but she also enjoyed the sweet rice balls early in the morning. After eating, she and Bai Zhanping hid inside to open their red envelopes. Han Xiaomei and Aunt Ju gave 2 yuan each, Xiaoming gave 1 yuan, Bai Su gave 5 yuan, and Qin Yanhua's envelope contained a few food coupons. When Manhwa opened her red envelope, she noticed she had pinched a large one. She hurriedly poured the contents out and found a big union coupon inside. Manhwa pulled out the union coupon, eyes wide with surprise. "Zhanpeng, a big union coupon? My mom was scared to give me 5 yuan and Qin uncle actually gave me a big union coupon? Am I dreaming?" Bai Zhanpeng, pinch me quickly. Bai Zhanping also thought he was dreaming because he had pulled out a big union coupon from his red envelope too. If he got a few more, he could marry into the Peace Brigade. He wondered if Qin uncle was being generous. It seemed that Qin uncle was really willing to spend a lot to pursue his aunt. Even the children received big red envelopes to win people's hearts. Now, his aunt definitely couldn't refuse, and once Qin uncle kept a close eye on her, she couldn't run away. Bai Zhanping obediently pinched Manhwa and asked, "Does it hurt?" Manhwa gasped and quickly pinched Bai Zhanping back.
Ow.
"Lu Manhwa, can you be gentler?" "No, you pinch me first, so it's only fair." After pinching Bai Zhanping, Manhwa happily counted her money. She now had 20 yuan, a large sum. She laughed out loud. "How much candy do I need to buy?" "Cousin, I've made a fortune. Women can be so unreasonable." Bai Zhanping watched Lu Manhwa laugh so hard she was crying, and he rolled his eyes. Did she ask him to pinch her? If he pinched her too hard, she would pinch him back. Bai Zhanping and Lu Manhwa were busy counting money and whispering. Their sons-in-law, He Yan and Zhou Chongqing, also gave big red envelopes to show respect to Bai Su. After helping Hyeon's mother clear the dishes back to the kitchen, Bai Su opened the red envelopes from the two sons-in-law. Hyeon gave 50 yuan and Zhou Chongqing, who just got married to Manhwa, didn't have much money, so he gave 20 yuan. Bai Su smiled at Hyeon's mother and said, "Dear mother-in-law, look at these kids. I gave them lucky money, and they're giving it back. That's what they should do. When Hyeon was still young, I was happy for him to date Li Hua. The job at the county food factory was also arranged by you. Without you, he wouldn't be where he is today. You paved the way for him, and honoring you as his mother-in-law is what he should do." Hyeon's mother was washing dishes and said, "In my opinion, he still gave too little. Lu Jia is truly treating her like family." Not only did they invite her family to move in, but they also happily gave money from their son's pocket to her. What kind of wonderful in-laws are these? She and Hyeon's mother chatted casually when a soft cough came from the kitchen door. Bai Su turned her head and saw a tall figure standing outside. "Secretary Chin? Finished your work? Come out. I want to talk to you for a moment." Bai Su was holding a bowl and didn't move. Hyeon's mother took the bowl from her and placed it in the cabinet, then pushed her gently. Seeing this, Lu Jia looked at her, so Bai Su had no choice but to step out of the kitchen. Not far outside the kitchen, there was a well in the yard, separated by the front wing of the house. It was a small, independent courtyard. Suddenly, the weather turned very cold, snowflakes floated in the sky, and the withered banana leaves by the well drooped. Everyone was sitting by the main hall, warming themselves. There weren't many people near the well. Bai Su rubbed her hands under the eaves and asked, "It's so cold today.
What do you want to say?"
On New Year's Eve, Qin Yanyu had drunk too much and said everything. Now, being alone with him made her cheeks flush and her heart beat faster. She wasn't a young girl like Li Hua or Lan Hua. If Qin Yanyu came again when he was sober and said everything clearly, she wouldn't know how to respond. Bai Su thought he was about to say something important, but Qin Yanyu suddenly took a red envelope from his pocket and walked over to her, pressing it into her hand. His movements were quick and precise, with no unnecessary words. On the first day of the new year, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. It was quite cold outside the kitchen. Bai Su wrapped herself tightly in a scarf, hiding half her face inside it. When talking to Qin Yanyu, she kept her face mostly covered. Bai Su was surprised by Qin Yanyu's spontaneous gesture of giving her a red envelope, and she tilted her head out from under the scarf. "Here's your New Year's gift." Qin Yanyu stood facing her, slightly pursing his lips, with a gentle smile. As if calling her out of the house to keep her warm, Qin Yanyu reached out to adjust her loose scarf and then wrapped her up again, making her look very cozy. Bai Su instinctively wanted to step back from his close gesture, but there was nowhere to go under the eaves. Meanwhile, as Bai Su's cheeks warmed, Qin Yanyu finished his action, wrapping her back in the scarf. She was unsure how to respond to his gesture of giving her a red envelope. She pushed the envelope back into his hand and muttered, "Qin Yanyu, I'm not a kid anymore. You're getting this. Just take it." Qin Yanyu's red envelope naturally wouldn't be taken back. During the act of pushing it toward her, he also held her hand briefly. A warm sensation spread through her hand. Bai Su was worried her hands, which were almost frozen, might be completely held by his large hand, so she quickly pulled her hand with the envelope back. Successfully, Bai Su accepted the red envelope he gave her, and Qin Yanyu chuckled softly. "Comrade Bai Su, I'm heading back to the county town." Bai Su's tightly wrapped head popped out from the scarf, looking at Qin Yanyu. Qin Yanyu explained, "From the 1st to the 6th day of the new year, many people will visit the county committee compound to pay New Year's visits. I'll take Aunt Ju and Zhaoming back first." His tone sounded a bit like a husband giving instructions to his wife when he's going away for a trip. Bai Su felt a bit uncomfortable. She nodded and rubbed her hands, ready to go back to the kitchen. His comrade's sister hadn't used to behave like this around him before. Since New Year's Eve night when she expressed her feelings, Qin Yanyu felt Bai Su had been avoiding him these days. Whether it was managing the pharmacy or standing up for her daughter and son-in-law, this woman was lively and fiery, someone not to be trifled with. Rarely in front of him, she looked like a frightened mouse facing a cat. Her clever and capable appearance made people reluctant to look away, but now, with her seeming a bit timid, he couldn't help but want to tease her. When Bai Su turned to go back inside, Qin Yanhua asked from behind her, "Will you come to the county town in a few days? Comrade Bai Su, would you like to come and pay me New Year's greetings?" At this moment, snowflakes continued to fall, and cold wind blew into the small yard. The weather was quite cold, but Bai Su sensed a hint of tension in the air. Did this person hear her and her brother-in-law discussing visiting Director Qian to pay New Year wishes? Director Qian is their elder, and he helped a lot with the pharmacy business, so it's proper to visit and greet him during the New Year. Since she and Qin Yanhua are peers, why should she greet him? Bai Su couldn't help but turn around and glare at him. Qin Yanhua smiled. Manhwa and the others, as well as He Yan and Chongqing, should come to wish me a happy new year. Bai Su truly didn't realize that Qin Yanhua was such a person. The once unapproachable, elegant figure could also be quite shameless, subtly teasing people without leaving a trace. Now his image was shattered in Bai Su's mind. Seeing his smiling eyes, Bai Su knew he was deliberately teasing her. Seeing that she seemed annoyed, Qin Yanhua straightened up and said seriously, "Not coming to visit? How about paying Aunt Ju a New Year's visit?" Aunt Ju is an elder, especially since Guohua was studying in the county town and was also cared for by Aunt Ju. Bai Su responded with a soft and nodded in agreement. After receiving Bai Su's reply, Qin Yanhua, feeling pleased, happily left Peace Brigade. Early snowflakes began to fall, and when Zhaoming drove to take Qin Yanhua and Aunt Ju away, the snow grew heavier. Zhaoming drove along the main road, passing by 6 people struggling through the snow. In the car, Qin Yanhua and Aunt Ju didn't see clearly outside the window, but the people walking in the snow recognized the car passing by. They recognized Qin Yanhua's official vehicle from the county committee. There weren't many small cars in the entire county, so it was hard not to recognize it. Especially someone like Yan Weikai, who was eager to climb higher and not content to stay as a workshop director. On New Year's Day, no one was in a rush to go back to their parents' house. But Yan Weizai's family couldn't stand Lu Dajuan and his siblings anymore. Lu Dajuan had already made their lives difficult. As a temporary worker at the food factory, he hadn't been assigned a dormitory and had been sleeping on their living room floor. Having one more person at home was one thing, but Lu Dajuan hadn't even settled in the county yet, and he insisted on bringing his sister, Lu Chunya, to the city. Lu Chunya had no clear understanding of herself and kept pestering Yan Weikai and Lu Qiushuang to introduce her to someone in the city who ate government-supplied grain. At first, Lu Chunya praised Yan Weikai highly, saying he was capable, and Yan Weikai found it quite satisfying. Yan Weikai was overwhelmed by praise and found a sense of importance in front of his wife Lu Qiushuang's nieces and nephews. He also worked hard to find a suitable match for Lu Chunya. However, Lu Chunya was only average in looks, had high ambitions, and looked down on many suitors. As the new year approached, she refused to leave their house, saying she didn't want to find a city girl who relied on government food and didn't want to return to the Peace Brigade. Usually, this was acceptable, but during the new year, Yan Weizai's family was supposed to visit his older brother's family. His mother saw that his wife's nieces and nephews were staying at their house in the county and felt that marrying Lu Qiushuang was a mistake. She thought her son worked hard, but still had to support his wife's family, which included some greedy relatives. During the new year, the Yan family's grandmother lost her temper. Lu Qiushuang even tried to defend her nieces and nephews, which only made things worse, and the family argued loudly. Normally, they would only return to the Peace Brigade on the second day of the new year, but Yan Weikai felt that if he didn't send away Lu Dajuan and Lu Chunyao, who he considered troublemakers, life would be hard. So, on the first day of the new year, he decided to take the children back to Lu Qiushuang's parents' home. There were no cars to Longfeng Commune on the first day, so Yan Weikai took a tractor to carry the whole family there. From Longfeng to the Peace Brigade, about 10 miles away, they had to walk. At first, it was cold but manageable, and Yan Weikai even started to feel warm as they walked. However, halfway, Snowflakes began to fall, and the wind cut like knives, making it very uncomfortable. The children kept complaining about the cold and fatigue. Suddenly, a small car passed by and barely missed them. The children all looked at the car longingly, dreaming of someday riding in a car instead of walking. "It's all your fault," said Lu Qiushuang's daughter Yan Min, who was about the same age as Plum Blossoms and in her second year of middle school. She had fallen on the uneven, snowy road. Seeing the car go past, she thought that if it weren't for Lu Chunyao, she wouldn't be suffering like this. She glared at Lu Chunyao and blamed her. Lu Chunyao thought that if she could find a husband who relied on government food, she wouldn't have to suffer in her current family. She confidently said, "If my uncle had found me a city girl who relies on government food earlier, I wouldn't be so unhappy living with you and taking all this abuse." Lu Dajuan didn't speak up. He was numb from the cold. After working as a temporary worker and facing harsh realities, he regretted having a falling out with his aunt, Bai Su. If it weren't for his clever idea of selling pear blossoms to save enough bride price, he might be the one now working happily at the food factory instead of Hien. At worst, working at the medicine shop in the Peace Brigade is better than being a temporary worker at the county food factory, where the pay is only 10 yuan. The loaders at the factory work hard, especially before the New Year rush, when his shoulders almost dislocate from the effort. If Lu Chun is ungrateful, Shun Weikai frowns deeply. Even Lu Dajuan stays silent, seemingly agreeing. Shun Weikai then glares at Lu Qiushuang, thinking the Lu family is full of strange people. They help but get nothing in return. If they don't, they still face complaints. When the small car passes by him, Shun Weikai sees a shadow in the driver's seat that looks like Secretary Zhao from the county town. He is very sure that Secretary Qin is in the car. Shun Weikai, feeling lazy, doesn't bother about the ungrateful Lu Chun. He pulls his wife, Lu Qiushuang, and asks, "Qiushuang, did you see that?" Lu Qiushuang is exhausted from walking and gasps for breath. "Later, when we get back to my parents' house, I'll ask my sister-in-law to talk to Chun." "It's not that," Shun Weikai reminds her. "That small car just now belongs to the county committee. I saw Secretary Zhao driving." Lu Qiushuang is also quite shrewd. She knows that they are not family unless they marry into the same family, so she and her husband are making do together. Hearing this, Lu Qiushuang realizes, "Are you saying Secretary Qin stayed in the Peace Brigade for the New Year?" "Yes, I think so. It looks like he came yesterday and hasn't left yet." He then tells his wife, "I heard that the second sister-in-law's brother returned from the island troops for the New Year." Shun Weikai glances at the Lu siblings walking ahead and lowers his voice. "Qiushuang, I've been thinking. Your mom is really careless. If she had treated our second sister-in-law better, why would their relationship be like this? Look, second sister-in-law has even set up a pharmacy and is familiar with Secretary Qin from the county town. I heard that when her brother didn't come back for the New Year, Secretary Qin often visited the Peace Brigade." Lu Qiushuang has always been proud to marry Shun Weikai, who works on state grain, and considers herself the luckiest person in the family. As Bai Su's life gets better and better, she feels a bit resentful. When she hears her husband say that Bai Mao didn't come back for the New Year and that Qin Yanhe also visits the Peace Brigade, she senses something is wrong. She asks, "Are you saying my second sister-in-law is involved with Secretary Qin?" He quickly clarifies, "I didn't say that. Secretary Qin has a big background, and he probably wouldn't look at your second sister-in-law, a widow. Anyway, with her brother's connections, second sister-in-law and Secretary Qin are getting closer." Yan Weikai suggested, "It's better to resolve conflicts than to hold grudges. Look at how well second sister-in-law's family is doing. We can't benefit from it. The army still has to come to the county food factory for temporary work. During the New Year, we should ease these relationships. After all, we're family. There's no real grudge that lasts overnight. She's been angry for so long. It's time for her to calm down." Although Yan Weikai was unhappy with his wife Lu Qiushuang, she had given him a son and a daughter. Because of issues with her family, they had a falling out. If her reputation was damaged and factory leaders took notice, he might lose his position as workshop director. If he and Lu Qiushuang could improve their relationship with Bai Su, he could legitimately let her, the second sister-in-law, manage Lu Dajuan and his siblings. This way, he could also distance himself from Lu Qiushuang's family. Getting along well with Bai Su was also beneficial for him. Yan Weikai took Lu Qiushuang's hand and said, "Qiushuang, you can't be as muddle-headed as our mother and sister-in-law. You don't want me to stay as workshop director forever, do you? If I get a promotion, it will bring honor to you and the kids." Lu Qiushuang was quite jealous of Bai Su. Why was she so lucky to have a brother in the island troops? And her brother was also a comrade of Secretary Qin. Lu Qiushuang was extremely envious. How could someone like Secretary Qin, a man of such status, look at a widow who had lost her husband? Even if Secretary Qin had some connection with her second sister-in-law, it was probably just a fleeting affair, not serious. But through this relationship, she could get close and maybe benefit a little. Lu Qiushuang figured this out and nodded. "All right, this time when we go back to the Peace Brigade, we'll take Hauer and Minner to visit second sister-in-law's family and wish them a happy new year." Even with snow falling, it couldn't stop the children from rushing to visit and celebrate. The brigade set up a medicine shop and grew vegetables in greenhouses. This year, life was a bit better for the Peace Brigade. The children made dragon and lion costumes from junba, a type of plant, and Lu Liangkai, the leader, even brought drums and gongs to perform properly, going from house to house dancing the dragon and lion. Wealthier families gave red envelopes with a small amount of money, like 5 or 10 cents. Those who didn't give money would often give melon seeds, peanuts, or homemade rice candy. When they reached Bai Su's house, Bai Su gave a red envelope with 50 cents. Lu Liangkai, sensing through the red paper, knew Bai Su's red envelope was bigger than others, so he danced more enthusiastically and kept saying lucky words. When Yan Weikai and Lu Qiushuang, along with their 2 children and Lu Dajuan siblings, returned to the Peace Brigade, they ran into the dragon and lion dance troupe by the well. Mrs. Lu was showing off everywhere. Her son-in-law is the workshop director at a food factory. When Lu Qiushuang returned to her parents' house, someone greeted her. "Oh, isn't that Qiushuang? On the first day of the new year, you're coming back home." "Yes, Auntie," Lu Qiushuang replied politely. Then she and Yan Weikai headed toward Lu's house. Among the crowd, a sharp-eyed young wife, the same one who had argued with Miao Cuifeng by the well last time, saw Lu Chunya, who looked dirty and tired. "Look, Chunya is back." Lu Chunya was still wearing the same floral cotton-padded jacket she had when she left Peace Brigade. It was new and pretty back then. She had stayed at Yan Weicai's house for a while and hadn't washed her clothes, so they looked a bit dull now. The young wife loudly said, "Chunya, your floral cotton jacket is so nice. You look so fashionable, like a city girl. Seeing you come back full of happiness for the new year, did you find someone in the city who eats grains?" "Yeah, Chunya, you look so pretty. Did you find someone in the city who eats grains?" Lu Chunya once liked a worker named Du Chongqing from Hian's factory, which caused quite a few jokes. Since she left, there hasn't been much fun in Peace Brigade. Miao Cuifeng and Mrs. Lu, both outspoken, kept bragging in front of the village elders that Chunya went to the city with the army, her uncle was a cadre at the food factory, and they would find her a city man who eats grains. They disliked how boastful the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were, and now they were happily watching Chunya's jokes. Just then, Aunt Dongxiang, bringing Lu Fongfong to visit Bai Su, was walking over. A young wife familiar with Aunt Dongxiang warmly greeted her. "Auntie Dongxiang, come over. I heard on Manhwa's wedding day, Little Du took Fongfong to the city. Come tell us about Little Du's family." Lu Chunya's past mistakes, especially her insistence on sticking close to Du Chongqing, were only known later by Aunt Dongxiang. Someone was trying to break up Fongfong and Du Chongqing. If it weren't for Hian's reminder, her son-in-law might have been taken away. Miao Cuifeng loved to brag, but Lu Chunya was even more shameless, not caring about her face. It was said that Lu Chunya had been living at her aunt Lu Qiushuang's house earlier this year, always staring at the food factory, plotting to break up Fongfong and Little Du. Aunt Dongxiang usually didn't like to compete in such matters. Thinking it over for her family's sake, Fongfong, She really had to fight for this chance. Aunt Dongxiang pulled Lu Fangfang closer. Comrade Xiao Du's family is quite good. His father works at the street office, and his sister is a manager at a textile factory in the provincial city. Their family is very nice. They say Fang Fang is a hardworking girl and don't look down on our Fang Fang. Before the new year, they were busy. Both families found each other suitable. Comrade Xiao Du said he would come in a few days to bring the betrothal gifts and confirm the engagement. He also said that after Fang Fang gets married, he will help her find a job in the county town. The young wife who was close to Aunt Dongxiang immediately pulled Lu Fangfang and said she was lucky. Lu Fangfang blushed. It's all thanks to Aunt Bai Su's help. She helped me find this good marriage. Yes, it's all thanks to Sister Bai. Otherwise, how could Fang Fang like Xiao Du? Comrade Xiao Du is really good in every way. I am very happy with the son-in-law. He is so filial. And Gao Yan is so obedient. Anyone who plays with him must have good character. Sister Bai is Fang Fang's benefactor. On the first day of the new year, I boldly took Fang Fang to visit her family and wish her a happy new year. Once Aunt Dongxiang finished talking, she took Lu Fangfang to the He family to pay New Year's greetings to Bai Su. Lu Chunya only then learned that not only had Du Changing and Lu Fangfang become a couple, but their wedding date was almost set. And perhaps because they were now engaged, Lu Fangfang looked prettier than before. Her bangs had been cut, revealing a smooth forehead. Compared to her dusty, unkempt appearance, Lu Chunya felt she was much shorter. How could her proud and confident heart accept this? Especially since the young wife who held a grudge against Miao Tzuifeng was still resentful and eager to stir trouble. Lu Qiushuang and others urged Chunya to hurry home. The young wife raised her eyebrows and smirked at Lu Chunya. Chunya, Fang Fang is about to marry her brother-in-law's co-worker and move to the county. When will your aunt introduce you to someone who works on the collective farm? Bring him here, so we can all see. Why should I show him to you? A strong sense of frustration hit her. The feeling of losing face again came over her. Lu Chunya was deliberately mocked and nearly burst with anger. On the way back to the Peace Brigade, she overheard her aunt and uncle whispering about what they said about her. She listened carefully. Why is her aunt helping Lu Fangfang, a stranger, but not her? Lu Chunya was so angry she refused to go home, pulling Lu Qiushuang. Aunt, let's not go home yet. Let's go visit Aunt and wish her a happy new year. Yan Wei and Lu Qiushuang also heard others mocking Chunya, and only then did they realize that Bai Su had introduced a match for Lu Fangfang at Aunt Dongxiang's house. No wonder Lu Chunya was upset and ran to the county town, insisting on staying at their house and finding a place to buy grain in the town. Lu Qiushuang was still hesitant, eager to climb higher, when Yan Wei beside her said, Chunya is right, Qiushuang. Let's take the kids first to visit your second sister-in-law and wish her a happy new year. Bai Su was at the Peace Brigade, with no relatives to visit, and unlike other wives, she didn't plan to go back to her parents' home. Her brother and sister-in-law came back for the new year, and they had been celebrating together these days. On the first day of the new year, they all ate sweet rice balls together, then gathered in the main room to warm themselves by the fire, watching the snow fall outside through the window. Zhao Qingru recognized Bai Su as her godmother and didn't go home for the new year. Early in the morning, she brought Su Xiaoxiao to visit Bai Su and wish her well. Bai Su gave them red envelopes and invited them to sit by the fire in the main room. At this moment, Aunt Dongxiang brought Lu Fangfang over. Auntie, I came to wish you a happy new year. Lu Fangfang was very grateful that Bai Su helped her start dating Du Changing. Bai Su not only helped her with this, but also told her to be confident. Every time she felt nervous around Du Changing, she remembered Bai Su's words. When Du Changing took her home, his father thought she was kind, sensible, obedient, filial, and gentle in nature. Liked by Du Changing's family, Lu Fangfang became more confident and looked quite poised and proper. Bai Su was happy about her change. Good girl, here is a red envelope from Annie. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Fangfang happily accepted Bai Su's red envelope. Aunt Dongxiang immediately handed Bai Su a gift for the new year. Sister, I brought Fong Fong here to visit and also want to chat with you. Aunt Dongxiang also brought a red envelope. After Guo Huamei and Bai Zhanpeng, who were still in school, received theirs, even Hua gave one. Bai Su quickly added another red envelope, saying it was for her son Lu Liangkai. Then she asked them to sit and talk. They sat around the fire, warming themselves. Hua brought over a plate of snacks and shared some peanuts with Lu Fongfong and Aunt Dongxiang. Aunt Dongxiang told Bai Su about Lu Fongfong and Du Changgang. On the day Zhou Jiqing and Manhwa got married, little Du called Fongfong to his house in the county town. His family was very nice and didn't dislike Fongfong. They said they would come to peace soon, give the bride price, and then discuss the wedding date. About Du's family, you probably already heard. His mother has been bedridden and needs care. Auntie Dongxiang continued, I think their family wants her to marry soon, so there will be more daughters-in-law to help take care of Comrade Du's mother. She added, I was just thinking, if Fong Fong gets married to the county town, what about the work at the pharmacy? Bai Su understood her meaning. If Lu Fongfong moves to the county, what if there aren't enough people at the pharmacy? Du Changgang was introduced by Bai Su. She worried that if her family's Fongfong's marriage caused delays, it might affect the pharmacy's work. That would be ungrateful, wouldn't it? So she came to talk about Fongfong and Du Changgang's marriage to give Bai Su some peace of mind about the pharmacy. It's easy to handle. At the start of the year, the pharmacy isn't very busy, so we don't need many people. Bai Su smiled and said, Fongfong and Du Changgang's happy days won't affect the pharmacy. But Fongfong's work at the pharmacy must be kept safe. Her family can't replace her. Anyone coming into the pharmacy needs to pass an exam, and then they need to register with the County Health Bureau. Auntie Dongxiang knew that working at the pharmacy had requirements. She didn't mean to take Fongfong's job, just worried that Fongfong's marriage to the county might cause trouble for the pharmacy. Bai Su reassured her, and Auntie Dongxiang felt relieved. Girl, I don't know how to thank you. You're a great benefactor to our family. Actually, Auntie Dongxiang didn't bring this up herself. Knowing Du Changgang's family situation, Bai Su also knew that Lu Fongfong and he were close to getting engaged. She had already planned that after the new year, the pharmacy wouldn't be too busy. When spring comes, with the flowers blooming and herbs growing, more medicinal materials can be collected, and then the pharmacy will really get busy. Before the new year, Zhou Hongba got into trouble and was expelled from the brigade. Lu Fongfong was also planning to marry Du Changgang and move to the county. Shun Jiqing's family said her father was sick and she was taking leave to go back to the city, but Bai Su guessed that if she could find a way to stay in the city, Shun Jiqing probably wouldn't come back. There are now 3 gaps at the pharmacy. Bai Su believed that with Zhou Zhilan and others helping behind the scenes, after the new year, the pharmacy could improve further, taking on more orders. The need for staff would be more than just a few people. At that time, they could even hold an exam under the guise of the Health Bureau to select new workers, solving the staffing problem at the pharmacy. Facing Auntie Dongxiang's polite words, Bai Su quickly waved her hand. Don't say that. Fongfong and Xiao Du like each other. Xiao Du is a good person. When Fongfong marries him, they will live happily together. Bai Su and Aunt Dongxiang sat by the fire, chatting casually. Outside, there was a noisy commotion. Why are you all here? Hearing Ho Hat's sharp voice and Bai Zhanping shouting to chase people away, Bai Su was about to get up and see what was happening. Xiao Meihua stormed in angrily. Mom, Brother Dajuan and Sister Chunya came with Annie and their family. On a snowy day, the door of the He family was half open. Zhao Qingru and Su Xiaoxiao came to pay New Year's greetings, followed by Auntie Dongxiang and Lu Fongfong. Bai Su was worried that Li Xiangyang and the educated youth working at the pharmacy might also come to visit, so she decided to open the door wide. When Qin Yan was leaving, snowflakes fell onto the courtyard's blue bricks and turned into melting snow water. Snowflakes drifted down for a while, first covering the steps and trees, then a thin layer of snow settled on the courtyard's blue bricks. Bai Zhanping had spent years living with Bai Mao and Han Xiumei in the island troops. He had never seen snow before. For him, such snowfall was like a feast. He happily stomped on the snow-covered bricks and made a snowball from the snow on the tree, then threw it at Ho Hat and Mei Hua, who were watching the snow under the eaves. Faced with Bai Zhangping's challenge, Manhwa couldn't resist. She bent down, grabbed a handful of snow from the steps, rolled it into a snowball, and threw it at Bai Zhangping. Not content with just hitting him alone, Manhwa also asked Ho Hot to help make snowballs. A few children happily played snowball fights in the yard, with Manhwa and Ho Hot on one team, Bai Zhangping on the other, running and playing in the shallow snow. Yan Weikai and Lu Qiushuang carried New Year's gifts, along with Lu Dajun siblings and her 2 children, exhausted and panting as they entered the He family's yard, witnessing this joyful scene. Ho Hot, Manhwa, where's your mom? Lu Qiushuang greeted Ho Hot and Manhwa politely, ending the children's snowball fight. Yan Weikai nudged Yan Min, who looked reluctant. Although she was grown up, she understood a little. She knew her parents had asked her second uncle's wife for help, so she suppressed her dislike for Ho Hot and Manhwa. Ignoring them, she turned to Bai Zhangping. Are you Zhangping? Play snowball with me. Influenced by Bai Mao, Bai Zhangping was very close to his aunt. Anyone who bullied his aunt was his enemy. For his loved ones and those he wanted to protect, he could become a shield or a spear.
Who are you?
Who wants to play with you? Yan Min, spoiled and pampered, didn't realize the sarcasm in Bai Zhangping's words. She stepped forward with a smile and explained, I'm Yan Min. Your aunt is my second aunt. We are relatives. We're here to visit second aunt for the new year. Let's play together. When she was still with the Lu family, Lu Qiushuang looked down on her mother and often bullied her with Lu Laopa. Ho Hot remembered all of that. She couldn't hold back anymore. After studying in the county for a semester, she saw things more clearly. She also heard from brother-in-law Hien how they used to look down on her family, Lu Qiushuang, and Yan Wei. Now, because their family is close to Uncle Qin, they are trying to flatter brother-in-law and reconnect with these relatives. In the past, her aunt Lu Qiushuang called them worthless, saying her daughter, Yan Min, was the real treasure. Every new year, Lu Qiushuang would bring Yan Min and her son back to the Lu family, and Ho Hot and Manhwa often suffered from bullying. Yan Min even used them as servants. If they showed any dissatisfaction, they would be scolded or beaten by Lu Laopa. Now, seeing this family smiling so falsely, Ho Hot felt disgusted. Who is related to your family? Ho Hot's voice sharpened. Zhangping, we have no such relatives. When Bai Zhangping was clever, he was very sharp-tongued, inheriting Han Xiumei's quick wit, and spoke harshly. He pretended to be confused and asked Ho Hot, are they here to beg for food? Sister, your people are really poor. Even on the first day of the new year, they come to beg for food. Hearing her cousin's rude words, Manhwa couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yan Min didn't know how to reply and was almost crying with anger. Her father Yan Wei was worried about his daughter and immediately turned stern. Lu Qiushuang also couldn't stay calm. Ho Hot, you're really uneducated. How can you talk like that? Didn't your mother teach you to respect elders? You study in the county, but no matter how much you read, you still lack manners. Bai Su and Aunt Dongxiang came out of the main room after hearing Lu Qiushuang scold Ho Hot. Aunt Dongxiang, an outsider, was also annoyed. It's the first day of the new year. Who are you pretending to be relatives to scold? Showing respect to elders means acting like an elder. Coming to someone else's house to curse shows no manners. Do you think you're well-educated? Aunt Dongxiang was so angry she couldn't hold back. You city folks look down on us rural people, but if you don't like us, don't step on us. Bai Maisie doesn't have relatives like you. Her words were very sharp and satisfying to hear. Bai Su also didn't bother arguing with Yan Wei and Lu Qiushuang. It's the first day of the new year. If I find it unlucky, will you leave on your own, or should I ask you to leave? No, second sister-in-law, I didn't mean it that way. I was just angry and spoke impulsively. Yan Wei gave a look, and Lu Qiushuang hurried to explain. Next to them, Lu Chunya got upset. Because Bai Su was trying to chase them away, but was still very kind to Lu Fangfang and her daughter. Thinking about how good the marriage with Du Changping was and how it benefited Lu Fangfang, Lu Chunya started speaking without thinking. Annie, why are you only helping outsiders? We are family too. Before, when my brother wanted to marry and grandma wanted to sell sister Li Hua to Lu Lizi, that didn't work out either. Why hold a grudge for so long? Lu Chunya started crying angrily. Auntie, you are too much. You know I like Du Chongqing, but you still help Lu Fongfong set him up. You won't let me marry him. Now that Lu Fongfong and Du Chongqing are together, everyone in the team is laughing at me. I can't go on living. Maybe I should hang myself and end it. The more she spoke, the angrier she got. If I die, it's your fault. Bai Su and Mother Hia in the main hall were waiting for guests. Hia was inside with his wife, Sister Li Hua. Hearing the noise, he came out and, after hearing Lu Chunya's words, thought the Lu family was really unreasonable. First day of the new year, coming to cause trouble? Hia stepped out from under the eaves and coldly spoke before Bai Su. Lu Chunya, look in the mirror.
Huh? What?
Lu Chunya was annoyed and wanted to argue with Bai Su. She didn't understand what Hia meant and paused in confusion. Hia sneered. Look at yourself. You don't realize what you look like?
Du Chongqing isn't blind.
If he doesn't like Lu Fongfong, does he have to like you, a toad? Finally, Lu Chunya understood. Hia was insulting her. And he was insulting her so harshly. She burst into tears again. Hia gave her a cold, threatening look, as if warning her. If she dared to cry loudly at his house on the first day of the new year, he would crush her to pieces. His eyes were so frightening that Lu Chunya, holding back her tears, didn't dare cry out loud. Shocked by Hia, Lu Chunya's voice froze. Your Lu family didn't sell Sister Li Hua to Lu Lizi, so do I still have to thank you? Does that mean my mother should forgive your family and keep working for you? On the first day of the new year, you're playing tricks like worshipping a weasel for good luck. What kind of scheme are you planning?
Don't know.
Hia didn't show any respect to Yan Weikai and Lu Qiushuang at all. His cold, disgusted gaze fell on the couple. So, you're the smart ones, and everyone else is a fool? Lili Hua is now my wife, Hian's wife, and the mother of my children. She is just like my own mother. Anyone who dares to bully my mother or my wife will face my means, Hian's methods. Yan Weikai originally wanted to mend his relationship with Bai Su, hoping to gain some favor. When he arrived at the Peace Brigade, he didn't even return to Lu Qiushuang's family first. Instead, he deliberately came to visit Bai Su to wish her a happy new year. Unexpectedly, everyone around him was impatient and foolish. What should have been a simple New Year greeting turned into this. Yan Weicai's face turned awkward as he forced out a smile. Yan, you misunderstood. I sincerely came with Qiushuang and the two children to visit second sister-in-law. Just as Yan and Bai Su's patience was about to run out, there was a loud, forceful knocking on the door. Following Bai Su's gaze, Yan Weikai, his wife, and the people in the yard all looked toward the open door. They saw Qin Yanyu standing there, dressed in a wool coat, looking imposing. He stretched out his steady hand and knocked on the door. In front of everyone, Qin Yanyu took long strides into the yard, impatiently speaking to Hian. I told you to protect your mother. Is this how you protect her? Why are you talking nonsense to outsiders who aren't involved? Qin Yanyu scolded him. This is your home. Your uncle and aunt aren't here right now.
Just throw the people out.
Although Bai Su didn't understand how Qin Yanyu had come back, she loved his commanding style. It suited her taste perfectly. He also thought Qin uncle looked very handsome when he scolded people. He modestly lowered his head. Yes, I will listen to Uncle Qin from now on. After saying that, he even looked at Yan Weikai as a warning. Secretary Qin. Yan Weikai wanted to say something, but Qin Yanyu turned around. Are you the workshop director of the county food factory? Causing trouble on New Year's Day? Doing your job well? Are you leaving on your own? Or should I go back to the county and talk to Zheng Tongha? Yan Weikai tried to flatter Bai Su. Coming to visit and repair the relationship was for his own future advancement, not to lose his current position as workshop director. He knew that Qin's secretary's way of doing things was firm and reliable. He would definitely follow through. Yan Weikai no longer cared about flattering Bai Su. He was so frightened his face turned pale. He told Lu Qiushuang, let's go. There are many guests at second sister-in-law's house. Don't cause trouble for her. Qin Yanyu's powerful presence was overwhelming. Lu Chunya originally wanted to cause trouble and make a scene, but now she didn't dare to make a sound. As for Lu Dajuan, he had already been scared silly by Hien. He was worried Hien might play dirty tricks behind his back and hit him again. He looked to Bai Su for help. Bai Su completely ignored him. It was clear that Bai Su completely ignored his nephew. Lu Dajuan looked disappointed and, together with Yan Weikai and Lu Qiushuang, quietly left the scene.